Swallowed Star Chapter 1 to Chapter 60. The blue sky was like a gigantic piece of blue jade. The summer sun was like a huge fireball that hung high in the sky. Looking at the sun's position, it was probably around 3 p.m. Xian Region's third high school. Ding 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 as the bell rang across the entire school was in an uproar. Large amounts of students rushed out of each building and formed groups of 3 to 5 as they walked towards the school gate. Senior Luo Feng. Senior Luo Feng, a rough voice rang. Feng, someone's calling you. In the middle of the crowd of students, there was a youth holding a book. He was wearing a normal blue tracksuit and was around 1.75 meters tall. He seemed quite skinny. He turned his head in confusion. The one who called him was a boy. He was around 1.9 meters tall, had a stocky build, and his arms were shockingly thick. You are? Luo Feng looked at the person in confusion. He didn't seem to recognize the person in front of him. Of these two people, one was as sturdy as a black bear. And Senior Luo Feng was like a normal person. In terms of height, the difference between these two was huge. However, this stocky boy was a bit reserved. He carefully looked at the Senior Luo Feng that he worshipped and thought to himself, looks like the rumors were right. Senior Luo Feng is quite easy to talk to. Senior Luo Feng, I have something that I need your help with, the sturdy boy said nervously. What is it? Luo Feng smiled and said. When I practice, I always feel that something is wrong when I punch. I wonder if you have the time to give me some pointers, the sturdy boy said. The sturdy boy hastily said, according to what the dojo teacher said, with my strength, I should be able to punch with 50% more power. However, when I punch, I can't reach that level. The sturdy boy looked at Luo Feng expectantly. Oh, so it's like this. Luo Feng slightly paused and nodded. How about this Sunday afternoon, come find me at the dojo. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. The sturdy boy thanked Luo Feng. Luo Feng smiled and left with his classmate. As he watched Luo Feng leave, the sturdy boy let out a look of excitement. He fiercely clenched his fist and the veins on his arm popped out. He excitedly roared, Success! Senior Luo Feng, you agreed so easily, a boy wearing a school uniform said in shock. The rumors were indeed true. Senior Luo Feng is very easy to talk to, and he's a very nice person, the sturdy guy grinned. But that's not right. Among the 5,000 students in our number 3 high school, there are only a total of 3 people who have obtained the title of Dojo Advanced Student. Out of the 3 elite students, the other 2, Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting, are very prideful and won't waste any time teaching us, said the boy in the uniform. Senior Luo Feng's temper, is this good? Nowadays, almost every high school student in every country and region in the world would join a martial arts club in addition to receiving cultural education to develop their potential. Xian District No. 3 Senior High School had a total of nearly 5,000 high school students in 3 grades. Most of them were beginner students of the dojo. Only a small number of them were intermediate students. There were only a total of 3 people who could obtain the qualification of advanced student. What you hear is false, but what you see is true. Hee, did you see? Senior Luo Feng isn't the same as the other 2, said the sturdy guy, that Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting both come from wealthy families. Their families spent a large amount of money to train them to become this strong. As for Senior Luo Feng, he's different. The boy in the uniform also nodded. I heard that Senior Luo Feng is the same as us. His family's financial situation is average and he lives in a cheap rental house. Yeah, Senior Luo Feng was able to get to where he is today because of his hard work. He relied on his own punches and kicks to get to where he is today. Unlike Zhang Haobai and Lu Ting, the sturdy boy clenched his fist and took a deep breath. My goal is Senior Luo Feng. I have to pass the dojo's exam within 4 years, which is before I graduate from university, and become the dojo's elite student title. At this time, the Senior Luo Feng they were talking about was following the flow of students towards the entrance of the No. 3 high school with a guy in a sports uniform. Feng, when that big guy who asked you to teach him how to punch, he even complimented you with his classmates. The guy in the sports uniform couldn't help but to laugh. He complimented you for being a good person and for being easy to talk to. Luo Feng laughed. What, Wei Wen, are you jealous? Jealous of you? Wei Wen rubbed his nose and laughed. In your dreams. I'm just sighing, that big guy doesn't know the true face of the Luo Feng he respects. I remember clearly. That time in the dojo's arena, the Luo Feng he respects challenged 3 people in a row and beat them until they couldn't even stand up. Luo Feng laughed. That battle was indeed the battle that made him famous. Luo Feng patted Wei Wen's shoulder and laughed. Let's go home. Wei Wen's shoulder shook exaggeratedly and yelled, Feng, be gentle. That slap of yours almost shattered my shoulder. Pretending again. Luo Feng curled his lips. Wei Wen was his best friend who had grown up with him in diapers. Even though they weren't blood brothers, their relationship was similar. Elementary school, middle school, high school. Along the way, the two were indeed very close. Wei Wen suddenly stared forward. Feng, look, it's the one you have a crush on. Luo Feng also looked over and saw that in the crowd of students at the school gate, there was a ponytail girl wearing jeans and a light white polo shirt walking along the road. Luo Feng's heart slightly sped up. A name flashed across his mind, Xianxia. Very few people knew that he had a crush on Xianxia. However, his good friend Wei Wen naturally knew about it a long time ago. When he was in the first year of high school, he and Xianxia were assigned to the same class. The first time he saw Xianxia, his eyes lit up. Thus, during class, he sat at the back. He didn't know why, but he couldn't help but look at Xianxia's back. He just looked at her silently. As long as he could see Xianxia's back, he would be satisfied. Because of the second year of high school, he and Xianxia weren't in the same class. However, every time he saw Xianxia, he couldn't help but to stare at her. There's only 1 month left until college entrance exams, Luo Feng thought to himself. In the past, I didn't have the courage nor the time to chase girls. Now that it's the last month, everyone is busy studying for the exam. Xianxia is also a very strong girl. How can I be distracted by dating? And I can't be distracted in the last month before college entrance exams, or else I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Whatever, this crush. I'll just keep it as a memory crush. It's very bitter. It hasn't bloomed yet, but it's already withered. Luo Feng just wanted to keep it all in his heart. I told you to chase Xianxia, but you didn't. There's only 1 month left until college entrance exams. Wei Wen shook his head. I'm afraid I won't be able to see Xianxia again. It'll be too late for you to regret. Wei Wen. Luo Feng shook his head. Don't say any more. Without the title of fighter, I won't be distracted by dating. Brother, you sure are ruthless. Wei Wen gave a thumbs up. Fighter title? In our entire high school of 5,000 people, not a single one has the title of fighter. And you dare to say that without the title of fighter, you won't be distracted by dating. Awesome, you're awesome. Luo Feng suddenly glanced at the 5 people at the school gate. Zhang Haobai? The 5 eye-catching people in the crowd of students at the school gate were led by a youth that was 1.8 meters tall. He wore a white t-shirt and white pants, and his chest muscles were very obvious. The 4 people around him either had bulky bodies or had knife scars on their faces. One look and you could tell that they were very fierce people. And the youth in the white shirt and pants was one of the 3 elite members of Xian Region's 3rd high school, Zhang Haobai. Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai glanced at Luo Feng and couldn't help but to let out a low humph. In the entire high school, if one were to ask who Zhang Haobai hated the most, it would obviously be this Luo Feng. After all, one of the 3 people who received the title of dojo elite was a girl. Among the boys, only the 2 of them were elite members, and Zhang Haobai came from a rich family, while Luo Feng came from a normal family and lived in a cheap rental house. In terms of grades, Luo Feng beat Zhang Haobai. In terms of strength, Luo Feng and Zhang Haobai both received the title of elite, and Luo Feng even fought 3 elite members in a row in the dojo. He beat those 3 until they couldn't get up. One of them was Zhang Haobai. That time, he was beaten until he lost a tooth. And in terms of family conditions, Zhang Haobai's family was obviously rich. His family conditions were good, but his grades and strength were both suppressed by Luo Feng. In school, when people praise Zhang Haobai, they often compare him to Luo Feng. Resentment. Zhang Haobai's resentment towards Luo Feng was too great. Let's go. Zhang Haobai licked his teeth, which seemed to be aching. That time, he was beaten until his mouth was full of blood and he lost a tooth. This Zhang Haobai, Ever since he got beaten up in the dojo, he's much more well-behaved. He won't bother you anymore. Wei Wen watched as Zhang Haobai and the others left and couldn't help but to laugh as he said to Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai, Luo Feng didn't care about this rich kid at all. It's better to avoid trouble, said Luo Feng as he returned home with Wei Wen. On the way home. Beep beep on the street, the sound of car horns rang. Nowadays, cars use electricity, so at least the smell of gasoline can't be smelled on the street anymore. Wei Wen, there's only 1 month left until the high school exams. In this month, we have to seriously work hard. Luo Feng and Wei Wen walked on the sidewalk. We can relax a bit for the dojo. Just do some recovery training every day and focus on studying. The high school exams are very important, and we've been studying for 12 years. It all depends on this. 12 years of studying, this exam will decide everything. Sighed Wei Wen. The high school exams, oh the high school exams, it's like thousands of soldiers and horses crossing a single log bridge. Luo Feng nodded. His family's financial situation isn't that great. Even though he has the title of elite student of the dojo, which means that no matter how bad his grades are, he can still get a job as an elite bodyguard. An annual salary of 200,000 to 300,000 won't be a problem. However, how could Luo Feng be satisfied with just being a bodyguard? At this time, Xian region was around 1,000 meters in the air. A gigantic black-crowned golden eagle was flying above the city. Its body was around 20 meters long, just like a large fighter jet. The feathers on its body faintly glowed with a cold, metallic luster. The feathers on its head were dark black, just like a black crown. Its huge, sharp claws were also golden in color. A pair of sharp and cold eyes glowing with blue light looked down at the human city below, and there was a hint of killing intent in them. Boom! The black-crowned golden eagle, which was already flying very fast, suddenly increased its speed. It instantly broke through the sound barrier and reached a terrifying speed. At the same time, an extremely loud eagle cry exploded from the black-crowned golden eagle's mouth. The horrifying sound wave created a shockwave that could be seen by the naked eye as it quickly spread downwards. Xian Regents by Tian Road intersection, Luo Feng and Wei Wen were waiting for the traffic light. Suddenly, an ear-piercing bird cry suddenly rang. This sound was different from the sound of thunder. The sound of thunder was loud and ear-splitting. However, this high-pitched bird cry was ear-piercing. Luo Feng felt his eardrums hurt and couldn't help but to frown in discomfort. Quite a few people on the road covered their ears. It's the cry of a bird. Luo Feng couldn't help but to raise his head and look at the sky. Luo Feng was shocked. Under the reverberation of the high-pitched and ear-piercing chirp, the huge glass on a skyscraper on the street next to them emitted a low caw-caw sound. Many of the glass pieces cracked open, and more than 10 pieces of glass even fell from the sky on the spot. Some of the glass pieces smashed on the sidewalk, some hit people, and some hit the street lamps by the roadside. Pa! Pung! Pai pa! In an instant, there was a series of explosions. One of the glass pieces smashed onto the streetlight next to Luo Feng. It shattered on the spot and shot in all directions, causing quite a few people on the street to dodge. Wah! Wei Wen explosively took 2 steps back and dodged the broken glass. One of the glass pieces shot towards Luo Feng like a blade. Luo Feng's gaze swept across. He didn't dodge. Instead, he calmly stood in place. His right hand shot out like lightning and instantly grabbed the glass piece that shot towards him. This glass piece faintly reflected Luo Feng's face. After weighing it a bit, he casually threw it. The glass piece was like a hidden weapon as it shot towards the trash can in the distance. With a quang dang, it accurately entered the trash can. On the road, the affected traffic quickly returned to normal. The pedestrians on the sidewalk were all discussing. Some unlucky people were injured, but most of them weren't injured at all. So powerful Luo Feng couldn't help but to raise his head and look at the sky. A bird cry in the sky is actually this powerful. It's probably an extremely powerful flying monster. Wei Wen. Aren't you very familiar with all kinds of monsters? Do you know what kind of monster this is? Wei Wen squinted his eyes, which were filled with excitement. Feng, our city has a defense system 500 meters above ground. This flying monster is definitely 500 meters above ground. With such a long distance, the sound it makes is still so powerful. Besides, normal monsters don't dare to make a ruckus above a human city. Wei Wen said solemnly, "It's so powerful, so arrogant, and based on its voice, if my guess is correct, it should be the extremely terrifying black-crowned golden eagle among the flying monsters." Black-crowned golden eagle? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Of course he had heard of the famous black-crowned golden eagle. Black-crowned golden eagle is ranked third among eagle-type monsters. Wei Wen's eyes lit up as he said in a low voice, "An adult black-crowned golden eagle is 21 meters long with a wingspan of 36 meters. It can reach Mach 3.9 in flight. That was 3.9 times the speed of sound. If the speed of sound is calculated at 340 meters per second, it is 1,326 meters per second, which is 4,774 kilometers per hour. Luo Feng knew how powerful the black-crowned golden eagle was, but when he heard the speed of 1,326 meters per second, he couldn't help but hold his breath. 1 second was just the blink of an eye. It was 1,000 meters away. The feathers of this black-crowned golden eagle are even harder than diamond. They should be as hard as grade 3 Koluo alloy, Wei Wen said excitedly. "There's a video on the internet." Wei Wen said excitedly. "There's a video online." The black-crowned golden eagle once attacked an army with a monster horde, and it was bombarded by a 20mm Vulcan cannon. The Vulcan cannon can fire 7,000 bullets per minute. 7,000 bullets. That's metal bullets. And each bullet can penetrate a 50mm thick steel plate. However, the Vulcan cannon's crazy bombardment didn't even leave a single feather on the body of the black-crowned golden eagle. After that, a mysterious fighter wielding a Koluo alloy battle blade turned into a stream of light and cut the black-crowned golden eagle in half. Wei Wen's blood was boiling as he spoke. Luo Feng's heart rate also sped up and his blood vessels expanded. That video was widely spread on the internet, so he saw it too. Fighter title: I will definitely get the title of fighter. One day. I want to be like that senior, able to wield a battle blade and slash monsters like the black-crowned golden eagle and the demonic ape, Luo Feng thought to himself. Every young person has a dream, and Luo Feng has this dream, even though it was said on the internet that the mysterious martial artist who split the black-crowned golden eagle in half was one of the top 100 martial artists in the entire world. Feng, what are you thinking about? We're home up ahead, Wei Wen couldn't help but to yell. Only now did Luo Feng recover from his surging thoughts. He raised his head and looked towards the small sector that was made up of large amounts of apartments, South Coast Sector, a small sector built by the government. Luo Feng's home was in this sector, the place he lived for 18 years. As a low-cost housing sector, the efficiency of land use in the Southern Shore sector is close to the limit. Every residential building is like a gigantic concrete pillar. The distance between the buildings isn't even considered for sunlight. Luo Feng's home is on the 32nd floor of a 36-story building. Feng, are you going to the dojo tonight? Wei Wen walked towards another building. I'm going to tutor tonight. After that, I'll go to the dojo. It's hard to say when, so don't wait for me tonight, Luo Feng smiled as he waved his hand. After that, he stepped on the stairs and sprinted upstairs. Luo Feng took 4 steps with each step. He was like an agile leopard. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 2nd floor. 3rd floor, 4th floor. Ta. Luo Feng, who was sprinting, was extremely agile. He would occasionally avoid other residents who were climbing the stairs. Feng, school's over? Yeah, Uncle Wang. Luo Feng's breathing wasn't messed up at all. As an elite member of the dojo, this speed isn't much different from taking a stroll. According to the majority of the residents, elevators weren't built in the low-cost housing sector. Because once an elevator is built, the residents will have to pay more rent. Secondly, for the vast majority of people nowadays, even climbing dozens of flights of stairs was a very easy thing to do. For them, building an elevator in a residential building was a luxury. Electricity is expensive, since the entire city's defense system relies on electricity. The entire country desperately needs electricity. 32nd floor. On the 32nd floor, there were a total of 8 families. Luo Feng's was one of them. Ka-cha. Luo Feng opened the door with his key. Bro, you're back? A voice came from inside the house. Yup. Luo Feng closed the door and scanned the entire house. His house had 1 bedroom and 1 living room, with an area of 36 square meters. He, his brother, and his parents, a total of 4 people, lived in this 36 square meter house. They've been living here for as long as they can remember. Hua, what are you reading? Luo Feng walked towards the balcony. On the balcony, a sickly pale skinny teenager was sitting in a wheelchair with an English book in his hand. Luo Feng glanced at it and laughed. Oh, it's about the investment guru price? Isn't the stock god Buffett the most famous investment guru? Luo Feng doesn't know anything about investments or stocks. Buffett doesn't really suit me. And Price's theories and thoughts are very close to mine, so I can use them as a reference. The skinny youth raised his head towards Luo Feng and revealed a smile. Continue reading, laughed Luo Feng. Inadvertently, Luo Feng's gaze swept over his brother's legs and his heart couldn't help but to feel pain. When his brother was young, his legs were crushed by a car. They were completely crushed from his thighs down, causing his brother to become a cripple. It was very stressful for a disabled person to survive in today's society. Her younger brother could only receive his education through the internet. Not being exposed to sunlight for a long period of time had caused the younger brother's face to become sickly pale. Also, he doesn't have many friends, and your younger brother is more introverted. My parents don't earn a high salary, and they have to support me and my younger brother. My younger brother is disabled. The burden on our family is too great, so we can only live in this low-rent house. My younger brother is disabled and has little contact with society. It would be very difficult for him to find a wife in the future. Who would want to marry a cripple with broken legs? I must change the fate of the entire family. Luo Feng thought to himself. Why is it that even though I have a crush on Xianxia, I didn't chase after her or date her? The law states that you can get married at the age of 18, so many people date in high school and get married after high school. Those who don't date in high school are few and far between. Why didn't I? Because I don't have time to waste on dating. My family isn't rich, and I don't have any powerful teachers to guide me. I can only rely on myself. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the old sofa in the living room. This was a sofa that could be used as a bed. After so many years, my family of 4 has been living in this small house, 1 bedroom and 1 living room. My younger brother and I are in the only bedroom, but my parents have been sleeping on the living room sofa for so many years. I must let my parents and brother live in a big house with an elevator. I must let my parents and brother live in a big bed. I must let my brother not have to work so hard every time he goes downstairs. The house must have large windows that allow sunlight to shine in. Who knows how many times Luo Feng thought about these words. Because of this, he worked very hard since he was young. So, that's why he became one of the 3 elite dojo students out of the 5,000 students in the 3rd high school. Out of the 3, only he came from a normal family. The other 2 were the children of rich families. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Water continuously flowed from the tap and quickly filled up the electric kettle. Shishi. Luo Feng plugged in the kettle and held his history book as he sat on the sofa and continuously memorized the important points in the book. Suddenly, beep. The kettle boiled. Luo Feng put down the book and poured some water into the thermos. Then, he poured a large plastic cup of hot water and placed it on the table. AD 2026, the Battle of Hengzhe occurred at Hengzhe Lake. Yep, 2026. Luo Feng memorized the historical events one by one. Luo Feng was the best at math among all the subjects. However, he was most interested in history. Because every time he looked at the history of the 21st century, he couldn't help but sigh. This is the history of humanity's revolution. Luo Feng walked to his brother's side. Brother, what's up? Luo Hua put down the book in his hand. There are a total of 139 important points in this book. I've already marked them out, so you can ask them. Luo Feng handed over the history book in his hand. Luo Hua couldn't help but to laugh as he received it. Alright, it's rare to have a chance to test you. Brother, listen up, I'm going to give you a question. If you get it wrong, you'll lose face. Go ahead. Luo Feng smiled as he sat on the sofa. With his own strength, he killed the tiger head dragon in the Yangtze River and saved hundreds of thousands of civilians, allowing them to be successfully transferred to the Jiangnan base. Who was the one who sacrificed himself? Where was he from? His age at the time of death? The exact date of the event? Luo Hua carefully flipped through the book and asked a question. The one who sacrificed himself was Dong Nanbiao, who was awarded a 4-star hero medal by the country. He was originally from Taixing, Jiangsu. When he died, he was 39 years old. The exact date of the event should be AD 2018. Luo Feng couldn't help but to frown. Luo Hua couldn't help but to ask, what's the exact date of AD 2018? Yeah, I think. Luo Feng was a bit unsure. I think it was June 18th. Haha, you got the first question wrong. Luo Hua shook his head. Dong Nanbiao, who was awarded a 4-star hero medal, was indeed originally from Taixing, Jiangsu. When he died, he was 39 years old. However, the exact date of the event was June 16th, 2018 in Xia. Luo Feng couldn't help but to slap his head as he shook his head and laughed bitterly. 16 and 18 often get it wrong. Ask again. Alright, listen carefully. The second question. Luo Hua seemed to be very excited. AD 2023, at. As the two brothers asked and answered, time flew by. I've already asked half of the questions in this book. I asked 68 questions, and you answered 63 of them right and 5 wrong. Luo Hua raised his head and looked at the clock on the wall. Mom and Dad are coming back, so I'll ask you one last question. Next time, I'll ask the other half one last question? Alright, ask. Luo Feng was extremely focused. This is the most basic question. Tell me the main events of the Grand Nirvana period, said Luo Hua. Luo Feng's expression was a bit serious. The history of the Grand Nirvana period was the most important part of humanity's revolution. At the beginning of the 21st century, the entire world had several influenza viruses. From the SARS virus in 2003, to the H1N1 virus in 2009, and finally, in 2013, the even more terrifying R virus appeared. As the R virus spread, it evolved into more than 20 variants, which made it even harder to prevent the spread of the virus. Deaths occurred in all the countries of the world as the prevention continued. The epidemic was controlled, however. In January 2015, the R virus evolved into its most terrifying variant, which was called the RR virus. In the past, the R virus's variants were spread through bodily fluids. Some of the variants could be spread through water, but they didn't survive long in water. However, this RR virus can be spread through bodily fluids and water. The most terrifying thing is, it can be spread through the air. It can survive in the air for an astonishing 3 hours. As soon as the RR virus appeared, it quickly spread to the world. All life in the world, whether it's humans, birds, or beasts, as long as they need to breathe, they are infected with the RR virus. When humans discovered the existence of the RR virus, it was already too late. After the RR virus infection, the mortality rate is extremely high, reaching almost 30%. In just 3 months, according to post-event statistics, in 3 months, in addition to the death of a large number of animals, the world's population dropped by nearly 2 billion. These 3 months had been like a nightmare. Scientists all over the world were helpless in the face of this virus. Human survivors of nearly 5 billion people, who survived, naturally produced antibodies in their bodies. After this nightmarish 3 months, the world was immersed in endless grief. Luo Feng said slowly, during this process, the 5 billion human survivors found that their bodies had become better. Almost every human's strength, speed, cell activity, and skin toughness had more than doubled. Even an ordinary person can easily break the world's weightlifting and 100m running world records in the past. However, the disaster began. Humans who have been living comfortably have their physical conditions increased so much. The birds and beasts that also survived the RR virus, they have always followed the survival of the fittest of nature. This time, the physical changes made the strength of various birds and beasts much more amazing than humans. And some of the terrifying monsters even have wisdom. September 2015, with the attack of the endless creatures in the ocean as the beginning, countless birds and beasts transformed into monsters and began to attack the human settlements. bloody, crazy. In the war between humans and monsters, people were shocked to find that the hot weapons that they had always been proud of only worked on some low-level monsters. And the powerful birds and beasts were not afraid of bullets and artillery at all. The bullets hit their bodies, and they couldn't even break through the scales. The missile attack was easily avoided by the monsters with fast reflexes and speed. Even if humans used nuclear bombs to attack, they were shocked to find that the monsters' defense was too strong. Only in the core area of the nuclear bomb attack range, a large number of monsters died, and in the larger area, the monsters didn't die. The power of nuclear bombs was far less than what humans thought. Even though it killed a bunch of monsters, the nuclear radiation gave birth to even more terrifying monsters. The most famous one was the most terrifying blood demon Sirius in the past. The blood demon Sirius had the ability to fly, and it killed more than 1 million humans. It was only then that humans realized that nuclear radiation could actually cause some monsters to mutate. An extremely terrifying existence has appeared. There are terrifying existences among the monsters, but there are also powerful fighters among the humans. Back then, the blood demon Sirius was severely wounded by a human super expert who could also fly, the Thunder God, who currently ranks second in the world, and fled. These powerful fighters saved a large number of normal citizens at critical moments and helped the army fight against the monster hordes. During this period of time, a large number of moving and tragic stories emerged. As for the human scientist, Claude Senna, based on the materials of the monster carcasses and the blue gold metal found on the moon, he invented an alloy that was even harder than diamond, crow alloy. Because of this, the powerful humans no longer have to fight with their bare hands. They have terrifying weapons that can cut through the monster's fur and scales. In Luo Feng's mind, he clearly remembered this part of history recorded in the book. In the course of the war, a large number of cities were destroyed. In the land of China, the country urgently built 6 bases and moved a large number of people to these 6 bases. In terms of powerful fighters, our country and India, which worships ancient yoga, had the most powerful fighters. And America, the European Union, and Russia were the leaders in terms of technology. Because of the countless monsters in the ocean, almost every island country was destroyed. Even now, the ocean is still the territory of the monsters. In the war between the monsters and humans, only our country, India, America, the European Union, and Russia were able to protect themselves. The other countries have long since been destroyed. At the critical moment, with the 5 countries as the core, the Earth Alliance was established. The Earth Alliance's allied forces assisted in building human bases all over the world. The war between the monsters and humans began in September 2015. In March 2021, the successful development of the super high-frequency laser cannon killed more than 10 S-grade monsters and 2 SS-grade monsters. The large-scale war between the monsters and humans finally ended. Luo Feng sighed. An entire 5.5 years of war, the most terrifying war. In this war, close to 1 billion people died. Only the 5 countries maintained the country system. The survivors of the other countries entered the human bases and lived together. Until now, on land, humans have the advantage. However, there are simply too many monsters in the ocean. The ocean is still the territory of the monsters. From 2013 to 2021, these 8 years will be the grand nirvana period in human history. Luo Feng sat on the sofa and slowly said, "Ding, ding, ding," the sound of the clock echoed in the room. The clock on the wall rang 5 times. It was already 5 p.m. Grand nirvana period. Luo Hua also sighed, "Bro, to be honest, I really couldn't imagine that before the grand nirvana period, there were over 200 countries on Earth. How many people were there? Only 7 billion. Some small countries were simply too small. I'm afraid that a single powerful monster would be able to destroy that small country." Luo Feng nodded. "So, right now, there are 5 countries and 23 cities on Earth. On Earth, there are a total of 5 countries: China, India, America, the European Union, and Russia. There are also 23 human bases in South America, Africa, and so on. In other words, there are 23 cities. China has a total of 6 human bases, which are currently the 6 cities. Luo Feng's home is in Xian section of Yangzhou City, one of the 8 cities of Jiangnan City. The entire population of Jiangnan City is close to 200 million. And Yangzhou City, one of the 8 cities of Jiangnan City, has a population of over 10 million. In the past, the human bases of Jiangnan City were mainly formed by large amounts of people from Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Of course, there are also people from Anhui. So far away. Luo Hua looked at the clock on the wall. Right now, it's already 2056 AD. Over 30 years have passed since the Grand Nirvana period. In human society, going to the dojo to train is something that almost everyone has to do. Human society is much stronger than 30 years ago. Luo Feng nodded. In these 30 years, the number of powerful fighters has increased by quite a bit. Technology has also improved a bit. However, there are also quite a few terrifying existences among the monsters. Ka. The door opened and a middle-aged couple walked in. The middle-aged man's clothes were soaked in sweat and had paint stains on them. He seemed to be quite tired. The middle-aged woman wasn't very tall. She carried a basket with some vegetables and meat in it. Dad, Mom. Luo Feng immediately stood up. This couple is his parents. Father Luo Honghua, Mother Gong Xian Lan. Hee, yeah, Feng, you study. Don't worry about me. Luo Honghua laughed as he said. His son is about to take his exams, so studying is naturally the most important thing for him. Luo Honghua lowered his head and saw a large plastic cup of cold water on the table. He couldn't help but to feel warm. Every time he comes back, there will always be cold water prepared. After a day of work, he would pick up this large plastic cup and gulp down all of it in one breath. He let out a carefree breath. Hurry and go take a shower. Look at how sweaty you are, laughed Gong Xian Lan. Haha. Luo Honghua laughed as he immediately went to grab a change of clothes and walked towards the small bathroom that his family has used for many years. Gong Xian Lan laughed as she looked at her 2 sons. Feng, Hua, Mom will make red braised pork for you guys today. My favorite food. Yelled Luo Hua immediately. Luo Feng couldn't help but to laugh as he watched his mother put on a scarf and prepare dinner. Luo Feng was very clear that his mother always goes grocery shopping in the evening after work because the prices of vegetables and meat are much cheaper than in the morning. However, the vegetables and meat in the evening aren't as fresh as in the morning. Luo Feng looked at the bathroom again and thought to himself, I'll definitely get the fighter title as soon as possible. When that happens, Mom won't have to go grocery shopping in the afternoon and Dad won't have to do the hard work of renovating. In his heart, Luo Feng always hoped that his parents could rest and quietly enjoy the sun and good food. Feng Luo Honghua, who just finished showering, walked over. Dad has something to talk to you about. What is it? Luo Feng looked at his father. Luo Honghua slightly smiled. It's like this, Feng. I've never asked you about your plans after high school. Can you tell Dad about it? Luo Honghua rarely talks about these things with his son because he doesn't want to give him too much pressure. He knows that his son has always been hardworking. And he has always been doing extremely well. When Luo Honghua said this, his mother, Gong Xian Lan, who was cooking, slowed down. Parents are very concerned about their son's future. Dad, here's what I think. Luo Feng directly said, with my grades, I believe that getting into Jiangnan's #1 military school shouldn't be too hard. Right now, I've already received the title of elite student and entered Jiangnan's #1 military school. I'll be directly trained as a military officer. Dad, Mom, you can also directly enter the military family sector. There are different levels to being a soldier. Of course, China is recruiting soldiers right now. However, normal soldiers don't have many benefits. And if you can become an elite student at such a young age and enter Jiangnan's #1 military school, you can be considered a master of both the pen and the sword. The country will definitely focus on training you. The country will directly give you a house in the military family sector. A house for a military officer's family member will naturally be 100 times better than this cheap house. Then what if you can't get into Jiangnan's #1 military school? Said Luo Honghua. Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. Jiangnan City has a total of 2 military schools. If you don't perform well in the exam, you won't be able to enter the #1 military school. However, you definitely won't have a problem entering the second military school. Luo Feng was very clear about his grades. Normally, he would score around 50 points higher than the minimum score for an exam, but in the second military school, as long as you hit the minimum score for an exam, you can enter. In today's exam, there is no such thing as one or two subjects. There are only two types of subjects, undergraduate and specialist, and there is only one minimum score. Above the minimum score is undergraduate, and below the minimum score is specialist. In the second military school, with the title of elite student, you'll also be trained as a military officer. You won't be treated too differently, laughed Luo Feng. To be able to get into an undergraduate, 2 out of 10 people can do it. However, in high school, only 1 out of 1,000 people can obtain the title of elite student. Yeah, as long as you're competent. But, Feng, don't give yourself too much pressure. But little Feng, as long as your mom and I have a stable life, nodded Luo Hongua, you're just giving yourself too much pressure. Not at all, laughed Luo Feng, I don't have much pressure. Young people just need to have a bit of drive. Luo Feng said this, but he thought to himself, Dad, Mom, Brother, after I finish my exam, you'll be able to live a good life. When I obtain the title of fighter, you won't have to work so hard anymore. Hurry up and get the bowls and chopsticks. Dinner is ready, laughed Gong Xianlan as she urged. Okay, laughed Luo Hongua as he stood up and went to get the bowls and chopsticks. The vegetables smell so good. Luo Feng smelled the soup and helped carry the bowls. I smell the aroma of red braised pork, wow, yelled Luo Hua excitedly as he moved his wheelchair towards the dining table. The family of 4 was happy and harmonious. After dinner, his parents took his brother, Luo Hua, for a walk downstairs. Luo Feng, on the other hand, went to tutor. Around 6 p.m., the sky was almost completely dark. This tutoring job has to end for now. Luo Feng was like a leopard as he nimbly and swiftly moved through the alleys. Luo Feng was like a leopard as he nimbly and swiftly moved through the alleys. In front of him was a dead end, but Luo Feng's entire body leaped and directly soared over 2 meters into the air. His left hand lightly touched the top of the wall and with a bit of force, his entire body arrived in another alley. Flying forward was also a warm-up for tutoring. Luo Feng's current speed was maintained at 15 meters per second, which is 54 kilometers per hour. This speed wasn't Luo Feng's maximum speed, but it was enough for a warm-up. Who? There's only 1 more month until the high school exams, so I'll stop tutoring for now. I've been tutoring for half a year, so I've earned 20,000. Luo Feng only found a tutoring job last year after receiving the title of elite student. He taught a youth basic agility technique. The salary was $100 an hour. Every week, he would teach for an hour every night for 5 days. In other words, his monthly salary would be around $2,000. Dad's monthly salary would only be around $2,000 to $3,000 after working hard for a day. I've only been tutoring for an hour and I'm already this much higher than Dad. This is the difference between a normal person and an elite student. And if I become a fighter, the difference will be huge. Luo Feng's eyes focused. In the alleyway in front of him, there was a truck that was turning around and blocking the road. However, Luo Feng didn't slow down. As he ran, he suddenly leaped 2 to 3 meters into the air. Then, he took 2 steps on the wall of the alleyway and leaped down, continuing to speed forward. After a while, Luo Feng was already outside a quiet residential area. This is where Mom and Dad should be. Luo Feng stopped and looked at the quiet residential area in front of him. Luo Feng stopped and looked at the quiet residential sector in front of him. This sector's residential population density was relatively low. There was a man-made pool inside, and there were large amounts of flowers and trees as decorations. Even the high-rise residential buildings had sky gardens on every floor. Other than the high-rise residential areas, there were also villas. You have to know, as of now, China has a total of 6 bases, which are the 6 main cities. Each city has an astonishing population. For example, Jiangnan City has close to 200 million people. Naturally, land was very scarce. Stacked villas and townhouses were both very rare, and the prices were very high. As for the more extravagant detached villas, they would have to pay a huge luxury tax. I'm going to block 18 number 1801, said Luo Feng to the security guard as he stood at the sector entrance. Wait a moment. The security of the sector pressed the number of the video phone. Instantly, the camera on the side was pointed at Luo Feng. Owner 1801's voice came from the video phone. It's little Luo, let him in. Yes, sir. The security guard immediately let him in. 1 hour later, Luo Feng walked out of the sector. Well, the tutoring is over. Let's go to the dojo and see if my strength has improved recently. The Dojo of Limits, the world's #1 dojo, created by the world's strongest Hong martial arts centers were spread all over the world. Luo Feng swiped his student ID at the entrance of the dojo and entered. The Dojo of Limits was like a huge monster. The area it occupied was even bigger than a high school. The main entrance of the dojo was wide enough for 10 cars to enter at the same time. Within the dojo, there were 3 large silver-white buildings that looked like 3 spaceships. Senior. Hello, Senior. On the road to the dojo, there were large amounts of dojo students on the grass. When these students saw the elite student ID on Luo Feng's chest, they immediately became respectful. Inside the dojo, there were 3 large buildings: the beginner student building, the intermediate student building, and the advanced student building. The first and second floors of the advanced student building were both large lecture halls. Each of these large lecture halls could hold thousands of people. The dojo's instructors and teachers all taught in these large lecture halls. There were around 30,000 to 40,000 students in the Dojo of Limits. Only when you're 16 years old can you become a dojo student. After 30 years old, you're forbidden from coming to the dojo to study. There were around a few hundred advanced students in the dojo. Most of them were around 20 years old. And Luo Feng was only 18 years old. Hello, Senior. Luo Feng listened to the respectful greetings as he entered the 3rd floor of the advanced student building. This was where only advanced students could enter. On the 3rd floor, there were around a dozen people in the large training hall that was around 100 meters wide. Madman, you're here. After entering the large training hall, the dozen or so advanced students all greeted him enthusiastically. Brother Wang, Brother Yang, Sisterly Luo Feng laughed as he yelled. Looking at these big brothers and sisters, he felt warm in his heart. These dozen or so people were all over 20 years old. Naturally, Luo Feng was the youngest. Of course, the advanced students in the Xian region's Dojo of Limits aren't just these dozen or so. There are over 100 advanced students in total. However, without a teacher to teach, most people are too lazy to come. Unless their family is poor and they don't have a place to train, only then would they come to the dojo's training hall to train. As for the rich, they usually had their own specialized training room. So, these dozen or so people all live in cheap rentals. Since they're all poor, they naturally formed a small group. And Luo Feng, because of his rage, defeated 3 advanced students from rich families in a row. He was given the nickname Madman. I wonder how much my strength has improved in this half a month of training. Luo Feng walked towards the fist strength tester machine in the corner of the training hall. Luo Feng walked towards the fist strength testing machine in the corner of the training hall. There were 2 fist strength testing machines in the corner of the training hall. Whether it's the intermediate student exam, advanced student exam, or even the fighter exam, they all require fist strength to be tested. Huff, huff. Luo Feng slowly took in a deep breath and completely relaxed his body. Suddenly, his gaze focused and his entire body was like a lazy lion that suddenly leapt up. His spine was like a bowstring that instantly tightened. The force from his feet traveled to his waist and through his spine. Luo Feng's right fist was like a cannonball that drew an arc, pung. Luo Feng's right fist smashed onto the fist strength tester's target. The target violently shook. Suddenly, a number appeared on the screen of the fist strength tester, 809 kg. Madman, not bad. Hee, you passed the 800 kilograms barrier. A skinny brute that was over 1.9 meters tall laughed as he clapped his hands. This brute even had a hideous scar on his face. Brother Yang, Luo Feng laughed, compared to Brother Yang, I'm still lacking quite a bit. Brother Yang, please help me turn on the speed tester machine. Brother Yang, named Yang Wu, is one of the top 3 advanced students in the Dojo of Limits. However, he's lacking in speed, otherwise he would have passed the prospective fighter exam long ago. For advanced students to become a fighter, you need to pass 2 exams. The first exam is the fighter fitness exam, which is also the prospective fighter exam. Once you pass, it means that your fitness level has reached the standard of a fighter. You're already a prospective fighter. And the second exam is the fighter combat exam. Just having fitness level doesn't give you the right to become a fighter. Only by passing a real battle with a monster can you obtain the title of fighter. Want to test my speed? Alright, Yang Wu laughed as he walked to the side of the track and turned on the speed tester. Ka. The speed tester turned on and the camera lit up. Huff, Luo Feng adjusted his breathing and stood on the track. The track was 60 meters long. And the area closest to the speed tester is the speed testing area. Luo Feng suddenly exerted force, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Luo Feng reached his maximum speed. His 2 legs stomped forcefully on the ground, creating a powerful force that caused his entire body to shoot like an arrow. With a gust of wind, Luo Feng charged past the speed tester's area with a schwa sound. After that, Luo Feng naturally slowed down and stopped. How much? Luo Feng laughed as he walked over. Hee, crazy, you've improved a bit since last time. Not bad, Brother Yang looked at the number displayed on the speed tester screen in shock and yelled, come see for yourself. Luo Feng walked over and the number on the screen was 23. 8 milliseconds. Not bad. Luo Feng wasn't too happy. The fighter fitness level exam, which is also the prospective fighter exam, has a total of 3 tests. They are strength, fist strength, speed, and reaction speed. In terms of reaction speed, Luo Feng is very talented. As of now, he barely meets the requirements of a fighter. However, for strength, fist strength, the passing threshold for the prospective fighter exam is 900 kg. For speed, the passing threshold for the prospective fighter exam is 25 meters per second, which is 100 meters in 4 seconds. It gets harder and harder to increase my strength, Luo Feng thought, from 23.8 meters per second to 25 meters per second. It'll probably take a year. And increasing my fist strength from 809 kilograms to 900 kilograms will probably take even longer. If I want to get the title of fighter, I'll probably have to wait until I enter university if I faint again. Then my body fitness level will probably reach the requirements of a fighter. Of course, the coma he wants isn't to be beaten into a coma. It's to have a headache and faint. Luo Feng has a headache. Every day, he would have a headache, but he would endure it. And when the headache reaches its limit, he would faint. Ever since he was young, Luo Feng has fainted twice. When he was 8, his brother's leg was crushed by a car. At that time, Luo Feng was so sad that he suddenly felt an extreme headache. At the same time, his heart rate was shockingly fast and the blood flow in his body reached a shocking speed. He felt like his heart was going to jump out of his chest until he couldn't take it anymore and fainted. And when he was 12, his mother was hospitalized. Luo Feng, who was afraid of losing his mother, panicked and also had a terrible headache. His heart rate was shockingly fast and he fainted again. After fainting twice, his family brought Luo Feng to the hospital, but they couldn't find anything wrong with him. Even now, the brain is still a difficult problem to solve in the medical field. However, the 2 fainting spells have strangely improved my physical fitness by a large margin. Luo Feng was looking forward to it. When I woke up from these 2 fainting times, my strength, speed, and reflexes clearly increased a lot. This allowed me to directly pass the intermediate student exam and obtain the title of intermediate student when I entered the dojo at the age of 16. Because of my good foundation, I obtained the title of elite student when I was 17. If I can pass out again, my strength will definitely increase again. Fainting is the body's way of protecting itself, so it's not entirely a bad thing. Luo Feng has had headaches since he was young, but after he fainted for the first time when he was 8, he realized that the headaches lessened quite a bit. When he was 12, he fainted again. The headaches lessened again. With this trend, if I can faint again, the headaches will lessen again. After fainting once or twice, maybe the headaches will disappear forever. Luo Feng was very hopeful. After all, fainting once will lessen his headaches. And his body fitness level will also increase. Unfortunately, fainting was not something that could be done just because one wanted to. It had only happened twice in his life. When the headache reaches its limit, the heartbeat will also reach its limit. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the watch on his wrist. This was a watch with a pulse function. But, even if I run at my limit, my heart won't beat more than 120 times a minute. Luo Feng looked at his watch. How good would it be if my heart could beat 200 times a minute? The signs before fainting are an extremely painful headache and an extremely fast heartbeat. Unfortunately, no matter how intense the exercise was, his heart rate could not be so fast that he would faint from a headache. In the training hall, Yang Wu, who had a scar on his face, stood in front of the fist strength testing machine. He didn't even gather his strength seriously. He just casually punched the target with both his fists. Bang! Pung! Pung! A series of low punching sounds rang out, and a series of numbers flowed across the screen of the punching machine: 956 kilograms, 912 kilograms, 936 kilograms, 981 kilograms. Yang Wu punched dozens of times in one breath before stopping. Luo Feng, who was watching on the side, couldn't help but to be envious. His full-strength punch was only 809 kilograms. If Brother Yang continuously punched, it would be pretty good if the strength of each punch exceeded 700 kilograms. Brother Yang, when will my full-strength punch have the strength of your casual punch? That would be great. Luo Feng laughed on the side. You kid. Yang Wu walked over and laughed as he patted Luo Feng's shoulder. You're only 19 this year, just 18. When your brother Yang was your age, I was only an intermediate member of the dojo. With your improvement speed, you can definitely reach the fighter fitness level in 2 years. Hee hee. A 20-year-old fighter sure makes people jealous. Luo Feng laughed. The dojo recruits students between the ages of 16 and 30 because this is the stage where one matures the fastest. The earlier one becomes a fighter, the more powerful they will be in the future. Luo Feng became an elite member of the dojo at the age of 17 last year. Indeed, many people were jealous. Oh yeah, crazy, you're about to take your high school exams, right? What are you going to do after that? Yang Wu laughed. I'm preparing to enter military school. Luo Feng slightly laughed. Normal military school recruits students who only become basic officers of the regular army after graduation. As for me, entering some special forces after graduation shouldn't be a problem. Oh, Yang Wu curled his lips after hearing this. Entering military school is good, but I feel like your freedom will be limited. After you graduate from military school and enter the special forces, you'll have to follow the rules of the army. I can't take it, so it's better to be a free fighter. A free fighter isn't bad. Luo Feng shook his head. However, I don't want my parents to worry. After entering military school, I'll enter the army. At least in terms of safety, it's much better than being a free fighter. A fighter usually has 4 paths. The first path is to join the army and become a member. The good thing about this is that it's much safer. The country won't easily let a fighter take risks. The country will also give a fighter's family a lot of benefits, so that the fighter won't have to worry about his family. The second path is to join the dojo. The dojo's management system is relatively loose, so it belongs to a relatively loose group. The Dojo of Limits was created by the world's strongest fighter, Hong. After becoming a fighter of the Dojo of Limits, there are quite a few benefits. The third path is to join some corporation, some family, some large power, etc., and become a hired thug. The fourth path is to join the mercenary army. This is the kind where you risk your life, the most dangerous, and the most free. Entering the army is safe. However, I don't want to live a life of no freedom. Yang Wu shook his head. This year, I'll probably participate in the prospective fighter exam again. I should be able to pass. Once I pass, I'll immediately participate in the fighter combat exam and work hard to become a fighter this year. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Brother Yang, you have confidence in passing the prospective fighter exam? Haha. Yang Wu laughed. I've already met the 3 fitness tests, fist strength and reflexes. My weakness is speed. However, right now, if I perform well, I can barely reach 25 meters per second. If I work hard these few days, I should be able to pass the exam. Brother Yang, congratulations. Luo Feng was happy for Brother Yang, since Brother Yang has been fighting for many years to become a fighter. Brother Yang, what are you going to do after you become a fighter? Of course I'll join the Dojo of Limits. Yang Wu smiled. The Dojo of Limits system is very relaxed. Plus, the dojos are spread all over the world. There are many senior fighters, which is very beneficial to my development. Besides, I can rest whenever I want and go out to hunt monsters whenever I want. I have a lot of freedom. Luo Feng nodded. Madman. Yang Wu looked at Luo Feng. You're crazy deep down, kid. I won't make a mistake. I feel like you're very suited to walk the path of a free fighter. How much freedom would one have? If they joined a dojo? The Dojo of Limits will also help us a lot. Luo Feng hesitated. Seeing this, Yang Wu shook his head and laughed. Lunatic, independent cultivators often go through fire and water, tempering themselves between life and death. It was more dangerous. But at the same time, because they often fought on the edge of life and death, their strength improved the fastest. Look, no matter where you go, the majority of the experts among the martial artists are independent martial artists. At night, the street lights were on. Luo Feng, who left the Dojo of Limits, silently walked by himself on the sidewalk. What Yang Wu said to him before really affected him. There are actually two paths that are suitable for me. Luo Feng thought to himself. One is to enter a military academy and smoothly graduate. After that, I'll enter the special forces. The second is to become a fighter. After joining the Dojo of Limits and becoming a fighter under the name of the Dojo of Limits, I'll be able to freely hunt monsters. Of these two paths, the first is to enter a military academy. High safety and good family welfare. Even if I die in battle, the country will take good care of my family. The second path is to become an independent fighter. Frequently fighting on the edge of life and death will increase my strength quickly. Hunting monsters can also be exchanged for huge amounts of money, which makes money quickly. This path. Dangerous, increases strength quickly, makes money quickly, and is free. The only downside is that it's dangerous. Luo Feng kept thinking. Actually, he's been thinking about this problem for the past year. My parents only have 2 sons. My brother is already disabled. If I become an independent fighter and die in a battle, what will my parents do for the rest of their lives? My brother needs someone to take care of him. My parents are getting old. If I die, what will happen to them? I'll enter a military academy. In the future, when I enter the special forces, I can also learn military martial arts. Combined with the extreme martial arts I learned in the Dojo of Limits, my strength should be able to increase again. In the military, I can also train my strength. And even if I die in the military, as a fighter, the country will still give my parents a pension every month. Luo Feng thought for his parents' sake and chose to enter a military academy. However, a military academy isn't a place you can enter just because you want to. You also need to have high academic grades. Everything will depend on Jun's high school exams. A month before the exams, Luo Feng spent almost all of his energy on studying. As he continued to revise and test after test, Luo Feng became more and more confident in his exams. I'm 90% sure that I'll be able to get into Jiangnan's top military school. This was what Luo Feng was thinking. The 7th of June was the first day of the college entrance examination. China's high school exams were held on June 7th, 8th and 9th, the same as before the Grand Nirvana period. Xian District No. 1 High School. According to the exam arrangements, Luo Feng, who was originally a student of the 3rd high school, will take his high school exams in this high school. Daughter, do your best. Don't worry, Dad. Tian, don't give yourself too much pressure. Outside the first senior high school's gate, a large number of college entrance examination candidates and their parents had gathered. Outside the first senior high school's gate, there was also a row of policemen armed with live ammunition. Little Feng, you have to relax during the exam. Even if our family can't get into the top military academy, the 2nd military academy is fine. Relax. Father Luo Hongwu looked at his son and said with a smile. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Beep, beep, along with the loud sound of a car horn, a black Mercedes-Benz S600, full of aristocratic aura, slowly drove towards the gate of the first high school under the escort of several police motorcycles. The surrounding examinees' parents immediately moved to the side, their gazes all focused on the car. The latest Mercedes-Benz S600 could accelerate to 100 km per hour in 1.6 seconds, and the maximum speed could reach 500 km per hour. Of course, this bit of performance wasn't much. The Mercedes-Benz S600 was a brand that had been passed down since the Grand Nirvana period. Its history was what attracted people the most. 3 people got out of the Mercedes-Benz S600 and walked toward the school gate while talking and laughing. The baldy on the left is Chief Zhang of Arjian District's police station. The one on the right is Director Liu of the Education Bureau, right? The one in the middle must be the martial artist in charge of the examination venue's security. Outside the examination hall, a large number of parents and examinees were engaged in a heated discussion. Most of their gazes were focused on the person in the middle. Their gazes were filled with excitement, worship, and curiosity. Currently, the battle between humans and monsters was still ongoing. Ordinary people were forbidden from leaving the boundaries of the city, while martial artists were existences that could fight one-on-one with monsters. The entire human society was also very grateful to the warriors, grateful for their great contributions to humanity. Ordinary people naturally admired martial artists. Warriors belonged to a group of people with a transcendent status in the human community. That's a martial artist. His father, Luo Honghua, also looked at that person. Every time the security of the college entrance examination venue is commanded by a martial artist. Martial artist. Luo Feng looked over. That fighter gave off a feeling that made one's heart palpitate. His eyes were like the cold eyes of a venomous snake, and he didn't smile on the way. Facing the police chief and Director Liu of the Education Bureau, this martial artist just nodded indifferently from time to time, simply too lazy to pay attention to them. In the near future, I will also obtain the title of fighter. Luo Feng thought to himself. Kaka, the gate of the first senior high school slowly opened. It's time to enter. Immediately, a voice rang out. Little Feng, it's time to enter. Hurry up and go in. His father Luo Honghua said. Beside him, his mother Gong Xianlan also said, Go quickly, Mom will go back and cook for you later. Your dad and brother will wait here for you to finish your exams. Yes. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Brother. Luo Hua sat in his wheelchair and raised his fist towards Luo Feng as he smiled, You have to do your best. Do your best. Luo Feng also raised his fist. After that, Luo Feng turned around and joined the crowd of examinees. After going through the inspection, he passed through the school gate one by one. In the exam room, the exam ID and exam ID were placed on the top right corner of the table for the examiner to check. The exam papers were then handed out. 2056 Jiangnan City College Entrance Exam, Exama, the clear line on the top of the exam paper. The first exam is the science exam. Looking at the exam paper in front of him, Luo Feng scanned it and then looked at the last few big questions. He seemed to have seen them before. The questions this time shouldn't be too hard. If the questions aren't hard, then it'll be hard for me to use my advantage in science, so I can only carefully answer the questions and try my best not to lose points. Luo Feng immediately started writing. There were 3 exams in the college entrance examination, the science exam, the liberal arts exam, and the final math exam. The maximum score for each exam is 250 points, so the total score is 750 points. The science exam is a combination of physics, chemistry, and biology. The liberal arts exam is a combination of language, history, politics, and geography. The mathematics exam was naturally about mathematics. After humanity's Grand Nirvana period, especially with the continuous battles between humans and monsters, humans desperately researched technology and martial arts. This made everyone clearly understand the importance of math. Anyone who wants to achieve great things in the fields of computers, biology, and physics requires a solid foundation in math. So, mathematics had a very high status in the education system. Luo Feng is a bit weaker in liberal arts, but has a huge advantage in math. 7th of June, Science exam. 8th of June, Liberal Arts exam. In the blink of an eye, it was already 9th of June. In the exam room, the math exam papers were just handed out. This is the math exam Luo Feng took. In a deep breath, the science exam isn't hard, but I should be able to do pretty well. I'll also do well in the liberal arts exam. In other words, I should be able to do well in both the science and liberal arts exams. As long as I don't mess up too much in the math exam, I'll definitely be able to get into Jiangnan's top military academy. Work hard. After encouraging himself, Luo Feng lowered his head and started answering the questions. The entire exam room was silent. Quite a few students frowned. Clearly, the questions were quite difficult. Every year's college entrance examination, the difficulty of the math questions isn't low. After all, this is for the sake of selecting future researchers. This is quite hard. Luo Feng also felt the difficulty of the questions. It's even harder than last year. However, the harder the better. If the questions were simple, those who were worse than him in math would probably get 220 points. He would probably only get 230 points. His advantage was very small. However, if the questions were difficult, he might only get 210 points, but those who were worse than him might only get 150 points. That would be a huge advantage. Pa! A crisp sound was heard. The exam invigilator immediately looked over and saw a student actually break the ballpoint pen in his hand. This student frowned and clenched his teeth. He lowered his head and stared at the exam. Clearly, this math question was way too difficult. After that, this student threw the broken pen in his hand to the side and took out another ballpoint pen to continue answering the exam. Looking at the looks of the students, this year's math exam is going to be very difficult, the invigilator thought to himself. Indeed, almost everyone in the exam room was frowning and thinking hard. Quite a few students were so anxious that they started crying. The students who were already bad at math felt like they couldn't answer this question, couldn't answer that question, couldn't answer the third question. After seeing this exam, the students almost collapsed. 1 hour later, in the exam room, the math exam took a total of 2.5 hours. At this time, Luo Feng finished the multiple choice and fill in the blank questions. All that was left was the calculation questions. In the math exam, the multiple choice questions and fill in the blank questions added up to a total of 90 points. And the calculation questions had 5 big questions. The total score for these 5 questions was 160 points. After all, only the big calculation questions could better reveal a student's math ability. This is really hard. I couldn't even solve 2 of the fill in the blank questions. Luo Feng took a deep breath. Next up are the calculation questions. This is the key to getting points. If you write one more question, it will be a difference of 30 or 40 points. There were 5 calculation questions. The first 4 questions were worth 30 points, while the last one was worth 40 points. Luo Feng faced a difficult problem in front of the first calculation question. On the toilet paper, Luo Feng continuously calculated and thought. Yeah, if I change the shape of this and reverse it, wouldn't I be able to convert it into the equations I need? Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Shua. 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 Once he figured out how to solve this difficult problem, it became much easier to write. He wrote out the first question in one breath and then carefully checked it again. Yeah, the first question succeeded. Luo Feng looked at the watch on his left wrist and his heart jumped. The first question took me 20 minutes? I need to hurry up. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the second question. At first glance, Luo Feng felt that it was easy and immediately started calculating on the toilet paper. Yeah, not right. Luo Feng realized that he wasn't thinking straight and immediately frowned in thought. As time passed, Luo Feng continuously researched this question. Yeah, it should be like this. But how do I verify the next proof? Luo Feng's brain was rapidly thinking. Hurry, 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 I can't waste too much time on this question. How do I prove it? Luo Feng was anxious. At this time, on the watch on Luo Feng's left hand, the pulse number started to rise. 120. 125. 130. 140. 150, just a little bit more and I can prove this question. I'll get 30 points. How do I deal with this? Luo Feng was getting more and more anxious. Time has to be allocated for exams, but the math calculation questions are worth a lot of points. Every exam candidate can't make too many mistakes in math questions if they want to do well. At this time, Luo Feng, who was completely focused on the exam questions, didn't notice the pulse on his watch at all. 160. 170. 180. Luo Feng felt his heart speed up, but he thought it was because of his anxiety during the exam, so he didn't care. Dong. 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 Luo Feng suddenly felt as if his heart was being knocked by someone. His vision became blurry and he finally woke up. What's wrong with me? Why is my heart so uncomfortable? Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at the pulse reading on his watch, 230. This number made Luo Feng's face change dramatically. Ever since he passed out when he was 12 and bought this watch, Luo Feng has never seen his heart rate go over 180. So uncomfortable Luo Feng felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. The blood in his body continuously expanded and contracted under the power of his heart. Large amounts of blood flowed and an invisible energy entered the depths of Luo Feng's brain. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his brain. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a sound. Examinee, what's wrong? The proctor hurried over and looked at Luo Feng in shock. At this time, Luo Feng's face was red as if blood was about to drip out. The veins on his forehead and arms were bulging and pulsating, making him look extremely ferocious. No, slow down, slow down. Luo Feng had a bad premonition and roared in his heart as he stared at his watch. 236. 242. 251. Dong. 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 His heart was like a huge drum as it let out a low rumbling sound. His blood flowed rapidly. As his vision blurred, he saw the number 268. The sharp pain in his head caused Luo Feng to instantly faint. While he was unconscious, he faintly heard a voice, Examinee, wake up, wake up. Hurry, and call an ambulance. Ding ding ding. The urgent ringing of the bell reverberated throughout the campus of Xian District's No. 1 high school. The anxious parents who were originally sitting on the lawn or on the road outside the examination venue immediately stood up one by one. He peered into the campus through the railings of the wall. The bustling examinees all left the examination hall. The college entrance exam of Jiangnan City in 2056 officially ended. What the candidates needed to do next was to wait for the final exam scores in a week's time. How by? A slightly bald, seemingly scholarly middle-aged man stood at the school gate, smiling as he shouted at his son who was walking out of the examination hall. Dad Zhang Haobai smiled as he walked over. How was the exam? The middle-aged man asked with a smile. Zhang Haobai shook his head and said helplessly, I can only say I did okay this time, but the math questions were really hard. From multiple-choice questions to fill-in-the-blanks to calculation questions, there were a lot of problems. Especially the calculation questions. Out of the 5 calculation questions, I only managed to solve 2. As for the other 3 questions, I can only try my best to answer part of them. I should be able to get some marks according to the steps. The 5 math questions tested the students' thinking. Naturally, they would be graded according to the steps. Oh? Zhang Haobai's father, Zhang Zilong, frowned. Looks like your math score will be lower this time. It's okay. Dad. Difficult. It was difficult for all the examinees. I'm not the only one. Zhang Haobai laughed. The math questions are a bit harder, so the final score will be a bit lower. It shouldn't be a problem for me to enter the military academy. Oh, right. Zhang Zilong smiled and said, previously, we were waiting at the school gate for you to finish the exam. That famous examinee from your school named Luo Feng actually fainted in the middle of the exam, around an hour before the end of the exam fainted in the exam room? Zhang Haobai widened his eyes. Dad, you're talking about Luo Feng? Yeah, that Luo Feng was taken away by the ambulance. Many people saw it. Nodded. Zhang Zilong, listen, many parents are talking to their children about this. Luo Feng fainted? Zhang Haobai looked around and listened carefully. Sure enough, a large amount of parents and children were talking about the examinee that fainted in the exam room. Zhang Haobai clearly heard quite a few people talking about Luo Feng. Haha, to think that this poor kid would have such a day. Haha. Zhang Haobai couldn't help but laugh. Dad, you don't know this, but when we were at school, this guy always caused trouble for me. Zhang Haobai said angrily, because he's stronger than me, he's always pressuring me. Even this guy has a day like this. Zhang Haobai was extremely happy. His anger towards Luo Feng had reached its peak. In reality, Luo Feng never cared about Zhang Haobai, but Zhang Haobai always treated Luo Feng as his opponent. Luo Feng surpassed him in both academics and martial arts, so naturally he felt bad. Haha, this little fellow has never seen the world. The psychological pressure was too great, and if one couldn't bear it, they would collapse. Leave him alone. Let's go. Your uncle knows that you've finished your college entrance examination today, so he personally booked a banquet for you. Let's go, Zhang Zilong said with a smile. Uncle? Zhang Haobai's eyes lit up. The reason why the Zhang family could be considered the wealthiest in the Xian district was because of his uncle, because his uncle was a martial artist. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wei Wen, who had just come out of the examination hall, was anxious in front of his parents. How could Ah Feng have fainted in the examination hall? Impossible. Let's not talk about other things, but Feng's mental strength, even in the dojo of limits, is praised by the teachers. Wei Wen and Luo Feng weren't blood brothers, but they were closer than blood brothers. Wen, how could this be fake? We saw it with our own eyes. That Luo Feng's dad and his wheelchair-bound brother all rushed to the hospital, Wei Wen's father said. Hospital? It should be the nearest hospital. Dad, Mom, I'll go see Luo Feng first. I'll eat lunch later. As he said that, Wei Wen gave his exam supplies to his parents and ran towards the hospital. Xian District's People's Hospital. Luo Feng squeezed out a smile as he walked out of the hospital's lobby with his father and brother. At this time, Luo Honghua and Luo Hua were worried that Luo Feng suffered too much. Dad, I'm fine. Let's go eat. Luo Feng had a calm look on his face. Luo Feng had a calm look on his face. Even though he was a bit unwilling, Luo Feng knew that what had happened couldn't be changed. All he could do was accept it. Ah Feng, Ah Feng. A voice came from afar. Luo Feng raised his head and saw a shadow running towards the entrance of the hospital. It was his good brother, Wei Wen. Luo Feng was a bit moved as he saw Wei Wen rush over with his clothes drenched in sweat. He then asked, Wen, how hard are the last 3 math questions? He didn't even have the time to finish the last 3 questions. If the last 3 questions were so difficult that most people couldn't answer them, then he would be able to finish them. There was still hope for his results. It's quite difficult. Wei Wen nodded. This year's mathematics questions are very difficult. There are 5 calculation questions. It seems like only the 3rd question is slightly easier. The other 4 questions are very difficult. Not bad. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. He still had a glimmer of hope. At 8:00 p.m. on the 16th of June, after the college entrance examination, students could check their college entrance examination results through the phone or the internet. Moreover, the cutoff score for the college entrance examination would also be released at the same time. June 16th, 7:00 at night. In Luo Feng's home, Luo Feng and Luo Hua's room was only Luo Feng. The door was closed and Luo Feng was sitting in front of his laptop. The mouse in his hand kept refreshing the web page. The college entrance examination results started at 8:00 p.m., but it usually starts a bit earlier. I'm afraid I won't be able to get into Jiangnan's top military academy this time. However, I wrote multiple choice questions, fill-in-the-blank questions, and the first 2 calculation questions. Even though I didn't completely solve the second question, I still wrote quite a few steps. They should give me some points based on the steps. Luo Feng thought to himself, if I'm lucky, I should be able to get around 120 points in math. Luo Feng was hoping. Both the liberal arts and science exams are normal. If I'm lucky, I should be able to get into the college entrance examination. As long as I can get into the college entrance examination, I'll be able to get into the second military academy of the 2 military academies, The first military academy is obviously better. However, it requires a lot of points. Luo Feng didn't have much hope. However, according to Luo Feng's own estimates, there's still some hope for the second military academy. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. The college entrance examination results page was refreshed. My God, please help me and let me get into the college entrance examination. As long as I get into the college entrance examination, I'll be able to get into the second military academy. Luo Feng was nervous. He entered his name, ID number, and exam ID number on the college entrance examination results page and then clicked inquiry. Whoosh, the page of the laptop flashed and a table appeared. Examinee, Luo Feng gender, male ID number, 4261232038060832111 exam ID number, 58786435678907666 exam ID number, 58786435678907666 liberal arts, 216 science, 223 math, 118 college entrance examination, 557 points, and the benchmark is 561? Luo Feng took a deep breath. Just 4 points. Just because of these 4 points, he won't have the chance to go to the military academy. 12 years of education, and this is the result. If I can't go to the military academy, then I can't go to the military academy. What's the big deal? Luo Feng's gaze froze. His right hand formed a blade and slashed forward. The air vibrated violently due to the blade's extreme speed, letting out a sound that made one's heart tremble. Being unconscious this time has raised my strength by a lot. Maybe, my current fitness level has already reached the level of a fighter. I can pass the prospective fighter exam even if it's just a little bit, it's not that big of a difference. If I train hard for 1 or 2 months, I should be able to pass the prospective fighter exam. Luo Feng's adaptability is very strong. Not being able to pass the benchmark for the college entrance exam was a huge blow to him. However, the coma increased his fitness level once again, which gave him confidence. After all, the status of a military academy graduate is far below that of a fighter, Ka. Luo Feng opened the door and entered the living room. In the living room, his parents, Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan, and his brother, Luo Hua, all turned their heads. Gong Xianlan even stood up and walked towards Luo Feng. Feng, you can't be blamed for this exam. You can only blame your headache. Sigh, why did it act up now? It hasn't acted up in years, bro. You won't be hurt, right? Luo Hua sat in his wheelchair and joked. Before, when Luo Feng was checking his grades in his room, his parents and brother found out his exam grades through Luo Hua's laptop. They found out that Luo Feng was only 4 points away from the benchmark. Even though they were a bit disappointed, they were more worried about Luo Feng. Luo Feng laughed, of course I won't be hurt. Dad, Mom, don't blame this headache. Honestly, should we thank this headache? Thank? Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan, and the wheelchair-bound Luo Hua were all stunned. The college entrance exam is a major event in one's life. Now that Luo Feng's exam was ruined by his headaches, how could he thank his headaches? Dad, Mom, Hua. Luo Feng smiled. When I was young, I had 2 headaches that made me faint. In fact, after waking up both times, I felt like my strength had increased by quite a bit and I could run faster. This time, it was the same. I can feel that my physical fitness is much stronger than before. I think I can pass the prospective martial artist examination. What? Luo Honghua, Gong Xianlan and Luo Hua looked at each other. Brother, are you serious? Luo Hua couldn't help but ask. Of course it's true. Luo Feng slightly smiled. After passing the prospective fighter exam, you can apply for the fighter combat exam. I'm very confident in my actual combat ability. Maybe I can become a martial artist this year. His father Luo Honghua, his mother Gong Xianlan, and his brother Luo Hua were all stunned by this news. A martial artist, what did that mean? They represented the group of people with the most extraordinary status in the human race, and represented special privileges. It represented a large amount of money. It represented a high and mighty position. And once you become a martial artist, the benefits you bring to your family are much better than becoming an elite student in a military academy. Our family is going to have a martial artist? Luo Hua couldn't help but to yell, haha, brother, I worship you Feng, that's great. Luo Honghua also excitedly patted Luo Feng's shoulder, becoming a martial artist is great. Compared to a martial artist, what's a military academy graduate? As of today, the entire human society worships and respects martial artists. Seeing his parents and brother so happy, Luo Feng laughed, Dad, Mom, but I haven't passed the exam yet, so I can't be too happy. An 18-year-old martial artist? Luo Hua couldn't help but to yell in excitement, if my brother really becomes an 18-year-old martial artist, then that's too awesome. The next day, at 5 a.m., the sky was just starting to brighten. Luo Feng left home and headed towards the dojo of limits. There sure aren't many people at this time. After Luo Feng entered the dojo of limits, he realized that there were only about 100 people in the entire dojo of limits. Keep in mind that there are around 30,000 to 40,000 students in the dojo of limits. Every time the dojo teacher teaches, they teach at night. Night is when the dojo is the most crowded. Walking on the road, Luo Feng directly headed towards the elite student building. Rumble, a low sound of airwaves carried over. Huh? Luo Feng couldn't help but to turn his head and look. All he saw was a beautiful white sports car slowly driving into the dojo of limits. Luo Feng couldn't help but to take a closer look and couldn't help but to take in a deep breath. An Aston Martin sports car? And it's the newest and most expensive one with the ability to fly, THR 191? His brother really likes sports cars. When he was at home, he also praised this THR 191 to Luo Feng. So it's an Aston Martin, it's a 191, this one has the ability to fly. In the dojo of limits, the few students that were already there were all attracted over. This car costs 36 million Chinese dollars. At this time, the sports car stopped in front of the elite student building. The car door opened and a man with short red hair wearing a loose training uniform walked out. His hair was clearly dyed. His eyes casually scanned the surroundings, passing through the normal dojo students and pausing on Luo Feng for a bit. After that, he didn't say anything and directly entered the teaching building. A fighter. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. The fighter's eyes just now made Luo Feng feel pressured. This is the eyes of someone who has experienced countless life and death battles and has a will of steel. I've never seen this fighter in the dojo of limits before. What's he doing in the dojo of limits? Luo Feng also entered the training hall on the 3rd floor of the dojo of limits. The spacious training hall was empty, there wasn't a single person in sight. Right now, it was only 5 a.m. Even at night, when people are at their busiest, there wouldn't be more than 20 people here, let alone this early in the morning. I want to see just how strong I am now, Luo Feng thought to himself. He plugged in the fist strength tester machine and turned on the switch. He then turned on the speed tester machine in the distance. He stood in front of the fist strength tester machine. Let's begin. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. With his waist as the center, a powerful force was emitted from his waist. After that, his spine suddenly arched like a huge python, creating a powerful force that passed through his arm. After that, Luo Feng's fist was like a bolt of lightning as it smashed onto the machine with a ping sound. Beep, beep, beep. The fist strength tester machine let out 3 continuous sounds. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. Normally, the fist strength tester machine wouldn't make these kinds of sounds. When it does, it means one thing, a fist strength over 1,000 kilograms. Luo Feng stared at the display of the fist strength tester machine, 1,089 kilograms. So much? Luo Feng was ecstatic. A fighter's fitness level requires a fist strength of 900 kilograms. Before, his fist strength was 809 kilograms, but now it's actually reached 1,089 kilograms. Suddenly, it increased by 280 kilograms. Far above the passing mark. Haha, Luo Feng excitedly punched with both fists like lightning. His entire body swayed left and right. With a pung-pung sound, Luo Feng punched over 20 times in the blink of an eye. And a series of numbers appeared on the screen of the fist strength tester machine, 956 kilograms, 989 kilograms, 923 kilograms, 965 kilograms. I'll go test my speed. Luo Feng turned his head and walked towards the track. As long as my speed passes, and with my reaction speed, I've already passed. Then I'll definitely pass the prospective fighter exam. Luo Feng adjusted his breathing. Whoosh, like a cannonball, his entire body shot out and swiftly passed through the track. On the fourth floor of the advanced student building, a red-haired man was walking shoulder to shoulder with a black-clothed bald middle-aged man. Yan Luo, how long has it been since we last met? The bald middle-aged man smiled. Almost 3 years. That little brat from back then is now a famous person. I heard that you earned close to 100 million Earth dollars this time, hee hee. When I see you, I feel like I'm old. Just good luck, laughed the red-haired man. Brother Jiang, back then, you, beep, beep, beep. The weak sound from downstairs made the two of them look at each other in surprise. The fist strength tester machine downstairs is the most basic fist strength tester machine. When you hit 1,000 kilograms, it will make this sound, said the bald middle-aged man in surprise. Someone came to train at 5 a.m. in the morning, and one punch can hit over 1,000 kilograms. Could it be that Yang Wu? Won't we know if we go take a look? Who? One dressed in black, one dressed in white. These two became two illusions as they walked down the stairs. In the blink of an eye, they went from the 4th floor to the training hall on the 3rd floor. The black-clothed bald middle-aged man and the white-clothed short-haired man stood side by side as they looked at the training hall. At this time, Luo Feng was standing in front of the track as he flew past. 28, 1 ms. The black-clothed bald middle-aged man and the white-clothed red-haired man both saw the numbers displayed on the speed tester machine screen. This Luo Feng's fist strength is over 1,000 kilograms, and his speed actually reached 28. 1 meter per second. The black-clothed bald middle-aged man was a bit shocked. Brother Jiang, this kid isn't that old, right? He actually reached the fighter fitness level requirement, said the red-clothed middle-aged man in surprise. The black-clothed bald middle-aged man nodded. Yeah, his name is Luo Feng. He's one of the more talented students in our dojo. He just turned 18 this year. 18 years old? That young? The red-haired man's eyes couldn't help but to light up. At this time, Luo Feng, who discovered the two people at the door, couldn't help but be shocked. The red-haired man was the fighter who drove the sports car here, and the black-clothed bald middle-aged man was the head of the Dojo of Limits, Jiang Yan, the person with the most power. According to the rules of the Dojo of Limits, the students all call him instructor. Instructor, yelled Luo Feng as he saluted. Come here, instructor. Jiang Yan laughed as he yelled. I didn't think Luo Feng would reach the fighter fitness level requirement so quickly. Let me introduce you, this is your senior, Yan Luo. Yan Luo, I'll tell him your name, is that okay? No problem. Yan Luo looked at Luo Feng and nodded. This kid, he reached the fighter fitness level requirement at such a young age. Maybe in the future, he'll be able to interact with me. Jiang Yan looked at Luo Feng and laughed. Luo Feng, you're 18 years old, so it should be this year's college entrance exam. Who cares about this year's exam? What's the point of going to school? You can just focus on preparing for the fighter combat exam. Oh, right, on July 1st, go to Yangzhou City's Dojo of Limits and take the prospective fighter exam. With your current strength, it'll be easy to pass college entrance exam? Laughed Yan Luo on the side. Don't waste your time in college. You're quite talented. No matter what you do, you need to put your heart and soul into it. Right now, you need to put all of your energy into the path of martial arts. Kid, when you become a fighter and join our Dojo of Limits, you'll have a bright future. These two fighters have extremely high statuses. They don't even spare a glance for the rich and powerful in society. As for Luo Feng, who is about to enter the ranks of fighters at such a young age, they are looking forward to it. Yan Luo is right. Jiang Yan looked at Luo Feng and said seriously, Luo Feng, you're improving very quickly. In our Xian region's Dojo of Limits, you should be the one that improves the fastest. He entered my Dojo of Limits at the age of 16. Now he's 18 and his fitness level has reached the fighter realm. If you go to university and waste your energy there, wasting 4 years of your time, that would be a real waste of God's gifts. You have to know that between the ages of 16 and 30 is the fastest period of improvement. The older you are, the harder it is to improve. Jiang Yan said seriously. 4 years in university was indeed the easiest time for a martial artist to improve rapidly. Wasting these 4 years to receive cultural education, in the eyes of martial artists, was indeed a great sin. Luo Feng was a bit stunned. God, it seemed that failing the college entrance examination was not a bad thing after all. Luo Feng, when you officially become a fighter, how about joining my dojo of limits? Jiang Yan smiled. As long as you become a fighter of my dojo of limits, my dojo of limits will arrange a villa in the best area for you. Of course, you're not allowed to sell this villa. Furthermore, there's a monthly base salary of 20,000 Chinese dollars. Detached villa? 20,000 base salary? Luo Feng took in a deep breath. 20,000 yuan was nothing, but a detached villa was too extravagant. Currently, there were only 6 major human bases in the whole of Xianxia, which were the 6 major cities. Land was extremely precious, and single-family villas had to pay a huge luxury tax. Nowadays, ordinary commercial houses cost tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan per square meter, which led to the majority of ordinary people living in low-rent housing. Ordinary commercial houses were already so expensive. Superimposed villas, townhouses, and super-large mansions would cost hundreds of thousands of Chinese dollars per square meter. As for single-family villas, in this day and age, the country had restrictions on them. It was not something that could be lived in with money. Only those with money, power, and special status could live there. Moreover, there was also the huge luxury tax. The price of a typical detached villa was definitely more than 1,000,000 yuan per square meter. A detached villa, even if it's small, is at least 300 square meters. That's 200 to 300 million yuan. Luo Feng held his breath. Even though I'm not allowed to sell it, if my whole family lives in this villa, then I wouldn't have wasted my time in this world. 2 or 300 million. What kind of concept was that? Even Zhang Haobai's father, a rich man, probably wouldn't be able to match up to this villa. Luo Feng. The benefits of my dojo of limits compared to joining the country's special department. There's not much difference. Jiang Yan laughed. The martial artists in the government departments have basic salaries and living privileges. The only thing they have is a killing license, which allows them to kill ordinary people according to the situation. Of course, they don't dare to kill indiscriminately. They still have to explain to the higher-ups what happened. License to kill? Luo Feng has heard of this before. The fighters of the country's special forces indeed have the right to kill on the spot. However, our dojo of limits also has special privileges. If a normal person messes with you, you can report it to the dojo. After the dojo verifies it, they will use Jiangnan City's security bureau to take them away. Jiang Yan faintly smiled. Join our dojo. Money, status, everything. You can peacefully pursue the limits of humanity, the limits of martial arts. Jiang Yan pointed at Yan Luo. This little brother of mine, Yan Luo, recently killed a monster and earned nearly 100 million Earth dollars. That's about 300 million Chinese dollars. With your talent, it's not impossible for you to reach Yan Luo's level in the future if you work hard. Luo Feng was completely shocked. Heavens, he earned this much just from killing a monster. Just what level of monster did he kill? Luo Feng, work hard. Your talent is quite good, don't waste it. Jiang Yan smiled as he patted Luo Feng's shoulder. Kid, don't relax. I believe that you have the possibility of becoming a warlord-level fighter in the future. When that time comes, money, status, beauties, you'll have everything. Yan Luo slightly smiled. When that time comes, I'll be very happy to go out and hunt monsters with you. Haha. After saying that, Jiang Yan and Yan Luo laughed as they left. Luo Feng stood in the training hall, his mind in a mess. Whether it's instructor Jiang Yan or this mysterious red-haired youth Yan Luo, Luo Feng felt a sense of recklessness in their laughter. A sense of recklessness. Recklessness, recklessness? A smile slowly appeared on Luo Feng's face. Yeah, as a man, you should wander around and make a name for yourself. The strongest fighter in the world once said that a soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. If you don't want to be the strongest fighter in the world, then you don't have the heart of a fighter. What's the point of living your entire life with your hands and feet tied up? I'm going to create an earth-shattering feat. 18 years old is the age where one's values gradually become fixed. After meeting instructor Jiang Yan and the mysterious fighter Yan Luo, Luo Feng's mindset completely changed. Wander around. The strongest fighter Hong and the second strongest fighter Thunder God created the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo respectively. Even the 5 great countries have to treat them as equals. If they can do it, then can't a third person do it? Luo Feng smiled as he walked out of the training hall. A man has dreams, and if he has a dream, then he'll go for it. Youth is capital. Youth means that your future is limitless. You have to work hard and fight for everything. June 28th, morning. The sky was clear. Luo Feng and Wei Wen were on their way to Xi'an Region's 3rd high school. Today is the day they receive their graduation certificates and application forms. Feng, are you sure you can pass the prospective fighter exam? Wei Wen couldn't help but to ask. Yeah, on July 1st, I'll go to Yangzhou City's Dojo of Limits headquarters, Limit Hall, to take the prospective fighter exam, smiled Luo Feng. The school was already in front of them. Luo Feng looked at the school in front of him and looked at the students in the school. He felt that his attitude had changed a bit. In the past, I treated myself as one of them. But now, I feel like I'm from 2 different worlds. They go to college, work hard, get married, and have kids, and my path is different from theirs. Luo Feng and Wei Wen entered the school and went to their own classes. They walked in the hallway of the school building. Senior Luo Feng. Some of the other 3rd-year students even passionately greeted Luo Feng. I heard that Luo Feng fainted in the exam room during his high school exams. What a pity, fainting in the exam room. Some people saw Luo Feng from afar and discussed in a low voice. Luo Feng's body fitness level has already reached the level of a fighter, so his hearing is extremely good. He could clearly hear the students' discussions from afar. 3rd year, 5, this is Luo Feng's class. Luo Feng is here, brother Luo. Quite a few other students in the class have already arrived and passionately greeted him. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Most of these old classmates have a good relationship with Luo Feng, but some of them don't like Luo Feng. On the surface, they seem to be passionate, but some of them are still discussing in a low voice in the corner. Luo Feng's grades were so good in the past, and he's an elite member of the dojo. Who would have thought that he would suffer such a huge setback and faint in the exam room? How unlucky. This is fate. Who can we blame? In the past, Luo Feng was the pride of the class. He was good at studying and was strong. Now that this genius has suffered such a setback, these normal students naturally felt happy. Even though they have a good relationship with Luo Feng, that's just how people are. When they see an outstanding person in the past suddenly fall, they will also feel happy and think to themselves, even you have such a day. The diplomas are being issued. And volunteer applications, everyone come get them. 3 class leaders held their graduation certificates and volunteer applications as they walked up the podium. Wang Yi, Lu Xiaolong, the class leaders, called out the names one by one and handed out the graduation certificates and volunteer applications. Luo Feng. With this, the classroom instantly quieted down. Almost everyone's gaze fell on Luo Feng. Everyone knew that Luo Feng fainted during his exams. And Luo Feng's exam results weren't a secret. Some students have already checked and found out that Luo Feng's results were only 4 points away from the qualifying line. Luo Feng class leader Chu Lin handed over the graduation certificate and volunteer application to Luo Feng. Feng, let's go. Wei Wen was standing in front of the classroom. Wait for me. Luo Feng casually used some strength. Chi, he crushed the volunteer application into a ball and threw it. The crumpled application was thrown into the trash. The originally noisy classroom instantly quieted down. The entire class froze. This is the college entrance exam application. Who would dare to throw it away? A freckled girl yelled in shock. Luo Feng, why did you throw the application away? You're not going to fill in your application? Why would Luo Feng go to a specialist? He'll probably have to repeat his studies and take the exam next year. Discussions immediately arose. Wei Wen, who was standing in front of the classroom, couldn't help but to stare. Specialist? Repeat? Can you guys think of that? Luo Feng is about to take the prospective fighter exam, so why would he go to a specialist and repeat his studies? Stop talking, let's go. Luo Feng pulled Wei Wen and left with him. The students in the original class instantly became noisy. What? Prospective fighter exam? Luo Feng, he's going to take the prospective fighter exam? Seriously, he can't be that good right that way when is probably just bragging. Luo Feng became an elite student last year, so how could he take the prospective fighter exam this year subconsciously? These students didn't want to believe that Luo Feng reached the fitness level of a fighter. Fighter. That's a supernatural existence. Mom, Dad, I'm going to the dojo of limits in the center of the city. I probably won't be back for lunch today. Luo Feng drank a large bowl of porridge and 3 pancakes before standing up. Wait for my good news today. Once I pass the exam, I'll immediately call you guys. His mother, Gong Xian Lan, laughed as she glanced at Luo Honghua. Honghua, did you hear that? You have to bring your phone with you. Don't make it so your son can't find you. I'll definitely bring my phone, laughed Luo Honghua. Okay, I'm going out. Luo Feng winked at his brother Luo Hua. Luo Hua gave him a thumbs up and laughed. Early in the morning, Luo Feng left the southern shore sector and went along the number 11 subway line to the Zhong and Road station. After that, he switched to line 1 and arrived at the center of Yangzhou City. After leaving the subway station, he walked for another 10 minutes before arriving at the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Yangzhou City, Dojo of Limits. When he left home, it was only around 6 a.m. When Luo Feng arrived, it was already around 8 a.m. This is the legendary Mingyue sector? Luo Feng stood in front of the gate of a quiet sector. This sector is called Mingyue sector, and the Dojo of Limits is in this sector. Mister, this is the Mingyue sector, don't go near. At the entrance of the residential area, there were 6 soldiers dressed in military uniforms with real guns and live ammunition. Just by looking at their uniforms, these people aren't from the police system, but from the military system. One of the soldiers yelled towards Luo Feng, Mister, please step back. Once you enter the yellow line, we have the right to kill you. Just like the rumors, Luo Feng sighed to himself. Mingyue sector is the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Yangzhou City. Not only is the Dojo of Limits here, but it's also the place where the families of the fighters under the Dojo of Limits live. Rumor has it that the people who live here are all warriors and their families. Even the police don't have the right to barge in. Luo Feng sighed to himself. Everyone. Luo Feng stood at the entrance of the sector and said, I am an elite member of the Dojo of Limits, Luo Feng. I'm here to take the prospective fighter exam. The Dojo of Limits holds the prospective fighter exam on the 1st of every month. Oh? A white-haired old man walked out of the guard lounge next to the district. He was holding a palm-top computer in his hand. Young man, you're quite early. It's not even 8 o'clock and you're already here. To be able to take the prospective martial artist examination at such a young age, his future was limitless. Let me check your ID and advanced student ID. Luo Feng handed over his ID and student ID. Do. He swiped his ID card and advanced student ID on the PDA, and a series of messages appeared on the PDA screen. 18? The white-haired old man looked at Luo Feng in shock and laughed. 18 years old and you dare to take the prospective fighter exam. Not bad, I hope you can pass today. Thank you, sir. Luo Feng said. Let him in. The white-haired elder waved his hand. At the same time, a soldier armed with an assault rifle took a step forward and followed beside Luo Feng. Sir, I will take you to the limit hall. Sir, please don't run around after entering the district. You only have the authority to enter the limit hall. You can't enter the fighter's family quarters. If you break the rules, even if I don't do anything, the patrolling brothers will, said the soldier as he smiled towards Luo Feng. Definitely. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. The country and the Dojo of Limits indeed have a cooperative relationship. At least in the core area of the Dojo of Limits, it's heavily protected. Phew, every single one of them is a villa. Luo Feng looked around. Other than the towering limit hall in the middle of the district, there were other villas. Elsewhere, there were detached villas arranged in picturesque disorder. In between the villas, there were rockery, ponds, and grasslands. Mingyue district, inside the limit hall. When Luo Feng stepped into the lobby of the limit hall, the soldier left. Sir, are you here to take the prospective fighter exam? In the lobby of the limit hall, a sweet-looking girl smiled. Sir, please sit over there. At 10 a.m., you'll take the prospective fighter exam with everyone else. Luo Feng nodded and walked towards the side of the lobby of the limit hall. There was a small bar here with a waiter and a bartender. Luo Feng glanced around. There were already 3 people sitting in this small bar. 2 of them were chatting while the other person was sitting silently on the other sofa. "Look, those villas over there are the benefits of joining the Dojo of Limits," said a youth in a white shirt and white pants excitedly, "as long as you become a fighter and join the Dojo of Limits. You'll be given a villa for free. And you'll be able to live here in the future. Hee, look at this environment, how comfortable. Of course, the fighter sector is different from the regular sectors. Look, new people are here." These 3 people also saw Luo Feng. Luo Feng slightly nodded towards them and sat on the sofa on the side. They didn't know each other, so they didn't talk. As time passed, 3 more people came. Luo Feng also didn't know these 3 people, but it seemed like these 3 people were quite old, probably over 30 years old. Some of them were even over 40 years old. "Ha, Luo Feng," a loud voice rang. Luo Feng was shocked. He turned his head and saw a skinny man with a hideous scar on his face walk over. "You also came to take the prospective fighter exam? Brother Yang?" Luo Feng stood up to greet him. "It's quite embarrassing to talk about it. I came here to take the exam last month. Sadly, when I tested my speed, I only reached 24.9 meters per second. I was so close, I didn't pass," Yang Wu said helplessly. Actually, Yang Wu already passed the exam in terms of fist strength and reaction speed, but speed is his weakness. However, Yang Wu's speed has been improving since this year. 24.9 meters per second and 25 meters per second aren't that much of a difference. If he's in a good state, his result might be 25 meters per second. "I believe Brother Yang will definitely pass this time," laughed Luo Feng. "This guy named Yang has taken the exam a few times already and never passed. From what I see, he'll be in trouble this time." A loud voice came from the side. Luo Feng looked over. The one who spoke was a muscular man with a full beard. Yang Wu immediately glared. "Tong, you're still talking about me? Didn't you also take the exam twice and fail? From what I see, with your reaction speed, you'll probably need another 2 to 3 years of training." "Quiet down," a cold voice came from the middle of the lobby. Immediately, the 8 people present turned their heads and saw a middle-aged man wearing a loose dojo uniform glance over. "Let's go, all of you, follow me upstairs to take the prospective fighter exam. Remember, behave yourself when you go upstairs. Today, our Yangzhou City's chief instructor's old friend is here, so don't cause trouble." Yes, whether it was the arrogant full beard, Yang Wu, or Luo Feng, everyone respectfully replied. Chief instructor's old friend? Luo Feng couldn't help but to guess. Keep in mind that Yangzhou City has 1 dojo of limits and 12 dojos of limits. The heads of each district's dojo of limits are called instructors. And the head of the dojo of limits is called chief instructor. After entering the elevator, the middle-aged man wearing the loose dojo pressed 6. Beep. The elevator arrived at the 6th floor. When the elevator door opened, a gigantic training hall appeared in front of them. There were around a dozen people gathered in the hall, and one of them was the instructor Jiang Yan that Luo Feng knew. "They're here, stop chatting," said a middle-aged man with long hair. A middle-aged man with long hair said. The dozen or so people in the training hall all turned their heads towards Luo Feng's group of 8. Luo Feng's group of 8 felt their hearts tighten as they faced the gazes of these people. They knew that the people that usually appear in the dojo of limits, besides the service staff, are fighters. In other words, these dozen or so people are all fighters. After all, this is the headquarters of the dojo of limits in Yangzhou City. "Prepare for the exam," commanded the middle-aged man with long hair. Luo Feng has seen this middle-aged man with long hair on the internet. This person is the head of the dojo of limits, Yangzhou City's chief instructor Wu Tong. "Come here one by one and give me your identification cards." The fighter who led Luo Feng's group of 8 took their identification cards and gave them to chief instructor Wu Tong as he laughed. "Head, there's quite a few people today. There's 8 of them." "Okay." Wu Tong randomly took out an identification card and slid it across the machine on the side. Beep, a transparent screen popped out of the machine, and a large amount of personal information appeared on the screen. First, Tong Guan said the chief instructor indifferently, "Begin the fist strength test. Even people from the military like you come to the dojo of limits to take the exam." Interesting. Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile as he heard this. The dojo of limits was created by the world's strongest fighter. The exams of the dojo of limits have credibility and are highly valued. Once the exam results are taken out, they will be recognized by every country and region in the world. Even people from the military or those who train with family traditions like to take the exam at the dojo of limits. "Test your fist strength," commanded the chief instructor. Yes, the full-bearded man immediately took a step forward. His eyes widened and his left hand blocked in front of his face. His right fist drew an arc in the air and smashed onto the gigantic fist strength test machine. The fist strength test machine only slightly shook. A number immediately appeared on the screen of the fist strength test machine, 986 kilograms. Pass. Next, Luo Feng, the chief instructor, casually slid the second identification card across the machine and looked at the detailed information. He couldn't help but to be surprised. "HM, 18 years old? Old Jiang, this is from your Xian region, right? When did such a talented kid appear?" Haha. Instructor Jiang Yan on the side couldn't help but to laugh proudly. "It's hard to say whether or not he has the strength among the dozen fighters on the side," a fat old man laughed. "Maybe he's here to see the world and doesn't have any strength." Instructor Jiang Yan glanced at him. "What, jealous? Your northern post district doesn't have a genius like this, right? Luo Feng, show them the strength of our Xian region students." "Yes." Instructor Luo Feng stepped forward and replied loudly, and then walked towards the fist strength test machine. "Old Jiang seems to be very confident." Chief Instructor Wu Tong smiled, but his gaze was still on Luo Feng. Almost everyone was looking at Luo Feng, waiting for his exam results. Luo Feng stood in front of the target. He abruptly exerted strength in his legs and slightly turned his body. His waist and hips released a powerful force that instantly passed through his arms. Luo Feng's fist was like an arrow shot from a bow. With a ping sound, his fist smashed into the target with a ping sound. After throwing a punch, Luo Feng's eyes had a bit of joy in them. Throwing a punch feels so good. All the energy is being released as he looked at the display. 1101 kg, alright. Not bad. Immediately, many of the warriors present immediately praised. Chief Instructor Wu Tong rubbed his chin and nodded. "Not bad, young man. Remember not to lose your center of gravity when you punch. If he disregards everything and only throws the heaviest punch, he will lose his center of gravity. Perhaps this punch was even more powerful. But if he did that, he would lose his center of gravity while fighting with a monster, and that was suicide. Not bad, not bad. Haha, this little punk Luo Feng, his battle ability is very strong." Instructor Jiang Yan laughed heartily. He once defeated 3 advanced students whose strength and speed were not inferior to his. What a clean and efficient fight. Hearing the chief instructor and the instructor's compliments, Luo Feng felt a wave of joy in his heart. When he was young, he had fainted twice, and his physical strength and speed had greatly increased. Since then, he had made up his mind to become a powerful martial artist. As for powerful martial artists, the requirement for actual combat ability was very high. When he was young, although he didn't join the dojo of limits, he searched the internet for some basic blade techniques and movement techniques. He practiced alone at home and slowly accumulated experience. This was also the reason why he was strong in actual combat. He's a good seedling. Pass. Chief Instructor Wu Tong took out another ID card and slid it across the machine. Next, Bai Yang. Luo Feng walked back to where the examinees were. Not bad, madman. Yang Wu laughed in a low voice. Luo Feng smiled. The 8 of them quickly finished the fist strength test. Only one of them was unlucky. His fist only had a force of 892 kilograms, which was just a little short of the passing mark, so he was eliminated. There were only 7 people left for the speed test in the next round. Click. Chief Instructor Wu Tong came to the speed tester and turned on the switch. One by one, in reverse order. First, Yang Wu. Chief Instructor Wu Tong instructed. Previously, Yang Wu was the last one to test his fist strength, But this time, he was the first one to test his speed. Yang Wu took a deep breath. He had come here for the prospective martial artist assessment almost 10 times, and every time, he failed in the speed test. "Brother Yang, do your best." Luo Feng lightly patted Yang Wu's shoulder. "Let's watch." Yang Wu adjusted his breathing and walked onto the track. Instructor Jiang Yan frowned at this scene. Yang Wu was also from the Xian district, but he had already failed the speed test many times. Boom, Yang Wu stomped on the ground, producing a deep sound. He swung his arms forcefully and stomped on the ground, causing Yang Wu's speed to quickly reach his limit. His expression was ferocious, and the veins on his forehead bulged as he clenched his teeth and madly ran. When he ran past the speed testing area, he even let out a suppressed roar. "I have to pass." When Yang Wu stopped, he roared in his heart. He nervously turned his head and saw that Luo Feng was giving him a thumbs up. Seeing this, Yang Wu felt like he was in heaven. "Haha, Yang Wu, your luck isn't bad. You actually passed." Instructor Jiang Yan also let out a hearty laugh. Yang Wu ran over and looked at the display. 25. 1 ms. Phew, that was close. Yang Wu laughed to himself. If his condition was slightly worse, his speed wouldn't have reached 25 meters per second and he would have failed again. "Yeah, passed." Chief Instructor Wu Tong also let out a smile. Next, the members went through the test one by one. Last time, Luo Feng was the second one to test his fist strength. And this time, Luo Feng was the second person to test his speed. Soon enough, he reached Luo Feng. Luo Feng yelled, "Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Crazy, do your best. We're going to take the fighter combat exam together." Yang Wu encouraged. Said Yang Wu encouragingly. Luo Feng smiled and nodded as he walked onto the track. He slightly adjusted his breathing and lightly jumped twice on the spot. Unlike Yang Wu's pure brute force style, Luo Feng's style made people feel relaxed. Whoosh, as soon as he exerted his strength, Luo Feng was like a leopard. His speed was incomparably fast, and he brought a gust of wind with him as he passed through the speed testing area. You could see with the naked eye that Luo Feng's speed was clearly higher than the others before him. "Feels alright." Luo Feng turned his head and saw Yang Wu also giving him a thumbs up. Even Chief Instructor Wu Tong and Instructor Jiang Yan nodded their heads in admiration. Luo Feng walked over and looked at the display. 28, 6 ms. Your speed isn't bad, it's so much higher than the passing mark. Chief Instructor Wu Tong smiled as he nodded. Last one, Tongguan. After the fist strength and speed tests, one person was eliminated for the fist strength test and 2 people were eliminated for the speed test. Only 5 people were left. The third test was the reaction speed test. "Follow me." Chief Instructor Wu Tong led a group of fighters and the remaining 5 people to the reaction speed test room that was connected to the training hall. This was a spacious room that was around 100 square meters. Of course, compared to the gigantic training hall that was thousands of square meters, this reaction speed test room was clearly much smaller. A large and expensive machine was placed on the ground. At the very front of the machine, there were holes that looked like a 6-barreled Gatling gun. However, there were way more holes than Gatling guns. There were at least a few dozen of them. "First one, Tongguan," Chief Instructor Wu Tong said. The full-bearded man immediately walked to the front of the machine gun and entered a circle with a diameter of 3.6 meters. Click, the switch was turned on. The edge of the 3.6-meter circle immediately emitted a blurry red light. In an instant, the examinees inside the circle seemed to be surrounded by a blurry red curtain. Remember, no matter what, you cannot leave the circle. Once you do, you fail. If your body touches the red light, points will be deducted. After Chief Instructor Wu Tong finished speaking, he walked to the reaction speed test machine and pressed a few buttons to adjust the intensity of the test. There were many different levels of intensity. The lowest level was the intermediate student test. As for the highest level, those were the tests and training conducted by the top experts among the martial artists. Begin. Chief Instructor pressed the red button. The reaction speed test machine's huge cannon began to rotate. The dozens of muzzles in the cannon almost instantaneously emitted rays of red light. Some were fast, some were slow. Even the trajectories were not parallel. It was very messy. They quickly entered the range of the red circle. The full-bearded man's eyes were fixed in front of him. His body rapidly flashed left and right, passing through the gaps between the red bullets. Pooh! Pooh! He was shot twice in a row. However, these bullets were rubber bullets. They were very weak and their speed was not fast. Hitting a person's body was not painful. Time passed by minute by minute. The full-bearded man desperately dodged and dodged. Soon, 1 minute had passed. Wu, after Chief Instructor Wu Tong pressed the button, the machine gun quickly slowed down and stopped rotating. A large amount of data appeared on the central screen. Within 60 seconds, you have been hit 57 times and touched the red light 3 times. If you don't pass, you're eliminated. Chief Instructor Wu Tong said as he threw his identification card to the bearded man. Just a little bit more, the full bearded man clenched his teeth, shook his head, and walked out of the red circle. Next, Luo Feng, Chief Instructor Wu Tong said. Luo Feng and Yang Wu punched each other once and then walked into the red circle. Luo Feng took a deep breath as he stood in the red circle. Before he entered the dojo, he often practiced his agility at home. Dodging has always been his forte. Before high school exams, I would usually be hit 50 to 55 times in 60 seconds. But now that my fitness level has increased and my reaction speed is even faster, passing the test is even easier. Remember, do not walk out of the circle. If you do, you will immediately fail. You will lose points if your body touches the red light. After Chief Instructor Wu Tong finished speaking, he pressed the red button. The reaction speed test machine's cannon sped up and quickly rotated to an extremely fast speed. After that, the dozens of muzzles in the cannon instantly emitted rays of red light and rubber bullets shot towards him. Luo Feng's eyes were glued to the gun as he swiftly calculated his position in his head. His entire body was like an agile cat as he continuously dodged left and right, dodging the rubber bullets one after another. Of course, some of the bullets were too fast and couldn't be dodged, so they could only take a shot. As Luo Feng swiftly dodged, the fighters watching from the side began to discuss. This kid is not bad. His reaction speed seems to be even better. He's really fast. His technique is really good and his foundation is solid. Look, his feet are like the pads of a cat's paws. Every time he moves, he doesn't lose his center of gravity and can instantly change directions. This technique. If he's not a genius, he wouldn't be able to reach such a solid foundation without at least 10 years of hard work. The spectating fighters all gasped in shock. A fighter's fitness level can be improved through training. But movement techniques, saber techniques, and so on, all relied on experience. Just because your body is strong doesn't mean your technique is good. After pressing the button, the reaction speed test machine's rotation slowed down and a large string of numbers appeared on the screen. Within 60 seconds, hit 28 times, did not touch the red light. Excellent. Chief Instructor Wu Tong let out a smile. Not bad, Luo Feng, congratulations. Once the official document is issued and your information is recorded in your citizen's information, you will be a prospective fighter. After passing the exam, an official document will be issued and recorded in your citizen's information. After passing the exam, an official document will be issued and recorded in your citizen's information within 7 days. Luo Feng clenched his right fist. I finally did it. I finally became a prospective fighter. Luo Feng, August 1st is the day of the fighter combat exam. When the time comes, gather at the limit hall in the morning. Under the instructor's lead, you will go hunt monsters outside of the human headquarters cities with other prospective fighters. After passing the exam, you will be a true fighter. Instructor Jiang Yan smiled as he said. Okay, Luo Feng nodded excitedly. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed as he stood beside the reaction speed tester machine. Okay, next, Bai Yang. Luo Feng walked to Yang Wu's side. Yang Wu's face was filled with joy as he said quietly, crazy, congratulations. You're now a prospective fighter. As long as you pass the fighter combat exam, you'll be a fighter. Luo Feng also said quietly, Brother Yang, you definitely won't have a problem passing the reaction speed test. When the time comes, we'll take the combat exam together. Okay, Yang Wu was also looking forward to it. After that, Luo Feng and Yang Wu focused on the people taking the exam. Soon enough, 2 people took the exam. One passed and one failed. Last one, Yang Wu, yelled Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Yang Wu took in a deep breath. He's been waiting for this day for far too long, and he's always been stuck in the speed test. Now, he finally has the right to take the reaction speed test in the limit hall. Good luck, yelled Luo Feng encouragingly. Relax. Yang Wu strode directly into the red circle. As Chief Instructor Wu Tong pressed the start button, the muzzle of the nerve reaction testing machine immediately began to rotate. Very quickly, it reached an extremely fast rotation speed. Inside the muzzle, dozens of muzzles instantly shot out rubber bullets, covering the red circle. Yang Wu swiftly moved within 1 step of the front, back, left, right, and back. It was very simple. Luo Feng watched Brother Yang's dodging technique and was secretly shocked. Brother Yang's technique seems a bit stiff. He's not as agile as me, but Brother Yang's technique seems to be very efficient. Every time he dodges, he doesn't use the 3.6-meter diameter of the red circle. He only moves within 1 step of the front, back, left, right, and back. Yang Wu's movement range is small, but his dodging efficiency is very high. This technique is indeed very useful in battle. However, it requires precise control of the battle. Or else, the monster's claws can rip apart the fighter's body. Luo Feng thought to himself. At least to Luo Feng, this technique is very efficient, but it's also very dangerous. It's like dancing on a knife's edge. A minute quickly passed and the reaction speed tester machine's cannon stopped rotating. 60 seconds, hit 52 times, didn't touch the red light, passed. Pass. Chief Instructor Wu Tong said. Within the red circle, Yang Wu was so excited that he clenched his fists tightly. Blue veins popped out on his arms, and tears appeared in his eyes. He had waited for this day for far too long. Finally, he realized his dream. He was only 1 step away from the legendary martial artist title. Yang Wu. Chief Instructor Wu Tong frowned and yelled, "Your dodging technique belongs to the minute subtlety level dodging technique." While they were fighting against monsters, by moving their bodies slightly, the monster's attacks would brush past them and not injure them. Because the range of movement of the body is small, naturally, in the same amount of time, he can make more dodges, which is extremely efficient. But this body movement technique is incredibly difficult. If you make the slightest mistake, the monster's claws will be 2 centimeters away from your body according to your calculations, and it won't be able to hurt you. But if there was a mistake, the monster's claws might cut through your body. I'll cut you open. When they fought against monsters, if they made a mistake, they might lose their lives. So, let me give you a piece of advice. In the future, when you fight against monsters, try to dodge as far away as possible. Give yourself some leeway, Chief Instructor Wu Tong said seriously. With your current strength, it's best if you train your basic body movement technique well. The results will be better. Yang Wu was shocked, but then he nodded seriously. Yes, Chief Instructor. Yang Wu, you have to remember Chief Instructor's words. On the path of martial arts, don't be greedy. The minute subtlety level technique is powerful. But if you don't have the strength to use it and force it, you'll just make a fool of yourself and become a laughingstock. Instructor Jiang Yan said seriously. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed. Okay, a total of 3 people passed the prospective fighter exam. They are Luo Feng, Bai Yang, and Yang Wu. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang's eyes were filled with suppressed joy. If it weren't for the group of senior fighters around them, they would have already started yelling in excitement. Everyone, you'll have to help out with the following matters, such as signing the combat exam contract. As he said that, Chief Instructor Wu Tong looked at the silver-haired black-robed man standing on the side and laughed. Captain, sorry for making you wait so long. Come, let's go out. Captain, Luo Feng and the other 2 were shocked. The chief instructor is the leader of the dojo of limits in Yangzhou City. His position is extremely high. If he calls him captain, then who is this silver-haired black-robed man? The silver-haired black-robed man glanced at Luo Feng and the other 2. For a moment, Luo Feng felt like this silver-haired black-robed man's eyes were like a boundless starry sky. Luo Feng was instantly sucked into them, but after that, Luo Feng woke up. What's going on? Luo Feng suddenly realized that Yang Wu and Bai Yang's expressions became sluggish. How scary, just one look and we're all sluggish. Luo Feng was shocked. This strength is too scary. For example, when two people fight, one look from the opponent can make you lose consciousness. When you wake up, your opponent's knife will probably pierce through your heart. The silver-haired black-robed man slightly smiled and looked at Luo Feng with surprise. Kid, not bad talent, work hard. The silver-haired black-robed man smiled at Luo Feng. Oh, your willpower isn't bad either, he. Chief Instructor Wu Tong nodded in satisfaction. After that, Chief Instructor Wu Tong and the silver-haired black-robed man left. What just happened? What happened to me? Only now did Yang Wu and Bai Yang wake up. The two of them looked at each other and remembered what just happened. They couldn't help but to break out in cold sweat. No matter if it's Yang Wu, Bai Yang, or Luo Feng. That silver-haired black-robed man is indeed the scariest person they've ever met. This silver-haired black-robed man has been watching us test the entire time. However, from the beginning until now, I didn't even notice his existence. Luo Feng was shocked. He didn't make a sound, as if he didn't exist. Too unbelievable. No. While Luo Feng was trying his best to remember what the silver-haired black-robed man looked like, he shockingly realized, he only remembered that pair of eyes that made people sink in, but he couldn't remember what that person looked like. You three, come here. Instructor Jiang Yan and a group of fighters laughed as they looked at the three of them. Come to the training hall. From the reaction speed testing room, they entered the spacious training hall. These are 3 fighter combat exam application contracts. A fat old man took out 3 contracts from the corner of the training hall. Once you participate in the fighter combat exam, if you get killed by a monster during the process, it has nothing to do with our dojo of limits. Of course, the death rate of the fighter combat exam is very low. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang all took the contracts and flipped through the contents. The death rate is low, but the disability rate isn't, said a bald brute in a low voice. The fighter combat exam is a life and death battle with monsters. Of course, this is the most basic battle. When you actually go to the dangerous areas to hunt monsters, the dangers will be much more terrifying than this fighter combat exam. If you can't even pass this test, then you don't have the right to be a fighter. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang looked at each other. The contract was very simple. The main point was that the dojo of limits won't be responsible for any injuries or deaths during the combat exam. The 3 of them didn't hesitate and directly took the pens on the side to sign their names. Okay, Instructor Jiang Yan smiled on the side. Alright, today is July 1st, so there's still 1 month until the combat exam. You have to prepare well in this 1 month. Oh, right. As he said that, Instructor Jiang Yan walked to the keyboard on the side and swiftly pressed a few buttons. Soon enough, a huge transparent screen appeared on the wall of the training hall and an article appeared on the screen. It was called, Genetic Energy Training. Luo Feng couldn't help but to hold his breath. The reason why fighters' bodies are so powerful is that some of the top fighters can even surpass the speed of sound. One slash can cut through a steel plate a few meters thick. Of course, Luo Feng and the others are still far from the strength of the legendary fighters. Why are fighters so powerful? They rely on genetic energy. Back then, during the Grand Nirvana period, when humans are infected with the RR virus, they produce antibodies. This causes the body's genes to naturally change and optimize. Instructor Jiang Yan smiled. When the genes are optimized to a certain degree, they can absorb the energy of the universe and integrate it into every cell in the body. During this process, the bones, cells, blood, organs, skin, etc. will continuously evolve and improve. Your bones can become 10 to 100 times harder than diamond, and your organs can become so strong that you can hold your breath underwater for half an hour, or even longer. All of this depends on you absorbing the energy of the universe and integrating it into every cell, making it your own energy, which is also genetic energy. Instructor Jiang Yan pointed at the article on the screen. This is the training method for genetic energy, 5 hearts towards the sky. It's also the only way to train genetic energy on Earth. Luo Feng immediately read the article in detail. Genetic energy, humanity's ability to optimize their genes and evolve. So that's how it is. Luo Feng understood after reading it carefully. Normal people can't train it because their genes aren't optimized enough. Normally, they can reach a fist strength of 900 kilograms, speed of 25 meters per second, and reaction speed of prospective fighters. When they reach this level, their genes are optimized enough to pass. 90% of potential martial artists would be able to start cultivating their genetic energy. You can start training genetic energy this month. Instructor Xianxia smiled. Instructor Xianxia smiled. As for the most precious Daoing technique, you can only obtain it when you become a fighter and join the dojo of limits or the army. There's only one way to train genetic energy in the world. But there are tens of millions of Daoing techniques in the world. Training different Daoing techniques can cause a huge difference in the speed of training genetic energy. Even a difference of tens of times. Daoing techniques are the most valuable of all. Instructor Bai Yang couldn't help but to ask, the Daoing technique is said to be amazing, but how amazing is it? How can it increase the speed of genetic energy training? At this time, a middle-aged man with a bit of white hair spoke, Bai Yang, let me tell you this. If you don't practice the Daoing technique and only use the Wu Xianxia technique, your cells will be full after 5 minutes of training. You won't be able to absorb any more. But if you practice the Daoing technique, your cell capacity will increase by a lot. It can allow you to train for 8 minutes, 10 minutes, or even an hour. The middle-aged man looked towards Luo Feng and the other two. Do you understand now? Luo Feng finally understood after hearing this. The Daoing technique allows every cell to eat more each day. Luo Feng thought to himself. Cells absorb the energy of the universe and turn it into genetic energy, just like how a person eats food. If a person can only eat 3 bowls of rice, then practicing the Daoing technique allows them to eat 5 bowls of rice, or 10 bowls of rice. Xianxia smiled. If you don't practice the Daoing technique, let's say that the energy your cells can absorb is 1 unit. Once you practice the Daoing technique, your cells can absorb 2 units, 3 units, or even more. In other words, your 1 year of training can surpass someone else's 10 years of training. This is the beauty of the Daoing technique. The fighters at the scene all began to discuss. Clearly, they all had a lot to say about the Daoing technique. In terms of the Daoing technique, the world's strongest fighter, the head of the dojo of limits, Hong, created 9 top-notch Daoing techniques. If you guys join the dojo of limits and contribute enough, you'll have a chance to learn this top-notch Daoing technique. The fighters all smiled as they tried to entice Luo Feng and the other two. All the major forces in the world hoped to have more and more martial artists. Instructor Luo Feng suddenly spoke. Instructor Xianxia smiled as he looked towards Luo Feng. What? Instructor, the silver-haired black-robed fighter who went out with the chief instructor, how could he make us lose our ability to resist with just one look? What kind of power does a fighter have? Luo Feng has never heard of a fighter being this powerful, so he was very curious. Instructor Xianxia smiled faintly, and the group of martial artists beside him laughed out loud. Kid, the one who left with the chief instructor is a spirit reader. Spirit reader masters are even rarer than us martial artists. The martial artists laughed and said, of course, spirit readers are usually martial artists. However, they are the most terrifying existences among martial artists. Spirit reader? Luo Feng was startled. Now that the internet is so advanced, Luo Feng has seen an introduction on the internet. It says that spirit readers are a very special existence in the fighter community, and an extremely terrifying existence. However, the internet did not explain in detail what was so scary about it. When you become a martial artist in the future, you'll soon find out about spirit readers. Instructor Xianxia laughed. Alright, today's prospective fighter exam ends here. The 3 of you can go home now. The prospective martial artist certificate had to be stamped and entered into the citizen's identity information. They'll probably arrive in a few days. I will inform you when the time comes. Alright, all of you can go back. Yes, instructor. Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang immediately turned around and left the training hall. In front of the limit hall, they were monitored by the armed soldiers of the sector as they left the sector. At the entrance of Mingyue sector, Luo Feng, Yang Wu, and Bai Yang were all smiling. My name is Bai Yang, I'm from Jiangnan's top military academy. My hometown is in Yangzhou City, and since it's summer vacation, I decided to take the exam here. Bai Yang extended his hand and shook hands with Luo Feng and Yang Wu. Nice to meet you too. Jiangnan's top military academy? He had always wanted to enter this military academy. Luo Feng laughed. My name is Luo Feng, and this is Yang Wu. We're both from the Xian region's dojo of limits. Brother Luo Feng's future will be limitless. Even in our elite class, there aren't many who become fighters. Bai Yang loved making friends. Luo Feng, who stepped into the ranks of a prospective fighter at such a young age, was naturally more than happy to make friends. Who knows, maybe Luo Feng will become an extremely important figure in the future. Yang Wu laughed on the side. Let's not talk too much. It's fate that the three of us passed the exam on the same day and place. Today is a good day. Let's find a restaurant and have a good chat. Alright, Bai Yang laughed as he replied. Let's go. Luo Feng also laughed. The three of them just passed the prospective fighter exam, so they were all in high spirits. They chose a restaurant to eat lunch together and then went their separate ways. Luo Feng drank a bit today. He only remembered to call his family when he got on the subway. However, there were too many people on the subway. He was afraid that if he said passed the prospective fighter exam, it would attract a crowd. Whatever, I'll call after I get off the subway. After taking the subway line 1 to Zhongyan Road Station, you'll have to walk quite a bit to get to line 11. Tell Dad, Mom, and brother. Luo Feng was still very excited. Prospective fighter. His family has been poor for so many years, and he's worked hard for so many years. Finally, he's accomplished something. Luo Feng took out his cell phone as he stood on the side of Zhongyan Road. Beep. Beep. After dialing the number, Luo Feng waited. Hello, his brother's voice carried from the phone. Luo Feng laughed as he said, It's me, of course. Don't you know what kind of person your brother is? Of course I passed. Haha, right. Alright, Luo Feng held the phone and said happily, Mom is home too? Alright, let Mom answer the phone. Hello, Mom, it's me, Feng. Luo Feng was extremely happy. Luo Feng's eyes couldn't help but to tear up as he listened to his mother's excited voice. After all, he worked so hard for this day for far too long. Mom, you've asked me 3 times already. I really passed the exam. The prospective fighter certificate will be sent home in a few days. I already ate with the other 2 who passed the exam, laughed Luo Feng. Oh, you're calling Dad? Don't worry, Mom, I won't forget. Okay, I know. After hanging up, Luo Feng couldn't help but to let out a smile. Happy, satisfied, he worked hard for so long and trained his technique and blade since he was young. Wasn't it all for this day? Exhale, inhale. Luo Feng took a deep breath and calmed himself down before calling his father's cell phone. In this family, his father, Luo Hongua, is the mountain of the family, the pillar of the family. Before Luo Feng became an elite member of the dojo, almost all of the family's expenses were supported by his father's hard work. Even though his mother works, she still has to take care of her 2 sons. Not to mention that one of them is disabled. His father's home renovation job is extremely tough. His back hurts, his hands get injured, and so on. Dad, from now on, you don't have to work so hard anymore, thought Luo Feng to himself. Beep, beep, the phone rang, and Luo Feng waited for his father to pick up. Why didn't you pick up? It was past 12 o'clock, so it should be time for dinner. My dad usually takes a break at noon during the renovation, so he should be answering the phone. Luo Feng curiously clicked on this cell phone location search function on his cell phone screen. A map of Yangzhou City quickly appeared on the cell phone screen. One of the little red dots was Luo Feng's current location. The green dot was where his father's phone was. Not too far from here. Luo Feng immediately knew where his father was and couldn't help but to let out a smile. I ran to Dad's side and personally told him that I became a prospective fighter immediately. Luo Feng followed the map on his cell phone and swiftly rushed over. Xian District, Tiandu Garden District. Hurry up, move your things faster so that you can rest and have lunch. We can go and eat too. In the private courtyard of one of the villas in the district, Zhang Haobai, who was wearing a white t-shirt and white pants, frowned as he urged. Beside him were 3 cold-looking bodyguards. Sir, don't worry. This is a valuable item. We can't be careless. Brothers, put in more effort. There was a truck parked on the road outside the private courtyard, and the truck was filled with wooden furniture. Wooden furniture was very expensive in this day and age. It was a luxury that belonged to the minority, since most people lived in the city. There were very few places to plant trees. Most of them were for beautification purposes. It was because there were indeed a lot of trees growing outside the human-based cities, but there were also monsters outside the human-based cities. In order to cut down and transport the trees, they had to fight the monsters. One could imagine how high the cost was. Nowadays, most people's furniture was made of plastic, and the taller ones were made of glass. Wooden products were not something that ordinary people could afford. Be careful. The workers of the decoration company carefully moved the heavy furniture from the car to the ground. Then, the 3 employees carefully moved the furniture into the private courtyard. Be careful. Xianxia frowned as he reminded them, this is solid wood furniture, it's all high-quality wood. If you break it, your boss will definitely give you trouble. Who? The 3 employees carefully moved the furniture. The furniture was made of good materials and was very heavy. It weighed more than 500 kilograms. It was a bit difficult for the 3 employees to move it. Brothers, let's stop and rest for a while. We'll move them into the house in one go later, the employee who was carrying the furniture said. Put the furniture here first, slowly and gently. The 3 employees carefully placed the furniture on the courtyard floor before straightening their backs and letting out a long sigh of relief. Old Luo, I'm hungry. A tall worker from a renovation company moved his body. After moving this set, there are still 2 other sets of furniture. After everything is moved, let's go eat together. Luo Hongguo laughed as he looked at the other 2 workers. He casually wiped the sweat off his forehead with his shirt. It was July, and it was almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It was the hottest time of the day. It was indeed hard work for the 3 of them to move over 1,000 pounds of expensive furniture. You guys hurry up. Xianxia impatiently urged. Okay. Luo Hongguo bent down and grabbed the furniture. Brothers, put in more effort and send this set of furniture in. Come on, 1, 2, 3, up. Luo Hongguo and the other 2 used their strength to lift the furniture. Then, they carefully walked up the stairs and quickly entered the house. After a while, they walked out. When Luo Hongguo and the other 2 walked past Xianxia, the smell of sweat permeated the air. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Poor people will always be poor. Doing this kind of hard work, they'll be doing hard work for the rest of their lives. Xianxia thought to himself. His dad was a millionaire, so he came from a wealthy family. Xianxia looked down on those at the bottom of society who did hard work. From his point of view, these people who willingly do hard work didn't have the spirit to fight, so they deserved this kind of hard life. Careful, don't touch the front door. Luo Hongguo and the other 2 carefully carried the furniture forward. Their clothes were completely soaked in sweat. Beads of sweat seeped out of their foreheads and rolled down their necks. Let's rest outside. Luo Hongguo and the other 2 put down the furniture again and adjusted their breathing. Go, 1, 2, 3, up. Even though Luo Hongguo and the other 2 were tired, they've been doing this for 20 to 30 years, so they're used to it. They know the limits of their endurance, so they rarely make mistakes. After a while, Luo Hongguo and the others went to move the last set of furniture. It's really hot. Xianxia looked up at the sky. Brother Wang, later, we'll go to the restaurant next door and have a meal. Thank you, young master. The 3 bodyguards replied with a smile. Xianxia glanced at the 3 workers who were moving the last set of furniture and couldn't help but let out a low humph. Xianxia naturally hated these kind of peasants. Suddenly, Xianxia's gaze fell on the marble used to pave the path in the courtyard. One of the marble pieces had a crack. This crack was accidentally broken when he was sparring with the bodyguards a few days ago. Xianxia's eyes lit up. I haven't had a lot of pocket money lately, so I can get some. At this time, Luo Hongguo and the other 2 were moving the 3rd set of furniture. Suddenly a cell phone rang. Luo Hongguo, who was moving the furniture, was happy. It should be phone. But Luo Hongguo was moving the furniture, so he couldn't pick up the phone, so he could only wait until he put down the furniture before calling back. Let's rest outside for a bit. Put it down gently, slowly. Luo Hongwa and the other two softly put down the furniture. Luo Hongwa took out his cell phone from his pocket and looked at the caller ID. It was his son. He couldn't help but smile and was about to call back. What's wrong with you guys? I told you guys to be careful. What are you guys doing? An angry voice suddenly rang out. Luo Hongwa and the other two workers froze and turned their heads to look. They saw Zhang Haobai's face was dark as he angrily pointed at the marble pavement under the furniture. What are you guys doing? Don't be serious. Look, my house's pavement was crushed by you guys. This is Nanshan marble. You can only get it from outside the headquarter city. One piece of marble costs hundreds of thousands. Can you guys even afford it? Luo Hongwa and the other two looked down. Indeed, on the pavement under the furniture, one of the marble pieces had a small crack. I'll ask your boss what's going on. Zhang Haobai said angrily, Brother Wang, you have their company's phone number, right? Call their company. Tell their boss to come here. There's no point in talking to these people. I have their company's phone number here. The bodyguard named Wang immediately took out his cell phone and started dialing. Luo Hongwa and the other two knew each other. That's not right. The tall worker from the company immediately said, the crack on the marble was there before. I've seen it before. Still quibbling? What's the use of quibbling? Zhang Haobai sneered. Luo Hongwa frowned. As an experienced worker, he knew that this kind of quibbling was the most troublesome. And companies usually care a lot about their reputation. If they really get blackmailed, and the company doesn't have evidence to prove that the crack wasn't caused by their workers, then the company can only lose money. If the company loses money, then the three workers responsible for moving the furniture will definitely have their pay cut. Brothers, let's move the furniture in first. Luo Hongwa said and was about to move the furniture. Move it in? Zhang Haobai took 2 steps forward and pushed Luo Hongwa away. He looked at the 3 workers and yelled, Don't play tricks. The furniture is on the marble, that's the evidence. You want to move the furniture in and then deny it? I've seen too many of your little tricks. Wait until your boss comes. Old Luo, old Luo. The other 2 workers went to help Luo Hongwa, who had been pushed to the ground, up. I'm fine. Luo Hongwa rubbed his shoulder. Why are you pushing people? We don't even know if we broke the marble, why are you pushing people? The other 2 workers immediately glared and yelled. These hard workers aren't afraid of anything. If they get angry, they'll just fight. Even if they get arrested and sent to the police station, they don't care about money or their lives. The police station usually can't do anything and will let them go. Don't play with me. Zhang Haobai kicked the 2 workers' stomachs like lightning. Pooh. Pooh, the 2 workers were sent flying and fell to the ground. Look at where you're at if you want to play with me. Zhang Haobai laughed coldly. His Zhang family has a lot of connections in Xi'an region. Beating up a few normal workers is nothing. Old Tian, Daho. Are you okay? Luo Hongwa was also worried. You young man, how can you be like this? Luo Hongwa yelled. Zhang Haobai smelled the sweat on Luo Hongwa's body and couldn't help but frown. He waved his hand, Brother Wang, you guys teach them a lesson and make them quiet down. Young master, from the decorating company. The bodyguard named Wang handed over his phone. Okay. Zhang Haobai waved his hand and the 3 bodyguards immediately went to teach the 3 workers a lesson. Zhang Haobai held the phone. Yes, I'm from Sky Capital Garden. Get your boss Ho on the phone. Boss Ho, what happened to the people you delivered today? Their hands and feet were so rough that they cracked the marble pavement in my courtyard. Hurry up and send someone over. Do as you see fit. If this isn't settled, don't even think about getting the rest of the payment for the furniture. Before he could finish, stop. A roar came from outside the courtyard. At this time, Luo Hongwa and the other 2 workers were forced to stand in the corner of the courtyard by the 3 bulky bodyguards. Their bodies were covered in footprints. The three bodyguards and Zhang Haobai all turned their heads to look. A blurry silhouette instantly rushed into the courtyard. Zhang Haobai immediately recognized it and yelled, "Luo Feng, you dare to come to my house? Beat him up. Son of a bitch." Luo Feng immediately saw his father, who was drenched in sweat and covered in footprints, standing in the corner while holding his stomach. Luo Feng's eyes immediately turned red. His father has been doing this kind of hard work for so many years and has to be looked down upon by others. And today, he even had to suffer such a thing. One of the three bodyguards, a slightly chubby man, sneered as he took a step forward. "Get out of my way." Luo Feng roared, as fast as lightning, his heavy leg kicked out fiercely. The chubby bodyguard even used his right arm to block. Pung! The heavy kick caused the chubby bodyguard's eyes to widen. He flew 4 to 5 meters in the air before falling down. The other two bodyguards on the side jumped in fright. "Luo Feng, you dare to come to my house and hit my people?" Zhang Haobai glared and roared, "You're looking to die, you're looking to die." Luo Feng's eyes carried a fierce glint as he roared while clenching his teeth. "Attack, attack together!" The mad Zhang Haobai's face was flushed red as he waved his hand and roared. This Luo Feng dared to cause trouble in his house and hit his bodyguard. "Careful, this guy's legs are heavy," the short fat bodyguard rubbed his stomach as he fell to the ground. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth and he couldn't get up. "Kid, you sure are ruthless," the bodyguard named Wang and the other bodyguard quickly surrounded Luo Feng. After witnessing the power of Luo Feng's kick, these two bodyguards didn't dare to be careless. Luo Feng had already rushed to his father's side, but before he could say anything, Luo Hongwa said, "I'm fine, Feng, watch your back." In almost an instant, the two bodyguards attacked Luo Feng from the left and right. And that Zhang Haobai also slowly closed in. The three of them teamed up. "Humph." Luo Feng glanced at them from the corner of his eye and instantly turned around. He used the force from his waist and swiftly swung his right arm. At the same time, his palm formed a blade. His entire right arm was like a blade that sliced horizontally. Before the blade arrived, the wind was already blowing. Not good. The bodyguard named Wang's face changed and immediately used both his arms to block Luo Feng's slash. Pung! A low impact sound. Luo Feng's blade heavily chopped onto the bodyguard named Wang's arms. The bodyguard named Wang felt as if his arms weren't his own anymore. The pain caused him to lose all feeling and his right arm lost all strength. He couldn't help but to retreat as he yelled, "My right arm is fractured." "What?" Zhang Haobai, who was about to attack, was shocked. These three bodyguards of his family are all elite members of the dojo. Logically speaking, Luo Feng is an elite member of the dojo, so their strengths shouldn't be too different. There's no way he could break the right arm of the bodyguard named Wang, who is also an elite member of the dojo. Not good. The bodyguard named Wang was injured. Only the tall and sturdy black-clothed bodyguard was left. The black-clothed bodyguard's two comrades were defeated one after another, so he was both shocked and angry. The black-clothed bodyguard clenched his teeth and roared as he threw a lightning-fast kick and punch. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, Luo Feng was very nimble. With two swaying movements, he dodged two attacks. After that, he mercilessly slashed with his fiercest blade. He raised his right hand high and slashed down like Guangong's blade. "It's too fast." The bodyguard in black couldn't dodge in time and could only block with his hands above his head. He gritted his teeth and took the attack head-on. When Luo Feng crazily chopped down with his hand, the black-clothed bodyguard's heart was already filled with fear. Dong! The black-clothed bodyguard felt his arms instantly lose all feeling, and his arms actually went limp from Luo Feng's knife-hand strike. However, Luo Feng's knife-hand strike didn't lose any of its power at all. It pressed down on the black-clothed bodyguard's arms and smashed into his shoulder. The force of over 1,000 kilograms instantly caused the bodyguard to kneel on the ground. How is that possible? Zhang Haobai, who was about to ambush him, was so scared that he stopped. Of the three bodyguards, one was clutching his stomach and unable to get up, one had a fractured right arm, and the last one was forced to kneel on the ground by a chop. Zhang Haobai! Luo Feng's eyes were about to spit fire, like he wanted to eat someone. "What are you doing? Luo Feng, what are you doing?" Zhang Haobai fiercely took 2 steps back and roared, "This is my home. You trespassed into my home and injured my people. How dare you be so arrogant? You dared to hit my dad and kick my dad." Luo Feng clenched his fists. The muscles on his body were like steel bars, and the veins on his body bulged like earthworms, making him look extremely ferocious. "Your dad? I don't even know who your dad is, so how could I hit your dad and kick you?" Zhang Haobai suddenly glared and looked towards the 3 dirty workers with footprints all over their bodies. He immediately understood why Luo Feng charged in and started beating people up without asking any questions. Zhang Haobai looked at the man-eating Luo Feng and immediately roared, "Luo Feng, I'm warning you, you, Peng." Luo Feng's powerful kick, which was as fast as lightning, directly landed on Zhang Haobai's stomach. Zhang Haobai was kicked to the ground and his face turned red. "Warning my ass." Luo Feng grabbed Zhang Haobai's clothes by his neck and lifted him up, causing Zhang Haobai's entire body to hover in the air. You. Zhang Haobai wanted to speak, but his entire body was hovering in the air as he grabbed the clothes by his neck. This put a lot of pressure on his neck, making it hard for him to even breathe, let alone speak. "Hurry and put the owner down." An angry roar carried over from far away. Around 10 fully armed security guards rushed over with batons in their hands. There were many cameras in the Tiandu sector, so the security guards immediately found out about the fight. Anyone who can live in a villa in the sector isn't a normal family, so they didn't dare to be careless. They immediately rushed over and called the police. Luo Feng glanced at the security guards rushing over and laughed coldly at Zhang Haobai. He casually threw Zhang Haobai onto the lawn in the courtyard. The white clothes on his body were already dyed green by the grass juice. "Dad, are you okay?" Luo Feng walked to his father. Luo Hongwu sighed. "I'm fine, it's just some flesh wounds." Luo Hongwu looked at the 3 pained bodyguards as well as Zhang Haobai, who had an ugly expression on his face. He worriedly said in a low voice, "Xiao Feng, you don't know how to control your strength. You've beaten them to this state. You'll have to pay quite a bit of medical fees. They might even sue you." "Yes, little Feng. You were too heavy-handed," another worker said worriedly. "Not heavy-handed, it was good. They didn't even treat us as humans before," another slightly taller worker said angrily. The group of security guards in the sector was quite clear about the rich families in the sector. The 3 bodyguards of the Zhang family were all elite-level bodyguards, and they were all elite dojo students. But now that these 3 were all heavily injured, the security guards didn't dare to mess with Luo Feng. Since being a security guard meant getting a salary, no one wanted to be like the 3 bodyguards and get their bones broken. Du. Suddenly, the sound of a police car rang. Everyone couldn't help but to turn their heads. They saw a police car quickly stop in front of the Zhang family's door. The 4 doors of the police car opened, and 4 policemen quickly ran out. "The police are here." The security guards immediately moved aside. "Not good, the police are here." Luo Hongwu's father and the other 2 were shocked. Luo Hongwu pulled Luo Feng to a corner and hurriedly said in a low voice, "Feng, you injured someone. It'll be troublesome when you get to the police station." "Don't worry, I'll go find a lawyer for you right now, Dad. I passed the prospective fighter exam," Luo Feng said softly. Just this sentence made Luo Hongwu, who was extremely anxious, relax. He couldn't help but to let out a sigh of relief. "Really? That's great. Feng, you passed the exam. Then doesn't that mean the police don't have the right to arrest you? Prospective fighters only need to pass the combat exam to become fighters. Once their fitness level reaches a certain level, they can also train genetic energy. So, the country stipulates, all sorts of cases involving prospective fighters and fighters are handled by the headquarters City Security Bureau. Jiangnan City is naturally handled by the Jiangnan Security Bureau, and normal police departments don't have the right to arrest people. However, Dad, after I pass the exam, I need to go through the approval from the higher-ups. After a few days, the prospective fighter certificate will be sent to my house. Only then will my citizen information be recorded," Luo Feng said quietly. "So from a legal perspective, I'm not a prospective fighter yet. I need to wait a few more days. As long as his citizen information is recorded, Luo Feng will officially be a prospective fighter. In these few days, even if there's trouble, I can just contact the dojo of limits and ask them to provide a guarantee that I passed the prospective fighter exam. Then I can directly leave the police station, said Luo Feng. However, if there's no trouble, then there's no need to go through so much trouble. I'll only be staying at the police station for a few days. When the time comes, even if I want to stay, they won't dare to make me stay, Luo Hongwa nodded. Luo Feng. Two police officers walked over, and one of them shouted, "You dared to trespass on a private property and heavily injure someone. Let's go, follow us to the station, police comrade. I'll cooperate with you." Luo Feng smiled as he took a step forward. "Let's go, you only have one car. It doesn't seem like it can fit all of you." This caused the two police officers to freeze. "Don't worry, I have a car." Zhang Haobai turned his head towards the leader of the four police officers. "Uncle Lu, my 3 bodyguards and I were all injured by him. We're all witnesses, bring them along." The police officer called Uncle Lu waved his hand and said. Luo Feng. Zhang Haobai glared at Luo Feng. His heart was filled with resentment. Not only did Luo Feng beat him up for 3 years in high school, but today, Luo Feng beat him up again, which made him remember the time when he was beaten up in the dojo. This time, Luo Feng, even if you don't die, you'll still lose some skin. To injure my bodyguards this badly, that's enough to constitute a criminal case. I'll sentence you to jail for a few years and see if you can still be cocky. Luo Feng smiled as he got into the police car. The cold and dark room was empty. Cold air constantly poured in, causing people to shiver uncontrollably. This is the interrogation room? Luo Feng, on the other hand, had a curious look on his face as he carefully looked around the interrogation room. Throwing me in this dark room alone with the air conditioning turned on, is this a psychological tactic? Actually, before this so-called interrogation even started, Luo Feng had already won. After passing the prospective fighter exam, Luo Feng had no fear of the police's methods. In the surveillance room outside the interrogation room, a few policemen looked at the scene recorded by the camera. One of the young policewomen asked curiously, "Head, how come this young man doesn't feel anything at all? If a normal person enters this interrogation room and stays here for half an hour, along with their own thoughts, they'll be scared to the point where they don't know what to do." Don't underestimate him. According to his citizen information, he's an elite member of the dojo. Moreover, he has injured 4 senior students of the dojo, the bald middle-aged policeman said with a smile. 1 injured 4? How powerful. Don't tell me he's already a prospective fighter. If he really is a prospective fighter, then we'll be in big trouble, said one of the young policemen. He's not a prospective fighter, it's clear from his citizen information, said the bald middle-aged policeman. Let's go, Xiaoyang, follow me in to interrogate him. Yes, head. In the interrogation room, Luo Feng has already stayed here for over half an hour. You guys came? Luo Feng smiled as he looked at the 2 policemen who came in. The bald middle-aged policeman froze. This young man's calmness was out of his expectations. After that, he and the other young policeman sat in front of the interrogation table. The bald middle-aged policeman smiled. Sorry, we were interrogating a few other people before, so we took a bit of time. That's why we only came now. No problem, asked Luo Feng. What about the 3 workers from the decorating company, where are they now? We already let them go home, said the bald middle-aged policeman in a friendly manner. Luo Feng nodded. In this incident, his father, Luo Hongua, and the other 2 were the victims, so naturally, they were let off easily. The 3 workers from the decorating company, as well as Zhang Haobai and his family's 3 bodyguards, have all told us what happened. The truth isn't in your favor. Do you have anything to say? The bald middle-aged policeman stared at Luo Feng. Normally, when people hear the truth, they'll defend themselves. Luo Feng smiled. Nothing much, Zhang Haobai and his 3 bodyguards, these 4 are trash. How dare they hit my dad? I'm just teaching them a lesson this time. The bald middle-aged policeman and the young policeman were both stunned. Peng. The young policeman slammed the table, stood up and yelled, Luo Feng, behave yourself. This is the police station, don't be so arrogant. Arrogant? I'm telling you the truth. Luo Feng smiled. All right, that's all I have to say. The bald middle-aged police frowned. Luo Feng, you're so arrogant. This testimony will be very disadvantageous to you in court. Based on your viciousness and the fact that you did it on purpose. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for you to be sentenced to a few years in prison. It's better if you explain things clearly. I have nothing to say. Luo Feng shook his head. The bald middle-aged policeman frowned and carefully looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng remained silent. Finally, the bald middle-aged policeman waved his hand. All right, don't regret it when the time comes. Take him away. Luo Feng smiled as he stood up. Two policemen swiftly walked in from the interrogation room and escorted Luo Feng out. Xian Region Jail. This jail is right next to the police station. Nowadays, fighters are too prevalent in society, which leads to a lot of fights. Therefore, many people are locked up in jail. Every sector has a jail to lock up these people. Today, Luo Feng was locked up. After changing into a gray uniform, Luo Feng was locked up. 299, this is the one, go in. The guard pushed Luo Feng in and then locked the door. Most of the people locked up in this jail are people who fight, steal, drive under the influence of alcohol, etc. And some of the suspects who are waiting to be sentenced in court. Luo Feng's incidents of beating up people can be big or small. To put it lightly, he just beat up a few people. But if he really goes to court, Luo Feng can indeed go to jail for a few years. Of course, the prerequisite is, Luo Feng isn't a prospective fighter. In the jail. New? There was a bald brute with tattoos on his body lying on the lower bunk bed. Beside him was a middle-aged man who was obediently massaging his shoulders. The bald brute glanced at Luo Feng. Little punk, your skin is so soft and tender. Not bad, come here and give me a leg massage. Luo Feng looked at this bald brute with curiosity. Rumor has it that the weak are bullied in jail. However, Luo Feng has only heard of it. This is his first time seeing it. Mother Faster's cur, are you deaf? The bald man glared at him and stood up in a huff. Interesting, Luo Feng was curious. Are you looking for a beating? Seeing that Luo Feng didn't give him any face, the bald brute fiercely waved his fan-like hand towards Luo Feng's head. Luo Feng's body slightly moved and his right hand fiercely extended like a poisonous snake's tongue. He grabbed the bald brute's wrist. The bald brute fiercely tried to pull, but he felt like his arm was trapped by an iron hoop. He couldn't exert any force at all. His face couldn't help but to change. He knew that he kicked a metal plate. You want me to give you a leg massage? Luo Feng used force on his right hand and twisted the bald brute's arm at the same time. The bald brute was in so much pain that he bent down and begged for mercy. Brother, I didn't recognize Mount Tai. Brother, please let me go. The intense pain made him unable to help but to scream. Luo Feng used force with his right hand and flung the bald brute away. The bald brute stumbled and crashed into the wall. If you still want me to give you a leg massage, you can tell me anytime, Luo Feng said with a bit of mischief. After that, his entire body leaped up and with a slight push from his right hand, he landed on the top bunk of the bed. The bald brute sat paralyzed in the corner and rubbed his right wrist. The middle-aged man in the jail cell and the skinny young man on the other bed looked at the bald brute and then looked at Luo Feng on the top bunk. Baldy Huang, what's wrong? A policeman in the jail cell stood at the entrance and laughed. Who pissed you off? How did you end up like this? Oh, let me remind you. This new young man in your jail cell beat up 4 elite members of the dojo by himself. Be careful, don't mess with him. After saying that, the policeman hummed a tune and left. Why didn't you say so earlier? The bald brute raised his head in fear and looked at the top bunk. One guy beat up 4 elite members of the dojo, he's that crazy. Luo Feng, who was sleeping on the bed, was recalling the genetic energy training method that he read in the dojo of limits. Yeah, since there's nothing to do in the jail cell, I'll wait until it's pitch black and try to train this genetic energy. The reason why fighters have unbeatable power is because of their genetic energy. While Luo Feng was planning his genetic energy training in the jail cell, in a KTV not too far away from the police station in Xian region, in one of the private rooms. 2 young men each had a girl in their arms and were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. One of the young men was Zhang Haobai. All right, you two can leave, said Zhang Haobai as he waved his hand. Only Zhang Haobai and the other bespectacled youth were left in the private room. Brother Zhou, I invited you here today to ask for your help, said Zhang Haobai. Just say it, said the bespectacled youth. As long as I can help, I won't say a word. It's like this, there's someone called Luo Feng. This piece of trash always goes against me. As he said that, Zhang Haobai angrily spat out, this time, he beat up 3 of my bodyguards and also beat me up. Brother, I really can't do anything about this. Right now, this guy is locked up in the jail. I want to ask Brother Zhou to help me teach Luo Feng a lesson through the people in the jail. Oh? That's no problem. However, asking the people in the jail to help will cost some money, said the bespectacled youth as he frowned. Money isn't a problem, I have $100,000 here. After it's done, I'll give you another $100,000. Zhang Haobai directly threw a leather bag over. Haha, great, the bespectacled youth didn't even look at his wallet and nodded, $200,000. As long as it's not murder, I can do it. Tell me, how do you want to teach that Luo Feng a lesson? Break one of his legs and one of his arms, said Zhang Haobai as he clenched his teeth. Alright, that's easy, the bespectacled youth immediately nodded in agreement. Zhang Haobai reminded, Brother Zhou, this Luo Feng isn't easy to mess with. He even beat up 3 of my bodyguards. Don't worry, the bespectacled youth smiled confidently. Don't worry. Just wait for the good news. Deep into the night, there was no moon or stars in the sky. Luo Feng's cell was pitch black. Only the road outside the cell had a bit of light. The sound of snoring kept ringing in the cell. Clearly, he was fast asleep. Suddenly, on the left upper bunk, Luo Feng, who was resting, suddenly sat up. He crossed his legs so that the soles of his feet were facing upwards. He also placed his hands on his legs so that his palms were facing upwards, and his back was perfectly straight. According to the article I read in the Limit Hall, there's only one genetic energy training method in the world, Wu Xianxia. And most people can start genetic energy training once they reach the fitness level of a fighter. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. The article said that the first sensing is the hardest. To absorb the energy in the universe, one must first sense this energy. According to the article, this energy was everywhere on Earth, and even in the universe, there was this kind of energy. However, most humans can't even sense the existence of this energy. As long as I can sense it, absorbing it will be easy. Normal geniuses can sense it on their first day of training. Fighters with weaker talent will need 1.5 years just to sense the energy. Luo Feng adjusted his breathing and then maintained the Wu Xianxia position. The 5 hearts here refer to the soles of the feet, the palms of the hands, and the Bai Hui pressure point on the top of the head. Breathe, breathe. Luo Feng's breathing gradually calmed down. He controlled himself and calmed his heart. My body needs to relax, and my Wu Xianxia will naturally come. My heart needs to be calm like the surface of a lake that's as calm as a mirror. Luo Feng's self-control was pretty good. Slowly, he completely calmed down. Even his heart calmed down. Silence. Breathing was already so soft that it couldn't be heard. 1 minute, 2 minutes. 30 minutes, 1 hour. Luo Feng suddenly opened his eyes in the cell. Where is this so-called energy? How come I can't sense it? My heart should have been very, very calm just now. Could it be that, like the article said, geniuses can sense it in a day, but the less talented ones need 1.5 years to sense it? Let's try again. Luo Feng closed his eyes and once again tried to sense the universe energy described in the article that existed in every corner of the surroundings. Relax. Silence. These were the 2 most important points of the Wu Xianxia cultivation method. Still not right. Half an hour later, Luo Feng opened his eyes again. Luo Feng truly realized that the first stage of genetic energy training, sensing, is extremely difficult. Let's try one last time. If we don't succeed, we'll have to wait until tomorrow night. I hope it works. Luo Feng's heart was filled with anticipation. He closed his eyes and once again calmed himself down to feel the energy of the universe. Time passed. 10 minutes, 30 minutes, 50 minutes, 1 hour and 20 minutes, why haven't you succeeded yet? In his meditation state, Luo Feng's thoughts became slower. Gradually, in this meditative state with his eyes closed, Luo Feng originally had a bit of desire in his heart, a desire to feel the energy of the universe. However, as time passed, Luo Feng was about to fall asleep. After all, even a normal person would fall asleep if they shut their eyes and didn't think about anything for half an hour at night, let alone Luo Feng, who lasted for 3 hours. As he neared sleep, Luo Feng forgot to sense the energy of the universe. So comfortable. Luo Feng, who was almost asleep, could vaguely feel strands of energy flowing through the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the Baihui point on the top of his head. The energy was flowing into his body at an extremely slow speed. What is this? Luo Feng was still half asleep. It's cosmic energy. Luo Feng abruptly woke up. His eyes widened and the feeling from before completely disappeared. Luo Feng didn't even think that when he was about to fall asleep, he could vaguely feel the energy of the universe. I felt it. That must have been the energy of the universe. Luo Feng was pleasantly surprised. According to the article, once you reach the level of a prospective fighter, most people can train their genetic energy. Even if you don't sense it, your body will absorb it at an extremely slow speed. Luo Feng knew that what he just felt was his body automatically absorbing the energy of the universe. However, the speed at which his body automatically absorbed the energy of the universe was way too slow. That's the feeling. Luo Feng closed his eyes and tried to sense it again. His breathing gradually calmed down and his heart calmed down. Luo Feng's consciousness was pretty much concentrated on the soles of his feet, the palms of his hands, and the top of his head. He tried his best to sense the strands of energy that he felt before. In a daze, it seemed like he felt that energy, but it also seemed like he didn't feel it. Slowly, the feeling became clearer. That's it, strands of extremely weak and tiny energy floated around. Only when they got close to the soles of his feet did they seep into his body. The speed was extremely slow. This is the energy of the universe. Luo Feng's consciousness concentrated on the 5 cores, and his consciousness naturally emitted the thought of absorbing the energy of the universe. Naturally, the absorption speed of his feet, palms, and head's Baihui meridian started to increase, and it instantly increased by nearly 100 times. If the energy of the universe was like a crack in a water pipe at the beginning, it would slowly leak into Luo Feng's body. But now, the crack in the pipe has become bigger. It's like a small stream of water that continuously flowed into Luo Feng's body. A shiver that came from the depths of his bones made Luo Feng's body tremble. After the formless and colorless universe energy entered Luo Feng's body, it was crazily devoured by every single cell in his body that had been starving for too long. The universe energy continuously entered through the 5 pathways. In the cell. As the cosmic energy entered the cell, it was quickly absorbed by the mitochondria in the cell. At the same time, a strange energy was released. This energy was quickly absorbed by all parts of the cell, and the entire cell itself immediately began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The DNA and genetic blueprints also underwent subtle changes. At the same time, the cell also began to divide into 2. Time ticked by, Luo Feng's body was constantly changing. Whether it was the surface of his skin, muscles, bones, or even every single cell, even his genes, they were all changing. This change was the evolution of life, an optimization of life's genes. According to the cultivation method, the human body has never consciously absorbed the energy of the universe since birth. Therefore, he had always been in a state of hunger. The first time he absorbed cosmic energy, he absorbed the most. It was also the first time his strength increased the fastest. Luo Feng felt that his entire body, from the inside to the outside, was undergoing a fundamental change. The entire Earth, and even the universe, has an endless amount of cosmic energy. The little bit that Luo Feng absorbed right now was completely negligible. However, to Luo Feng himself, this was the most shocking improvement he had ever experienced since he was young. The density of his bones increased, the size of his cells shrunk, 1 cell divided into 2, and his muscles began to optimize. Naturally, Luo Feng's body weight also continued to increase. Life is just that special, in his brain. In the depths of his brain that Luo Feng couldn't detect, as the cosmic energy continuously flowed into his brain. Ever since Luo Feng was born, there have only been 3 tremors in the depths of his brain. Those 3 tremors caused Luo Feng to faint 3 times. And tonight, as a large amount of cosmic energy flowed in, The depths of his brain underwent a change that was different from the previous 3 times. This change was even more subtle. Luo Feng, who was in training, didn't even notice it. Dang, 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 early in the morning, the sun had just risen. It was only 5 or 6 a.m. when the sound of the prison rang. The prisoners in the cells began to wake up. Luo Feng, who had been sitting cross-legged for a long time, finally opened his eyes and let out a smile. Indeed, ever since I was young, this is the first time I've intentionally absorbed the universe's energy. It took me almost 2 hours before I was full. Luo Feng could feel that the power contained within his body was much stronger than before. Tonight's improvement seems to be even greater than when I fainted during the college entrance examination. Luo Feng had this feeling. One punch should be around 1,500 kilograms right now, maybe even higher. As for how much it has increased, only a detailed test will know. Time for breakfast, time for breakfast. Many of the suspects in the detention center came out of their cells and went to eat. Luo Feng directly jumped off the bed, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and prepared to eat breakfast. And at this time, in the hallway outside of Luo Feng's cell, 3 criminals wearing prison uniforms walked past Luo Feng's cell. One of them yelled, "Baldy Huang, I heard a powerful fighter came to your cell and injured 4 elite members of the dojo. Brother Lu, he's very powerful." Within Luo Feng's cell, the bald brute smiled and nodded. "Oh." The 3 prisoners exchanged glances and one of them said quietly, "It can't be wrong. The cell, age, and strength are all correct. Brother Zhou was talking about him." In the jail. After eating breakfast, the prisoners returned to their cells one by one. In the 3rd cell from the left on the south side of the hallway, the 4 prisoners were all quietly lying on their beds. One of them, a fat man, said quietly, "Big bro, I already talked to Boss Lee and the others during breakfast, and Boss Lee also nodded in agreement. With 3 of our own fighters, plus Boss Lee's 2 great warriors, we have 5 people. Dealing with that guy named Luo Feng shouldn't be a problem, fatty. I heard that Luo Feng can fight against 4 elite members of the dojo by himself. He'll be hard to deal with." The brute with the black dog tattoo said quietly. "Black dog, fatty, other than us, Brother Zhou also let Cobra attack. Even if we don't succeed, Cobra will definitely succeed." A one-eyed middle-aged man said quietly. "Cobra?" The fatty and the black dog brute were shocked. "Yeah, coincidentally, Cobra is also locked up in the jail this time." The one-eyed middle-aged man nodded. "With Cobra, nothing will go wrong," the fatty said excitedly. Fatty said excitedly, "But big brother, what exactly does this Cobra look like? We haven't seen it before." "As for the specifics, I'll discuss it with Boss Lee during lunch," the one-eyed middle-aged man said quietly. "If nothing goes wrong, we'll make our move during dinner tonight. Remember, bring your weapons." The so-called weapons of these prisoners were actually blades and toothbrush handles that were ground into spikes. Even though the checks in the jail are stricter, they can't compare to the maximum security prison. Even in the maximum security prison, even the most powerful people can send in guns and ammunition. After all, no matter how strict the system is, as long as it's enforced by humans, there will be loopholes. Of course, the people in the jail are all small fries, so they only use sharp weapons like blades and glass. Evening. Brother Luo, as he walked out of his cell, the prisoners he met in the hallway all obediently greeted Luo Feng. News of Luo Feng injuring 4 elite members of the dojo spread last night. Now, almost everyone in the jail knows how vicious this young man is. In the collective cafeteria, it's called a cafeteria, but it's actually a sealed hall. There were dozens of fixed silver long tables in the hall. Everything's fine in the jail, but the food sucks. Luo Feng's genetic energy training was successful last night, so he was in a good mood today. He walked to the counter and received a plastic lunchbox from the detention center supervisor. The lunchbox was filled with food that looked like mud. He lowered his head to take a look. The food inside was gray and muddy, and he tasted a little like potatoes. "This is the legendary creature meal." Luo Feng shook his head. It had a good reputation, but even though it was said to be a biological meal, it was actually recognized as the most junk food in society. If one were to eat this kind of biological meal, one person would only need 50 cents a day. One could imagine how low the cost of this biological meal was. A silver hall, a silver dining table, a silver bench, and a silver lunchbox. A large number of people in prison uniforms came over one by one, took their lunchboxes, and went to eat. Luo Feng sat beside the long table and lowered his head to eat the food. At this time, a skinny, bespectacled youth also sat beside Luo Feng with a lunchbox. This skinny youth lowered his head and ate 2 mouthfuls before cursing, "Even pigs and dogs eat better than this. Quick, you lost. Give me 2 cigarettes. What the hell are you doing?" In the entire silver hall, over 100 prisoners were talking to each other. It was a mess. 2 guards stood by the railing with assault rifles in their hands. They lazily glanced inside and started chatting. And the camera in the corner of the silver hall was constantly moving, recording everything that happened in the hall. Peng, a one-eyed brute, sat at a long table that was around 3 meters to Luo Feng's right. He glanced at Luo Feng and laughed. "You're called Luo Feng?" Luo Feng glanced at this one-eyed brute. "And you are?" "My last name is Long." The one-eyed brute smiled. One-eyed dragon, with a low shout, a short fatty sat in front of the one-eyed brute. Beside this short fatty sat 2 steel tower-like brute. The 2 brute coldly stared at the one-eyed brute. The short fatty sneered, "Yesterday afternoon when I went out for a walk, it was your people who beat up my brothers, right? Tell me, how do you want to settle this?" "Get lost." The one-eyed brute rolled his eyes and shouted, "Fatty, hurry up and get lost. If you piss me off, don't blame me for being rude." The short fatty's eyes flashed coldly and he sneered, "One-eyed dragon, looks like you don't want to talk." Luo Feng, who was eating on the side, lowered his head and ate 2 mouthfuls. He glanced over and couldn't help but feel interested. From his point of view, this was obviously a fight between 2 powerful leaders in the cell. "Talk my ass, you want to talk to me? Get lost." The one-eyed dragon rolled his only eye and shouted. "Fuck, beat him up." The short fatty's expression was ferocious as he fiercely shouted. Immediately, the 2 steel tower-like brute beside the short fatty moved. One of them lifted the silver table and smashed it towards the one-eyed dragon. The other steel tower-like brute also threw a kick as fast as lightning towards the one-eyed dragon. "You dare hit my boss? Brothers, attack!" The entire silver hall was in chaos. Pung! One of the prisoners lifted a bench and smashed it against the camera in the corner of the hall. Every time a large-scale fight breaks out in the jail, the first thing they do is smash the camera. The police don't have 100% evidence, so the prisoners can naturally make up stories about the fight. In the silver hall. The one-eyed dragon waved his right arm and blocked the steel tower-like brute's kick. However, that kick was extremely heavy, causing the one-eyed dragon to stagger a few steps back until he reached Luo Feng's side. The 2 steel tower-like brute instantly rushed over. And the one-eyed dragon's underlings also rushed over. Luo Feng was actually in the center of the fight. "I actually got into a fight." Luo Feng could only stand up. He couldn't be bothered to get involved in these things. At this time, a fatty under the one-eyed brute rushed to Luo Feng's side. A sharp needle made from a long screw suddenly appeared in his hand. The sharp needle directly pierced towards Luo Feng's waist. The one-eyed dragon, who was still staggering, flipped his hand and a plastic blade appeared. He directly pierced towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng suddenly felt a wave of danger. At the same time, he felt a slight pain in his waist, as if something sharp pierced into his muscles. However, it was immediately clamped down by his muscles. Luo Feng's entire body was like a leopard cat as he swiftly shot up and jumped over the table in front of him. But at this time, the 2 steel tower-like brutes swung their axe-like legs at almost the same time and fiercely chopped towards Luo Feng. "You're looking to die." Luo Feng, who instantly understood everything, ferociously roared and ferociously punched towards the 2 thighs. The 2 steel tower-like brutes sneered in their hearts. The explosive power of the legs is much stronger than the strength of the arms, so why would they be afraid of Luo Feng? Pung! Pung! Heavy crashing sounds followed by the sounds of bones breaking. The 2 ferocious towering brute held in pain. The 2 of them were actually sent flying by Luo Feng's fists. They fiercely crashed into the tables and stools in the distance, leaving a trail of blood on the ground that made people's hearts tremble. The 2 brute painfully held their legs as they rolled on the ground. What? The one-eyed man, the fat man, and the black dog beside him all jumped in fright. At this time, hum, an ear-piercing sound rang. The police officers in the jail swiftly gathered from their respective resting areas and headed towards the jail cell. Luo Feng touched his waist. Blood completely dyed his clothes red. His heart slightly calmed down. The rumors weren't wrong. Fighters who can train their genetic energy have a punch of 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms. Regular small-caliber bullets can no longer pierce through their muscles. The fatty's stab only pierced through the surface of his skin and was stuck by his muscles. So you guys were just acting? Luo Feng's gaze swept across the one-eyed dragon and the short fatty. An ominous glint flashed across his eyes, which made the two of them lose their composure. Everyone attack, he's injured, roared the one-eyed dragon. Everyone attacked together, the short fatty also roared. At the same time, they also picked up their own stools and threw them over. Since the boss made his move, the lackeys naturally all picked up their stools and rushed over. It was a complete mess. Luo Feng's body moved and became a blur, his two legs were like cannonballs, kicking the prisoners one by one into the air. Luo Feng didn't go too hard on the regular lackeys. After all, they were just following the crowd. But Luo Feng wasn't going to go easy on the leader, the one-eyed dragon, and the fatty who stabbed him. Piu! Luo Feng's palm slashed onto the stool and broke it. His arm then smashed onto the one-eyed dragon's arm, sending the one-eyed dragon flying. The one-eyed dragon's arm was even twisted 90 degrees in the opposite direction. People were sent flying one by one. Stools and tables were twisted and broken. Difference: this is the difference between a fighter who trained in genetic energy and a regular criminal. As Luo Feng swept through the group of prisoners, the skinny glasses-wearing youth who was silently watching suddenly waved his hand. Xiao! A cold light flashed across the sky and arrived in front of Luo Feng. This skinny youth is the famous Cobra in the Xian region. His fame came from his throwing knife skills. Ever since the other prisoners started attacking Luo Feng, this Cobra youth has been looking for the best opportunity to attack. And now, when Luo Feng was at his peak, he made his move. This throwing knife was very sneaky. When it flew out, it was blocked by a prisoner's body, so Luo Feng didn't even see it coming. Xiao! The throwing knife pierced through the crotch of a prisoner. When Luo Feng saw this throwing knife, it was only 2 meters away from him. Not good. Too late. Luo Feng reacted quickly, but he couldn't dodge in such a short amount of time. The throwing knife didn't go for his vitals, but for Luo Feng's right shoulder. No. Luo Feng stared. For a fighter, the arm that uses a weapon is extremely important. Luo Feng uses a knife, so his right hand is the one that uses it. And once the right shoulder joint is pierced, the bones will split. He won't be able to use his knife technique to fight against monsters for a few months. In other words, once he gets hit, he won't be able to participate in the fighter combat exam on August 1st. He can only wait until February 1st next year. No. Move, move. With the throwing knife's shocking speed, Luo Feng's mind couldn't even think about the consequences in a short distance of 2 meters. At this critical moment, Luo Feng's entire body tensed up. The strength in his body was pushed to the limit as he stared at the throwing knife. He only had one goal, one belief: dodge this throwing knife, don't let it hit my shoulder. Piu! The moment the throwing knife was about to hit Luo Feng, it strangely changed its direction. It was originally going to go straight for Luo Feng's shoulder, but it brushed past Luo Feng's shoulder. It only scratched the surface of Luo Feng's shoulder, and fresh blood stained Luo Feng's shirt. Everyone squat, everyone squat. Hurry, squat! At this time, a large number of guards with assault rifles rushed into the hall. The crazed prisoners immediately squatted down. Even the skinny Cobra youth squatted down. He looked at Luo Feng in shock. How could this happen? How could my throwing knife miss? Seeing the police rush in, Luo Feng immediately squatted down. How did the flying knife change course just now? Luo Feng, who was squatting down, was very confused. However, at this time, a terrifying headache suddenly appeared without any warning. This intense headache was like a sharp needle continuously drilling into Luo Feng's brain. The pain caused Luo Feng's entire body to twitch uncontrollably and he directly fell to the ground. What happened? You guys, come with me. The police, who already had the situation under control, looked at Luo Feng in shock. They saw that Luo Feng's entire body was red and sweat was continuously pouring out of his body. There were even beads of blood seeping out, causing Luo Feng's clothes to quickly be dyed red. His veins popped out like green snakes coiling around Luo Feng, causing him to look unprecedentedly terrifying. Not good, he has already fainted from the pain. Hurry, hurry, and send him to the medical room. The police were also shocked by Luo Feng's appearance. Even though Luo Feng had already lost consciousness, his body was still completely red. In Luo Feng's brain, waves of mysterious energy continuously surged out of Luo Feng's brain and instantly merged with every part of Luo Feng's body. Under the baptism of this mysterious energy, Luo Feng's bones, organs, blood, muscles, and skin were all undergoing drastic changes. Every single cell was also continuously undergoing changes. This was 100 or even 1,000 times faster than when Luo Feng was training his genetic energy. Logically speaking, his body shouldn't be able to handle such rapid changes and would explode. However, under the fusion of the mysterious energy, Luo Feng's body showed signs of twitching, blood seeping out, bones trembling, etc., but at least his body didn't suffer any internal injuries. Hurry, be careful. Send him to the medical room. The police immediately carried Luo Feng away and sent him to the medical room. The process of this large-scale armed melee was quickly sorted out and summarized. 8 p.m. In a quiet 3-story building in the jail, in the living room on the first floor, a 200-inch screen was hanging on the wall, showing a movie. Pause. A middle-aged man wearing a nightgown on the sofa spoke. Suddenly, the movie paused. At this time, a knocking sound came from the outside. Come in. The door automatically opened. A man wearing a military uniform walked in and said respectfully, "Chief, we've finished investigating this large-scale battle. Zhou Huayang arranged people to deal with this young man named Luo Feng. However, a large group of people were injured by Luo Feng. Some of them were even heavily injured. That kid Zhou Huayang? Relying on his Zhou family's power, he sure is arrogant." The middle-aged man in the nightgown said indifferently. Even though it was Zhou Huayang's arrangement, the person who actually wanted to deal with Luo Feng, according to our guesses, should be the young man named Zhang Haobai. The military officer said respectfully, "We looked through Luo Feng's file. Plus, his entry into the jail is also related to Zhang Haobai. There's a high chance that Zhang Haobai asked Zhou Huayang for help." As of now, China has a total of 6 headquarter cities. Because humans are gathered together like never before, the country's control over its citizens has increased. However, Chief, according to our investigation of the battle, the metal chairs and tables that were dented by fists were all made of metal. Our guess is that this Luo Feng's body fitness level has definitely reached the fighter level. The military officer said forcefully. The chairs and tables in the jail are all made of metal. Luo Feng's fists dented the metal tables, and his blade even broke the metal chairs in half. How terrifying is this? Fighter level? The calm middle-aged man suddenly stood up and frowned as he stared at the military officer. "Are you sure? 100% sure?" replied the military officer, "And I just called the Thunder Dojo and the Limit Hall to check. This Luo Feng just took the prospective fighter exam and passed it. However, it hasn't been recorded in the citizens' information yet. I believe it will be recorded in a few days." Prospective fighter? What's a prospective fighter doing in the jail? The middle-aged man frowned. "If he really causes a ruckus, then it'll be troublesome. Fighters, no matter what side of the world they're from, all fighters care about their rights. If a fighter is taken advantage of by the police, then all fighters will be dissatisfied. At that time, there will be a lot of trouble. After all, the police system did not have the authority to detain and imprison martial artists." "Where's this Luo Feng now?" asked the middle-aged man. "This Luo Feng has had a weird headache since he was young. It acted up during his high school exams, and it acted up again just now. However, he's already back to normal. He's currently in the infirmary, still unconscious," replied the military officer. The middle-aged man thought for a bit and immediately ordered, "Immediately send Luo Feng to the nearby military recuperation area and let him rest. When he wakes up, personally apologize to him on my behalf. Tomorrow morning, we'll contact the dojo of limits where he's at to clarify this matter. We must make this a small matter and a small matter. After that, send him home." "Yes, Chief." The military officer immediately left after receiving the order. Late at night. In the quiet bedroom, Luo Feng's eyes slightly moved and then he opened them. "Where am I?" Luo Feng woke up and scanned his surroundings. The speck on the railing of the window next to the bedroom was so clear. The sound of the other residents watching TV was so loud that he could even hear the conversations of the people walking on the road at night. "No, it's not that the sound is loud. It's that my hearing has improved a lot." Luo Feng got off the bed and stood up. As he walked in the bedroom, he looked around. His vision, hearing, and even sense of smell all improved dramatically. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the stool next to him. With a thought, an invisible force instantly controlled the stool. This invisible force couldn't be detected by the naked eye, but Luo Feng could clearly feel that this invisible force instantly extended out from his brain. What kind of power is this? How did I get this kind of power? Luo Feng could only feel his heart beating faster. He felt that this invisible force was like his invisible hand. In the middle of the night, the stool actually started floating. With a thought, Luo Feng looked towards the bed next to him. Suddenly, the entire bed started floating. He turned his head towards the TV, and suddenly, the TV also started floating. Then, 3 chairs, a coffee table, and a wardrobe next to it all floated off the ground. Very quickly, in the entire bedroom, almost everything floated off the ground, as if there was no gravity in space. "I don't feel any pressure controlling all these things?" Luo Feng slowly walked to the balcony. In the middle of the night, it was completely silent. Luo Feng's gaze landed on the railing and with a thought. One of the steel pillars on the guardrail slowly rotated and then forcefully separated from the guardrail. Looking at this steel pillar, under Luo Feng's gaze, the entire front part of the steel pillar started to slowly rotate and twist, becoming sharp and sharp, becoming a steel spike. Everything was floating in midair, controlled by that invisible force. "Go," with a thought from Luo Feng. This steel spike was as fast as lightning as it shot towards a fake mountain in the small sector below. Under its shocking speed, this steel spike instantly pierced through the huge rock on the fake mountain. After piercing through the huge rock, the steel spike returned and continued piercing through the huge rock. Whoosh! 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 The steel spike turned into countless illusions as it crazily pierced through the fake mountain. As if it was being pierced by a large amount of armor-piercing bullets, the entire fake mountain quickly turned into a sieve. Pong! Suddenly, a low explosion occurred. The fake mountain that was 2 to 3 meters tall completely exploded into countless shattered rocks, and the steel spike that Luo Feng was controlling also completely exploded into powder. Who was it? Woo woo, woo woo! The entire military recuperation area immediately started ringing. Spotlights lit up one after another and quite a few guards rushed over with guns in their hands. Luo Feng, on the other hand, shrunk his neck and immediately slipped into his room to lie on his bed. He was extremely shocked. That huge rock that's 1 to 2 meters thick was instantly pierced through. The power of my steel spike is comparable to an armor-piercing bullet from a heavy sniper rifle. And this is because the steel spike isn't sturdy enough and sharp enough. In the end, the steel spike was completely shattered into powder. I pierced through over 100 times in an instant, so doesn't that mean that over 100 armor-piercing bullets were instantly shot over? Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Just what is going on? Such a mysterious and terrifying power awakened in this normal military recuperation area. In the quiet bedroom, the lights weren't turned on. In the darkness, Luo Feng sat on a small sofa to the side. He couldn't calm down. This strength is too strong. A normal police small caliber pistol would probably only be able to make a small hole in that fake mountain. And the steel spike I controlled easily pierced through the entire fake mountain. Its power is tens of times stronger than before. The war between humans and monsters has lasted for tens of years. The reason why humans haven't won is because the monsters are too strong. There are strong monsters and weak monsters. Even the weakest monster would be able to ignore those small caliber pistols. Don't even mention monsters, even the weakest human fighter can block a small caliber handgun's bullet with their muscles. Powerful monsters could ignore firearms. Only heavy sniper rifles, large caliber heavy machine guns, anti-aircraft machine guns, and even machine cannons could pose a threat to monsters. Of course, some peak-level monsters like the black-crowned eagle can't even shatter a feather after being bombarded by a 20mm Vulcan cannon. That's truly scary. I can actually control objects from a distance. Could this be? Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. Could this be a spirit reader's spiritual force? Luo Feng doesn't know much about spirit readers. However, he still knows some basic information. Spirit readers are usually powerful fighters who also train their genetic energy. However, spirit readers, on the basis of genetic energy training, also trained in a second type of energy, spirit reader ability. This telekinesis was also known as telekinesis. However, whether or not it's spiritual force, I'll have to do some research in the future to confirm, thought Luo Feng to himself. Ever since he was young, he's only seen one spirit reader. That's the mysterious black-robed silver-haired man that Yangzhou City's Dojo of Limit's chief instructor Wu Tong called Captain. The piercing power of the steel spike is strong, but monsters like the black-crowned eagle can ignore firearms. Only laser cannons and nuclear weapons can threaten them. Luo Feng was clear that even though his current strength is shocking, there are many existences that are 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than him. For example, the powerful fighter that killed the black-crowned eagle on the internet, his body can move faster than the speed of sound. He can split the black-crowned eagle in half with one blade. He can destroy a 6-story residential building with one kick. This was a peerless expert among martial artists. As for the world's strongest Hong, the world's second strongest god of thunder, and so on, they can make the 5 great countries talk to them as equals. Luo Feng took a deep breath. To be able to let a country and an individual speak on equal terms, one could only imagine how shocking the power of such a warrior was. Even if I control the steel spike right now, I probably won't even be able to touch his body, Luo Feng reminded himself. Even though he was very strong, there were still many strong people. Although this was a reminder, however, those absolute warriors were too far away from Luo Feng. With Luo Feng's current strength, he could definitely let his parents and brother live a good life. Work hard. I'm still young, maybe in the future I'll be able to step into the circle of the world's top fighters. Luo Feng was filled with anticipation. In this quiet bedroom, Luo Feng awakened his ability, and at the same time, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Forget it. I'm too excited today. I'm afraid it'll be hard for me to sleep. Let's just focus on genetic energy training. Luo Feng sat cross-legged on the bed with his palms facing the sky position. He closed his eyes and started training. Because of his first experience and the fact that he already had genetic energy in his body, so he could easily sense the existence of the universe energy. The universe energy flowed into his body through the soles of his feet, palms, and the Bai Hui point on the top of his head. The speed at which I'm absorbing the universe energy seems to be a bit faster today. The universe energy flowed through the 5 channels into Luo Feng's body. Every single cell in his body was crazily swallowing this mysterious universe energy. After the cells, mitochondria, the universe energy was converted into genetic energy. My head. Luo Feng felt that quite a bit of the universe energy flowed into his brain and gathered in his mind. Boom, as if his entire soul was trembling, Luo Feng shockingly discovered that his consciousness was in a mysterious place. This mysterious place was boundless and had an endless amount of fog surrounding it. In the middle of this fog was a dark golden ball. This dark golden ball was like a star that slowly rotated. At the same time, it emitted waves of fog, causing the fog in this mysterious place to constantly increase. This fog. Is it spiritual force? Luo Feng easily felt the power of this fog. It was the spiritual force that he used to control objects. And Luo Feng could clearly see that threads of transparent energy were continuously seeping into this mysterious place from the outside world. Then, they were quickly assimilated into the fog. Luo Feng's consciousness also felt that this transparent energy was universe energy. The fog is spiritual force, and the transparent energy is universe energy. The universe energy is absorbed here and converted into spiritual force. And my spiritual force extends out from my brain. Luo Feng's heart jumped. This is my brain? Or, is this my realm of consciousness? The Sea of Consciousness was a special name for the mind of a martial artist. Why is there a dark golden ball in the center of my realm of consciousness? Luo Feng's consciousness observed curiously. This slowly rotating dark golden ball continuously emitted waves of fog, spiritual force. As it emitted waves of spiritual force, Luo Feng felt that his realm of consciousness was very comfortable. I fainted a few times since I was young, and it's probably because of this dark golden ball. Luo Feng had a feeling. Dark golden ball, releasing spiritual force? And in the past, I didn't have any spiritual force. I only had it this time after I fainted. Luo Feng thought. Then this dark golden ball probably released a large amount of spiritual force while I fainted this time. Not only did it give me a powerful spiritual force, but it also changed my body. His body fitness level is strong, but compared to spiritual force, it's far from enough. Oh right, when the group of prisoners attacked me before, one of them released a throwing knife. When the throwing knife was about to pierce through my shoulder, it suddenly changed direction. It should be because of my spiritual force. Luo Feng was able to easily deduce the truth based on the situation. Indeed, the dark golden ball did release a large amount of spiritual force while he fainted this time. But in reality, on the night of Luo Feng's first day in the prison, when he started his genetic energy training and absorbed universe energy, it already caused a change in his realm of consciousness. Even if the throwing knife didn't cause the dark golden ball to release a large amount of spiritual force in advance, with the passage of time, he would naturally possess psychic power. The sneak attack by the throwing knife only caused Luo Feng to awaken earlier. When I fainted in the past, it was most likely because of this dark golden ball. But now, the dark golden ball is continuously releasing spiritual force, so it shouldn't make me faint anymore. Luo Feng felt. Just like a dam blocking a flood, the dark golden ball was unable to release spiritual force in the past. That's why Luo Feng had headaches every day. Now that he has a channel to release his spiritual force, he should be fine. The next morning, when Luo Feng left his bedroom and went downstairs, he saw a person sitting in the living room. Mr. Luo Feng, good morning. The man in military uniform stood up and smiled. Hello. Luo Feng was confused. Where is this place and why am I here? Also, I don't think I've seen you before. The military officer smiled. Let me introduce myself. I am Xian Region Jail's Dong'an. And this is my Xian Region's military recuperation area. Mr. Luo Feng. I can't believe you've already passed the prospective fighter exam. Our jail naturally doesn't have the right to lock you up, Mr. Luo Feng, so you have the right to go home. Go home now? Luo Feng nodded. Luo Feng didn't find it strange that Luo Feng beat up so many prisoners yesterday, especially when his fists and feet hit the metal tables and stools. I want to ask, just who wants to harm me? Luo Feng frowned. The military officer slightly hesitated. If your jail can't answer, I'll go through the dojo of limits and apply to Jiangnan City's Security Bureau to investigate everything, said Luo Feng. Once this gets out, people will know that a prospective fighter was surrounded and attacked in the jail, and that the jail actually protected the criminal. The higher-ups of the jail will definitely be in trouble. The military officer laughed. Mr. Luo Feng, don't worry. This is what happened. According to our investigation, a local gangster named Zhou Huayang arranged for these prisoners to attack you. According to our investigation, they were preparing to break one of your legs and one of your arms. Oh? Luo Feng frowned. Break one of my arms and one of my legs? How cruel. Do they want to cripple me? I don't know this Zhou Huayang. Who told him to do it? The military officer replied. We've already interrogated Zhou Huayang. It was a young man named Zhang Haobai who asked for his help. Zhang Haobai. Luo Feng's gaze turned cold. How reckless. He really doesn't know the meaning of death. The military officer smiled. Luo Feng, you can choose to apply to Jiangnan City's Security Bureau to arrest Zhang Haobai. He ordered people to harm a prospective fighter, which is a heavy crime. It's normal for him to be sentenced to 20 years in prison. Don't blame me for speaking out of turn. This Zhang Haobai's uncle is also a fighter. said the military officer, Luo Feng. You can ignore his uncle and apply to the security bureau to arrest Zhang Haobai. The security bureau is in charge of fighters, so they have a lot of power. Uncle Zhang Haobai can't affect the security bureau's work even if it means offending his uncle. You still have to deal with Zhang Haobai. Let him mediate in private and have the Zhang family pay. Luo Feng, you can decide everything. The military officer smiled. I've already conveyed my message. Mr. Luo Feng, your cell phone and other items are all here. Luo Feng nodded. Mediate in private and have the other party pay a large amount of money? Or do you have to deal with Zhang Haobai? Hello, Dad. Luo Feng picked up his cell phone and made a call. I've already left the jail. I'll be home soon and have breakfast. Don't worry, Dad, your son is very strong now. How could anything happen to him? On the morning of Luo Feng's release from the prison, in an antique tea house in the Xian region, there was only Zhou Huayang and Zhang Haobai in a private room. The teacups in front of them were steaming hot and fragrant. Brother Zhou, why did you call me here so early in the morning? Zhang Haobai lowered his voice and asked softly, is it the result of that matter? If it's really done, Brother Zhou, don't worry. Money is definitely not a problem. Zhang Haobai was a bit excited to see if Luo Feng really had one of his legs and one of his arms broken. Zhou Huayang sat there. His face slowly sank and he didn't say a word. Brother Zhou? Zhang Haobai felt that the atmosphere wasn't right and said quietly, Brother Zhou, you, say something. Zhang Haobai, you sure are cruel. You dragged me down with you even if you want to die. Zhou Huayang laughed coldly as he looked at Zhang Haobai. What happened to me? Zhang Haobai was confused and hurriedly said, Brother Zhou, just what happened? Tell me clearly. Zhang Haobai felt that something was wrong from Zhou Huayang's tone and expression. However, Zhang Haobai really didn't know what happened. Zhou Huayang took in a deep breath and said quietly, Zhang Haobai, you want me to ask someone to break one of Luo Feng's arms and leg, right? Yes, why? Zhang Haobai nodded. Why? Zhou Huayang's voice was cold as he sneered, the Luo Feng you want to deal with is a prospective fighter. Prospective fighter? Zhang Haobai was stunned. Silence. The private room was silent. Zhang Haobai's face was pale and he sat there dumbly without moving. Beads of sweat continuously seeped out of his forehead. Zhou Huayang laughed coldly as he sat on the side. He held his teacup and drank mouthful after mouthful of tea without saying anything. How could it be like this? How could it be like this? Zhang Haobai no longer had any jealousy, only fear. His family is rich, so he was clear about the privileges a prospective fighter has. He actually sent someone to break a prospective fighter's arm and leg. A prospective fighter can just ask Jiangnan City's security bureau to come and arrest him. Once he enters the security bureau, his life will be over. No. Zhang Haobai's face was pale. Are you stupid now that you know fear? Zhou Huayang angrily smashed the cup on the table and shouted, Damn, you idiot, if you really want to die, don't drag me with you. You want me to arrange for someone to break a leg and an arm of a prospective martial artist? Once he reports this to the security bureau, I'll be in big trouble. Zhou Huayang gnashed his teeth in anger. Brother Zhou, what should I do? What should I do? Zhang Haobai said, I don't want to be caught by the security bureau. Tell me, what should I do now? Security bureau, to ordinary citizens, it was a mysterious and terrifying place. If the security bureau could be mobilized to arrest someone, then his life would be over. By the way, Brother Zhou, did you sell me out? Zhang Haobai's eyes lit up as he spoke. Only Zhou Huayang knew that he asked Zhou Huayang to do this. If Zhou Huayang didn't sell him out, then there was still room for negotiation. What are you thinking about, you son of a bitch? Zhou Huayang angrily stood up and pointed angrily at Zhang Haobai. The government's already here to interrogate me, and I still dare to not speak. If I don't speak, I'll die for you. Zhang Haobai froze. Indeed, if Zhou Huayang didn't sell him out, then Zhou Huayang himself would be in big trouble. I only came to tell you because we've been friends for so many years. Just in case you get caught by the security bureau without even knowing what's going on. Zhou Huayang sneered, I advise you to go back and discuss this with your dad. Your dad has more connections than you. He'll definitely do things better than you. Brother, your brother Zhou can't keep you company anymore, I'll be leaving first. I've already paid the bill for this table, you don't need to pay. As he finished, Zhou Huayang opened the door and walked out. Only Zhang Haobai was left in the room. How could this be? Zhang Haobai sat on the chair and shook his head. He still couldn't believe it. How could he be a prospective martial artist? Before the high school exams, his fist strength was only 800 kilograms. How many days has it been? How could he become a prospective martial artist? No, I don't want to get caught by the security bureau. Dad. I'll go find Dad. Zhang Haobai's face was pale as he quickly rushed out of the tea house and went home as fast as he could. At home. Zhang Haobai sat on the sofa in the living room with his fists tightly clenched and his body slightly trembling. Ka. The door opened. Haobai, why did you call me so urgently? You even said that if I come back late, you'll die? Zhang Zilong, who had rushed back from the company, pushed open the door and walked in. Seeing his son's face, his heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, not good, Haobai, this kid probably caused a huge disaster. Dad, I caused trouble. Zhang Haobai lifted his head and looked at his father. It was just a few simple words, I'm in trouble. Zhang Zilong's heart went cold. Tell me, what exactly happened? Tell me everything in detail, don't leave anything out. Tell me everything clearly. Zhang Zilong's expression became serious. Even though he knew the situation was troublesome, Zhang Zilong didn't panic. After all, he survived the Grand Nirvana period. What hasn't he seen before? Zhang Haobai took a deep breath. It's like this, last time at my house, a decorating company sent furniture. From start to finish, Zhang Haobai didn't dare hide anything and told him everything. You actually dared to find people to cripple a prospective fighter? Zhang Zilong stared. I didn't know. Zhang Haobai panicked after being stared at by his father. If I knew, I wouldn't have done it even if you beat me to death. Zhang Zilong took a deep breath. He didn't say anything and took out his phone to make a call. D. A sound rang from Zhang Zilong's phone. Zhang Zilong couldn't help but frown. What is it, Dad? Zhang Haobai asked. I'm calling your uncle, but your uncle is currently hunting monsters outside of the headquarters city. Zhang Zilong sat on the sofa. Wait for your uncle to call back. Outside of the headquarters city, there might be a monster hiding somewhere. That's why they usually look for a safe place to communicate with people in the city. After a while, Big Brother, what is it? A low voice rang. I'm a bit busy right now. Ahoo, this isn't a small matter. Your nephew is in big trouble. As Zhang Zilong said this, his eyes turned red. What trouble did Haobai get into, Big Brother, tell me. I'm listening. Zhang Zilong's little brother, Zhang Zhe, whose voice rang. It's like this. Zhang Zilong immediately repeated what his son just said. The phone went silent for a bit, then Zhang Zhe, whose voice rang. Haobai, this kid dares to cause trouble for a prospective fighter. He's too daring. How about this, from today on, Haobai, stay at home every day and don't go out and cause trouble. And don't go see that Luo Feng again. Understood. Uncle Zhang Haobai seemed to be holding on to his last straw as he nodded. Okay, you guys don't need to do anything. The voice on the phone continued. Wait for me to come back. Even if the security bureau comes and captures you, don't do anything else. Don't do anything else. Just wait for me to come back. My mission this time is quite important, so I'll probably be back in 1 or 2 months. Okay, Zhang Haobai nodded. Don't worry, Haobai. You're my big brother's only son, so I'll protect you no matter what. The voice on the phone continued. Big brother, the captain is calling me, so I'll say no more. Remember, don't do anything else and wait for me to come back. After hanging up, Zhang Zilong and Zhang Haobai let out a sigh of relief. The Zhang family was worried, but Luo Feng's family was very happy. After dinner, Luo Feng brought his little brother Luo Hua from upstairs to the sector. Luo Feng pushed his wheelchair and took a stroll in the sector. Bro, we've lived in this sector for over 10 years. Mom and Dad have lived here for over 20 years. Luo Hua raised his head and looked at the sector. The residential buildings in the sector were very dense and there was very little greenery. In the future, we'll leave this place and live in that Mingyue sector. I'll go out for a walk every day, so I'll be fine by myself. Going up and down the stairs every day was extremely difficult for the wheelchair-bound Luo Hua. Okay, Luo Feng smiled and nodded as he pushed his wheelchair. Hua, in the future, we won't have to be in the sun all year round, and we won't have to stay in that small room all year round. Mom and Dad won't have to sleep on the sofa anymore. Luo Hua nodded. This day. They've been looking forward to it for a long time. Someone's coming. Luo Hua raised his head and looked forward. A young man wearing glasses smiled as he walked over. He first smiled towards Luo Hua in the wheelchair and then looked towards Luo Feng. Brother Luo, right? You are? Luo Feng looked suspiciously at this person. This young man slightly smiled. Brother Luo, hello, my name is Zhou Huayang. I wonder if Brother Luo has time to find a place to chat. Zhou Huayang. Luo Feng's heart jumped, so it's him. The officer in the jail said that Zhang Haobai asked Zhou Huayang for help and arranged for people to deal with him. You are Zhou Huayang? Luo Feng let out a smile. Zhou Huayang felt a knot in his heart. Under Luo Feng's gaze, he couldn't help but to panic. If Luo Feng really wanted to deal with him, he would be in big trouble. Zhou Huayang maintained his smiling face. That's right. Brother Luo, shall we find a place to talk? All right. Luo Feng nodded. I have something to discuss with you too. On a street not far from the southern shore sector, there's a Yangzhou bathhouse. This bathhouse is a relatively expensive place. Even a small suite costs at least $1,000. Even though Luo Feng has heard of this place, he's never been inside. This time, he came with his brother and Zhou Huayang. Yangzhou bathhouse was a place that integrated bathing, foot soaking, leisure and entertainment. Okay, you can leave. I'll call you if there's anything else, Zhou Huayang instructed in one of the suites of the Yangzhou bathhouse. Yes, sir. The waiter left the suite. There were a total of 3 rooms in the suite, one of which was a bathroom for bathing. The second room was a lounge for tea and business meetings. The third room was an entertainment room. For surfing the internet, watching TV, and singing. Hua, just play around in this room. I have something to discuss with this Zhou Huayang, laughed Luo Feng. Go, brother. Luo Hua pulled the wheel and the wheelchair went directly to the computer. Luo Hua was a little excited. TSK, a 46-inch ultra-thin screen, voice-activated system, awesome. Luo Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His family's laptop was of the lowest level, and the operating system was manual. A few $100s for one was extremely cheap. Nowadays, almost all of the luxurious notebooks were voice-activated, and there were even legendary top-notch ones that had a 3D holographic projection. Of course, equipment that could perform 3D virtual projection was extremely expensive. It was a legendary piece of equipment. Even an average rich family would have to spend all their fortune to afford one. Luo Hua was in front of the computer, excitedly trying to use the voice-activated system. Luo Feng and Zhou Huayang entered the resting room. After closing the door, Luo Feng and Zhou Huayang sat facing each other in the resting room. Brother Luo, have some tea. Zhou Huayang picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Luo Feng. At the same time, he said with a face of shame, Brother Luo, I came here to apologize to you. This time's matter. Alas, speaking of which, I'm really embarrassed and ashamed. Luo Feng held his teacup and quietly listened on the side. Zhou Huayang, there were many such people in society, and they were the kind of people who had a lot of connections. What they were doing was accepting money from others and doing things for them. For example, Zhou Huayang, he was also paid to do things, so he didn't have any grudges with Luo Feng. Luo Feng didn't have much resentment towards Zhou Huayang. Luo Feng truly hated Zhang Haobai. Even if that Zhang Haobai doesn't find Zhou Huayang to deal with me, he'll find someone else, thought Luo Feng. This Zhou Huayang is just a middleman. But, since he came looking for me, I might as well settle this privately with him. Zhou Huayang saw that Luo Feng was silent, so he continued, this time, I arranged for people to deal with you. I didn't know about your situation at all. Zhang Haobai was the one who told me, which is why I did such a stupid thing. I hope that Brother Luo can be magnanimous and forgive you? Luo Feng grinned. This is a small gift from me, I hope Brother Luo can accept it. Zhou Huayang took out an envelope from his pocket and pushed it in front of Luo Feng. This is a check from the China Merchant Bank. The recipient is you, Brother Luo. Only you can withdraw this money. You can withdraw this money from any branch of the China Merchant Bank. Luo Feng glanced at it and opened the envelope. Indeed, there was a check inside. The payment deadline was 10 days, and it was limited to Luo Feng. Luo Feng's ID number was also written on it. Of course, the most eye-catching thing was the words, 1 million yuan. 1 million? Luo Feng was slightly shocked. This was quite a large amount. Luo Feng's family hasn't even saved over 100,000 yuan in all these years. The value of Chinese dollars nowadays is quite high. Even for the CEOs of companies, 1 million Chinese dollars is a large amount of money. I hope Brother Luo can forgive me and let this go, said Zhou Huayang sincerely. 1 million. Luo Feng's family has never had this much money before. It would be a waste not to have this kind of money. I know you're the middleman, so I won't make it hard for you. Alright, I'll accept this money. Luo Feng nodded. Zhou Huayang let out a sigh of relief. However, it's quite troublesome to withdraw this check. How about this, transfer the money to my account through the internet, said Luo Feng. Alright. Zhou Huayang was very straightforward. Luo Feng nodded and took out a pen from the table. He wrote down his bank account number and bank on a piece of paper. This is my bank account number. The address of the bank is here, and I'm the one who opened the account. Okay. Zhou Huayang put away the envelope and check. At the same time, he took out his cell phone and used it to quickly enter the bank system. In just a moment, the transfer was successful. Luo Feng felt the cell phone in his pocket vibrate. He took it out and saw a message. It was a notification from the bank that told him that his balance increased by 1 million. Has it been transferred? Laughed Zhou Huayang. Yup, nodded Luo Feng. Zhou Huayang laughed. Brother Luo sure is straightforward. In this Yangzhou city, if you have any problems that you can't solve, just come find me. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely help. Of course, you'll soon become a fighter. However, it's easier to deal with ghosts than the king of hell. If you encounter any problems, it'll be easier for us to solve them. Alright, I'll naturally ask for your help. Luo Feng stood up. Zhou Huayang also stood up and the two shook hands. Then I'll be leaving first, laughed Zhou Huayang. I've already paid for this room. Brother Luo, you guys can play until tomorrow morning, said Zhou Huayang to Luo Feng's brother, Luo Hua, and then left the room. Only Luo Feng and Luo Hua were left in the room. In the room's entertainment room. Brother, why did this person find you? Laughed Luo Hua. I feel like he's quite polite. He's here to give us money, laughed Luo Feng. Give us money? Luo Hua was shocked. Luo Feng didn't tell his parents or his brother about what happened in the jail. He didn't want them to worry about him. From Luo Feng's perspective, since he's on the path of a fighter, then this path will be filled with difficulties and dangers. It's best not to tell his parents about these dangers and difficulties. Oh yeah, Hua, laughed Luo Feng. How's your stock trading going? Because his brother, Hua, is always at home, he's always been interested in finance, especially the stock industry. Even though his brother isn't that old, he's been trading for 3 years already. I didn't make any money in the first year, but I've been making quite a bit these past 2 years. I've made around 20,000, said Luo Hua. That much? Luo Feng was shocked. 20,000 isn't enough to shock Luo Feng. What shocked Luo Feng was his brother's efficiency at making money. He actually made it twice. That's a terrifying efficiency. It's alright, laughed Luo Hua. Actually, when it comes to stocks, one is playing with psychology, and the other is playing with math. As long as you control your positions well, you can control the buying price through successive purchases. It was easy to follow the bankers behind the scenes. But sometimes, when the stock market was volatile, one's mentality would be affected. If I don't make any money in the first year, I'll often get scared and throw them away early. Luo Feng was confused as he listened. It's nothing much for me to earn money. If a powerful expert operates the futures market, I can double my earnings from the stock market, and they can earn 10 or 20 times more. Of course, futures trading is even more dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll be forced to liquidate your position. That will be the end of everything. Luo Hua shook his head. Even though Luo Feng didn't understand these things. But he knew one thing. Stocks made money by compound interest. For example, her brother took 3 years to raise his income from a few thousand to 20,000. But if he had 1 million yuan in capital, he might have 4 million yuan in assets now. With a capital of 4 million, he would have 16 million in assets. Money made money, and the further it went, the more exaggerated it became. Hua, I'll give you 500,000 when we get back. Luo Feng smiled. Work hard, 500,000? Luo Hua's eyes lit up with excitement. Today's stock market plunged. It's the perfect time to search for a bottom. We can make a huge profit. After sleeping in the same room with his brother for so many years, Luo Feng realized long ago that his brother always hoped for the stock market to crash. His neighbor, Uncle Wang, always hoped that the stock market would rise. His younger brother made money in the stock market, while Uncle Wang lost money in the stock market. Experts hope for the stock market to fall? Luo Feng thought to himself. Oh yeah, brother, where did you get the money from? Luo Hua asked. It's that Zhou Huayang from before. Luo Feng smiled. Brother, go use this money. When I become a fighter, I'll make a lot more money. Regular fighters aren't that good at making money, but... Luo Feng was very clear about his own strength. Just as telekinesis alone is scarier than a heavy machine gun, after all, bullets fly in a straight line, and Luo Feng can instantly change direction with his spikes. August 1st, Fighter Combat Exam. After passing, I'll start my career as a fighter. Luo Feng's right hand that was holding the teacup slightly tightened. Pa! The teacup immediately shattered and the tea spilled all over the floor. Luo Hua, who was on the side, was shocked. Brother, what's wrong? Nothing. Luo Feng shook his head and smiled. However, he was thinking to himself, when I was in jail, I trained my genetic energy and my strength increased by a huge amount. After my ability awakened, my strength increased even more. Right now, my strength and speed are much, much higher than before. However, increasing my strength too quickly isn't a good thing. My control over my strength isn't precise enough. In his excitement, he actually crushed the teacup. Clearly, he didn't have enough control over his strength. Yeah, tomorrow morning, I'll go to the dojo of limits. From today to August 1st, I'll seriously train for the next 20 days. I need to properly hone my current speed, strength, and so on. This will allow me to unleash my full potential. Luo Feng thought to himself. At 5 a.m. the next day, Luo Feng headed towards the dojo of limits when the sky started to brighten. He hasn't received his prospective fighter certificate yet, so Luo Feng still used his elite student certificate to enter the dojo of limits. Senior, morning inside the dojo of limits, there were quite a few students doing their morning exercises on the grass road. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded, and then ran towards the 3rd floor of the elite student building. He hasn't received his prospective fighter certificate yet, so he can only enter the elite student training hall. He doesn't have the right to enter the instructor's area on the 4th floor. Ha, ha. He could only hear the sound of people exhaling and yelling from the training hall. Luo Feng looked inside and saw a youth in a white robe wielding a metal spear. He was continuously swinging the great spear in his hand. Brother Iron, Luo Feng laughed as he yelled, training so early in the morning? That's rare. Crazy. The youth in a white robe stopped and looked at Luo Feng with a face full of surprise. Why are you here? Haha, oh yeah, I have to congratulate you, Crazy, for passing the prospective fighter exam. How did you know? Luo Feng was surprised. There should be very few people who knew that he had passed the prospective warrior assessment. Last night, when the instructor was teaching us, he told us about this. He said that among the elite students in our dojo, you and Brother Yang both passed the prospective fighter exam. The youth in a white robe rubbed his head helplessly. Seeing that you two passed, I didn't dare to relax, so I came here early in the morning to train. Luo Feng nodded. So this was what the instructor was talking about. Even though the dojo of limits has around 30,000 students, there are only 6 instructors. And there's only one instructor. When instructors teach, they usually do it in a gigantic hall, where thousands of students can listen at the same time. Of course, there's no need to teach the elite students, since there are only so many elite students in the dojo. Crazy, you already passed the exam, so why are you here so early in the morning? Laughed the youth in a white robe. August 1st, Fighter Combat Exam. I need to prepare, laughed Luo Feng as he walked towards the weapon room next to the training hall. The door to the weapon room wasn't closed. After entering the weapon room, there were large amounts of weapons placed on the weapon cabinet. Knives, spears, rods, axes, hammers, swords, spears, etc. Furthermore, there were many types of weapons in each category. For example, among sabers, there were one-handed sabers and two-handed sabers. There were also many types of one-handed sabers. Blood Shadow Series. Luo Feng opened one of the weapon cabinets. Inside were large amounts of blades of the same design. Of course, these blades were all replicas. The model, center of gravity, and weight were exactly the same as the real thing. However, there was a huge difference in the material. A real saber that could kill monsters might cost hundreds of thousands, but this imitation saber would only cost a few hundred, which was much cheaper. Xiao, Luo Feng pulled out one of them. This was a Blood Shadow 2 series blade. The blade was 78 centimeters long, the entire blade was 101 centimeters long, and the blade was 5.2 centimeters wide. The back of the blade was a bit thick, and the tip of the blade was sharp. Luo Feng casually waved it twice and frowned. I've been using this ghost blade for a long time. But, it feels so light. In the past, he was used to swinging his saber, but now he felt as light as a feather. As my strength increases, the weight of the saber I need to use has to increase as well. Only then will it feel more comfortable. Luo Feng took out another Blood Shadow 2 series blade and waved it twice, creating a sharp whistling sound. No, it's still too light. This one isn't enough either. Too light, too light. Luo Feng took out the heaviest Blood Shadow 2 series blade replica and couldn't help but to shake his head as he laughed. Looks like my strength has increased by too much. I can't find a suitable blade in this elite student's weapon room at all. Luo Feng could only choose to leave the 3rd floor and head towards the 4th floor. The 4th floor is where the instructors often go. Luo Feng knew that the 4th floor also had a training hall and weapon room. Prospective fighters have the right to enter the 4th floor. However, my prospective fighter certificate hasn't been issued yet, so I don't know if I can enter the 4th floor. There was a small room next to the staircase of the 4th floor. An old man was on duty there. HM? What are you doing? Students aren't allowed in here. The old man on duty stood up. Suddenly, he let out a surprised expression and laughed. So it's Luo Feng. I heard from Director Jiang that you passed the prospective fighter exam. Haha, come in. Thank you, Uncle Li. Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. If this Uncle Li was really serious and forced Luo Feng to take out his prospective fighter certificate, then Luo Feng wouldn't be able to enter. After all, legally speaking, Luo Feng isn't a prospective fighter yet. The training hall on the 4th floor was clearly decorated much better. The equipment were also of a higher quality. At this time, Luo Feng was the only one in the training hall on the 4th floor. What a waste, what a waste. What a waste. Luo Feng couldn't help but to shake his head and sigh. This dojo only has a total of 6 instructors. Other than teaching, the 6 instructors spend most of their time training in the limit hall. Such a good place, yet it's just left empty. So few people come here. Luo Feng shook his head and entered the weapon room. Even though the weapons in this weapon room were also replicas, they looked much better than the weapons on the 3rd floor. Blood Shadow 2 series. The blades here sure are a lot heavier. Luo Feng took out one and swung it twice. Luo Feng took out a knife and swung it twice, then switched to another one. After 5 tries, he finally chose one that suited him. He looked carefully at the label on it and saw that the weight of the knife was written on the blade, 101 kilograms. What, 101 kilograms? Luo Feng was shocked. Such a heavy blade, yet I feel comfortable wielding it? Keep in mind that the ghost blade is a blade that can be swung very quickly and is quite light. Even a blade like this only feels comfortable wielding it at 101 kilograms. Just what level has his strength reached? Looks like my body fitness level has increased quite a bit. I'll test my fist strength and speed later. Luo Feng was a bit excited. Right now, I'll first practice the basics. After choosing the blade, he also picked up a hexagonal shield. In the training hall, Luo Feng's left arm was inside the shield and his right hand was holding the ghost blade. Ha! Ha! Luo Feng stood in the same spot and performed the basic blade techniques moves perfectly: horizontal slash, upward slash, hack, combo slash. Every move was perfectly executed. Luo Feng's center of gravity wasn't affected by every slash as he continued to practice and modify his moves. I'm too strong right now. I can't control my strength well enough. Luo Feng knew his own problem. Even if my body fitness level is good, I still need to be able to use it. Luo Feng was clear. Just because your body fitness level is higher doesn't mean you're stronger. Some people can only use 30% of their body fitness level. And some people can use 50%, 60%, 70%, and even 100% of their body's strength. There were some saber grandmasters who could even kill someone 10 times stronger than them with their weak strength. This is the importance of technique and experience. Of course, if the difference in body fitness level is too big, technique can't make up for it. In conclusion, no matter what, technique has to be practiced in order to bring out the full potential of your body. Hedley Balian, who was on duty on the 4th floor, respectfully yelled. Who's inside? Instructor Jiang Yan asked. He could clearly hear a series of sharp whistling sounds coming from the training hall next to him. These sharp whistling sounds were obviously the sound of swords and sabers slicing through the air at an astonishing speed. Just from this sound, you could tell that it was definitely a fighter. It's Luo Feng, laughed Uncle Li. Luo Feng? Instructor Jiang Yan smiled and walked towards the training hall. Standing at the entrance of the training hall, Instructor Jiang Yan looked at Luo Feng, who was in the training hall, performing his basic blade techniques as if he was a textbook. Sometimes he would slash in place, sometimes he would run, dodge, retreat, etc. While moving, he would continuously slash with his ghost blade. Your foundation is quite solid. Instructor Jiang Yan couldn't help but to nod and compliment to himself. With a good foundation, your future training with the blade will be even better. No obvious weaknesses, not bad. The more he watched, the more satisfied he was. Instructor Luo Feng turned around and noticed Instructor Jiang Yan, so he stopped. Instructor Jiang Yan smiled as he walked in. Luo Feng, your blade technique is quite good. You started training when you were young, right? When I was young and didn't enter the dojo, I just played around at home, laughed Luo Feng. Instructor Jiang Yan nodded in satisfaction, but the smile on his face suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand with his eyes wide open. Instructor? Luo Feng was shocked by Instructor Jiang Yan's expression. You. Instructor Jiang Yan stared at Luo Feng in shock. You were using a 101 kilograms ghost blade just now? Yeah, Luo Feng was a bit shocked. Instructor Jiang Yan shook his head. Impossible. How could this be? But right after, Instructor Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. He stared at Luo Feng as if he was looking at a treasure. Luo Feng, go over to the fist strength testing machine. Quick, throw a punch for me to see. Let me see just how much strength you've reached. When this Luo Feng took the prospective fighter exam, his fist strength was only around 1,100 kilograms. And in just a few short days? He could easily swing the 101 kilograms blood shadow saber, and the speed at which he swung it was astonishing. Doesn't that mean his strength has increased by a few times? Instructor Jiang Yan took in a deep breath. Ever since he became an instructor, Jiang Yan's dojo contribution points have been increasing extremely slowly. The fighters of the dojo of limits all value contribution points. The fastest way to increase contribution points is to hunt monsters. However, Jiang Yan hasn't hunted monsters in a long time. If I'm not wrong, this Luo Feng's genetic energy training speed is much faster than normal fighters, thought Jiang Yan to himself. Who knows, maybe he'll be qualified enough for headquarters to send someone over. If I can recommend Luo Feng, not only will I be able to earn some contribution points, I'll also gain face in front of the other instructors. Jiang Yan couldn't help but to be excited. Luo Feng, throw that punch with all your strength, yelled Jiang Yan. Yes, Instructor Luo Feng walked in front of the fist strength tester machine and took a deep breath as he thought to himself, compared to my telekinesis ability, this fist, kick, and blade technique is a level lower. Luo Feng didn't have any intentions of hiding his strength. He adjusted his breathing and then exerted all his strength. His back was like an arched dragon. Boom, his fist was like a missile hitting the tester, causing it to violently shake. Beep. How much? Jiang Yan immediately ran over and looked at the display. Luo Feng also looked at the display after throwing his fist. Even Luo Feng himself didn't know how much his fist strength had reached. A clear number appeared on the screen of the punching strength testing machine, 3,109 kilograms. 3,109 kilograms? Jiang Yan took in a deep breath and turned his head to look at Luo Feng like he was looking at a monster. Luo Feng looked at this number and was shocked in his heart. His fist strength actually increased by so much. During the prospective fighter exam, my strength was around 1,100 kilograms. This is the first time I started genetic energy training, so my strength increased the fastest. It should have increased to around 1,500 kilograms, 1,800 kilograms. After my ability awakened, my body evolved, and I suddenly reached 3,109 kilograms. Ever since that awakening, Luo Feng clearly felt that his body's strength increased by a lot, but he didn't have a clear number to show it. Luo Feng, you succeeded in your genetic energy training, right? Asked Jiang Yan. Yes, after the prospective fighter exam, I tried to train my genetic energy for the first time. I succeeded that night, nodded Luo Feng. Jiang Yan couldn't help but clench his fists and roar, haha, my Xian region's dojo of limits finally has a true genius. His first time cultivating genetic energy and his weight increased from 1,100 kilograms to 3,100 kilograms. This is the first time he improved so much. In the entire Jiangnan city, there are at most 1 or 2 geniuses like him in a year. From the time a human was born to the time they first cultivated genetic energy, there would be a period of more than 10 years in between. Their bodies had never absorbed genetic energy before. Because he had never absorbed it before, he had been starving for more than 10 to 20 years. Therefore, the first time he cultivated it, his progress was the most astonishing. From the second time onward, the improvement would be very small. It would take months and years of continuous cultivation to gradually improve. At the same time, the rate of improvement in one's first cultivation also represented a person's aptitude. Some people could increase their punching force by 300 kilograms during their first training, which was considered normal. Some people could increase their punching force by 600 kilograms, which was considered outstanding. Someone who had gained 1,000 kilograms of weight could be considered an elite. And Luo Feng increased it by 2,000 kg. This was a genius. Luo Feng, come, test your speed. I'll test your reaction speed later. Jiang Yan felt as if he had discovered a treasure and was testing its abilities. Yes, Instructor Luo Feng was a bit excited. Very soon, the results of the assessment came out. Fist strength, 3109 kg, speed, 58 ms, nervous reaction test, beginner warrior level, full marks. Intermediate warrior level excellent. Haha, my Xian district also has a monster. Jiang Yan looked at the final result on the reaction speed tester and was so excited that his face was red. He randomly patted Luo Feng's shoulder and yelled, Luo Feng, you're the instructor. My dojo contribution points will depend on you in the future. Luo Feng just laughed. Luo Feng, your improvement in strength is incredible. My dojo of limits can let you join the dojo ahead of time. Jiang Yan said, you don't need to go through the fighter combat exam. I'll let you join first. Join the dojo of limits first? Luo Feng was a bit confused. Usually, only after you become a fighter can you officially join other forces. Luo Feng, when you come out of the Xian district's dojo of limits, I'll be your guide. Instructor Jiang Yan patted Luo Feng's shoulder and laughed, I won't hide it from you. Your first genetic energy training increased your fist strength by over 2,000 kilograms. your speed and reaction speed also increased by a lot. I can say, your talent is at the genius level, or the monster level. In the entire 200 million population of Jiangnan City, only 1 or 2 monster geniuses appear every year. Luo Feng laughed helplessly. Monster level, others might not know, but he knew that his fist strength only increased by around 600 kilograms during his first genetic energy training. Only after he awakened his ability did his strength increase by a lot. To such a shocking number. However, Jiang Yan couldn't have thought of this. Since the biggest increase in strength for a normal fighter is the first genetic energy training. A monster genius like you will naturally be discovered by the Thunder Dojo and the families of the Underground Alliance after the fighter combat exam. At that time, they will definitely invite you to join. Instructor Jiang Yan laughed. Instructor Jiang Yan smiled and said, when the time comes, you might be blinded by the generous conditions. Luo Feng realized, right. Out of the 200 million population of Jiangnan City, only 1 or 2 monsters appear every year, who wouldn't fight for them? So isn't it better for you to join now? Instructor Jiang Yan laughed, of course, don't worry. The conditions that the Dojo of Limits will give you won't be low either. Normally, when a fighter joins the dojo, other than a villa, they also get $1 million Chinese dollars. Luo Feng, don't be careless about money. The fighter's battle armor, weapons, blade technique scrolls, and even some hot weapons. You can even hire a powerful fighter to teach you. All of these require money. Luo Feng nodded. To give a genius like you, other than a villa, we will also get 20 million. We will let you buy all sorts of weapons and equipment. At the same time, the Dojo of Limits will also give you a Dowing technique scroll, a blade technique scroll, and an agility technique scroll for free. As long as the price of these 3 is below 50 million, you'll get them for free. If it's over 50 million, you'll have to pay the extra. Luo Feng couldn't help but to hold his breath. My god, a normal fighter only has 1 million, and Luo Feng has close to 70 million. Since the Dowing technique scroll, blade technique scroll, and agility technique scroll are all very important to fighters. Luo Feng, the Dowing technique scroll, blade technique scroll, and agility technique scroll don't exceed 50 million. However, if you buy them from other places, you'll probably have to spend twice as much as buying them from the Dojo of Limits. Jiang Yan laughed. Fighters from the Dojo of Limits have a discount when buying some of the Dojo of Limits instruction manuals. Of course, you'll need the corresponding dojo contribution points to buy the instruction manuals. If you don't have the dojo contribution points, you won't be able to buy the instruction manuals even if you have the money. Of course, if you buy it for free, there's no requirement for the dojo contribution points. Luo Feng realized. Looks like the conditions that the Dojo of Limits gave him were quite generous. My Dojo of Limits has the same requirements for geniuses. Jiang Yan smiled. In the Dojo of Limits, when you go out to hunt monsters in the future, you'll be able to get help from your companions. Plus, the head of the Dojo of Limits, the world's strongest fighter, Hong, will occasionally teach some true elites. Luo Feng has lived in this era for so many years, so he is very clear on how much influence the Dojo of Limits has. Joining the Dojo of Limits is definitely a good choice. Alright, instructor, I agree, nodded Luo Feng. Haha. Jiang Yan laughed. Of course, I don't have the qualifications to let you directly join the Dojo of Limits. Accepting a monster-level fighter like you requires the headquarters to personally review it. As he spoke, Jiang Yan took out a phone from his pocket and softly said, Headquarters. Immediately, he dialed a number. A moment later, a figure appeared on the phone screen. Jiang Yan, what's the matter? The white-haired old man on the screen said with a faint smile. Uncle Bai. Jiang Yan said with a face full of excitement, I found a genius-level fighter in the Xian region. His first genetic energy training increased his fist strength by 2000 kg. His speed can reach 58 meters per second, which is the reaction speed test. Even the intermediate warrior exam is excellent. He's definitely a monster level, a genius level fighter. Oh? The white-haired old man was shocked and asked, his first time training increased his fist strength by 2000 kg? How old is he? The older you are, the less valuable you are to training. 18 years old, said Jiang Yan. What, only 18 years old? The white-haired old man suddenly stood up and roared, "You punk, hurry up and bring him to the headquarters. I'll arrange for people to test this kid right now." "Alright, I'll head to the headquarters immediately." Jiang Yan hung up the phone and smiled towards Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, come with me to the headquarters now." "Yes, instructor." "Instructor, I'll put the ghost blade and the hexagonal shield into the armory." Just as Luo Feng opened his mouth, Jiang Yan grabbed Luo Feng. "What armory? Just leave it on the ground. Hurry, don't waste time." As he said that, Jiang Yan dragged Luo Feng towards the stairs. At the same time, Jiang Yan ordered, "Oldly, I'm afraid I won't have time today. Cancel my class tonight." "Yes," head Uncle Li nodded. Right after he finished speaking, Jiang Yan and Luo Feng disappeared from his vision. Instructor Jiang Yan used his fighter privilege and directly took Luo Feng to the main city sector of Jiangnan City without buying a ticket. Jiangnan City was divided into the main city sector and the 8 great cities. The transportation between the main city sector and the 8 great cities is the train. Normal people have to buy a ticket 3 days in advance if they want to ride the train, and the price is very expensive. As for going from one headquarter city to another, the price is sky high. Normal people can't even afford it. So the 200 million citizens of Jiangnan City rarely have the chance to leave the headquarter city. Jiangnan Headquarter City, Main City Sector. Luo Feng and Jiang Yan walked side by side on the sidewalk. "Luo Feng, do you feel the difference between the main city sector and our Yangzhou city?" Jiang Yan smiled as he pointed around. Luo Feng looked around and shook his head, "Nothing much. I just feel that there are more people, more cars, and the road is wider. Everything else is normal." However, there was nothing special about this small scene. Jiang Yan smiled. "At first glance, there isn't much of a difference. You'll know the difference in a bit. Hello?" Jiang Yan turned on his phone. "Jiang Yan, how much longer until they arrive?" The old man's face appeared on the phone screen. "Uncle Bai, they'll arrive in 10 minutes." Jiang Yan smiled. "Okay, I've already invited the chief. When the time comes, don't make any mistakes," the white-haired old man said solemnly. "Lord Supervisor?" Even Jiang Yan was shocked. While they were talking, Luo Feng already saw an extremely large area in front of him. Other than the silver-white walls that extended outwards, there was a tall, dark blue skyscraper. On this skyscraper, there were 4 words that could be clearly seen from miles away: Dojo of Limits. "This is the Dojo of Limits headquarters." "Our Dojo of Limits headquarters in Jiangnan City," said Jiang Yan. "There sure are a lot of soldiers." Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Outside the walls of the Dojo of Limits headquarters, there were people armed with real guns standing guard. The entire Dojo of Limits headquarters gave off the feeling that it was a monster armed to the teeth. The main gate of the Dojo of Limits headquarters was a full 100 meters wide. Rows of soldiers looked around. "These are the soldiers of our Dojo of Limits." Jiang Yan smiled as he spoke. "Our Dojo of Limits has the right to set up our own security force. Let's go." And Jiang Yan brought Luo Feng towards the main gate. "Let them pass." At the entrance, a one-armed man with a scar on his face waved his hand. Immediately, all the soldiers took a step back. That orderly and uniform aura made Luo Feng hold his breath. The one-armed man glanced at Jiang Yan with a smile. "Old Jiang, it's been a while since I last came to the headquarters. Let's have a few drinks later." "All right." Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. At the same time, he looked at Luo Feng. "Luo Feng, this is your senior, call him Uncle Lu." "Uncle Lu," Luo Feng respectfully yelled. He could feel that this one-armed man was an extremely powerful fighter. "Not bad, young man." The one-armed man smiled and nodded. "I don't have time to talk to you. Let's talk later. Uncle Bai is waiting for me inside." Jiang Yan immediately brought Luo Feng into the courtyard of the Dojo of Limits headquarters. This huge courtyard was like a large park. Little bridges, fake mountains, and flower beds could be seen everywhere. There was also an endless stream of people coming and going in the courtyard. Every single one of them gave Luo Feng a special feeling. As Jiang Yan and Luo Feng walked on the road, he couldn't help but to sigh. "The one you just called Uncle Lu was a good brother who went through life and death situations with me. We've been through life and death situations with each other." His broken arm was broken by an ape-type monster, a black-furred iron ape. Luo Feng listened quietly. The fighters of the Limit Hall are very united. Jiang Yan pointed at the skyscraper. Look, that's the headquarters of the Dojo of Limits in Jiangnan City. Almost everyone who goes in and out of that building is a martial artist. Almost all fighters? Luo Feng was shocked. He could vaguely see the silhouettes of people through the glass on the first floor of the skyscraper. There were probably more than 100 people inside. Jiangnan City has a total of 200 million people. How could our Dojo of Limits have so few fighters? Jiang Yan laughed. Most of the people on the first floor are drinking and chatting. The second floor to the 9th floor of the headquarters building was the place where warrior rank warriors often trained and stayed. The 10th floor to the 19th floor is where the warlord level fighters stay. As for the 20th floor and up, that's where the group meetings are held. Luo Feng was confused and asked, Instructor, fighters are split into the warrior level and the warlord level? Fighters are split into the warrior level, the warlord level, and the extremely rare war god level. Jiang Yan explained softly, most of the warriors are in the warrior level. Many fighters stay in the warrior level for their entire lives. The warrior level is split into beginner warrior, intermediate warrior, and advanced warrior. Most of the fighters who just passed the exam are considered beginner warrior level. Luo Feng, your current strength is considered intermediate warrior level, Jiang Yan said. Luo Feng nodded. Looks like his strength is still at the bottom of the fighters. Warrior level warriors can usually be killed with firearms. But warlord level fighters can't be killed with hot weapons, Jiang Yan sighed. For example, if you use a heavy machine gun to shoot at a warlord, the warlord can easily dodge it with his reaction speed and speed. Therefore, warlord level martial artists are definitely considered outstanding elites among martial artists. Even though you're talented, you're still young, so you can only be considered a rookie, Jiang Yan laughed. Luo Feng could only rub his head. Of course Luo Feng knew about the powerful fighters among fighters. For example, the powerful fighter who was able to split the golden eagle in half with one blade. Even if Luo Feng used his spiritual force, he probably wouldn't even be able to harm a hair on that fighter's head. Above the warlord level is the war god level. Jiang Yan's eyes were filled with admiration. That's truly a war god. Each of them can easily walk through a rain of bullets, move as fast as lightning, and have unbelievable reaction speeds. Each of them can destroy a residential building with a single punch or kick. War god. That's a war god. Luo Feng held his breath as he listened. Warrior level. Warlord level. War god level. His current strength was only at the level of a mid-level warrior. Perhaps after using telekinesis, his strength would be much stronger, and he might even be able to step into the warlord level. Instructor, is there anything above the war god level? Asked Luo Feng. Yes. Jiang Yan smiled and nodded. There are existences above the war god level. Each of them has the power to destroy the world. Even a country would have to be cautious when facing such a powerhouse. However, there are far too few of them. Even our Huaxia government only has 2 or 3 such invincible experts. Luo Feng was shocked. Above the war god level, even China, one of the 5 great countries, only has 2 or 3 under their government? That's why fighters all over the world divide fighters into the warrior level, and the war god level. Jiang Yan explained, of course, the world standard for judging strength. In fact, it wasn't based on your strength, speed, or reflexes. Instead, it will be based on your achievements. Battle records? Luo Feng asked curiously. Yeah, even though your body fitness level should have reached the intermediate warrior level. However, after you become a fighter, your fighter status will still be at the beginner warrior level. Once you kill enough monsters that are strong enough and meet the requirements of an intermediate warrior, you'll be able to become one. Then you'll only be an intermediate warrior level. Jiang Yan sighed. After all, some people have good body fitness level, some have good blade techniques, and some know all sorts of tricks. The only way to judge a person's strength is through their achievements. Luo Feng nodded. Yeah. Even if there's a huge difference in body fitness level, a person with a weaker fitness level can still kill a person with a stronger fitness level. Work hard and become a warlord level fighter. Then you'll be the pride of Yangzhou City, laughed Jiang Yan. Brother Yan Luo, who came to find me last time, is a warlord-level fighter. Oh, Luo Feng slightly nodded. If I use my spiritual force, just how strong will I be? Will I be able to match the warlord level? I'll have to wait until later to find out. Luo Feng and Jiang Yan chatted along the way and quickly arrived at a 3-story villa. This villa took up quite a bit of space. On the balcony of the second floor, an old man with white hair yelled, Jiang Yan, hurry up and come up, let's go, follow me. Jiang Yan brought Luo Feng and quickly entered the villa. The second floor of the villa was empty. It wasn't any smaller than Yangzhou's Xian region's dojo of limits training hall. Chief Jiang Yan respectfully yelled as he entered the second floor. Luo Feng was slightly surprised. Instructor Jiang Yan has never been this respectful to Yangzhou's chief instructor Wu Tong or anyone else. Jiang Yan, this young man must be Luo Feng, a gentle voice rang. Yes, Chief Jiang Yan respectfully replied. Luo Feng looked carefully. There were 5 people standing next to the white-haired Uncle Bai. 4 of them were wearing white suits. At this time, these 4 men and women wearing white suits were respectfully standing behind a middle-aged man wearing a black tang suit. This middle-aged man was skinny and had a hooked nose. His eyes carried a gentle smile, and his entire body gave off a feminine feeling. Jiang Yan immediately signaled Luo Feng with his eyes. Luo Feng was startled and said, Greetings, Chief. Okay, the middle-aged man wearing the tang suit slightly nodded and said, Old Bai, you guys can begin. Check this young man's strength. Yes, Uncle Bai respectfully replied. Luo Feng muttered to himself, even Instructor Jiang Yan isn't this respectful when he sees Chief Instructor Wu Tong. This Uncle Bai seems to have quite a high position in the dojo of limits. However, he's so respectful in front of this chief. Just what is this chief's identity? No matter what, this chief is clearly someone with a lot of power. Beep. The fist strength tester and speed tester were all switched on. The cameras and other equipment in the second floor's training hall were all switched on. Clearly, they were going to record Luo Feng's test. The 4 young men and women in white suits also started to move. They either held the PDA in their hands or personally checked the accuracy of the equipment. Uncle Bai, there's no problem with the equipment, said the young woman in the white suit. Okay, Uncle Bai looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, start the test. Fist strength first. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and walked towards the fist strength tester. At this time, whether it was Jiang Yan, Uncle Bai, or the 4 young men in white suits, or the high and mighty chief, their gazes all landed on Luo Feng. Luo Feng, who was originally relaxed, instantly exploded and pounced forward like a cheetah. Pung! A heavy punch, accompanied by the sound of an explosion, smashed onto the fist strength testing machine. Luo Feng immediately looked at the display, 3,110 kilograms. Young man, not bad. The Lord Supervisor, who had always been calm, smiled and nodded. Continue to the next item. The speed test and reaction test came out quickly. Speed test result, 58 milliseconds. Reaction test, beginner warrior full marks, intermediate warrior excellent, few. Luo Feng walked out of the red circle of the reaction speed tester machine. Seeing that his results were normal, he let out a sigh of relief. Not bad, I didn't screw up at the crucial moment. Instructor Jiang Yan, who was beside Luo Feng, also relaxed. After all, when some people are in a critical situation, their mental pressure is too great and it's easy for them to not be able to display their full strength. His reflexes are better than the other 2. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit nodded with a smile. The age is also 18, which is within the restricted range. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit looked towards Jiang Yan and smiled. Your Xian region produced such a genius. Jiang Yan, you've done a great job. Jiang Yan couldn't help but to let out a happy expression and smiled. It's all because Luo Feng worked hard enough. Okay. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Luo Feng and said seriously, Luo Feng, are you willing to join the dojo of limits? I'm sure Jiang Yan has already told you the conditions. I'm willing to join. Luo Feng didn't hesitate. Very good. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit smiled and clapped. According to the old rules, you can choose a villa in Yangzhou City or the main sector headquarters. You have the right to live there, but you don't have the right to sell it. Our Dojo of Limits Villa sector will definitely be where the fighters of the dojo live. Other than that, there's 20 million in funds. There's also the agility, Daoyin, and attack instruction manuals that don't exceed 50 million. The middle-aged man smiled. Am I right? Yes, Luo Feng nodded. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit looked towards a woman in a white suit beside him. Go and draft a contract. According to the old rules. Just change one of the terms. Luo Feng can choose any agility, Daoyin, or attack instruction manuals. As long as the price is within 100 million, it's free. I'll pay for it. Yes, Chief. The woman in the white suit looked at Luo Feng in shock. She didn't dare to say anything else and immediately went to print the contract. Chief. Luo Feng was shocked. The benefit from before was that the 3 instruction manuals don't exceed 50 million. Now it's suddenly increased to 100 million, and this chief is paying for it. Luo Feng, you're not bad. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit slightly smiled. I have high hopes for you, so don't mind this small amount of money. Small amount of money? Luo Feng was shocked. 50 million to 100 million. In other words, this chief has to spend tens of millions for him, and it's small amount of money? Even a warlord-level fighter wouldn't be this extravagant. Thank you, Chief. Luo Feng also thanked. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit slightly smiled. After that, the printed contract was brought over. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit casually took the contract and pen and swiftly signed it. The young woman in the white suit then handed the contract and pen to Luo Feng. Here, here, and here. Just sign here. Luo Feng slightly scanned the contract. The conditions of the contract were extremely clear. The terms were clearly written, and there weren't any headache-inducing jargon at all. Luo Feng immediately signed it. Welcome, Luo Feng. Join the Dojo of Limits family. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit smiled as he extended his hand. Luo Feng also extended his hand and shook the chief's hand. From today onwards, you can directly move into the fighter's villa sector. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit smiled. As for your starting capital and instruction manuals, you'll have the authority of a fighter after you officially become a fighter. Only then will you have the right to enter the Dojo of Limits internal network and purchase instruction manuals. The starting capital will also be transferred to your fighter account. Luo Feng nodded. Oh, right, my name is Zhu Gutao. Don't forget, young man. The middle-aged man in the traditional Chinese suit smiled as he brought the 4 young men and women in white suits out of the villa. The second floor of the villa was completely empty. Only Uncle Bai, Jiang Yan, and Luo Feng were left. Phew, the chief was here just now. Even my breathing was a bit nervous, laughed Jiang Yan. I didn't think that the chief would come either, said Uncle Bai. Luo Feng was confused. Instructor, Uncle Bai. Just who is this chief? Haha, young man, you're quite lucky. The chief saw that you have potential, so he casually increased the limit of your instruction manuals by 50 million, reaching 100 million. Uncle Bai looked at Luo Feng and sighed. And what surprised me the most was that the chief actually told you his name. Looks like the chief has high hopes for you. Name? Luo Feng didn't even realize what it meant for a chief to tell someone his name. After hearing the name Zhu Gutao, Luo Feng wasn't shocked at all. He just sighed in his heart. The surname Zhuge is quite rare. Luo Feng, in our words, the chief is one of the 4 giants of our Jiangnan Dojo of Limits. Smiled Jiang Yan. 4 giants? Luo Feng froze. Uncle Bai glared at Jiang Yan and said in a low voice, these are all private discussions. In the Jiangnan Limit Dojo headquarters, the highest position was the president, followed by the 3 managers. The president and the 3 chiefs were what many martial artists secretly called the 4 great heavyweights. Every one of them had extremely high authority. If you want to be a manager, you must first have the strength of a high-level warlord. At the same time, you must contribute a lot to the dojo and have the support of a sufficient number of war god-level fighters. Oh? Luo Feng was shocked. There were 3 requirements to become a supervisor? Strength, contribution points, and the support of a war god? Luo Feng, to the chief supervisor, Luo Feng. 50 million really isn't much, said Jiang Yan quietly. From what I see, the reason why the chief values you Is because you're young. She was only 18 years old. He believes that you have the potential to become a war god in the future. That's why I'm investing 50 million today to help you. Luo Feng nodded. Uncle Bai laughed. However, Luo Feng, don't get careless. Your talent isn't bad, but it's too hard to become a war god. The supervisor only thinks that you have a glimmer of hope, a possibility. Just because of a glimmer of hope, he's investing 50 million to help me, sighed Luo Feng. The dojo of limits rules were very strict. According to the internal rules, Luo Feng could only invest 50 million for the 3 instruction manuals. Even the supervisor couldn't change the rules. He could only take out money from his own pocket on top of the 50 million. And when a fighter is just starting to develop, a good instruction manual is extremely useful. Don't even think about it, Luo Feng. The fact that the supervisor treats you differently is good for you and not bad at all. The supervisor's network is extremely vast. The army, the circle of war god level fighters, the government, all the big families. The supervisor has his own network. He's the person at the top of Jiangnan City, a giant level figure. Jiang Yan couldn't help but to exclaim. Luo Feng nodded. It's a good thing that the supervisor has a good impression of him, so why think so much? Since he's helping him, he'll just return the favor in the future. Luo Feng, when are you preparing to move? To the fighter sector in Yangzhou City? Or from the main city sector? Asked Jiang Yan. Luo Feng slightly hesitated. Almost all of his parents' friends are in Yangzhou City. And almost all of his close friends are in Yangzhou City. Let's move to Mingyue sector, replied Luo Feng. That afternoon, instructor Jiang Yan dragged Luo Feng to the headquarters for a lively meal with some fighters. Only until the evening did Luo Feng rush back to his home in Yangzhou City. In the evening, the streetlights in the southern coast sector were already lit up. 3 sweaty, middle-aged men were talking and laughing as they walked in the sector. Just by getting close, one could smell the smell of wood and paint on their bodies. My waist really hurts. I guess I can only sleep on my stomach tonight. When I go to the hospital, it's probably time to go to the hospital. One of the middle-aged men, who had a burly physique, held his waist with one hand and said helplessly, and my prostate is also hurting. I should go to the hospital sometime. Damn it, this hospital just spends a lot of money. Old Tian, why don't you rest for 2 days and tell the boss? You can start work after you feel better, said Luo Feng's father, Luo Honghua. Yeah, old Tian, it's not worth it to tire your body out, said the slightly fatter man on the side. Yeah, I know what to do. Alright, I'm going home. As he said that, the burly middle-aged man turned and headed towards a tube-shaped apartment. The slightly fatter man and Luo Honghua sighed for a bit and then headed towards another tube-shaped apartment. Luo Honghua slowly walked towards his home under the dim light of the streetlights, 32nd floor. Luo Honghua stood on the first floor and raised his head to look at the stairs. For people nowadays, climbing the 32nd floor was indeed a very easy thing to do, but Luo Honghua, who had been working hard for the whole day, felt tired even if he walked more. My neck and waist are a little sore. I should find some time to rest. Luo Honghua walked step by step until he reached the 32nd floor. Ding dong. Ding dong. Luo Honghua stood in front of his house and pressed the doorbell. He was too lazy to even take out his keys. Ka. The door opened and he saw a table full of food. There were more than 10 dishes on the table. Even during the new year, his house wouldn't be this extravagant. What's wrong? All this good food. Even though Luo Honghua wasn't happy, he still smiled as he entered the house. Dang 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 dang, Luo Hua, who was sitting in his wheelchair, yelled loudly, Dad, welcome home. Dad. Luo Feng, who was standing on the side, obediently brought a cup of tea to his father and said, From today onwards, Dad, you don't need to wear this uniform anymore. Huh? Luo Honghua was stunned. Old Luo. Gong Xian Lan, who was holding a bowl of rice, smiled as she looked at Luo Honghua. Your son just signed a contract with the Dojo of Limits. Once your son passes the fighter combat exam, he'll get 20 million. Furthermore, he was given a detached villa. He even brought back the villa key. What? Luo Honghua was stunned. Xinlan, what did you say? Dad, look. Luo Feng handed the signed contract to Luo Honghua. Luo Honghua took it and read it carefully. From the first line to the last line, Luo Honghua didn't dare to miss a single word. It was just like how he read his marriage certificate over and over again in the past. Now, he was reading his son's contract over and over again. The terms of the contract were very clear. This. Isn't the contract with the dojo supposed to be signed after the fighter combat exam? Luo Honghua couldn't believe it, and why is there 20 million? After Luo Feng passed the prospective fighter exam, Luo Honghua also asked about it. When a fighter joins the dojo, they only have 1 million in starting capital. Dad, this is because brother is a talent. Luo Hua laughed weirdly. What's the most valuable thing in this day and age? A talent within a fighter is the most valuable. We can live in this villa now? Luo Honghua looked towards his son Luo Feng. His wife, Xianxia, laughed on the side. If you want to live here, you can live here now. Ha. Luo Honghua couldn't control himself at all. Tears started to form in his eyes. After all these years, he worked so hard for this family. However, with his hard work, he wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback in his entire life. And now, he can finally make a comeback. And he'll be able to live in the legendary detached villa. Indeed, a detached villa is a legendary existence to normal people. After the Grand Nirvana period, a headquarters city has to support 200 million people. Every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Because a detached villa takes up too much space, you can't buy one even if you have the money, even those rare detached villas that people with money and power have to pay a huge tax to live in. Luo Honghua, can finally live in a detached villa one day. Luo Honghua couldn't help but to laugh. Haha, that dog boss doesn't even live as well as me. Yup. Luo Hua, who was in the wheelchair, also said excitedly, in the future, our house will have huge floor-to-ceiling windows, a huge bathtub, and an extremely large living room. In the future, our TV and laptops will all be voice-activated. The living room TV screen will be at least 200 inches. A bed can also be rolled around on. I've always wanted to roll around on a bed, Luo Hua said excitedly. Seeing his dad and brother's expressions, Luo Feng was extremely happy. What did he work so hard for? Wasn't it all for this day? Dad, Mom, sit down and eat. Luo Feng laughed. I'm going to take a shower. Luo Honghua laughed loudly. In the future, I won't have to wear this uniform anymore. I'll call the boss later and fire him that night. Luo Feng's family was completely immersed in excitement and happiness like never before. This house was only 36 square meters, but it allowed the family of 4 to live in it for so many years. Even though there were many dissatisfactions towards this house, like how his parents could only sleep on the sofa and not get much sunlight in a year. The bathroom was pitifully small. There was too much bitterness. However, when it was time to leave, Luo Feng's family was still a bit reluctant. This place held too many memories for them. However, people always strive for higher things. Early the next morning, a large truck stopped downstairs. Luo Feng's family started to move things onto the truck. Old Luo, what's going on? How are we moving things? Lon sis, what are you doing so early in the morning? Many familiar friends and neighbors in the same sector curiously asked Luo Honghua and Xianxia as they walked past. Haha, my son Feng joined the dojo of limits and moved to the Mingyue sector. Luo Honghua replied confidently, Wang San, when my family holds a banquet, you have to come. These people who have lived in these cheap rentals for so many years, which one of them didn't hope for a day where they could make a comeback? Luo Honghua made a comeback. He relied on his son. Old Luo's son sure is amazing. He actually joined the dojo of limits. Yeah, if my son can be this amazing one day, even if I die of exhaustion, I'll die of laughter. Old Luo has made a comeback. He's so lucky. The surrounding neighbors spread the news to 10, and 10 to 100. Soon, the entire southern shore sector, and even the surrounding cheap rentals, all knew that Luo Honghua's son joined the dojo of limits and his family moved to the Mingyue sector. This was an incredible joyous occasion, and it also made many youngsters from ordinary families yearn to be able to help their families one day. When you want to find me, go directly to the Mingyue sector. But before you go, give me a call and I'll notify the sector gate, Luo Feng said to his friend Wei Wen. Okay, Wei Wen excitedly hammered Luo Feng's chest. I knew it, Luo Feng, you'd make a comeback one day. So what if you failed your exams? Even if you graduate from a university or military academy, can 1 out of 10,000 of them live in a villa? Fuck, in a few days, I'll definitely go visit your house. I've never been to a villa in my life soon. Under the gaze of the surrounding women, children, and men, Luo Feng's family rode in a car. Behind them was a large truck filled with items that they couldn't bear to throw away. Luo Feng's family left the southern shore sector and entered the fighter sector, Mingyue sector. In the morning, at the main entrance of the Mingyue sector, 6 soldiers with real guns stood on both sides of the gate as they scanned the surroundings. Stop! One of the soldiers immediately raised the assault rifle in his hand and aimed it at the approaching taxi. Chi! The taxi immediately slammed on the brakes. Luo Feng's family got out of the taxi, and an old man with white hair walked out of the guard's office in Mingyue sector. He laughed. Luo Feng, right? Last time when I saw you take the prospective fighter exam, I knew that you had a bright future. I didn't think that you'd live in our sector so quickly. The notice came to me yesterday. Hurry, someone come help move the stuff, Luo Feng, we have people helping to move the stuff. These moving companies aren't allowed to enter, laughed the old man with white hair. We understand, smiled Luo Honghua as he nodded. Soon, 7 or 8 soldiers ran out of the sector and quickly helped move the stuff. After that, under the envious gazes of the people from the moving company, Luo Feng's family entered the Mingyue sector. Mingyue sector. Luo Feng looked at the limit hall in the center, and then looked at the little bridges, the fake mountains, and the ponds, as well as the villas that were surrounded by the little bridges. From today onwards, my home will be here. Luo Feng turned his head towards his parents and his brother on the wheelchair. At this time, his parents and brother were looking at this sector with excitement. Mr. Luo Feng, your house is the one in front. As the soldiers moved the stuff, a young woman smiled as she held a document in her hand. Mr. Luo Feng, number 199 in front is your home. This villa has a total of 3 floors. There's a basement, and the 3rd floor also has a gigantic balcony. The total area is 512 square meters. If you include the basement, the courtyard, and the gigantic balcony, etc., it's around 800 square meters. Luo Feng's family looked at each other. They then carefully raised their heads and looked at the luxurious red and white villa in front of them. This will be their home from now on. 36 square meters? Around 800 square meters? Luo Hua, who was on the wheelchair, couldn't help but to mumble. July 31st, late at night, Mingyue sector, Villa 199. The 2nd floor of this villa had a total of 4 large rooms, a bedroom, a video room, a guest room, and a large training hall. This training hall was 120 square meters, which took up almost half of the entire 2nd floor. Late at night, the light from the street lamps in the sector passed through the glass of the video room and into the training hall on the 2nd floor. Luo Feng, who was wearing a loose training uniform, sat cross-legged on the floor. 2 rays of light continuously circled Luo Feng's body as they swiftly moved. After that, they flew around the training hall like happy birds. Sometimes they flew, sometimes they swooped, and sometimes they turned around. They were extremely nimble and quick. After a while, the 2 rays of light slowed down and floated in front of Luo Feng. They were 2 throwing knives. My current telekinesis ability can only allow me to multitask. If I control 4 or 5 throwing knives, their speed, power, etc., will all decrease. In the past month, other than training his body's strength, Luo Feng put most of his energy into his spiritual force. In the past month, Luo Feng lived in Mingyue sector and got to know many fighters. After talking with them, Luo Feng confirmed one thing: his spiritual force is indeed spiritual force. Tomorrow is the fighter combat exam, so I'll rest well tonight. Luo Feng got up and opened the glass door. He entered his bedroom to rest and sleep. August 1st, morning, under the lead of a fighter from the limit hall, 30 prospective fighters, including Luo Feng and Yang Wu, rushed to the train station. Kuchi, kuchi, the sound of the fast-moving train rubbing against each other was very weak, but the inside of the train was noisy. The train was completely enclosed, so there was no glass to see the outside world. At this moment, a figure appeared on the large screen in every carriage. In the carriage, a large amount of prospective fighters sat. Prospective fighters of the future, I come from the HR Alliance. A middle-aged man was speaking on the large screen in the carriage. I believe that everyone has heard of the HR Alliance. The world's most powerful organization, the richest organization, and the organization with the most martial artists. Everyone must be familiar with our HR Alliance's other name, Underground Alliance. The prospective fighters in the carriage gradually quietened down. Luo Feng and Yang Wu sat side by side, looking up at the large screen. Madman, you know about the Underground Alliance, right? Yang Wu chuckled. That's a tycoon. The richest organization in the world is even richer than a national government. I know. Luo Feng laughed. After living in Mingyue sector for almost a month, he learned a lot of basic information from the fighters in the sector. Before the Grand Nirvana period, countries like America and Europe all had some powerful families controlling some political parties behind them. These families, such as the Morgan family, the Rockefeller family, the Onassis family, and so on, these families controlled more than half of the world's wealth. However, with the arrival of the Grand Nirvana period, under the attacks of the monsters, many small countries were annihilated. The large countries were also unable to fend for themselves, and the control of the government with an army was unprecedentedly strong. At this time, some of the ancient and powerful families in the world were worried that they would be suppressed by the government. So they joined hands and formed the HR Alliance, which is also known as the Human Rights Alliance. The Human Rights Alliance sounded nice. In fact, it was an alliance to consolidate the strength of these super families. The martial artists called it the Underground Alliance. Our alliance is the world's largest martial artist exchange platform. Here, you can accept missions with huge rewards. Our alliance has a huge influence in every part of the world. Join our alliance and become a part of us. Even in America, Europe, and other areas, you will be able to enjoy the highest level of service. Our alliance has a powerful military and political power. Join us. On the screen in the carriage, the middle-aged man spoke for a full 15 minutes. All future martial artists. On the screen in the carriage, it changed to another man with a serious expression. Let me introduce myself. I am the Vice Director of Jiangnan Headquarters City's Security Department. My surname is Liu. In China, the government's military power is, without a doubt, the strongest. Join the government's military. No matter where you are in China, you will receive the best support. Everyone. After a while, the screen in the carriage changed to another person. I am Jiangnan Headquarters City's Thunder and Lightning Dojo's manager. My surname is Wang. Our Thunder and Lightning Dojo was established by the world's fastest invincible fighter Thunder God. In the entire world, there are branches of our Thunder and Lightning Dojo. Dear future fighters, the previous three have already introduced themselves. Needless to say, everyone knows that I'm from the Dojo of Limits. The screen in the carriage changed to another person. My surname is Zhu Gu. Dojo of Limits. This is the world's largest dojo, the dojo established by the world's strongest fighter. Our dojo has the strongest power in the world. A total of 4 people's announcements caused the prospective fighters in the carriage to discuss animatedly. Second brother, after you become a fighter, which side do you plan on joining? I feel like the Dojo of Limits isn't bad. Join the Underground Alliance and earn the most money, haha. The Thunder and Lightning Dojo's benefits for fighters are better than the Dojo of Limits. Joining the Thunder and Lightning Dojo isn't bad either. The excited discussions of the prospective martial artists could be heard everywhere in the carriage. Luo Feng and Yang Wu also discussed quietly. Crazy, my instructor and past seniors all joined the Dojo of Limits. Now even you joined the Dojo of Limits. Of course I'm the same. Even if I join the Dojo of Limits, I can still accept missions from the Underground Alliance. As for buying and selling, you can do it in the Dojo of Limits or in the Underground Alliance Dojo of Limits, Thunder and Lightning Dojo, Underground Alliance, Government and Military. Luo Feng was clear. In the country, the government and military are the strongest. Next is the Underground Alliance, an alliance formed by all the super families in the world. Even the governments of each country don't dare to offend them. After all, the Underground Alliance controls the economy of the entire world. The Thunder and Lightning Dojo and Dojo of Limits are the weakest. However, joining these two great dojos also means freedom. Brother Yang, look at this train. Just how many prospective fighters are there? Luo Feng looked around. Just one carriage alone had over 100 people. A lot of people. Yang Wu twitched his lips. Yang Wu curled his lips. Just now, I heard people talking about how there are 2 martial artist combat assessments every year. Over 1,000 potential martial artists from the entire Jiangnan Bay City participate in each martial artist combat assessment. Over 1,000 people? Luo Feng was shocked. But that's right. The entire Jiangnan City has a population of 200 million and the entire Yangzhou City has a population of 10 million. After a while, prospective fighters, the train is about to enter the station. Prospective fighters, please prepare to disembark. A sound came from the speakers in the carriages. The train gradually slowed down until it stopped. HUA, the doors opened and the prospective fighters in the carriages all disembarked. Soon enough, the vast crowd of prospective fighters entered the large military camp. The military camp took up a huge amount of space, especially around the outskirts of the camp. Large amounts of heavy weapons could be seen everywhere. All of the cannons were pointed outside the camp. A large amount of soldiers were holding all sorts of excellent weapons. Luo Feng and the group of prospective fighters all looked around. Look outside the military camp. Yang Wu excitedly pointed into the distance. Luo Feng looked carefully and saw that outside the military camp's warning line, there were some starving monsters letting out roars. However, these monsters didn't dare to approach the military camp. GA, with an ear-piercing sound, the prospective fighters all raised their heads at the same time. In the blue sky, hundreds of flying monsters instantly flew past. The book said that after leaving the headquarter city, you can see all sorts of monsters. The book was right. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Humans can only live in the headquarter city or gather in the military camp. If you want to explore these places alone and fight against these powerful monsters, only a fighter can do it. Everyone, a loud voice entered the ears of every prospective fighter. Welcome everyone to Jiangnan City's northern military region. This time, the fighter combat exam for 1680 of you will be held in the northern military region. I hope that most of you can pass the exam, and I hope that all of you can survive this combat exam. The military sector was bustling. At the same time, they prepared a sumptuous lunch for the prospective fighters who came to participate in the fighter combat exam. Afternoon. 1680 prospective fighters stood in an empty plaza. In front of the plaza stood the upper echelons of the northern military sector of Jiangnan City, as well as the upper echelons of the Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits. Below, prospective fighters, come up to receive your battle uniform and weapon. Yan Shui He Feng Wang Bingjiang. There were a total of 10 officers on the stage shouting the names of the prospective fighters. The prospective fighters who were called all went up to receive their battle uniform and weapon. Luo Feng, that clear voice, Luo Feng immediately heard it and immediately rushed to the front. This is your battle uniform and boots. This is the second series ghost blade you need. This is the heaviest 98 kilograms we prepared. We didn't prepare anything heavier. The officer handed over a set of items to Luo Feng. This is a tactical communications watch. It has positioning and communication functions. And this is a hexagonal shield. As the officer spoke, he looked at Luo Feng with a bit of confusion. A prospective fighter actually asked for such a heavy ghost blade, how weird. Luo Feng slightly smiled as he carried the 200 kilograms worth of items and swiftly ran away. In the square, the 1,680 warriors were assigned weapons that suited their body sizes and required their own specifications. Everyone was using cold weapons. This is the requirement of the fighter combat exam. Hot weapons are prohibited in the fighter combat exam. After the distribution, everyone returned to their respective resting areas and changed into their battle uniforms and boots. The empty plaza was filled with laughter. At this time, Luo Feng was wearing alloy battle boots, military trousers, and a battle vest made of Ku Luo alloy and other special materials. He also had a hexagonal shield and ghost blade on his back. He was happily chatting with the other prospective fighters beside him. Just this set of equipment alone would cost at least 700,000 to 800,000. A youth with a crew cut excitedly pointed at the battle uniform on his body. These trousers and vest aren't high-level fighter equipment. They're only lent to us for the fighter combat exam. However, it can also defend against the claws of the weakest H-class monsters. It's much better than those *T bulletproof vests in the city. Normal bullets won't be able to penetrate it, and H-class monsters won't be able to tear the material of this combat uniform. It can't be torn apart. But even if the monster can't tear apart the fighting suit, the impact alone is enough to break your bones and injure your organs. But even if the monster can't tear apart the fighting suit, the impact alone is enough to break your bones and injure your organs. Big brother, I'm not that weak. The young man with the crew-cut hair looked at the girl with a playful smile. Little girl, how about we find a place to have a taste of this big brother's strength? Speak less, frowned Luo Feng. Yes, brother Luo. Let's listen to brother Luo. The short-haired young man said with a smile. The news of Luo Feng being recruited by the dojo of limits spread like wildfire in the prospective fighters' circle. It quickly spread like wildfire. This year, of the 1680 people, only 3 were recruited by the dojo of limits and the Thunder Dojo. These prospective martial artists all knew that the future of these 3 people would definitely not be ordinary. Luo Feng, a yell carried from afar. It was the chief instructor of the Yangzhou Hall of Limits, Wu Tong. Uncle Wu. Luo Feng laughed as he greeted Yang Wu and the others, and then immediately ran over. For the past month, Luo Feng has been living in the Mingyue sector. Naturally, he was very close to the chief instructor, Wu Tong, who also lived in the same sector. He was very familiar with him and called him Uncle Wu. Luo Feng, follow me, said Wu Tong as he led the way. Luo Feng was full of questions, but he didn't say much. He quickly arrived at the second floor of a quiet building. In the living room of the second floor, there were quite a few people sitting together. Luo Feng looked. He only recognized one of these people, and that was Zhu Getao, one of the 4 giants of Jiangnan City's Dojo of Limits. Chief yelled Luo Feng. Yeah, Luo Feng, you're sitting with Wu Tong over there, smiled Zhu Getao, who was wearing a dark battle suit with a hint of silver. Zhu Ge, this is the Luo Feng you were talking about? I don't think he's much better than our Thunder Dojo, said a burly man wearing a dark purple battle suit. In front of Zhu Getao was a tall and sturdy man wearing a dark purple battle uniform. His voice seemed to echo in his chest. Our Thunder Dojo is recruiting 2 people in advance this time. One of them has a body fitness level comparable to your Luo Feng, and the other is a firearms genius. The burly man looked at the 2 young men beside him, and they immediately stood up. My name is Wandong, said the gloomy youth with a purple birthmark on his face. My name is Ma Xiao, said the other youth with a smile on his face. His entire body was extremely beautiful. Yeah, the word beautiful can indeed be used to describe this youth. If he was a girl, he would probably be the type that would bring disaster to a country. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. Luo Feng, you guys already know Luo Feng, said the gloomy youth. Do you have the guts to compete? In tonight's fighter combat exam, let's see who will get first place. A light flashed in the gloomy youth's eyes, as if he saw the most delicious food, filled with desire. Not interested, Luo Feng shook his head. The gloomy youth froze, then laughed coldly and didn't say anything else. On the side, Zhu Getao and the tall and sturdy man from the Thunder Dojo both laughed when they saw this. Zhu Ge, you're a little interesting. At least you're calm enough. You don't immediately become hot-headed after being provoked. I'm starting to like this youth a bit. Luo Feng, do you plan on joining our Thunder Dojo? Go, Zhu Getao glared at him. I'm just joking. You're so boring, laughed the burly man. Zhu Getao glanced downstairs. Let's go too, the fighter combat exam is about to begin. Luo Feng and the 1680 prospective fighters walked for half an hour under the lead of the soldiers before arriving at the outskirts of a small town. It was already evening and the sun had already set. Hell, all sorts of heart-palpitating noises came from within the town. This town was surrounded by barbed wire and large amounts of soldiers with guns in their hands patrolled the area. Hurry, there aren't enough monsters inside. Bring another 1,200 iron fur boars, 300 shadow cats, and 500 mastiff tigers as the order came from within the town. Luo Feng and the others didn't have to wait for long before they saw heavy trucks. Each of the heavy trucks had waves of angry roars coming from them. Luo Feng and the other fighters looked carefully. What they saw was that on each truck was a cage, and in each cage was a monster. The angry roars made the prospective fighters, who have never killed a monster before, tremble. Luo Feng Chief Instructor Wu Tong, who was standing beside Luo Feng, laughed lightly. Just because your body fitness level is good and your blade technique is good doesn't mean you can kill monsters. After all, some people can't even use 10% of their full strength when they see blood and are facing death. So the main purpose of this fighter combat exam is to train your mentality. You have to get used to fighting monsters to the death, so don't be merciful. Understood? Luo Feng nodded. These monsters are the weakest H-level monsters. They're equivalent to the fighter's beginner warrior level, said Wu Tong. Their weakness is their low intelligence. However, their advantage is that they're crazy and bloodthirsty. They're full of aggression and killing intent. So during every combat exam, there will always be cases of prospective fighters dying or becoming crippled. Luo Feng nodded. It's impossible to be 100% safe when fighting monsters. After the weakest H-level monsters were transported into the town, the number of monsters in the town reached a shocking number. A loud voice entered the ears of every prospective fighter. Luo Feng and the other prospective fighters all raised their heads and saw a military officer standing on the roof of a ruined 3-story building in the town, speaking to all the prospective fighters. The rules for this combat exam will be the same as before. Tonight, it will start at 6:30 a.m. sharp. Tomorrow at 6:30 a.m., the exam will end. The more monsters you kill, the more points you get. For every monster you kill, cut off the monster's left ear as proof. Remember, prospective fighters are forbidden from killing each other. All of your activities are under surveillance, and those who break the rules will be executed. Out of the 1680 prospective fighters, the top 60% of your points will receive the right to become a fighter. The bottom 40% will fail and will have to wait for the next fighter combat exam. The military officer's voice became cold. In other words, out of the 1680 people, 1008 people will pass. 672 people will be eliminated. The prospective fighters who were listening couldn't help but to discuss in low voices. There's actually a 40% elimination rate. Let me remind you, usually you can pass the exam after killing 3 monsters. If you only kill 2 monsters, then it'll depend on your luck. The military officer's voice rang in everyone's ears. When the results are the same, the ranking will be based on the amount of time you spent killing the monsters and the amount of injuries you received. So, when you kill a certain number of monsters, leave the town as soon as possible. Remember, if you're heavily injured, you can press the help button on your tactical communications watch. Someone will immediately save you. But that moment also means that your fighter combat exam has ended. The military officer jumped. Whoosh, he directly jumped from the roof of the small building in the town to a height of around 10 meters. After 2 consecutive leaps, he arrived outside of the town. All prospective fighters, move out and enter Monster Town. The military officer waved his hand. The 1680 prospective fighters were like a raging wave as they swiftly entered Monster Town. Close the door, ordered the military officer. Rumble. The only door closed with a loud bang. The fighter combat exam officially began. In this sealed-off town, the 1680 prospective fighters swiftly spread out and started hunting their prey. Brother Yang, you're going to charge into this monster town by yourself? Luo Feng and Yang Wu stood next to the wall of a ruined small supermarket. Yang Wu nodded heavily. Crazy, this fighter combat exam isn't just an exam. More importantly, it's a training for courage. When you actually enter the dangerous areas alone, the dangers you'll encounter will be 10 times or even 100 times greater than this. If even this monster town needs your help, Crazy, what will happen in the future? Luo Feng nodded. That's true, be careful Brother Yang. Okay, Crazy, you should take this chance too. Yang Wu reminded. All the monsters in this town are the weakest H-level monsters. In the future, we won't have such a good chance to train our blades on the weakest monsters. I understand. This is a rare chance to train my blades. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. Alright, I'll see you outside the town tomorrow morning. After saying that, Yang Wu carefully looked around, and with a whoosh, he swiftly flew away. Luo Feng also swiftly flew away and hid in the shadows. Night fell, and there were large searchlights shining on the edge of the sealed-off town. This caused many places in the town to be very bright, but there were still many places that were covered in darkness. According to the fighters in the sector, monsters are split into soldier level, commander level, and horde leader level. They correspond to the human warrior level, warlord level, and war god level respectively. Luo Feng's left hand was equipped with a hexagonal shield and his right hand was wielding a ghost blade as he silently stood in a ruined alley filled with dust. The weakest beginner soldier level monster is an H level monster. It's about the same as a beginner human warrior. Even though there are many monsters in this town, there are mainly 3 types: the cat-type monster that excels in speed, the shadow cat that excels in speed, the iron fur boar that excels in defense, and the dog-type monster that excels in speed and strength, the mastiff tiger. Luo Feng's gaze swept across. Suddenly, a shadow slowly moved forward from a collapsed 2-story building in the distance. With Luo Feng's vision, he quickly saw that it was a 1.5-meter-tall monster with hair all over its body that looked like spikes. The 2 huge fangs in its mouth reflected a cold light that made one's heart palpitate under the light from the distant searchlight. The height of an ordinary pig that humans ate was about 60 to 70 centimeters. In other words, this monster was more than twice the height of an ordinary domesticated pig, just like a small car. Iron fur wild boar? My first prey will be you. Luo Feng looked at the iron fur boar and directly walked out of the alleyway, exposing himself to the iron fur boar's sight. Hee. The iron fur boar stared at the human warrior in front of it, who was wielding a shield and a blade, and let out a weird growl. After that, its 4 thick hooves violently stomped on the cement floor, stirring up a cloud of dust. It carried a foul stench as it rumbled towards Luo Feng, as if a heavy Hummer was charging at him at high speed. The 2 sharp and long fangs were like 2 gigantic scimitars as they headed towards Luo Feng. Who? When the iron fur boar charged towards him, Luo Feng quickly dodged to the side of the iron fur boar. The charging iron fur boar didn't even have time to stop. Luo Feng's eyes flashed coldly and all the power in his body exploded into his arm. Without mercy, the ghost blade slashed upwards. The ghost blade slashed across the iron fur boar's neck from bottom to top. Pu. The head of the iron fur boar was severed from its body, as fresh blood spurted out from its severed neck. The iron fur boar's body continued to fly for another 10 meters before it finally fell to the ground. Its body twitched on the ground for a while before it finally died. Luo Feng took in 2 deep breaths. The scene of the monster's severed neck spurting out blood made Luo Feng's heart tremble. Killing a monster. Killing a monster for the first time is indeed a bit shocking. No wonder Uncle Wu said that many prospective fighters can't even use 10% of their full strength when they see blood for the first time. Luo Feng reflected on the battle just now. At the start, I dodged pretty well, but then, cutting off the iron fur boar's head with a single slash was too much of a waste of energy. A regular prospective fighter wouldn't be able to cut off the iron fur boar's head with 1 slash. The iron fur boar's defense is strong, but that's only for a regular prospective fighter. Luo Feng's current strength is top-notch even compared to an intermediate fighter. Fighting with this iron fur wild boar was like bullying it. According to the fighter brothers in the Mingyue sector, I can't fight recklessly against a monster. I need to know how to grasp the monster's weakness also. When I saw the blood spurting out of the iron fur boar's severed neck, I was shocked. I have to get used to it. In the future, I'll have to constantly fight against monsters and walk on the edge of life and death. If my mental fortitude isn't good during crucial battles, I'll easily lose my life. Luo Feng understood one thing: the more crucial the moment, the more calm he had to be. Actually, Luo Feng's mental fortitude was already pretty good. After all, there are a lot of people who performed worse than Luo Feng during his first time killing a monster. Luo Feng walked to the boar's head and waved his hand. Poochie. He cut off the iron fur boar's left ear and put it in his backpack. First one. Next one. Luo Feng's body flashed and quickly disappeared from the street. All that was left was the headless corpse of the iron fur boar lying on the road. Fresh blood dyed the dusty cement road red. Time passed minute by minute. In every corner of this sealed-off town, bloody battles were happening. Even though the strength of these H-level monsters is similar to a prospective fighter, humans have an advantage, which is intelligence. And the weakest H-level monsters don't have much intelligence, they only have the instincts of a wild beast. Around 8 p.m. On the rooftop of a 6-story apartment building, 2 black shadows were swiftly fighting against each other. HUA, a cold light flashed. Luo Feng's body was half kneeling on the platform. The ghost blade in his hand had a faint trace of blood on it. And the other black shadow was powerlessly thrown away. It fell on the rooftop and left a trail of blood on the ground. This shadow cat is indeed the fastest. For an H-level monster, its speed is actually around 40 meters per second. Luo Feng stood up and walked over. The shadow cat's body on the ground was covered in gray fur. Its body wasn't too big, only around half a meter long. Right now, there was a horrifying wound on the shadow cat's abdomen. Even its internal organs were cut open by Luo Feng's blade. This shadow cat is indeed a threat to regular prospective fighters, but it met me. Too bad it met me. Luo Feng shook his head and cut off the shadow cat's left ear. Luo Feng's speed is much faster than the shadow cat's. There's no helping it. Luo Feng is already an intermediate fighter, and even among intermediate fighters, Luo Feng is above average. Fifth 1-inch Luo Feng put away his spoils of war. Usually, if you can kill 3 monsters, you'll be able to pass. If I kill 5, I'll definitely pass. Then, from now on, I'll seriously train my blade and agility. Before, he only killed monsters to earn some points, but now he has enough. Right now, I'll use 1,000 kilograms of fist strength and 30 meters per second. I'll start fighting these monsters for real. Before, Luo Feng was basically bullying the monsters, they weren't on the same level. And now, Luo Feng is suppressing his own strength so that they're on the same level. That way, he'll be able to train himself. After all, when he enters the dangerous areas in the future, he can't always kill monsters that are weaker than him. Begin. Luo Feng stood on the edge of the rooftop of the residential building and slowly looked down and around him. First one. With a glance, Luo Feng saw a spotty, streamlined tiger mastiff at the top of a ruined 3-story villa. Luo Feng immediately dashed over and leaped over the edge of the balcony. He flew over 10 meters and landed heavily on the ruined villa's top floor, causing the floor to violently shake. And Luo Feng rolled on the ground. As he deflected the impact, he directly dashed towards the tiger mastiff. How the tiger mastiff also pounced. The grim youth with blood stains on his body wielded his ghost moon blade as he arrogantly walked on the street. I wonder how many monsters that Luo Feng killed, thought the grim youth to himself. He was the genius fighter that was recruited by the Thunder Dojo ahead of time, Wan Dong, the only fighter whose strength is close to Luo Feng's among the 1680 prospective fighters. Even though 3 people were recruited ahead of time, one of them is a firearms genius. However, among the 3 of them, one of them was a firearms prodigy. As someone who played with firearms, his physical fitness was not considered high. Luo Feng and this Wan Dong are geniuses with similar fitness levels. Wan Dong's gaze landed on the spot. He saw a human figure continuously fighting with 2 shadow cats. The 2 shadow cats let out hissing noises as their speed was shocking. Their sharp claws continuously clawed. As for the human figure, he nimbly dodged and dodged as he fought with the 2 shadow cats. Luo Feng. Killing 2 shadow cats takes you so long? You disappoint me. Wan Dong's voice was loud as he sneered. Chi. Chi. Almost like lightning, the ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand stabbed twice. The 2 shadow cats fell to the ground and stopped moving after struggling for a bit. So fast Wan Dong was shocked and his heart shook, and his blade was clean, directly stabbing the shadow cat's weak points. Wan Dong only realized from Luo Feng's 2 stabs that Luo Feng's strength can't be underestimated. I wanted to play with you guys for a bit longer and train my technique. Luo Feng looked at the 2 shadow cat's corpses and muttered, but that guy is too annoying. I don't want him to see me train my technique and blade. Luo Feng cut off the left ears of the 2 shadow cats and put them in his bag. He didn't even look at Wan Dong and quickly disappeared. In the isolated town, the massacre continued. Some prospective martial artists were injured during their first fight with a monster. They had no choice but to press the button on their communication watch to ask for help, but they had no choice but to fail. Some prospective martial artists were so scared that their faces turned pale after killing a monster. There were also some powerful prospective martial artists who became excited and crazy after killing a monster. Not far from the sealed-off town, in a large building, a large number of surveillance screens were showing everything that was happening in various areas of the town. What an immature method. In one of the rooms of this building, a military officer and a burly man were drinking together. The big screen on the wall next to them was broadcasting the massacre that happened in the town. The burly man sighed. Watching these young people fighting monsters reminds me of when we were young. Yes, look at them. Most of them are in their 20s, the youngest and most immature period. The officer also sighed, Old Wang, in the blink of an eye, us two brothers have grown old. We used to be the rising stars of Jiangnan City. Now you're the manager of the Thunder Dojo, you can be considered a big shot, haha. The burly man laughed heartily. Iron Monkey, haven't you also reached the level of a major general? Huh? The officer looked at the screen in surprise. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Old Wang, look. On the screen was a surveillance video of various parts of the town. Because there were many cameras recording, the images on the screen would also change. Switched off. The officer immediately pressed the landline phone next to him and ordered, lock onto the prospective martial artist that was captured by camera number 21. Lock onto him. Yes. A sonorous voice came from the phone. The burly Wang Heng looked at his good brother in confusion. Iron Monkey, what did you see just now? Old Wang, you'll know soon enough. The officer smiled mysteriously. Soon enough, the image from before once again appeared on the screen. In the image, there were 5 black silhouettes continuously attacking a prospective fighter. Those 5 black silhouettes were the 5H level shadow cats, and the prospective fighter was holding a hexagonal shield and a ghost blade. He looked very young, and that was Luo Feng. Eh? The burly man's eyes lit up. Is that so? This young man is amazing, right? The officer clicked his tongue and sighed. This young lad actually treated the warrior combat assessment as a free opportunity to train his body technique. And, look, his movement technique is amazing. Ru Wei. This is the Ru Wei class. The burly man's eyes flashed as he stared at Luo Feng, who was being attacked by the 5 shadow cat monsters. Every time Luo Feng dodged, he didn't move much, and he easily dodged every single one of the shadow cat's attacks. His leisurely stroll completely conquered these 2 powerful fighters. Even many warrior-level powerhouses couldn't achieve the subtlety-level movement technique. His movement technique has actually reached the subtlety level. Unbelievable, unbelievable. The burly man gasped. He's only 18 years old. Movement techniques were different from physical fitness. If one was talented, their physical fitness would be very strong. But movement techniques require one to experience battle after battle and have a solid foundation before they can gradually step into the minute subtlety level. How do you know he's 18? The officer was shocked. Do you know him? His name is Luo Feng. Damn, he got recruited by the dojo of limits early, the burly man said hatefully. The dojo of limits sure got lucky. This Luo Feng is only 18 years old, but not only is his body fitness level great, but he's also extremely strong. Who would have thought that his movement technique would be even more amazing? The minute subtlety level. Reaching the minute subtlety level at such a young age. Just how amazing will he be in the future? Keep in mind, many warlord-level fighters haven't even reached the minute subtlety level. One can only imagine how terrifying it is for one's movement technique to reach this level. In a real battle, body fitness level is only one aspect. Movement technique, blade technique, and awareness are all important aspects. No. The burly man fiercely slammed the table. We can't let the dojo of limits steal such a genius. Luckily, I was lucky enough to see this video. While drinking with you, Iron Monkey, what are you planning to do? Laughed the officer. What? Steal him. The burly man stared. Steal him. The dojo of limits probably still hasn't realized how amazing this young man's movement technique is. I'll steal him over first. Isn't it just money? Humph. What luck, what luck. Such a powerful kid actually appeared in this year's wave. Compared to him, that Wandong is miles away. The officer laughed. Iron Monkey, make a copy of this video for me later, said the burly man. Alright, no problem, laughed the officer as he nodded. The sky slowly brightened. In a ruined residential area in the sealed-off monster town, Luo Feng was being attacked by 3 mastiff tigers, 2 shadow cats, and 2 iron fur boars. Luo Feng had to use a lot of energy to attract the 7 monsters to attack him. Very good again, just like that. Luo Feng was as calm as if he was taking a stroll. Sometimes he took a step to the left, sometimes he took a step to the right, sometimes he retreated, and sometimes he advanced. Sometimes he slightly twisted his waist, and sometimes he bent his body. Just these small movements made it so that the 7 monsters couldn't even touch Luo Feng's body. How Luo Feng noticed a mastiff tiger pouncing towards him from the corner of his eye. There were also 4 other monsters attacking him at the same time. According to the current situation, he immediately turned his feet and his body moved swiftly. Not good, almost. Luo Feng thought to himself helplessly. Right as the shadow cat's sharp claws were about to scratch Luo Feng, the weird thing was that Luo Feng's body moved 5 centimeters to the side and dodged the claw. The legendary Ruwei level technique sure is hard to learn. It looked like Luo Feng dodged all the attacks, but in reality, Luo Feng knew that he failed. Because at the last moment, he used his spiritual force on the hexagonal shield on his left arm and created a pushing force. And because of this pushing force, Luo Feng was able to move 5 centimeters to the side. Technique is extremely important in battle, so Luo Feng spent the entire night training his technique. According to common sense, technique training requires an extremely solid foundation. Usually, it takes 10 years of hard work. After fighting with monsters for a few years, he formed all sorts of dodging instincts and gradually became proficient. When you reach the peak of proficiency, you have to be able to do it on reflex. Solid foundation, proficiency, and on reflex, these can be considered the first 3 levels of technique. Above these 3 levels is the Ruwei level. The Ruwei level means that you have extremely fine control over your strength and body. You can use the smallest amount of effort to dodge. All sorts of dodges and movements are calculated by a computer. The reason why the Ruwei level technique is so hard is because when dodging, if you make a mistake, you'll easily get hit by a monster. If you're hit by a monster, you'll either die or be heavily injured. If you train with a Ruwei level technique against a monster that's much weaker than you, it won't have much effect. Right now, Luo Feng is being attacked by 7 monsters at the same time. Actually, he's already using 100% of his strength and speed. However, with 7 monsters surrounding him, it's too difficult to make all 7 monsters unable to touch him. So I'm in the Ruwei level right now? I also used the smallest amount of movement to make an exquisite dodging. Of course, there are some mistakes. Luo Feng felt a bit tired. Luo Feng felt a bit tired mentally. The ghost blade in his hand, which hadn't attacked for a long time, swiftly swung. Suddenly, the monsters let out angry and painful roars and 5 spurts of fresh blood came out. Out of the 7 monsters that fought Luo Feng for a while, 5 of them died on the spot. The other 2 saw that the situation wasn't good and fled. No matter what. After a night of training, my technique is at least 1 or 2 times stronger than before. Luo Feng let out a smile. Luo Feng let out a smile. No matter how much practice he had in the past, how could it compare to close combat with monsters? And how could normal battles with monsters compare to Luo Feng's extreme training where he has to move his body in small increments? Only when you truly challenge your body's limits can you find out where your dodging limit is. This night of training was extremely beneficial to Luo Feng. Keep in mind that Luo Feng is stronger than the H-grade mastiff tiger, shadow cat, and iron fur boar in a one-on-one. Luo Feng is stronger in a one-on-one. However, if 7 monsters surrounded a human, they would still be able to kill the human. Since one punch can release over 3,000 kilograms of strength, a monster with over 2,000 kilograms of strength can still make Luo Feng spit out blood. Even that genius Wandong wouldn't dare to train like this, or else, he'll get dismembered by the 7 monsters. But Luo Feng dares, because he has spiritual force. If he makes a mistake and encounters danger, Luo Feng can immediately use his spiritual force on his shield or ghost blade to give himself some extra strength. That way, he can use that strength to dodge horizontally again. Sadly, this spiritual force can only be used on lifeless objects. Once it gets close to a human body, it will directly enter. Luo Feng shook his head. Spiritual force can't control humans or animals. It can only control metal, wood, etc. However, the spiritual force has already given Luo Feng a huge surprise. At least, he can dodge at the Ruwei level. Of course, it's the mutated Ruwei level. Because if he makes a mistake, he can use his spiritual force to push. But his dodging ability isn't any worse than a normal Ruwei level. And it's even stranger. WUWU, 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 an ear-piercing sound suddenly rang through the entire town. At the same time, a deep voice rang through the entire town through a loudspeaker. Time's up, all prospective fighters, immediately head to the exit of the town. The fighter combat exam is over, laughed Luo Feng. In the future, I'll continue to try this Ruwei level technique until one day, I can reach the Ruwei level without the help of my spiritual force. Luo Feng cut off the left ears of the 5 monsters next to him and put them in his bag. After that, he quickly headed towards the main gate of Monster Town. At the entrance of Monster Town, the prospective fighters walked out one by one. Almost every prospective fighter had blood on them. Maybe it was the blood of monsters, or maybe it was their own blood. There were also some prospective martial artists who were helped out by their friends. Du, an ear-piercing sound rang. Heavy trucks drove out of the town, and the trucks were filled with monster corpses. Hey, these are the corpses of the prospective fighters. Someone come and collect them. One of the heavy trucks stopped on the side. There were indeed quite a few corpses on the truck. Some of the corpses were incomplete, clearly eaten by the monsters. The truck dumped the corpses of the prospective fighters on the ground. Ah. Gone. Little Een. Immediately, quite a few of the prospective fighters who came out screamed. Some even threw themselves onto the corpses and started crying. What are you crying for? A military officer's cold voice rang, causing quite a few of the prospective fighters to glare angrily at him. However, this military officer's cold gaze swept around. Who doesn't die when fighting against monsters? You chose to walk the path of a fighter, so prepare to die. Human society gives fighters special privileges. Why? It's not for you to enjoy life, but because you killed a large amount of monsters and contributed to humanity. That's why you're given special privileges, your position, your power. All of this was earned by you risking your lives. The monsters arranged for you in this trial are the weakest monsters, and they aren't group type. If you can't even pass the trial, do you still want to live after entering the wilderness? The military officer's words made all the prospective fighters quiet down. Everyone knew quite a bit about monsters. Among the monsters, the ones that give people the most headaches are the group type. For example, the lion mastiff of the dog type monsters. Every time they move, there will be dozens of them. Even an intermediate level fighter wouldn't dare to mess with them. 2 monsters have left ears. The next one has an injured left arm. Lu Feng? 3 monster left ears. Not bad. Next, beside the entrance of the town, every prospective fighter who came out handed over the monster left ear they killed to prove how many monsters they killed. Look, Luo Feng came. Out it's Luo Feng, who was recruited by the Dojo of Limits. I wonder how many monsters he has killed. Just because you're strong doesn't mean that you're good at killing monsters. At this time, a large amount of prospective fighters that came out all had their gazes focused on Luo Feng, who just walked out of the entrance. Luo Feng, Wan Dong, and Ma Xiao were among this batch of prospective fighters that were recruited early. 1 to 10, 10 to 100. Almost everyone in this group recognized Luo Feng and the other 2. As soon as he came out, he was stared at by a large amount of prospective fighters. Luo Feng couldn't help but to freeze. Luo Feng, right? Give me the left ear of the monster you killed. There were 3 officers sitting in front of him. 2 of them were using their laptops, and one of them was looking at Luo Feng. Yes. Luo Feng nodded and took off his backpack. At this time, the gazes of the surrounding prospective fighters were all focused on Luo Feng's bag. They were all curious. Just how many monsters did Luo Feng kill? Hua. Luo Feng directly tipped the bag over and a large amount of monster ears fell into the metal pot beside him. There was a small pile of ears that filled the metal pot by more than half. So many? How many monsters did this guy kill? The prospective fighters watching from afar were shocked. At this time, the examiner was counting the monster ears. After a while, the examiner let out a smile as he looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng, not bad, there's a total of 36 monster ears. Up until now, you've killed the most monsters in this batch for now. No injuries either. Next the examiner turned his head to look at the people below. Luo Feng smiled as he walked over. I passed the fighter combat exam. I'm a true fighter now. Luo Feng was extremely happy in his heart. After that, Luo Feng stood in the crowd and watched the people who came out one by one to hand in their monster ears. Some of these people didn't have any injuries at all, but most of them didn't have serious injuries. They just needed to rest for about half a month. There were even some crippled prospective fighters who were heavily injured. Yang Wu, not bad. 3 monster ears and a light injury to his left arm. Next. Yang Wu also returned safely. Brother Yang, Luo Feng yelled from the crowd. Madman Yang Wu laughed as he ran over. How are you? How many monsters did you kill? 36. Luo Feng and Yang Wu walked to a corner. 36? F***ck, madman, you're too sick. Those monsters are really hard to kill. Yang Wu glared, especially that mastiff tiger. It's even faster than me and I don't even need to talk about its strength. Monsters of the same level are usually much stronger than human fighters. I risked my life and only managed to kill 3. Luo Feng laughed. H-grade monsters indeed can't be underestimated. Even an intermediate warrior would be in danger when facing 7 or 8 H-grade monsters. Luo Feng relied on his spiritual force to train his technique. Wandong. It's Wandong, a genius prospective fighter recruited by the Thunder Dojo. I wonder how many monster ears he's killed. Compared to Luo Feng, I wonder who's stronger. The only one who can compare to Luo Feng is this Wandong. A discussion came from the front, causing Luo Feng and Yang Wu, who were hiding in the back, to raise their heads in shock. Yang Wu was even more shocked that Wandong only came out now. Madman, I heard that Wandong's fitness level isn't any lower than yours. I wonder how many monsters he killed this time. At this time, the prospective fighters standing in front all stared at Wandong's bag. And some of the prospective fighters in the back perked up their ears to listen. There's a bunch of monster ears, seems like a lot. A noise suddenly came from the front, followed by the examiner's voice. Wandong, a total of 51 monster ears. Haha, you've surpassed Luo Feng. For now, you're the one who killed the most monsters in this wave of prospective fighters. 51? He actually killed that many more than Luo Feng? This Wandong sure is powerful. 51 monsters, how scary. The prospective fighters who have experienced the power of the monsters were all shocked. Madman, this Wandong actually killed more than you. Yang Wu was a bit shocked. What's the point of killing so many? Luo Feng didn't care as he laughed. He spent the entire night training his technique. If he really wanted to kill the weakest H-level monsters, with Luo Feng's strength, he would only need to ambush a single monster each time. It wouldn't be strange for him to kill over 100 of the weakest monsters in one night. Luo Feng, a voice carried over. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a large bearded officer smiling. Come with me, a friend wants to see you. He's in the resting room in front. Oh? Luo Feng was a bit confused. See me? Luo Feng didn't hesitate and directly followed the large bearded officer. Before entering the resting room, Luo Feng took off his battle uniform that was stained with blood, washed it, and changed into a clean set of clothes before entering the resting room. In the resting room, a burly man sat there with his eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and looked towards Luo Feng like lightning. It's him? Luo Feng was shocked. He recognized this person. He was the one who talked to Chief Zhuge before, one of the 4 big shots of the Thunder Dojo in Jiangnan headquarter city. My name is Wang Heng, chief of the Thunder Dojo. The burly man smiled. Luo Feng, he's sitting across from this chief. Luo Feng was shocked. He was very clear on how high a chief's position was. You can say that a chief of the Thunder Dojo's position is comparable to a war god level fighter. They have an astonishing amount of power. You can say that in Jiangnan headquarter city, this burly man in front of him has eyes and ears everywhere. Why aren't you sitting? Are you scared that I'll eat you? Haha. The burly man started laughing. Luo Feng laughed and sat in front of the burly man. He smiled and said, Mr. Wang, what business do you have with me? Simple. The burly man smiled. The burly man smiled and said, I've investigated your family situation. You come from an ordinary family. Your father is an ordinary decorator, and your mother is only a shopping guide in a supermarket. You don't have any good background, but you were able to get to where you are today at the age of 18. That's quite rare. Luo Feng let out a complicated smile. Indeed, he has been working hard for far too long for this day. I really admire you, and I also think that you have a great future. I officially invite you, Luo Feng, to join my Thunder Dojo. The burly man looked at Luo Feng. I've already signed a contract with the Dojo of Limits. Luo Feng shook his head as he laughed. The burly man shook his head as if he didn't care. Contract? Since it's a contract, you can break it. Just pay the penalty fee. According to the rules of the fighters, the highest penalty fee can't exceed 300 million. I think that your value far exceeds this amount. The Thunder Dojo will pay for you. And, after you join, I'll arrange a special training contract for you with the Thunder Dojo's world headquarters. The burly man laughed. Every year, in the whole world, there are no more than 10 warriors who receive this special training contract. Every single one of them are absolute geniuses. Half a year has passed, and our Thunder Dojo has just sent out 3 special training contracts. One is for a 20-year-old advanced level fighter from the European Union. One is a South American genius who's a spirit reader. The third is a 16-year-old intermediate level fighter from our China's capital, Jinghua headquarters city. You're the fourth. Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked. All 3 of these people are insane. Clearly, Wang Dong and Ma Xiao were recruited earlier. However, they still don't have the qualifications to receive this special training contract. Just because he has the qualifications, actually, with just Luo Feng's fitness level, he doesn't have the qualifications to receive this contract. However, on top of this, if you add, already learned the Ruwei level technique. This is enough for Luo Feng to receive the special training contract. After all, being able to learn the Ruwei level technique at 18 is too unbelievable. As long as you join our Thunder Dojo, I'll give you this contract. I'll send you to our Thunder Dojo's world headquarters for training. You might even have the chance to receive personal guidance from the legendary Thunder God. The burly man smiled as he said, Luo Feng, our Thunder Dojo sincerely invites you to join our Thunder Dojo. Wang Heng's request has already reached the limit. He looked at Luo Feng expectantly. Sorry. Luo Feng slightly bowed, thank you, Thunder Dojo. However, I've already joined the Dojo of Limits and never thought of transferring, so sorry. Wang Heng froze. He rejected? You're not going to think about it? The burly man stared as he frowned. No need. Luo Feng stood up and slightly bowed, Mr. Wang, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. Luo Feng was clear that since he rejected him, it would be awkward for them to sit together. Wang Heng carefully looked at Luo Feng. This young man didn't even waver when faced with temptation. Wang Heng couldn't help but to sigh in his heart. He waved his hand and smiled, all right, I won't try to persuade you anymore. If you ever want to, the Thunder Dojo's door will always be open for you. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Luo Feng smiled as he left. After Luo Feng left, Wang Heng's face sank and yelled, tell Wang Dong to come. Yes, Chief. The underlings outside immediately went to inform Wang Dong. Who would have thought that the Dojo of Limits would get another talent? Wang Heng rubbed his chin and squinted his eyes. Ever since the Phantom War God got injured and retired in this Jiangnan headquarters city, our Thunder Dojo has always been at a disadvantage compared to the Dojo of Limits. Wang Heng was also panicking. In the entire world, the Dojo of Limits and the Thunder Dojo are the 2 largest dojos. And the founders are the world's strongest and second strongest. Naturally, the higher-ups of the Thunder Dojo and the Dojo of Limits all smiled on the surface. However, in reality, they're secretly opposing each other and want to suppress each other. In some of the headquarters cities in the world, the Thunder Dojo's power surpasses the Dojo of Limits. However, in Jiangnan headquarters city, the Dojo of Limits' power is stronger. Chief. The grim youth, Wang Dong, walked in. As Wang Dong looked around, he was filled with confidence. Clearly, the fact that he killed more monsters than Luo Feng in this year's fighter combat exam made Wang Dong even more confident. Wang Dong. Wang Heng let out a smile, you're the best new fighter in our Thunder Dojo. However, Your current strength is still a bit lacking compared to Luo Feng manager. Wan Dong was anxious. Was there a difference between him and Luo Feng? You doubt my words? Wang Heng frowned. Wan Dong shook his head. He knew that the supervisor in front of him used to be a high-level warlord martial artist. At the same time, he also had the position of supervisor, which brought about various special powers. In terms of status, he's not any weaker than a war god. How could such a person lie? I'm telling you clearly, your physique is not worse than his. However, in a real battle, even 3 of you can't beat one Luo Feng, said Wang Heng seriously. However, the difference between you and him is huge. But that doesn't mean you'll be weaker than him in the future. What you need to do now is to work hard and surpass him. I've seen many geniuses, but many of them have fallen. Martial artists walk on the edge of life and death. Your talent is good, but it only means that you started earlier. You've just become a martial artist. You've just started on this path. Don't relax, Luo Feng is just the first opponent you have to surpass. In the future, you will surpass even more opponents. Wang Heng encouraged, I hope that one day, I can see the birth of a new war god. Wan Dong's blood was boiling. Yeah, Luo Feng is just the first opponent. In the future, he will surpass even more people until he becomes a war god. Alright, you can go. You've been killing all night, so you should get some rest, smiled Wang Heng. Yes, Supervisor Wan Dong respectfully left. Wang Heng shook his head, raised his teacup, and took a sip. After all these years, ever since he took the position of supervisor, he has been trying his best to raise geniuses. Either to pressure these geniuses, or to attract them with money, instruction manuals, etc., etc. The more fighters he raises, the more powerful they become. And the more stable his position is. This Wan Dong, maybe he'll give me a surprise in the future, laughed Wang Heng. However, I won't ask for much from him. It'll be good enough if he can catch up to Luo Feng. Hee. An 18-year-old Wei level fighter with a good body fitness level. What a good seedling. Wang Heng shook his head and drank his tea, not thinking about it anymore. No matter what, Luo Feng and Wan Dong are just good seedlings. Jiangnan headquarters city's northern military sector. Luo Feng and Yang Wu, who had already changed into their own clothes, were chatting as they walked. Crazy, the way that Wan Dong was looking at you just now didn't seem right. He even said something like, he wants to compete with you to see who can become a warlord-level fighter first, said Yang Wu with confusion. Who knows what's going on, but that Wan Dong seems to be treating me as an opponent. Luo Feng was also confused about Wan Dong's words. However, he didn't know that after Wang Heng's words, Wan Dong has already treated Luo Feng as his first opponent. I passed the combat exam, so I need to notify my family, smiled Luo Feng as he took out his cell phone. Brother Yang, you should notify your family too. Okay, laughed Yang Wu as he nodded. Luo Feng and Yang Wu both called their families. Jiangnan headquarters city, Yangzhou city, Mingyue sector. Honghua, your family's Luo Feng will definitely pass the spider combat exam. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan pushed their son Luo Hua's wheelchair as they chatted with a white-haired old man. Is this combat exam dangerous? Gong Xianlan couldn't help but to ask. My family's Feng said it's not dangerous, but we saw on the internet that it's dangerous. Okay, it's still a bit dangerous, the white-haired old man nodded. According to what my son said, the fighter combat exam usually has a 3% to 5% death rate. The disability rate is around 5% to 8%. In other words, over 100 prospective fighters will be crippled in a single fighter combat exam. Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan looked at each other and were extremely nervous. Your family's Feng will be fine, don't worry, laughed the white-haired old man. Okay, Luo Honghua and Gong Xianlan nodded. Even though they acted like that on the surface, they were still extremely nervous. Luo Hua, who was sitting in his wheelchair, didn't say a word, but his fists were tightly clenched. Suddenly, a cheerful ringtone rang. Gong Xianlan took out her phone from her pocket and let out a happy expression. She looked to the side and said, "It's Feng's call, hurry up and answer it," said Luo Honghua. Luo Hua was also staring at his phone, and the white-haired old man was also smiling. Hello. Gong Xianlan picked up the phone and put it on speaker. Mom, I passed the fighter combat exam, so I'll be home tonight. You have to prepare some good food. The voice on the phone was heard by everyone around. Luo Hongguo laughed. Luo Hua, who was sitting in his wheelchair with his fists tightly clenched, finally relaxed and laughed. Okay, Mom will definitely prepare a lot of good food. Gong Xianlan was extremely excited. August 2nd, evening, Yangzhou City's Mingyue sector. Luo Feng's back. Congratulations my ass. That fighter combat exam wasn't difficult for Luo Feng at all. As he walked on the sector road, Luo Feng smiled as he greeted the fighters he saw. The number of fighters in human society is much smaller than the number of regular people. In this Mingyue sector, only the families of fighters can live here, and they all joined the dojo of limits, so everyone naturally has a good relationship with each other. Mom, Dad. Luo Feng immediately saw his parents and the nanny standing in front of his door. Let's eat. Luo Hongguo immediately laughed. That night, Luo Feng and his family were extremely happy. Since from this moment on, from a legal perspective, Luo Feng is now an official fighter, after 11 p.m. Luo Feng's home second floor's recording room. They say that once you officially become a fighter, you can enter the dojo of limits internal fighter network. Luo Feng was a bit excited. Some special internal networks require a specific identity to enter. Only the fighters of the dojo of limits have the right to enter the dojo of limits internal fighter network, home of limits, and the HR Alliance's platform. As long as you're a fighter, you can log in. Home of Limits. Luo Feng typed in the website through his keyboard. Suddenly, a gigantic 200-inch screen appeared on one of the walls of the recording room. The website Home of Limits immediately appeared on the screen. Beep. Luo Feng checked his fingerprint. Beautiful music flowed through the recording room like flowing water. At the same time, a person's page appeared on the gigantic screen. On the top was Luo Feng's picture, and below was a few information forms: name, Luo Feng; gender, male; address, China, Jiangnan headquarters; city; fighter identification number, 426123205608010002; level, warrior, beginner, contribution, 0 points; balance, 20 million Chinese dollars. In the quiet video room, Luo Feng held a cup of hot tea and took a sip. His gaze landed on the gigantic screen on the wall of the video room. 20 million Chinese dollars? Sure enough, the money promised by the dojo of limits has arrived. At the top of the web page, there was a row of buttons. One of them was flashing, and there was a line of words on it: you have 2 new emails. Luo Feng's finger lightly tapped on the wireless keyboard and opened the mailbox. Hua. When he opened the first email, a video immediately appeared. Hello, Mr. Luo Feng. A middle-aged man wearing a black suit appeared on the gigantic screen and smiled. I am Chief Xu Ji's assistant. I'm sure you've seen the 20 million that the chief promised. As for technique, blade, and Daoing techniques manuals, you can directly purchase them through the internal network as long as the price doesn't exceed 100 million. The internal network will reimburse you and won't deduct a single cent. If the price exceeds 100 million, Mr. Luo Feng will have to pay for the excess. At the same time, on behalf of the chief, I congratulate Mr. Luo Feng on passing the fighter combat exam. After saying that, the video ended. The dojo of limits treats me pretty well. Luo Feng opened the second email. It was also a video. Respected new fighter Luo Feng, hello. I represent the dojo of limits in welcoming you to our big family. A sweet-looking girl smiled. This is the first time you've entered the dojo of limits internal network, home of limits. Let me introduce you to the uses of the home of limits first. In the home of limits, you can purchase all sorts of weapons, Daoing techniques, technique manuals, attack type manuals like blade techniques, spear techniques, sword techniques, etc. There are also hot weapons, transportation tools, protective gear, communication systems, special bombs, special medicine, genetic medicine, and even some special materials and treasures. As long as you have enough money, you can buy them all. Once you pay, the goods will be delivered within 24 hours through the home of limits. You can even ask a warlord level fighter, or even a war god level fighter, to teach you one-on-one through the internet. Similarly, you have to pay enough money. The girl in the video smiled. If you have enough contribution points, then the prices of the above items will be halved. Luo Feng was shocked. Half? If he had enough contribution points, he would only need 50 million to buy an item that was worth 100 million. contribution points were really useful. However, his current contribution points were only 0. There are many uses for contribution points, not just for purchasing items. For example, once your contribution points reach a certain level, you can call upon the Dojo of Limits special teams, etc. The girl in the video smiled. The more contribution points you have, the higher your position in the Dojo of Limits will be. You'll also have more power and benefits. There are 2 main ways to earn contribution points. One is to kill monsters and harvest an important material from the monster's body. Sell this important material to the Dojo of Limits. You can earn money and contribution points. The second is to donate to the Dojo of Limits. The more money you donate, the more contribution points you get. Currently, the ratio was: donating 10,000 Chinese dollars would earn you 1 contribution point. In the donation system, the minimum donation was 10 million yuan, and martial artists could donate up to 100 billion yuan. In other words, the maximum number of contribution points you can get through the donation system is 10 million points. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. What the hell, there's a limit to donations? I can donate up to 100 billion? And the Dojo of Limits won't accept that much? It was 100 billion yuan. It seemed like the richest person in China on the Forbes list only had a little more than 100 billion yuan in assets. The wealthiest person in the world on the Forbes list only has 120 billion US dollars, which is equivalent to 420 billion Chinese dollars. Of course, the Forbes list only shows some of the wealthiest people in the world. For example, some of the wealthiest families have more wealth than some of the wealthiest people in the world. But that's the accumulation of their entire family. Mr. Luo Feng. Let me remind you that killing monsters is the best way to earn contribution points. Not only can you earn contribution points, but you can also earn money, laughed the girl in the video. You have some money right now, so please don't buy it immediately. You can enter the fighter forums information section and carefully read up on some basic knowledge of fighters. This will be very beneficial for you when choosing manuals and buying weapons. Finally, I wish Mr. Luo Feng all the best in our Dojo of Limits family and reach the pinnacle of fighters. After saying that, the girl in the video bowed and the video ended. Luo Feng was shocked as he listened. The Dojo of Limits internal network, the home of limits, is indeed very useful. The thing that attracts Luo Feng the most is that he can use money to directly invite warlord or even war god level fighters to teach him one-on-one. Even though he has 20 million Chinese dollars, Luo Feng wasn't in a rush to buy weapons and other items. Instead, he wanted to familiarize himself with the Home of Limits internal network. The Home of Limits website has many functions. It's split into many sections, such as accepting missions, posting missions, chatting with guests, training sections, and donation systems. However, the 2 sections that attract Luo Feng the most are the Fighter Forum and the Internet Marketplace. The Internet Marketplace has everything, all sorts of Daoyin techniques, agility instruction manuals, blade instruction manuals, hot weapons, cold weapons, genetic medicine, etc. In short, the Internet Marketplace is a place to spend money. Fighter Forum. Luo Feng entered the forum and then entered the Basic Fighter Knowledge Database subforum. In this subforum, there weren't any replies, there was only a large amount of basic information. Spirit Reader, Spirit Reader. Luo Feng kept flipping through the pages, looking for information on spirit readers. Finally, HM? That's it. Luo Feng saw a post, simple descriptions of spirit readers. Brothers, I see that you guys don't know much about spirit readers, so I'll give you a simple introduction. Luo Feng laughed when he saw this first sentence. Clearly, this so-called Fighter Forum database is just a collection of posts written by many fighters and isn't official information. Spirit readers can be said to be the most feared group of people in the circle of fighters. First of all, you can't become a spirit reader just by training. Every spirit reader is talented and awakened on their own. The post's description was very colloquial. When they haven't awakened, they might just be normal fighters. But when they awaken, then they become powerful. How powerful? First of all, spirit readers are split into 2 types. One type of spirit reader controls objects. In other words, they control things like spikes and throwing knives to attack from afar. Spirit readers can control objects from afar, which is much more powerful than some heavy sniper rifle bullets. A sniper rifle bullet's trajectory is pretty much a straight line. And the weapons controlled by spirit readers don't have any pattern. Besides the pattern, the damage is also different. For example, heavy machine guns and heavy sniper rifles have limited damage. Even the best sniper rifles have a hard time killing a low-level commander-level monster. However, the power of a spirit reader spikes and flying knives increases with their spirit reader's power. There are quite a few spirit readers who can kill horde leader-level monsters among spirit readers, besides those who can control objects. The second type is to directly attack the monster's soul. This type is a bit more mysterious. It directly attacks the monster's soul. Once it succeeds, the monster's body won't be harmed at all, but it will immediately die. However, attacking the soul is a bit difficult. Apparently, there are very, very few spirit readers who know how to use spiritual attacks besides controlling objects from afar and spiritual attacks. There are other types of spirit readers. However, I'm not too sure about them. Luo Feng looked at every word, not daring to miss a single sentence. Actually, what I'm most jealous of is the speed at which spirit readers improve. Spirit reader masters were born with extremely powerful spirit reader powers. However, when they were young, their bodies couldn't handle such powerful spiritual force, so they hid it in their subconscious. When their fitness level gets stronger and stronger, they reach a certain level. Then, their spiritual force will appear. The stronger your fitness level, the more spiritual force you can handle. Fighters are divided into the warrior level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, warrior level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, war god level, beginner, intermediate, advanced, a total of 9 levels. The difference between your fitness level and your spiritual force is 2 levels. If your body is at the beginner warrior level, then your spiritual force is at the advanced warrior level. If your body is at the intermediate warrior level, then your spiritual force is at the beginner warlord level. Spirit readers have a period of rapid increase in strength. Because they were born with extremely powerful spiritual force, it's just that it always hides in their subconscious. As your body gets stronger, the hidden spiritual force will appear more. As your body gets stronger, your spiritual force gets stronger. Until one day, all of the hidden spiritual force is unearthed. At this time, the spirit reader's increase in strength will become extremely slow. Luo Feng froze when he saw this part. So, when a spirit reader increases in strength, it's actually unearthing the hidden spiritual force. Only with a strong enough body can you handle enough spiritual force. So, the potential of a spirit reader depends on how much spiritual force is hidden in their subconscious. Some of the hidden spiritual force exists in a liquid form, while others exist in a liquid and solid form. Some exist in a completely solid form. Legend has it that in the subconscious, if the hidden spiritual force condenses into a solid form, it means that the spiritual force is extremely powerful. It's the group of people with the highest potential in the spiritual force community. As their fitness level increases, the spiritual force in the solid form will continuously be released, causing their strength to increase until one day, when the solid form completely disintegrates. Only then will their period of rapid increase in strength end. Luo Feng suppressed the excitement in his heart and continued to read until he finished reading the entire post. After that, Luo Feng flipped through the database and found 2 other posts about spirit readers. The descriptions are pretty much the same. Looks like it's true. Luo Feng nodded. Then, the dark golden ball in my subconscious should be a solid form formed by an extremely large amount of spiritual force. I'm so lucky that I survived after awakening. Luo Feng sighed. According to the 3 posts that he saw, when a spirit reader awakens, their subconscious will instantly explode with an extremely large amount of spiritual force. If the awakening fails, they can become an idiot, a vegetable, or even die from bleeding from their orifices. No wonder my head hurts every day since I was young, and I even fainted a few times. Luo Feng realized, looks like my body is too weak, and my spiritual force is too strong. My body can't handle it, which is why my head hurts. And as my body fitness level increases, this headache keeps decreasing. Now, it's completely gone. Ever since Luo Feng awakened, his headache has completely disappeared. The dark golden ball is actually a solid form formed by spiritual force. I wondered just how much spiritual force it contains. Luo Feng couldn't help but to guess. Luo Feng flipped through a lot of posts in the fighter forum, such as 50 questions for a fighter to kill a monster, wilderness survival knowledge, how to avoid provoking a commander-level monster, 28 ways to escape. All sorts of posts made Luo Feng understand a lot. He also understood the hardships of a martial artist. Martial artists had a high status in human society, but that was earned by risking their lives. Yes, these posts make sense. Movement techniques, offensive techniques, and dowing techniques are the most important to a martial artist. The dowing technique determined the improvement of a martial artist's strength. And one's technique and attacks determine a fighter's battle strength. Luo Feng also agreed after reading the thread. These 3 secret manuals were the most important to a martial artist. If you have money, you should spend it on these 3 areas. No wonder the Dojo of Limits promised to let me buy these 3 instruction manuals for free. Luo Feng also knew that the Dojo of Limits wanted their people to be strong. Let's enter the online shopping mall to take a look. Luo Feng tapped on the wireless keyboard and entered the web store page. Suddenly, the gigantic screen on the recording room's wall displayed all sorts of detailed item categories. Luo Feng selected instruction manuals, attack type and clicked 3 times. Suddenly, the screen showed pictures of instruction manuals along with their names and prices. Type, Spear Technique Evaluation, Ultimate. Price, 100 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 4-star contribution points, 9-fold Thunder Blade, type, Blade Technique. Evaluation, Ultimate. Price, 100 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 4-star contribution points, Phantom Blade Technique. Type, Blade Technique. Evaluation, SS price, 10 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 5 billion Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 3-star contribution points, Fog Sword, type, Sword Technique, grade, S price, 3 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 5 billion Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 3-star contribution points. Luo Feng's eyes gleamed as he looked at the huge list of instruction manuals. Heavens, the world's strongest martial artist, Hong's Spear Art Armageddon is also being sold? This 9-stage Thunder Blade belongs to the second strongest person in the world, God of Thunder? Luo Feng was immediately captivated by the ultimate spear technique and blade technique at the very top. But the price at the back made him dumbfounded. Full price of 100 billion, the half price was 50 billion, and the requirement for the half price was to have 4-star contribution points? 4-star contribution points, that means 10 million contribution points? Luo Feng was very clear about the classification of contribution points. Once the contribution points reached 10,000, they would be promoted to 1 star. When one's contribution points reached 100,000, they would be ranked as 2 stars. When the contribution points reached 1 million, they would be promoted to 3 stars. Once the contribution points reached 10 million, they would be ranked 4 stars. 50 million contribution points was the legendary 5-star contribution points. It was almost impossible to reach 5 stars. The difficulty was too high. Armageddon is known as the world's #1 offensive technique. Luo Feng clicked on Destroyer and opened it. He curiously looked at the introduction of Destroyer. After all, this is the strongest spear technique on Earth. Most fighters who read this instruction manual would probably look at the introduction. Luo Feng stared. Surprisingly, there were many offers on the Armageddon manual. Armageddon, all 6 levels, price, 100 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars, half price. Requirements, 4-star contribution points. Armageddon, first 5 levels, price, 40 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 20 billion Chinese dollars, half price. Requirements, 4-star contribution points. Armageddon, first 4 levels, price, 15 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 5 billion Chinese dollars, half price. Requirements, 3-star contribution points. Armageddon, first level, price, 200 million Chinese dollars, full price, 100 million Chinese dollars, half price. Requirements, 1-star contribution points. What, this instruction manual can be split and sold? Luo Feng thought about it carefully. That's right. If an ultimate spear technique like Armageddon were to be sold, who could afford it? The price would be astronomical. Also, even if someone bought it, they would have to start training from the first level. How many fighters can train to the 6th level? Most fighters would probably only be able to train to the first level in their entire lives and would never be able to break through to the 2nd level. This ultimate instruction manual, no wonder it's the attack technique of the world's strongest fighter. Luo Feng stared at the introduction. Who would have thought that this spear technique would have a movement technique as well? Buying this instruction manual is the same as buying both the agility instruction manual and the attack instruction manual. Luo Feng was indeed tempted. Sadly, 1. He's a blade user. 2. He can't afford it at that price. 9-stage Thunderblade, an ultimate instruction manual just like Armageddon. Luo Feng immediately opened the 9-stage Thunderblade webpage. If Luo Feng was looking at the Armageddon instruction manual out of curiosity, then Luo Feng was looking at the 9-stage Thunderblade manual. Now that he's looking at the 9-stage Thunderblade manual, Luo Feng was looking forward to it. 9-stage Thunderblade, this is the instruction manual that every blade user wants the most. Luo Feng carefully looked at the introduction. The introduction said that this 9-stage Thunderblade is the hardest technique to learn in the world. Even though it's called a blade technique, it also has a movement technique. And it has a unique Daoing technique. The reason why the 9-stage Thunderblade is hard to learn is because it has extremely high requirements for the body's strength, muscle sensitivity, etc. A blade technique that has a movement technique and Daoing technique? Luo Feng was overjoyed. If the price is right, I can buy it. Luo Feng carefully looked at the price. 9-stage Thunderblade, all 9 stages, price, 100 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 50 billion Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 4-star contribution points, 9-stage Thunderblade, first 8 stages, price, 50 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 25 billion Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 4-star contribution points. 9-stage Thunderblade, first 5 stages, price, 2 billion Chinese dollars, full price, 1 billion Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 3-star contribution points. 9-stage Thunderblade, first 4 stages, price, 500 million Chinese dollars, full price, 250 million Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 2-star contribution points. 9-stage Thunderblade, first 3 stages, price, 200 million Chinese dollars, full price, 100 million Chinese dollars, half price. Requirement, 2-star contribution points. 9-stage Thunderblade, first 2 stages, price, 100 million Chinese dollars, full price, 50 million Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 2-star contribution points. 9-stage Thunderblade, first stage, price, 50 million Chinese dollars, full price, 25 million Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 1-star contribution points. Luo Feng looked at the price. Clearly, the 9-stage Thunderblade has 9 stages, so it's clearly cheaper than the Armageddon. Luo Feng frowned. At the bottom of the webpage, there was an eye-catching red notification. 9-stage Thunderblade is an ultimate blade technique. It's extremely difficult to learn, and extremely difficult to learn. Countless fighters choose this blade technique, but they can't even learn the first stage. Please choose this blade technique carefully. Luo Feng looked at the notification and hesitated. Clearly, this blade technique is extremely difficult to learn, but once it's learned, it's extremely powerful. Should I buy it or not, since it's not a small amount? In the dark recording room, the large screen displayed the introduction of the 9-stage Thunderblade. Luo Feng sat quietly on the sofa thinking by himself. If he really wants to buy the 9-stage Thunderblade, it's not a small amount. Even for fighters, this amount of money is astronomical. If I'm going to learn it, I'll learn the best. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and his eyes lit up. I don't believe that I can't learn it. Ever since he was young, Luo Feng has always worked hard. I'm a spirit reader, and the spiritual force hidden in my realm of consciousness has formed into a dark golden ball. My strength will increase by leaps and bounds. I don't believe that I can't learn the 9-stage Thunderblade. Luo Feng has always had a belief, which is also what the Dojo of Limits teaches its students: pursue the limit and surpass the limit. There's another saying. If you don't want to be the world's #1 fighter, then you're not a qualified fighter. I'll definitely learn the 9-stage Thunderblade. Luo Feng took in a deep breath and lightly tapped the screen. Please confirm if you want to buy the first 3 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade. You need to pay 100 million Chinese dollars. A notification appeared on the screen. This is Luo Feng's first purchase. According to the contract between him and the Dojo of Limits, the first time he buys an attack technique, agility technique, or blade technique, he doesn't have to pay any contribution points and can enjoy the best price. Confirm. Luo Feng tapped. Please pass fingerprint verification and confirm again. A notification appeared on the screen. Luo Feng placed his finger on the fingerprint detector on the wireless keyboard. Beep. Fingerprint verification completed. Purchase successful. Deduction successful. The first 3 stages of the 9-stage Thunderblade will be delivered to Mr. Luo Feng's home within 24 hours. A notification appeared on the screen. Luckily, according to my contract with the Dojo of Limits, the first time I buy, I can ignore the contribution point limit and buy at the best price. Luo Feng felt his heart racing. He couldn't help it. This is a whole 100 million Chinese dollars. Buying Zhang Haobai's villa would be a piece of cake. What's more, Luo Feng's family hasn't been doing well financially. Spending 100 million at once, you can imagine how he feels. Good thing it's not my money. Luo Feng grinned. After successfully buying the instruction manual, the next step is to buy weapons, battle uniforms, etc. I have 20 million to start with, so I'll save as much as I can. Luo Feng opened the list of weapons and quickly found the Ghost Blade No. 2 series. Ghost Blade No. 2 series, A1, price, 100,000 Chinese dollars, full price, 50,000 Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 1 contribution point. Ghost Blade No. 2 series, A2, price, 500,000 Chinese dollars, full price, 250,000 Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 1 contribution point. No. 2 series, A5, price, 6 million Chinese dollars, full price, 3 million Chinese dollars, half price, requirement, 1 star contribution point. Luo Feng carefully looked at the descriptions of the various models and couldn't help but to frown. My strength is increasing very quickly. I believe that soon, my body fitness level will reach the advanced warrior level. Since I'm buying a weapon, I naturally have to buy a good one. If it's a regular beginner level warrior, usually, you just have to buy an A2 or A3. The contribution point here is 1, and you only need to donate $10,000 to get it. Actually, this so-called 1 contribution point is used to differentiate between the fighters inside the dojo and the fighters outside. Since the Dojo of Limits has an internal network, the home of Limits online market, they also have a real fighter market. Fighters from other forces can also buy it, and fighters from other forces can only buy it at full price. With my strength increasing speed, I need to at least buy an A5 or A6 Ghost Blade. Luo Feng shook his head. However, this model requires 1 star contribution point, 1 star, that's 10,000 contribution points. When he bought the instruction manual, he could ignore the contribution point requirement and buy it at the best price. This kind of discount only exists when buying the instruction manual for the first time. However, when buying weapons, battle uniforms, etc., there's no such discount. Blood Shadow Saber A6, full price 20 million. The full price of the A5 model is 6 million. Luo Feng shook his head. The A5 model can fight against most medium-level commander monsters without worrying about the weapon breaking. A6 model weapons can fight against most high-level beast general monsters without worrying about the weapon breaking. With the speed at which he was improving his strength, low-model weapons were obviously not suitable for him. Full price? Too expensive. Luo Feng shook his head. Look at the shield. Luo Feng opened up the shield's page and looked carefully. The price of a shield was much cheaper than a blade. The B5 model, which could also defend against Lieutenant General Beast Generals, had a full price of 3 million Chinese dollars, and a half price of 1,500,000 Chinese dollars. However, the contribution requirement was still 1 star. Backpack. When surviving in the wild and fighting with monsters, the backpacks carried were also special equipment. First of all, the quality of the backpack itself had to be good. Secondly, it was suitable for the cultivator to fight with monsters. It could not affect the cultivator's movements. Backpacks are the cheapest. They only require one contribution point. A good one would only cost 100,000. Luo Feng let out a smile. Battle tactical communications watches have satellite positioning, time, phone calls, and many other functions. The price is okay too, also 100,000 actually, those functions weren't worth much. A cell phone on the market that costs a few hundred has functions like making calls, time, and satellite positioning. The reason why the tactical communications watch costs 100,000 is because of the expensive material. When fighting with monsters, a monster's claw might touch the tactical communications watch. How could the watch be cheap if it was sturdy enough to defend against a monster's attack? Blade, shield, watch, backpack, I've seen them all. The only thing left is the full battle uniform set, including the boots. Luo Feng heard that a battle uniform set is usually the most expensive piece of equipment a fighter has. Because the battle uniform set not only has to have good defense, but it also has to be comfortable and not affect the fighter's quick movements. Luo Feng opened it and looked. Holy! So expensive. Luo Feng was completely dumbfounded. Even the D5 series battle uniform set, which can defend against a medium-level commander, along with the arm guards and boots, costs 18 million Chinese dollars at full price. Even half price is 9 million Chinese dollars. The full price of the D6 is 80 million Chinese dollars. He already knew that battle uniforms were expensive, but he didn't think that the 5th series battle uniform set was 3 times more expensive than a blade of the same level, now that he calculated. With the same set of 5 series, the battle uniform set is 18 million, the ghost blade is 6 million, and the shield is 3 million, for a total of 27 million. If he had a 1-star contribution star, then he would only need 13.5 million. As for the battle watch and backpack, they're nothing compared to the battle uniform set, etc. I also want to buy throwing knives that can be controlled by my spiritual force. At the very least, I need to buy 6 or 10 of them. Luo Feng opened the page for throwing knives again. Throwing knives are small toys. They're small, and their weight is even smaller. Naturally, the price of throwing knives is much cheaper than the ghost blade. The full price of a 5th series throwing knife is only 50,000 Chinese dollars. The full price of a 6th series throwing knife is only 300,000 Chinese dollars. The full price of a 7th series throwing knife is 3 million Chinese dollars. Half price is 1.5 million Chinese dollars. Requirement, 2-star contribution star. That's a full 10 times increase. A 7th series throwing knife, if it's strong enough, can completely damage a low-level horde leader monster. The difference between a commander and a horde leader is huge. Luo Feng didn't think that the difference between the prices of these weapons would be so huge. My spiritual force is very strong, and it's going to grow very quickly. I originally wanted to buy a 7th series throwing knife, but one costs 3 million, and the half-price requirement is a 2-star contribution star. If I buy 5 or 6 of them, it'll cost around 10 million. Where can I even afford it? This amount of money isn't even enough to spend. Luo Feng originally thought that 20 million was a lot, but now he realized that the price of a fighter's equipment is ridiculously high. Actually, Luo Feng didn't know that the price of these equipment isn't ridiculously high. Keep in mind that even a missile can't kill a horde leader monster. For a throwing knife to be able to pierce through it, one can imagine how high the quality of the throwing knife itself is. A throwing knife for 3 million Chinese dollars is a reasonable price range. Actually, fighters spend a lot of money to buy weapons. However, after they kill powerful monsters, the money they earn will also be quite good. Sadly, Luo Feng hasn't started earning money yet. Around 10 a.m. on the second day. Mingyue Sector, Luo Feng's private garden. A stranger arrived. Mr. Luo Feng. This is the instruction manual you bought. You can open it with your fingerprint. Luo Feng received the sealed alloy box and swiped his finger across the top of the alloy box. Beep. Fingerprint verified. An electronic sound rang and the alloy box opened, revealing a book that was around a centimeter thick. On top of the book were 2 discs. 9-stage Thunderblade. Luo Feng looked at the 4 words on the book. Mr. Luo Feng, open it and take a look. After confirming it, please sign here, smiled the delivery man. However, his gaze towards Luo Feng contained a bit of envy. 9-stage Thunder Blade, normal fighters can't afford it. Mr. Luo Feng, I'm sure you know the rules for buying instruction manuals, right? Laughed the delivery man. According to the rules, I'll say it again. The copyright of the instruction manual belongs to the creator. The 9-stage Thunder Blade belongs to Thunder God. The buyer only has the right to learn it, but not the right to pass it on. You can't copy, sell, or teach the instruction manual. If anyone violates this rule, the Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the Underground Alliance, and the government's army will work together to kill you. Luo Feng nodded. Of course he knew this rule. After checking it, the delivery man left. Just one instruction manual and 2 discs cost 100 million Chinese dollars. Luo Feng stood in his garden and sighed. Luo Feng stood in his garden and sighed. Creating instruction manuals is still the most profitable. For example, Thunder God's 9-stage Thunder Blade. The more people buy it, the more money he earns. After some calculations, it's not hard to imagine just how much money Thunder God earned. However, for Thunder God, who created the Thunder Dojo, money doesn't mean much. Right as Luo Feng was about to enter his house with the instruction manual, Luo Feng, a voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw that the person who came was the chief instructor of the Dojo of Limits, Wu Tong. Uncle Wu, laughed Luo Feng. I just saw the delivery man from headquarters. You bought something? Laughed Wu Tong. Yeah, nodded Luo Feng. 9-stage Thunder Blade? Wu Tong saw the 4 words on the cover of the instruction manual in Luo Feng's hand and was shocked. You're actually willing to buy this? Instruction manuals are strictly controlled by the major powers of the world. It's not my money anyway, laughed Luo Feng, and then said helplessly, however, I realized that I really don't have enough money right now. Buying blades, battle uniforms, etc. really costs a lot of money. Oh yeah, Luo Feng, I came here to tell you something. Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed. Not long ago, was there a young man named Zhang Haobai who offended you? Luo Feng froze. Zhang Haobai? I haven't even had the chance to cause trouble for him yet. Yeah, he tried to find people to break my arms and legs, nodded Luo Feng. It's like this. Zhang Haobai's uncle, Zhang Zehu, is a fighter from the Thunder Dojo. He asked the chief instructor of the Thunder Dojo in Yangzhou City to help him out. He's prepared to settle this privately, laughed Chief Instructor Wu Tong. Luo Feng, aren't you short on money? This is an opportunity to make money. You can take this opportunity to earn a lot. Luo Feng's heart skipped a beat. In the database of the Home of Limits Warrior Forum, there were many posts about the grudges between warriors. For example, in China, fighters are under the control of the government in the 6 headquarter cities and are bound by the law. However, once you leave the headquarter cities and enter the monsters' territory, you won't be bound by the law. That's a place where fighters and monsters kill each other, a place where there are no laws. Fighters walk on the edge of life and death, so it's not rare for them to have conflicts and kill each other. And the dojos and governments don't want to see this. Fighters are humanity's wealth. They are humanity's greatest weapon against the monsters. They don't want fighters to lose too much in internal conflicts. So there's the saying of internal negotiations and private negotiations. If everyone has grudges, then we can sit at the negotiating table and settle our grudges. If we can't negotiate, then that's another story. Luo Feng, you're just a newbie who just entered the circle of fighters. It's better to have fewer enemies, Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed. You just started, so you need money. Okay, Luo Feng nodded. Private negotiations are the best, Uncle Wu, but we can't let Zhang Haobai go so easily. If I was weak, then I would have had my arms and legs broken, of course, Wu Tong nodded. If we don't make them bleed once, they'll think that the Dojo of Limits is afraid of them, Uncle Wu. How much should I ask for? Luo Feng asked. He doesn't really understand the rules, so it's better to ask first. Wu Tong sighed and said, if the person who messed with you is a normal person, then don't ask for more than 50 million Chinese dollars. And Luo Feng, you're an elite of our dojo, so you can't ask for less. At least 10 million Chinese dollars. Between 10 million and 50 million, you can just name a number. Okay, Luo Feng thought and nodded. If you agree, then I'll tell them to meet tonight, laughed Wu Tong. Okay, thanks Uncle Wu, smiled Luo Feng as he nodded. Luo Feng went back and put away the 9-stage Thunderblade instruction manual. He entered the Home of Limits intranet and carefully searched for private negotiations between fighters. Oh. So that's how it is. This compensation even has to do with face. Luo Feng read through many posts and finally had a plan for tonight's negotiation. Little Feng, it's time to eat. Mother Gong Xianlan's voice came from downstairs. Coming, Mom. Luo Feng turned off the power and immediately went downstairs. In the living room downstairs, father and mother were holding their bowls of rice, and one of the nannies was cooking. Where's Luo Hua? Asked Luo Feng in confusion. Still not back. As of now, the family hired 2 nannies, both middle-aged women around 40 years old. One was to take care of his younger brother, Luo Hua. After all, Luo Hua had many things that were inconvenient for him. With someone taking care of him, he could go out more often. Your brother is at the Lotus Lake Park. I just called him and he will be here soon. Luo Hongwa smiled. Why has brother been going to the park a lot these days? Asked Luo Feng curiously. Beside him, his mother, Gong Xianlan, laughed softly. Little Feng, your brother has a girlfriend. Dating? Luo Feng was shocked. Even though there are quite a few handicapped people in society nowadays, such as the soldiers who join the army, many of them are handicapped when fighting against monsters. Handicapped people can still date, get married, and have children. However, her brother had only moved in for a month. In such a short amount of time, he's already dating? Feng, don't listen to your mother. Your brother has a girl right now, but he hasn't reached that stage yet. Laughed Luo Hongwa. Who cares? My brother dating is a good thing for him. Luo Hongwa was still happy. No matter if this relationship succeeds or fails, it's still an experience in life. This is good for her brother. Yangzhou City's Jian region, Sky Capital Garden Sector. Uncle Zhang Haobai looked at his uncle Zhang Zehu. These past few days, Zhang Haobai has been living in fear. Even when he sleeps at night, he's afraid that people from the security bureau will come and take him away. Tiger, as long as we can protect Haobai, it's okay for us to suffer a bit. Zhang Zeilong couldn't help but to say. Big brother, don't worry. Zhang Ze, who was very tall and muscular. He gave off the feeling that he was a ferocious beast. Zhang Ze, who grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. That little bastard Luo Feng, a newbie fighter. He's only fought against the weakest monsters in the military. After becoming a fighter, he knows the rules. He won't mess around. If he really does mess around. Messing around with me, the mountain tiger, is just looking for death. Seeing how confident their uncle was, Zhang Zeilong and Zhang Haobai let out a sigh of relief. Alright, leave it to me, I'm going. Zhang Ze, who waved his hand and headed outside. There was a 6-wheeled heavy modified Hummer parked outside. There was even a person in the car looking out and laughing. Brother Hu, done? Yeah, let's go and pick up Oldly. After that, we'll go to the limit hall, said Zhang Ze, who as he got in the car. Alright. Rumble, the 6-wheeled Hummer let out a low and powerful sound as it quickly left the Sky Capital Garden Sector. Evening, Yangzhou City's Mingyue Sector, in a guest room on the 2nd floor of the limit hall. Luo Feng and a group of people were here. Feng, what a coincidence today. Your Uncle Kong and Big Brother Chen are both here. Today, laughed Wu Tong. Wu Tong laughed loudly. Luo Feng also greeted the 2 people beside him. Of the 2 people beside Wu Tong, one of them was extremely skinny. His face had a scar that almost split his entire face into 2. Just being stared at by him would cause people to feel fear. And the other person had a sturdy body, thick eyebrows, and fierce eyes. One look and you can tell that he's a very passionate person. Big Brother Chen, Uncle Kong, yelled Luo Feng. These 2 weren't ordinary people. Currently, there were a total of 3 warlord-level fighters living in the Extreme Hall in Yangzhou City. They were Chief Instructor Wu Tong, Canon Chen Gu, and Eagle Blade Kong Quan. Wu Tong has already retired and no longer fights monsters. Canon Chen Gu and Eagle Blade Kong Quan often leave the headquarters city to hunt monsters. These 2 people are the leaders of the fighters in the Mingyue sector. Feng, we all know about your situation. Don't worry, we'll help you out. Laughed Canon Chengu. Fuck, no matter how arrogant the Thunder Dojo's people are, they wouldn't dare to bully us. Ye Eagle Blade Kong Quan slightly nodded. After a while, in the guest room, the people from the Limit Hall and the Thunder Dojo sat on two sides. There were around 20 people on the Limit Hall side, while the Thunder Dojo's side only had 8 people. Wu Tong, this is indeed the fault of Hu Zi's nephew, laughed a bearded brute. However, that nephew of his is just a kid. How old is he? What does he know? And he's just a normal person, not a fighter, so there's no need to hold it against him. Oldly, don't talk about useless things, laughed a bearded brute. However, that nephew of his is just a kid. Oldly, don't talk about useless things. Oldly, don't talk about those useless things, laughed Wu Tong as he shook his head. This situation can't be any clearer. You guys came here to settle this privately, right? Xianxia, who, in the fighter circle, is known as Mountain Tiger. The weapon he uses is a gigantic mountain-splitting blade that he holds in both hands. He's known for his bravery and ruthlessness. Chief Wu Xianxia, who slightly smiled and his gaze landed on Luo Feng. Little Luo should talk about this personally. Little Luo, how do you think we should settle this to your satisfaction? Shut up! Eagle Blade Kong Quan glared on the side and scolded. Luo Feng is a good brother of our Limit Hall. Little Luo? Only you have the right to call him that. Xianxia, who froze. Eagle Blade Kong Quan is a ruthless person in the fighter circle. Even Xianxia, who doesn't dare to mess with him. Xianxia, who, Mr. Zhang. Luo Feng stood up and slightly smiled. I'm a bit embarrassed to have so many of my brothers come out for this. Actually, if I were to follow my own thoughts. If that Zhang Haobai wants to break my legs, that's a small matter. But if he dares to hit my dad, then he's looking for death. Luo Feng glared as he roared. Xianxia, who was startled. The fighters from the Limit Hall all laughed. This Mountain Tiger Xianxia, who is an experienced fighter. He's now an advanced warrior fighter, only one step away from the warlord level. Luo Feng actually dared to glare at him. This caused the fighters from the Limit Hall to feel that this kid Luo Feng is quite brave. Luo Feng, what do you plan on doing? Speak. Xianxia, who was a bit annoyed and his face was ugly. Luo Feng laughed. Xianxia, whose anger? He really didn't care about it. Ignoring the future, Luo Feng's current fitness level is above the intermediate warrior level and is close to the advanced warrior level. As for his spiritual force, according to the difference of 2 ranks between his fitness level and spiritual force, he's at least at the beginner level warlord level. Just one sentence, 50 million Chinese dollars. I, Luo Feng, will give you face and let this go, smiled Luo Feng. You're really asking for too much, 50 million. Xianxia, who glared. This price is too high, frowned head instructor Li of the Thunder Dojo. Luo Feng slightly smiled and didn't say anything. The price isn't high, smiled head instructor Wu Tong of the Limit Hall. Luo Feng, I'll also give you a price, 5 million. I'll give you 5 million and let this go. Also, give me face. Otherwise, you're not giving me face. Xianxia, who glared at Luo Feng. 5 million, the people from the Limit Hall also frowned. Just Canon Chenggu and Eagle Blade Kong Quan showed up today. Even if you give them face, you shouldn't give such a low price. If the price is too low, you're not giving them face. Otherwise, I'm not giving you face? Luo Feng also glared. Xianxia, who, I'll also say this. 50 million, not a single cent less. If you go 1 cent less, then prepare to meet your nephew in the security bureau. Xianxia, who was so angry that he started laughing. He didn't think that a newbie like Luo Feng wouldn't give him any face. 50 million, and not a single cent less? Xianxia, whose eyes flashed fiercely, as if he wanted to eat someone alive. Luo Feng didn't care at all. He's seen quite a few posts in the Home of Limits, so he knows that when negotiating, it's taboo to lower one's head. Whoever lowers their head means that they're weaker than the other. And since Luo Feng was the one in the right, logically speaking, if 2 people are of the same status, the one who made the mistake should apologize. But Xianxia, who was very arrogant, clearly bullying Luo Feng for being a newbie. Sadly, Luo Feng didn't buy it. Alright, listen to me, said the head of the Dojo of Limits, Wu Tong, Luo Feng and Mountain Tiger, both of you take a step back. 30 million Chinese dollars. Xianxia who, 30 million Chinese dollars isn't much to you. Take it out and we'll forget about this. Luo Feng, you don't have any objections, right? Luo Feng nodded. We'll do as Uncle Wu says, Mountain Tiger. What about you? Wu Tong looked towards Zhang Zehu. In the entire meeting room, everyone's gazes landed on Zhang Zehu. Zhang Zehu angrily stood up and laughed. You want me to lower my head to this little bastard? Dream on. Oldly, brothers, let's go. If you don't agree, then you'll have to pay 100 million to protect your nephew, laughed Wu Tong. I'd rather give the country 100 million than 30 million. Zhang Zehu sneered as he looked at Luo Feng and sneered, Kid, being a fighter isn't that easy. Wait until you leave the headquarters city and you'll know how scary monsters are. All sorts of dangerous situations can happen suddenly. Monster towns and the military can't compare. The monsters in the military are all raised in captivity, so they're the weakest. I hope you don't die so early, or else how will you play with me in the future? Oh yeah, let me remind you, I'm not too far away from the warlord level. How long will you have to wait to reach the warlord level? And, can you live that long? Luo Feng slightly smiled. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Zhang Zehu. However, you should think about how to prepare 100 million for the country to protect your nephew. Zhang Zehu's face darkened. Let's go. 100 million, 100 million. Canon Chingu purposely shouted. Zhang Zehu's group didn't say much and directly left. Seeing that group of people leave, the people from the dojo of limits in the meeting room started to make a ruckus. This Zhang Zehu's temper is really as bad as the rumors say. It was clearly his nephew's fault, but he refused to bow his head. Wu Tong smiled and shook his head. He would rather pay 100 million than settle it with 30 million. The dojo had contribution points, and so did the country. Those who had rendered meritorious service to the country would be given a certain amount of contribution points based on the size of their contribution. If they had 10,000 contribution points, they would be given a 1-star rating. 100,000 points was equivalent to 2 stars. This was the same data as the dojo. Back then, Dong Nanbiao, who had single-handedly slain a strange tiger-headed dragon at the banks of the Yangtze River and sacrificed himself to save hundreds of thousands of civilians, was posthumously awarded the title of a 4-star hero. By donating to the dojo, one could also donate to the country for contribution points. 1 contribution point for 10,000 Chinese dollars. 100 million Chinese dollars was equivalent to 10,000 contribution points, which was equivalent to 1 star. If Zhang Zehu refused to negotiate with Luo Feng, then the only way was to donate 100 million to the country for his nephew and raise his nephew's contribution points to 1 star. As a 1-star citizen, Zhang Haobai had special privileges. He wouldn't be sentenced for so many years just because of his conflict with Luo Feng. Even if he donated 100 million to the country to raise his nephew to 1-star citizen. But a 1-star citizen dares to fight against fighters. Even if he doesn't get sentenced, he'll still be locked up for 3 to 5 months and suffer. Artillery Chingu shook his head. Who can you blame if he refuses to bow his head? He's rich, so he doesn't care. The fighters of the dojo of limits laughed. Luo Feng Chief Instructor Wu Tong laughed. According to Chief Zhu Ji's orders, I'll arrange for you to enter the warlord level fighter squad. This way, you'll have an easier time training outside of the city. Your safety will also be guaranteed. I've also helped you negotiate with the Firehammer Squad to let you join them. Firehammer Squad? Luo Feng slightly nodded. That Chief Zhu Gu indeed values him. From the beginning, he let him join the warlord-level fighter squad. The squads that leave the city and enter the wilderness to hunt monsters have different levels of strength. Generally, if there was one warlord-level martial artist in a small team, it would be considered a warlord-level martial artist team. Luo Feng Artillery Chingu patted Luo Feng's shoulder and laughed. I'm the vice captain of the Firehammer Squad. If you follow me in the future, I'll take care of you. However, Luo Feng, I have to say this first. Our Firehammer Squad will give you a chance to train and let you get used to killing monsters. However, you have to work hard and not rely on the help of the other squad members. If you still can't get used to it after your first mission, we can only kick you out of the squad. Brother Chen, I understand. Luo Feng laughed as he nodded. Fighter squads are all on the edge of life and death. If there's a burden in the squad, then the impact will be huge. I'm relieved that you understand. Also, Artillery Chingu laughed, have you bought your weapons and equipment yet? Not yet. I'm preparing to buy some better weapons and equipment. However, only those with 1-star contribution points can be bought at half price. Luo Feng shook his head helplessly. Artillery Chingu immediately laughed, that's easy. Tell me what weapons and equipment you want to buy and I'll buy them for you. You don't have enough contribution points, but I do. I'm not far from a 2-star contribution point. I can definitely buy them at half price. Later, you can just transfer the money to my account, right? Okay, Chief Instructor Wu Tong nodded on the side, it's fine to get someone else to buy normal cold weapons and hot weapons. Of course, you can't get someone else to buy the instruction manuals. Luo Feng nodded. He knows this. For example, if he buys the 9-stage Thunder Blade, then in the Dojo of Limits, Underground Alliance, and Thunder Dojo's database, it will show, Luo Feng bought the first 3 stages of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. Then, Luo Feng can use the 9-stage Thunder Blade without a problem. However, if Yang Wu can use the 9-stage Thunder Blade without buying the instruction manual, he'll be arrested once he's discovered. This is because he's suspected of plagiarizing and spreading the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual, which violates Thunder God's ownership of the instruction manual. If you don't buy it, you don't have the right to learn it. If you let someone else buy it for you, then the database will only have the information that someone else bought it for you. Even if you buy it, you won't dare to learn it. And weapons and equipment don't have copyright. Luo Feng, write down all the weapons and equipment you want to buy. I'll buy them for you later, said Chingu. Okay, Luo Feng nodded and immediately went to find a pen and paper to write it down. All 5 series equipment. The battle uniform set is priced at 9 million, the Ghost Blade No. 2 series is priced at 3 million, the Shield series is priced at 1.5 million, and the 10 throwing knives of the 6 series are priced at 1.5 million. The total is 15 million. Adding in the backpack, tactical communications watch, and other small tools, Luo Feng's equipment is complete. Luo Feng's home 2nd floor, training hall. The morning sun shone in through the window, causing the entire training hall to be bright. Luo Feng wore a loose training uniform and sat cross-legged in the training hall. The training hall that was over 100 square meters was empty. Only Luo Feng sat cross-legged in the middle, and in front of him was an instruction manual, 9-stage Thunder Blade. I heard the 9-stage Thunder Blade is hard to learn, I wonder how hard it is. Luo Feng opened the instruction manual and started reading. He opened the first page of the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual. Fast. The most eye-catching word on the title page made Luo Feng feel like he was looking at a blade coming towards him. His entire body trembled. Keep in mind that this is just a copy of the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual. Even the word fast in this copy made Luo Feng's heart tremble. One can only imagine how terrifying the Thunder God who created this technique was. Luo Feng continued to read. Of all the techniques in the world, speed is the only thing that can't be broken. When your blade is fast to the limit, then you'll be invincible. Luo Feng opened the first page and saw the flamboyant handwriting, even Hong's destroyer is the same. His strongest move is also a move that's fast to the limit. With one move, the heavens and earth tremble and nothing can't be destroyed. The essence of the 9-stage Thunder Blade I created is one word, fast. Luo Feng flipped to the second page and continued reading. Why is it so fast? Why is it so powerful? First of all, when your blade is so fast that your opponent can't even react to it. You can slit your opponent's throat before they even have the time to swing their blade. Even if you only have 10% of your opponent's strength, I'm sure their throat won't be able to block your blade. So, speed allows you to attack your opponent's weak points next. Speed allows your blade to be shockingly powerful. According to the energy calculation method, the attack power of a blade is equal to 0.5 mv/2. In other words, when a blade's mass is fixed, the faster the blade is, the more terrifying the energy it contains. When it's fast enough, even a water column can pierce through steel. When it's fast enough, even a water column can pierce through steel. Even a piece of paper can cut through steel. Speed allows your opponent to not have time to defend. Speed allows your blade to be unstoppable. Whether it's from the angle of attacking the weak points or from the angle of absolute power. Making your blade fast is the best way. Luo Feng nodded. Most fighters in today's society understand this. Only when you reach the limit of speed can you be invincible. There are many martial artists in the world who know this, but those who can put it into practice and succeed are few and far between. Thunder God's description in the instruction manual was full of confidence. The 9-stage thunder blade that I created gave me the fastest blade in the world. It also gave me the world's fastest speed and the strongest physique. Luo Feng's eyes lit up as he listened. It contains a complete set of movement technique flowing light, a complete set of Dao Yin technique 9-stage chaotic origin, and a complete set of blade technique thunder blade. Among the three, the Dao Yin technique is the most fundamental. Only by relying on the Dao Yin technique can you have a strong physique. Physical fitness is the foundation. Saber arts and body arts, on the other hand, are techniques that require repeated practice and comprehension. Luo Feng continued to read. There were a total of 3 parts of the Dao Yin technique recorded in this instruction manual. According to the secret manual, the 9-stage chaotic origin Dao Yin technique had a total of 9 volumes. For the same reason, this secret manual only had the first 3 levels of the saber technique. His movement technique was only at the first 3 levels. Luo Feng read everything word by word. He raised his head. At this time, the sun was already very hot. The August sun shone through the window, making the entire training hall even more dazzling. Unbelievable, this is unbelievable. Luo Feng was completely subdued by the 9-stage thunder blade created by Thunder God. Even though it only had the first 3 stages, the first 3 stages were enough to stun Luo Feng. Compared to this instruction manual, the so-called techniques on the internet are like fireflies compared to the sun. Let's test this technique. Luo Feng solemnly placed the instruction manual in the corner of the training hall. He then took out his ghost blade and unsheathed it with a chi sound. The ghost blade was 101 centimeters long, 78 centimeters long, and 5.2 centimeters wide. This blade has already been sharpened, and its main material is grade 2 Kaluo alloy. This ghost blade, even at half price, still costs 3 million and weighs 112 kilograms. Begin. Who? Luo Feng stood in the middle of the training hall and swung the ghost blade in his hand over and over again. The reason why the 9-stage thunder blade is so powerful is because it relies on a special method of force exertion. When a normal person swings his blade, he might use 100% of his strength. And when a practitioner of the 9-stage thunder blade swings his blade, he will only use 70% of his strength. After using the first layer of force, they will try their best to use the second layer of force, which is the same 70% of their strength. 2 layers of force, which is 140% of their strength. The 9-stage thunder blade is split into 9 stages. The first stage allows you to use 1 more layer of force, which is 140% of your strength. The second stage allows you to use 2 more layers of force, which is 210% of your strength. The third stage allows you to use 3 more layers of force, which is 28% of your strength. The 9th stage allows you to use 9 more layers of force, which is 70% of your strength. Which is a whole 7 times your original strength. What does that mean? In other words, if a beginner-level warrior reaches the 9th stage of the 9-stage thunder blade, then he can match up to a beginner-level warlord. So difficult, the rumors were right. This 9-stage thunder blade is extremely difficult to learn. Even the beginner level is this hard. Luo Feng continuously swung his blade hundreds of times, trying to see if he can use 1 more layer of force on top of the previous blade. But he couldn't do it. Too difficult. Keep in mind that swinging the blade is over in an instant. In such an instant, it was simply impossible for the body to exert strength from the inside after the first slash. I still can't bite off more than I can chew. The first stage of the 9-stage thunder blade has 18 blade techniques. According to the instruction manual, practicing these 18 blade techniques will help you understand the first stage of the 9-stage thunder blade. Luo Feng nodded. As the saying goes, reading a book 100 times will reveal its true meaning. After practicing these 18 blade techniques many times, as long as you have a bit of comprehension, you will naturally understand the essence of the technique. Feng, time to eat. Feng, hurry up. His parents' voices carried from downstairs. I'm coming. Luo Feng put his ghost blade back into its scabbard and hung it on the wall. He then put the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual back in his room and went downstairs to eat. Time passed. Even though Luo Feng joined the Fire Hammer Squad, the Fire Hammer Squad was on vacation. Luo Feng took this opportunity to study the 9-stage Thunder Blade, his technique, and his Dowing technique. Out of these, the Dowing technique and genetic energy training had the most obvious effect. Luo Feng's body strength increased by a large amount. As for the 9-stage Thunder Blade, Luo Feng didn't even complete the first stage. Even though he didn't complete it, Luo Feng's technique has become more agile and his control over his blade technique has improved by quite a bit. Even though I can't instantly unleash a wave of force, at least my control over my muscles is much more precise than before. Luo Feng was alone in the training hall as he silently put on his battle uniform pants. On the outside of his pants were 5 throwing knives and on his feet were alloy battle boots. On his body was a battle vest, his arms were bare, and he wore wrist guards on both of his hands. On his back was a fighter's bag, a hexagonal shield, and a ghost blade. On the wrist guard of his right hand was a tactical communications watch. In his bag, he prepared water and some high-calorie food. Today, August 28th, is the first time I leave the headquarters city and officially start a mission. Luo Feng took in a deep breath. Indeed. Today is the day the Fire Hammer Squad leaves. Luo Feng. Canon Chen Gu yelled from outside. I'm coming, Luo Feng responded and immediately ran downstairs. As he got downstairs, he saw his father, Luo Honghua, and mother, Gong Xianlan, standing on one side in the living room. His brother, Luo Hua, sat in his wheelchair and also silently looked at Luo Feng. They knew that today is the day Luo Feng leaves the headquarters city and enters the wilderness. The wilderness is a general term for the areas on the continent outside of human headquarters cities. It includes ruined cities, suburbs, mountains, forests, lakes, etc. Feng, be careful, Gong Xianlan couldn't help but to say. Don't worry, Mom. Luo Feng grinned, nodded towards his dad, and then looked towards his brother, Luo Hua. Brother, maybe when you come back, you'll be able to eat my wedding candy. Luo Hua suddenly laughed. Wedding candy? That's fast, you haven't even known that girl for 2 months, right? Laughed Luo Feng. Our relationship is good, so what if it's fast? Luo Hua laughed proudly. Alright, when I come back, I'll eat your wedding candy. Make sure to get some delicious wedding candy for me, laughed Luo Feng and rubbed his brother's head. Alright, Mom, Dad, I'm leaving. I'll be back in a few days. After saying that, Luo Feng directly ran out the door and met up with Chen Gu, who was at the entrance of the villa. Luo Feng and his family watched Luo Feng, who was dressed in battle uniform, and another similarly burly man, who was also fully equipped, swiftly leave. Let's go, Luo Feng, the 3 of us will go to the HR Alliance market and meet up with the captain. After that, we'll head out together and head towards the wilderness. Yes, brother Chen. Luo Feng, Chen Gu, and another man with a spear on his back got on the Limit Hall's car and swiftly departed. Jiangnan headquarters city, one of the 6 headquarters cities in China, was extremely rich. In the main city area, there was a skyscraper that was 88 stories tall. On the wall of this skyscraper, there were 2 eye-catching English letters, HR. Around the first floor of the skyscraper, there was a beautiful plaza as well as the largest fountain in Jiangnan headquarters city. Around the plaza, there were over 1,000 soldiers patrolling, preventing outsiders from taking a single step inside. The passers-by that passed by all looked at this skyscraper with curiosity and envy. In the entire Jiangnan city, most people have never entered it in their entire lives. Beep. An electronic sound rang. Immediately, the patrolling soldiers gave way, and a military off-road vehicle with HR printed on it drove in and stopped at the entrance of the skyscraper's lobby. Hua, the door opened, and 3 fully armed martial artists could be seen. They were either carrying a spear, a saber, and a shield, or 2 large metal boxes on their backs. Sir, please enter. The doorman at the entrance of the skyscraper's lobby respectfully bowed. These 3 fighters directly entered the skyscraper. Come, Luo Feng, let's go sit at the bar on the side and wait for the captain and the others, laughed Gu. I haven't seen the captain yet, so I wonder what he looks like, laughed Luo Feng. At the same time, he carefully observed this HR Alliance market. This is the underground alliance formed by the superfamilies and financial groups of the world, As their headquarters in Jiangnan headquarters city, the entire skyscraper was extremely luxurious. The lobby's floor was so shiny that one could see one's reflection. Even some of the simple decorations were extraordinary. The waiters in the lobby, the men were handsome and the women were alluring. Every single one of them had a refreshing smile on their faces. Luo Feng, Chen Gu, and another team member, Zhang Ku, all sat on the sofa. "Gentlemen, what would you like to drink?" The waitress slightly bowed and smiled as she asked. "Tai Guanyin. Pu'er tea, with a bit of jasmine flavor." Canon Chen Gu and Zhang Ku, these two experienced fighters, directly spoke. Luo Feng was a bit shocked when he heard this. In the dojo of limits, these two often drank. Zhang Ku, who had a pair of muscular arms like that of a gibbon, laughed. "Luo Feng, you can't be careless in the wilderness, so you can't drink." Luo Feng realized, right, you can't be careless in the wilderness, how can you drink right now? "Give me a cup of pu'er too." Luo Feng smiled. The quiet sound of music reverberated in the hall. It was a song played by a flute. As for what song it was, with his taste, he could not recognize it at all. However, the sound of the flute was sometimes melodious and soothing, and sometimes it was fast and light, making one's soul feel much more refreshed. "Luo Feng, the first floor is where the guests rest. Going up from the second floor is where we sell items in the mall." Chingu smiled. "This is the Underground Alliance Mall. Usually, it was cheaper than the full price of the items in the Home of Limits online store. Of course, it's higher than our half price." Luo Feng nodded. "Half price, that's for the members of the Dojo of Limits. The biggest advantage of the Underground Alliance Mall is that we can sell some of the monster body parts that we kill to them at a high price." Chingu explained, "If we sell the monster body parts to the dojo, then we will sell it to them. The price is relatively low, but the dojo will give us contribution points. If he sold it to the Underground Alliance market, the price would be high but he wouldn't get any contribution points. Naturally, it's up to you to choose." Luo Feng smiled. He already knew about this after reading a few posts on the fighter discussion boards. Selling it to the dojo gives you contribution points and money. Selling it to the Underground Alliance only gives you money, but the price is high. "Brother Wang, you've been up for half the night, go rest. Leave this to me." A clear and gentle voice rang. Luo Feng, who was holding a cup of tea, suddenly turned his head as if he was shocked by electricity. What he saw was a young girl wearing a white shirt and a black suit changing shifts with another manager. In this bar, there were a total of 12 waiters and one manager. It's open 24 hours a day and changes shifts every 8 hours, with 3 shifts. "Xianxia?" Luo Feng looked in disbelief at the female manager behind the bar. She looked like a professional woman, and her actions were naturally noble. To be able to become the manager of the bar in the Underground Alliance Mall, she definitely isn't a position that just anyone can enter. This is a place specially made to serve fighters. Even a regular waiter would have to graduate from a famous university and go through many training courses, not to mention a bar manager. Xianxia, she. That simple high school girl from before, how did she suddenly become so different? "Brother Chen, Brother Zhang, I'll go over for a bit." Luo Feng's bag, shield, and blade were all placed on the sofa, and he smiled as he stood up and walked towards the bar. In the bar, Xianxia lowered her head and checked the drinks and other supplies in the bar. Suddenly, Xianxia, a familiar voice rang. Xianxia was shocked. In the lobby of the first floor, people who knew her real name usually called her Manager Su, and ordinary martial artists didn't know her name. How could someone call her Xianxia? Moreover, this voice was so familiar. Xianxia raised her head. At this time, Luo Feng lowered his head and looked inside the bar. Xianxia, who was half squatting while checking the drinks, raised her head. The two's gazes met. At this time, Luo Feng and Xianxia both had a sudden feeling, and their hearts started to throb. "Luo Feng, why are you here?" Xianxia reacted and stood up as she smiled. "Even you, Xianxia, can be a manager here, so why can't I be here?" Luo Feng smiled as he said. As he looked at the young girl in front of him, Luo Feng couldn't help but to think back to when he was in high school. He sat in the back of the classroom and silently stared at Xianxia's back. He had a crush on her for a long time, but he never had the chance to say it. He thought that it would be hard for him to see Xianxia again, but who would have thought that he would see her in the HR Alliance market? And he saw Xianxia before he went to the wilderness for the first time. "Ah, Luo Feng, you're a fighter now?" Xianxia saw Luo Feng's appearance and couldn't help but to be surprised. "Yeah, I'm going to the wilderness soon," laughed Luo Feng. "Wilderness?" Xianxia's face slightly changed. In the entire world, other than headquarter cities, all areas are called the wilderness. To the humans living in headquarter cities, the wilderness is another name for death. That place is filled with all sorts of monsters. Some are sinister, some are powerful, and some are almost invincible. In those kinds of places, only the strongest fighters can go there and fight against the monsters. Xianxia didn't think that Luo Feng was a fighter, and that he was about to enter the wilderness. To be honest, Xianxia knows that Luo Feng likes her a bit. But there's no way to hide this. Luo Feng often sneaks glances at people's backs during class. Xianxia occasionally turns around and sees Luo Feng staring at her. Naturally, Xianxia understands Luo Feng's thoughts. It's just that neither of them pointed it out. "Luo Feng, the captain's here, come over," yelled Chenggu. "I'm going," said Luo Feng to Xianxia. "Okay," nodded Xianxia. Luo Feng walked back to his original position. At this time, 3 more people came. 2 of them looked very similar, obviously twins. Both of them had a shield and a scimitar on their backs. And the third person had an incomparably sturdy body. On his back were 2 black hammers that had specks of silver. "Luo Feng, these 2 are the famous twin moon scimitar Wei Jiao brothers, Wei Tai and Wei Qing," laughed Chenggu. The Wei Jiao brothers nodded towards Luo Feng, took off their shields and scimitars, and sat down. "Brother Tai, Brother Qing," smiled Luo Feng as he greeted. The other members of the Fire Hammer squad were all quite a bit older than Luo Feng, at least 10 years older. Compared to the other 5, Luo Feng was indeed a little brother. "This is the captain of our Fire Hammer squad, Twin Wind Hammer Gao Feng," said Chenggu. Luo Feng couldn't help but to carefully look at the captain, Gao Feng. Gao Feng wasn't too tall, only around 1.8 meters. The most special thing about him was that his body was way too sturdy, as if he was made out of steel. Gao Feng grinned, and the muscles on his face were like rocks. "Luo Feng, you also use blades. When you enter the wilderness, learn from Wei Tai and Wei Qing. You're quite talented, so I'm sure you'll quickly become a member of our squad." "Okay," nodded Luo Feng. No matter what, his number 1 goal right now is not to become a burden to this elite warlord squad. "Rest for a bit, we'll head out soon," said Gao Feng. "Yes, Captain," including Luo Feng, the other 5 nodded. After just 20 minutes, Gao Feng and the others, who finished their tea, stood up. "Let's go to the wilderness." Luo Feng immediately put his ghost blade, shield, and other items on his back. "Luo Feng," a voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head. Xianxia's chest was slightly moving up and down. She didn't know why, but when she thought about how Luo Feng was about to enter the dangerous wilderness, Xianxia panicked a bit. Maybe Xianxia had a special feeling towards this boy who had a crush on her in high school. Luo Feng looked at Xianxia. "I'll be starting school in a few days, but during college, I'll be the manager here on Saturdays and Sundays," yelled Xianxia. "You have to come when that time comes." After yelling this, Xianxia's face was a bit red. "Okay, I'll definitely come." Luo Feng let out a smile. "You got her so quickly, impressive," laughed Chenggu, who was on the side as he patted Luo Feng's shoulder. "This is the benefit of being young, all the beauties are throwing themselves at you," laughed Gao Feng, who was on the side. Since they decided to let Luo Feng join the Fire Hammer squad, they naturally treated Luo Feng as a brother. Luo Feng only laughed. "Let's go get on the car." The 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad got on the HR Alliance's private car and headed towards the train station. They rode the train out of the headquarter city towards the wilderness. A few hundred miles north of Jiangnan headquarter city, there was a military base. Rumble. The train slowly stopped at the military base station. One by one, fully armed warriors got off the train. There were more than 20 of them, and they were naturally divided into 4 small teams. Luo Feng, when we fighters go out to hunt monsters, we'll go to the military base to replenish our supplies. Chingu pointed at a place in front of him. There was an iron tower that was about 50 to 60 meters tall. Do you see this tower? The entire country of China, and even the entire world. In any military region, there will be a special area designated as a supply base for martial artists, specifically for martial artists to rest. This fighter supply base usually has a lighthouse like this. It's meant to light the way home for us fighters. Luo Feng nodded. The fighter supply base was located within the military base. There were many quiet buildings, and the environment was very good. Fire Hammer Squad, you will live and rest in E6. An officer of the supply base passed a key to the captain of the Fire Hammer Squad, Gao Feng, and patted Gao Feng's shoulder with a smile. Old Gao, how long are you planning to hunt this time? If you get any good stuff, feel free to sell it to the Underground Alliance. I'll definitely give you a high price. Inside the supply base, there were quite a few people wearing military uniforms. However, in reality, the service personnel of the fighter supply base came from the Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, the government's army, and the Underground Alliance. They were there to provide services, but at the same time, they would also purchase some valuable monster materials from the fighters. Haha, sure. Gao Feng laughed. Hurry up and arrange for some people to equip us for lunch. This supply base wasn't too big. E6, over there. The Fire Hammer Squad quickly found the 3-story building that represented E6. The key with the microchip swiped across the door, and the door to the 3-story building opened. Before the Fire Hammer party left the supply base, the right to use this small building belonged to the Fire Hammer party. Let's lie down and sleep for a bit. I didn't sleep well last night. Chingu put down the 2 big metal boxes on his body, jumped directly onto the sofa, and stretched on the sofa. If you want to rest, then rest. We'll officially leave tonight, so make sure you all stay alert, commanded Captain Gao Feng. Understood. Steel Spear Zhang Ku and the twin Moon Scimitar brothers all laughed as they responded, clearly knowing the rules. Leaving at night? Luo Feng was shocked. Luo Feng, look at the weather right now. It was the end of August, the hottest time of the year. Carrying hundreds of kilograms of stuff on his back on such a hot day? No matter how much water you bring, it won't be enough. At that time, you can only drink water from the river. Chingu smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. It's cooler at night, so isn't it better to travel? It can also save water. Luo Feng smiled awkwardly. Although he had read many posts, he really didn't notice this point. Luo Feng's gaze passed through the window and saw a figure in the resupplying base. Brother Chen, look, isn't that Zhang Zehu? At this time, Zhang Zehu's body was wrapped in gauze, and there were faint traces of blood on the sandbag. Clearly, Zhang Zehu was injured and was currently recuperating in the supply base. Chingu also turned around. Yes, it's Zhang Zehu. Hey! Chingu walked to the door and shouted proudly, Mountain-splitting tiger, what happened to you? Weren't you fine last time? How did you get injured like this in the blink of an eye? Zhang Zehu, who was walking and chatting with his companions, couldn't help but to turn his head and look. With a glance, he saw Chingu, Luo Feng, and the others at the entrance of the building. He was so angry that his teeth itched, but he suppressed his anger and instead laughed loudly. Chen De Pao, your Fire Hammer Squad is also an elite squad, so why did you bring a newbie? Haha, aren't you afraid that your entire squad will be dragged to death by this burden? Usually, elite squads that work well together rarely bring newbies. Because even if a newbie has a good fitness level, he doesn't have any experience. If he drops the ball at a crucial time, he can easily drag down the older members. After Zhang Zehu and Chingu mocked each other for a bit, because the captain dual wind hammer, Gao Feng scolded him, Zhang Zehu didn't say anything else. Even though he sometimes dares to compete with Chingu, he doesn't dare to compete with Gao Feng. This was because Gao Feng used cold weapons, while Chingu used hot weapons. With firearms, even if you reach the max, you can at most reach the beginner warlord level. Because firearms and other firearms can usually only threaten beginner commander level monsters. Zhang Zehu was only a little bit away from the warlord level. Fuck, who would have thought that this Luo Feng would actually join the Fire Hammer Squad? Zhang Zehu and his teammates walked on the road as he cursed. I thought he would join a normal fighter squad. That way, I would be able to teach him a lesson and let him know the consequences of messing with me. But he actually joined the fire hammer squad. Xianxia, who clenched his teeth in anger. Who, the young man beside Chingu just now, is that Luo Feng who made you spend 100 million? The one-eyed middle-aged man on the side spoke. Yeah, that's him, Xianxia, whose eyes flashed with an ominous light. This little bastard, I thought he wouldn't go too far. After that negotiation, the security bureau directly came to my nephew's house. And this kid actually directly reported it to the security bureau. I was forced to immediately donate 100 million in my nephew's name to the country, allowing my nephew to obtain the title of one-star citizen. But even so, my nephew will still be locked up for a few months. Thinking of his brother's anxiousness at the time, as well as Zhang Haobai's fear when he was taken away by the security bureau, Xianxia who became even more furious. Previously, he had made a promise to his elder brother and nephew. Although he later spent 100 million to protect his nephew. But Zhang Haobai was imprisoned for a few months and suffered a bit, so he couldn't escape. Forget it, don't think too much. It will do your nephew good to suffer a little. The one-eyed middle-aged man said with a faint smile, you should make the most of your time and rest well. I estimate that your injuries will heal in another 3 days. At that time, we can set off and continue to deal with that old man. Once we kill that old fellow, our team will be rich. Yes. Xianxia, who heavily nodded, then glanced at the distant E6 building and sneered, I'm willing to bet that this Luo Feng will either die or be heavily injured the first time he enters the wilderness. Haha, you sure have a lot of resentment towards him. However, injuries are unavoidable since it's your first time in the wilderness, laughed the one-eyed middle-aged man. In the evening, the 6 members of the fully armed fire hammer squad left the resupplying base and entered the wilderness. Chingu, give me one of your metal boxes, said the captain, Gao Feng. Haha, sorry for the trouble, Captain. I can carry these 2 boxes for a short period of time, but I won't be able to if I carry them for a long period of time. As he said that, Chingu handed one of the large metal boxes to the captain. Gao Feng easily received it with one hand and carried it on his back. This bit of weight was nothing to the strongest fighter of the fire hammer squad, Gao Feng. Ka. Chingu opened the other box. Inside was a completely silver-gray machine gun. The muzzle of the gun flashed with a metallic luster. Other than this machine gun, there were also large amounts of chains of bullets. At a glance, it looked like they were densely packed together, filling up the entire metal box. One could only imagine how many bullets there were. Brother Chen, what kind of gun is this? Asked Luo Feng curiously. M81 model, 12. 7mm caliber. It can fire between 50-300 rounds per minute, and it can be adjusted. Chingu laughed proudly. The entire body of the gun is mixed with some grade 3 Luo alloy. Even if it continuously fires bullets, the heat from the barrel won't affect the accuracy of the bullets. Luo Feng was confused. Brother Chen, why aren't you using the Vulcan cannon? Isn't the Vulcan series of machine guns widely known to be powerful? You noob. Chingu glared. The spear Zhang Ku on the side also laughed. Luo Feng, the Vulcan series heavy machine gun is indeed powerful. However, the amount of bullets used by the Vulcan series is insane. 7,000 rounds per minute. Some of the higher-end ones are even faster. Do you know what that means? 7,000 rounds per minute. And bullets that can threaten a low-level warlord-level monster weigh at least 50 grams. 10,000 bullets would weigh 500 kilograms. You're carrying 500 kilograms of bullets on your back and you're traveling a few hundred miles. When you're killing the monster, the Vulcan cannon will run out of bullets within a minute, laughed Zhang Ku as he looked at Luo Feng. What do you think of the Vulcan series? Luo Feng realized. He really didn't understand this. Yeah, the weight of the bullets is indeed a huge problem. 7,000 rounds per minute, how many bullets do you need to bring to play? Other than the army, or those who specialize in dealing with monsters, or those who specialize in transporting large amounts of bullets and Vulcan machine guns. Normally, people like us can't use those kinds of machine guns. We don't have that many bullets, laughed Chingu. I brought a total of 10,000 bullets this time. I also need the captain to help me carry some of them. Chingu's body was wrapped in a chain of bullets and he held the machine gun in his hand. Luo Feng and the two of them were in the middle of the group, protected by the others. The twin moon scimitar brothers were at the front of the group. Captain Gao Feng and Zhang Ku were at the back. If we follow this highway, we'll arrive at our destination, number 0201 city, said Captain Gao Feng. Luo Feng couldn't help but to look at the highway in front of him. Highways only exist in legends for humans living in headquarter cities. The highway under his feet has long been ruined, and there were quite a few cracks on the road. With a glance, you could see broken cars, vans, trucks, etc. everywhere on this highway. Even some broken tires were lying everywhere. From time to time, blackened bloodstains could be seen on the ground. Let's go. The reddish rays of the setting sun shone on the silent and dilapidated highway that had been in disrepair for decades. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were advancing along this highway. Hell, the roars of monsters came from the fields on both sides of the highway and the ruined villages. Luo Feng could even see the shadows of quite a few monsters. The other 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were very relaxed, but Luo Feng didn't dare to relax at all. He couldn't relax at all, because he could see the existence of monsters everywhere. Okay, Luo Feng, there's a horned boar that's between AG and F grade. I'll leave it to you. Captain Gao Feng's voice rose. This is your first battle in the wilderness. Luo Feng, this is your first battle, don't get careless. The wild nature of these monsters is much stronger than the monsters in the military. Chen-gu reminded seriously. Luo Feng laughed. He could feel Brother Chen's concern. In this Fire Hammer Squad, the ones closest to him are undoubtedly Chen-gu and Zhang Ku, who live in the same Mingyue sector. As for Captain Gao Feng and the Wei brothers, after all, they did not know each other. As a newcomer, it would not be easy for him to gain the acknowledgement of Gao Feng and the other two. Good luck, Luo Feng. Right now, your speed and reaction speed have just reached the high-level warrior level's physical fitness standard. Your strength is close to that of a high-level warrior. Dealing with this horned wild boar shouldn't be a problem. Iron Spear Zhang Ku also gave a rare encouragement. The other 3, Captain Gao Feng and the Wei Jiao brothers, all looked at Luo Feng. Chi. Luo Feng pulled out his ghost blade, held the shield in his left hand, and gripped the ghost blade in his right. He slightly smiled. Captain, Brother Chen, watch me get the horn of this horned boar. As Luo Feng said that, he swiftly moved forward. He watched as Luo Feng left. Captain, aren't you asking too much of Luo Feng to fight a near F-grade horned boar in his first battle? Chen-gu couldn't help but to say, even though our Fire Hammer Squad should test Luo Feng, we have to do it step by step. It's better to get a G-class monster first. Yes, we can't be too hasty, Zhang Ku also said. Captain's arrangement is not a problem. The eldest of the Wei Jiao brothers, Wei Tai, said in a low voice, Luo Feng's body fitness level isn't any weaker than that monster's. Even though it's a bit harder, he should be able to win after suffering a bit. This is his first time in the wilderness. Zhang Ku was a little dissatisfied. So what if it's the first time? I don't want him to be a burden to us. Otherwise, how would we dare to hunt powerful warrior-level monsters with a newbie? Wei Qing frowned. At this moment, of the 5 old members of the Fire Hammer Squad, Chen-gu and Zhang Ku obviously sided with Luo Feng, while the Wei Jiao brothers looked at Luo Feng with suspicion. Stop arguing, Gao Feng said. Chen-gu and the others quietened down. Watch the battle between Luo Feng and the horned boar, said Gao Feng expressionlessly. Luo Feng was like an agile leopard as he swiftly scuttled behind an overturned car on the highway. He looked towards the horned boar not far away. This horned boar's entire body was covered in black fur, like black steel spikes, and its dark gray horn was like a sharp knife. Under the afterglow of the evening sun, the single-horned knife reflected a cold light. If one were to say that the iron fur wild boar was like a heavy Hummer during the warrior combat assessment, it was wild and ferocious. The feeling that this single-horned wild boar gave off was that it was agile and valiant. This is my first battle, I must fight beautifully. The reason I was able to join the Fire Hammer Squad was partly because of Director Zhuge's request, but more importantly, it was because of Brother Chen and Brother Zhang's help. Luo Feng was very clear on one thing. It's very hard for a rookie to join an elite warlord-level squad. Captain Gao Feng and the Wei Jiao brothers are clearly suspicious of him, so he has to prove himself through battle, Luo Feng stared at the hunting horned boar in front of him. The 3 levels of H, G, and F respectively correspond to beginner, intermediate, and advanced beast soldiers. Clearly, this horned boar in front of him is close to the F level. Roar roar! The horned boar let out a roar and scanned its surroundings with killing intent. It found me. Luo Feng's heart rate sped up and he was a bit excited. Boom! The horned boar ferociously sprinted, as if it had turned into a speeding tank. It directly rammed into the broken car that Luo Feng was hiding behind. Luo Feng was like an agile monkey as he swiftly dodged. With a rumble, the car was sent flying. At the same time, it rolled a few times on the highway. The body of the car, which has been exposed to the elements for dozens of years, directly split apart. The wheels also rolled on the highway for a while before falling. The moment Luo Feng dodged, he immediately charged towards the horned boar. Bastard, die! Luo Feng roared. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning as he directly shot towards the horned boar. The ghost blade in his hand instantly drew a cold light as it slashed towards the horned boar's neck. The horned boar that sent the car flying didn't seem to be able to turn in time, but when Luo Feng got close to it, whoosh, a black shadow came towards Luo Feng's head. So fast Luo Feng jumped in shock. He exerted force in his legs and barely managed to twist his body to dodge the black shadow. This black shadow was the horned boar's iron whip-like tail. Pew! Pew! After whipping its tail, the horned boar's agility instantly soared and it ferociously pounced towards Luo Feng. Its thick iron hooves and sharp horn directly stabbed towards Luo Feng. Damn, this horned boar is way too fast. Luo Feng immediately took a step back and raised the shield in his hand. Pung! The shield and the horned boar's iron hooves fiercely clashed. At the moment of impact, Luo Feng used the rebounding force to swiftly dive backwards. He rolled on the ground and the horned boar chased after him. Luo Feng flipped and stepped on the body of an old truck, and with another flash, he hid behind the truck. The truck's obstruction caused the horned boar's rapid charge to be ineffective. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad who watched from afar slightly nodded their heads. Captain, Luo Feng's reaction isn't bad, right? Laughed Chengu. Captain Gao Feng slightly smiled and nodded, yeah, not bad. I thought that since it's his first time facing this horned boar, he would suffer a bit. But I didn't think that his reaction speed would be this fast. Also, his fundamentals are pretty good, and his shield's deflection was very ingenious. His movements were like flowing water. This Luo Feng wasn't even injured by the horned boar's attack. Okay, the Wei Jia brothers, who had a cold expression on their faces, loosened a bit. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Luo Feng isn't bad, right? Zhang Ku also let out a smile. This battle isn't over yet, so it's hard to say, said Wei Tai coldly. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad continued to watch the battle between Luo Feng and the horned boar. Luo Feng was extremely focused as he thought to himself, this horned boar is so sneaky. At the beginning, it purposely showed weakness to me. Then, it suddenly attacked me with its tail. At the same time, it attacked with its hooves and horned blade. And then, it charged crazily at the end. Thankfully, I've been practicing the 9-stage Thunder Blade these past few days, so my control over my body's strength has improved. If he hadn't been practicing the 9-stage Thunder Blade for the past month, I'm afraid that Luo Feng would have to use his spiritual force to protect himself from this wave of attacks from the horned boar. Roar, the horned boar howled. It didn't stupidly charge into the truck, but instead jumped over it and swiftly charged towards Luo Feng. Bastard, this time, you're dead for sure. Luo Feng ferociously kicked a broken tire on the side. As if it was shot by a catapult, the tire swiftly flew towards the horned boar. The horned boar didn't slow down at all. It only slightly lowered its head. The horn on its head was incomparably sharp, and it directly sliced the tire in half. After that, the tire fell off. And after Luo Feng kicked the tire, he immediately charged towards the horned boar. Roar, as the horned boar knocked the tire away, it immediately turned its head and stabbed towards Luo Feng with its horned blade. Die. At this moment, Luo Feng's body was like a butterfly as he nimbly spun and skillfully dodged the horned blade. As he spun, the ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand borrowed the force of the spin and instantly struck. The ghost blade's light sped up in an arc. Pu. As fast as lightning, the spinning blade directly chopped into the horned boar's neck. Pucci, Luo Feng clearly felt the toughness of the horned boar's fur and the toughness of its skin. No wonder normal bullets can't break through its skin. Fresh red blood seeped out. Luo Feng's blade only managed to cut about 5 centimeters into the horned boar's neck before it stopped. Roar, the horned boar madly howled and ferociously charged towards Luo Feng. The heavily injured horned boar became even more insane. What a nimble technique. The Wei Jiao brothers' faces were filled with shock. He can actually dodge the horned boar's stab so skillfully, the Wei Jiao brothers' older brother, Wei Tai, exclaimed, unbelievable. And he dared to spin in front of the horned boar's horn. Isn't he afraid that the horned boar's horn will pierce through his body? Too skillful. Is he just lucky, or does he actually have skill? That spin seemed simple, but it revealed Luo Feng's amazing technique. Good beautiful Chen Gu and Zheng couldn't help but to cheer. This kid has skill. Gao Feng smiled. In that dangerous situation, he dared to do that and succeeded. His technique is definitely not normal. And he grasped the timing very well. However, the hardest part about monsters is their life force. It won't be easy to kill this horned boar. The 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad, including the Wei Jiao brothers, all let out a smile. The 5 of them continued to watch the battle between the crazed horned boar and Luo Feng. Pa. Smelly blood flowed down the thick skin of the horned boar's neck and dripped onto the dusty highway. The horned boar's eyes flashed with a crazy light. With a low growl, the horned boar madly charged towards Luo Feng like lightning again and again. Hooves, horn, tail, these 3 attacks were endless. With an injury to the neck, the agility of turning my head has decreased by quite a bit. Luo Feng nimbly dodged. During the fighter combat assessment, he had to face the attacks of 7 H-class monsters at the same time to hone his movement technique. The intensity of the attacks from the 7 H-class monsters was slightly lower than that of the one-horned wild boar, which was nearing the F-class, but not by much. Whoosh, instead of retreating, Luo Feng moved forward and dodged to the side. The horn of the horned boar was only 3 centimeters away from Luo Feng's body. However, these 3 centimeters were like a chasm. The horned boar couldn't hurt Luo Feng at all. Attack! The ghost blade in Luo Feng's hand fiercely chopped from above. With an ear-piercing whistling sound, the horned boar immediately roared in anger. Its 4 hooves abruptly exerted force in an attempt to dodge Luo Feng's blade. However, Luo Feng's blade was too fast. All that could be heard was the sound of the blade cutting into flesh. Another slash landed on the neck. Even though it wasn't in the same position as before, this slash went in about 8 centimeters deep. I was injured last time. Next time, its neck defense will be even weaker. Luo Feng immediately dodged and retreated as he chopped. At the same time Luo Feng slashed, he immediately dodged and retreated, easily dodging the wild horned boar's revenge attack. And then, Luo Feng once again got close. Ho, the horned boar let out an angry roar. Last time. Luo Feng once again took 3 steps and created a blur, once again dodging the horned boar's attack. Luo Feng's sharp blade came along with those agile steps. Pucci. At the beginning, it was quite difficult for the blade to cut down, but after cutting in 12 centimeters, the resistance immediately decreased. Luo Feng's ghost blade cut down 2/3 of the horned boar's head. After that, he swiftly pulled out his blade and retreated. Fresh blood gushed out from the huge wound like a fountain. With a shrill roar, the horned wild boar's body twitched, and its 4 hooves stomped madly on the ground, cracking the asphalt pavement. Then, the unconscious horned wild boar crashed into the curved guardrail on the side of the highway, breaking the guardrail and rolling down. The voice gradually weakened, and there was no more response. Luo Feng stood on the broken fence of the highway and looked at the horned boar's corpse that was about to fall off. The blood flow had slowed down, so it was clear that it was almost completely drained. After all, the amount of blood that had flowed out was probably enough to fill a bucket. Dead. Luo Feng jumped down, and then his ghost blade went along the head of the horned boar and plucked off its horn. The most precious part of the horned wild boar was this horn. Watching from afar, the 5 members of the Fire Hammer party could not help but let out a long sigh. Pervert. Monster. These two words came out of the Wei brothers' mouths. How is it? My recommendation is not bad, right? Chenggu shouted proudly. If the five of them were surprised before, they were shocked now. Unbelievable, Zhang Ke couldn't help but to exclaim. The captain of the Twin Wind Hammers, Gao Feng, stared at Luo Feng, who was cutting off the horn from afar. How can this Luo Feng's technique be so powerful? In terms of pure speed, the horned boar is even a bit faster than him. But he dodged so many times just now with such ease. And he did it so naturally every time. If he can maintain this technique for hundreds and thousands of times, then he'll be in the Ruwei class. He's only 18. If he's in the Ruwei class, he should be sent to the dojo world headquarters for special training. The Wei family's boss, Wei Tai, couldn't help but to say. Ruwei class. Martial artists of the same level were able to make precise and subtle dodges every time. They used the smallest amount of force to make the most perfect dodging. This kind of dodging is extremely difficult. A normal fighter can do it once or twice. But 100 or 1,000 times can do it. That means he's truly in the Ruwei class. We got a treasure. Gao Feng let out a smile. The second brother of the Wei family, Wei Qing, nodded. Yeah, after some training, our fire hammer squad will have another backbone. Me and the second brother will teach him, said Wei Tai. Chenggu and Zhang Ke both laughed. As veteran fighters who have walked the line between life and death countless times, they were very clear that some so-called geniuses have great fitness levels. However, when they actually fight against monsters, they won't even be able to display 10% of their true strength. So they usually look down on these so-called geniuses. True experts have gone through countless life and death battles, and Luo Feng's first performance was already this strong. Clearly, he's also very strong in battle. Captain Luo Feng ran over from afar. This horn. You killed it, so of course this horn belongs to you, said Gao Feng. Luo Feng nodded and didn't refuse. Among monsters, the materials from soldier-level monsters aren't worth much. Because soldier-level monsters can be killed with firearms. Even a beginner-level fighter with a machine gun. As long as his marksmanship is good, he can easily kill soldier-level monsters one after another. So soldier-level monsters aren't worth much. If I sell this horn to the dojo, it should be worth $3,000. I can also get a few contribution points. If I sell it to the Underground Alliance, it should be worth 5,000, laughed Chenggu. Only the materials from commander-level monsters are worth a lot of money. And the important materials from a horde leader-level monster are worth even more. Luo Feng, your performance just now barely passed, said the older brother of the Wei Jia brothers, Wei Tai, with a straight face. Brother Tai? Luo Feng looked over. Brother Tai, please teach me. Your technique's basics aren't bad, but your efficiency is way too low. Wei Tai's face was cold. In a bit, watch how I kill a F-grade monster. Luo Feng killed a monster that was nearing the F-grade. After rushing for a bit, Luo Feng and the others met a F-grade cat-type ocelot monster. This ocelot had stripes on its body and was as sturdy as a calf. In terms of agility and savagery, it was much better than the horned boar. Watch me, said Wei Tai coldly. Whoosh, a shield in his left hand and a scimitar in his right. Wei Tai swiftly charged towards the ocelot. Brother Tai is an advanced warrior, so his fitness level is the same as this F-grade ocelot monster. Luo Feng watched carefully and saw that Wei Tai didn't dodge at all and just charged towards the ocelot in a straight line. No, to be more accurate, right when the ocelot roared and pounced towards Wei Tai. Wei Tai's body moved to the side and his shield collided with the ocelot. This collision caused the ocelot monster to lose its center of gravity and tilted to the side. Poochie! An arc of cold light brushed past the shield, slicing through the ocelot's neck and throat, which was exposed due to the ocelot's unstable center of gravity. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Wei Tai quickly retreated. He looked at the ocelot monster coldly as it roared in pain, and gradually fell to the ground, losing its breath. Wei Tai cut off the ocelot monster's tail and took out a nearly transparent tendon. He put it in his bag and walked back. Did you see that? My technique isn't as good as yours, and the strength I used didn't surpass yours. However, I killed it in one move. Wei Tai looked at Luo Feng. Luo Feng was still in shock. In the battle just now, life and death were decided in an instant. And just now, in order to kill the horned boar, he dodged its attacks time and time again and then attacked the horned boar's neck. It took quite a bit of effort to kill it. And that horned boar was much weaker than this ocelot monster. Think about it. Wei Tai didn't explain and let Luo Feng think about it by himself. Luo Feng was completely shocked. Wei Tai's speed and technique aren't anything to be proud of, but the effects are just that great. The best way to kill a monster is to aim for its weakness. The second son of the Wei family, Wei Qing, walked over and said indifferently, "Normally, a walking monster's weakness is its eyes, butt, throat, and mouth. The next weak point is its soft abdomen. And the next weak point is its neck." Luo Feng nodded. He knew this, but the monster moves so fast that it's hard to pierce its eyes. And the horned boar and the ocelot have their heads lowered, so it's hard to pierce their throats. Attacking the abdomen is also hard, so the neck is the easiest. It's hard to find an opportunity to attack its weakness. The monster isn't stupid, it will protect its weakness, but if there's no chance, we can create one. For example, just now, my brother made the ocelot monster lose its center of gravity through a sudden, slanted collision, and for a moment, it revealed its neck. In an instant, the scimitar pierced through the shield and into his neck. It instantly killed the ocelot monster. Wei Qing said coldly. Even my big brother's final slash was from under the shield, so the monsters couldn't react to it. Luo Feng nodded. Remember, learn to use your strengths, Wei Qing said, do it in the most effective and concise way possible. Your body movements are very good, but you don't have to show off your body movements every time you kill monsters. The final goal of all your actions is to kill monsters in the most effective manner. Understood. Luo Feng nodded. Wei Qing revealed a rare smile. Let's go. Captain Gao Feng waved his hand and smiled. The Fire Hammer Squad clearly wants to seriously nurture Luo Feng as the future backbone of the Fire Hammer Squad. On the way, Wei Qing and Wei Tai continuously went out to deal with some monsters, leaving Luo Feng to deal with them himself. They taught Luo Feng by word and example, giving him some battle experience. Luo Feng's rate of improvement was just as shocking. Even the warlord-level fighter Gao Feng helped out a few times to teach Luo Feng. Luo Feng slowly understood that when killing monsters, you have to maximize the effects of each attack. And when he killed the horned boar for the first time, all those beautiful dodges were just for show and were ineffective. Luo Feng's attacks gradually became sharp, direct, concise, and efficient. 3 days later. Dawn. On an old ring road, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad advanced. There are 2 F-grade Mastiff Lion Hounds in front. Luo Feng, you go, commanded Captain Gao Feng. Yes, Captain Luo Feng smiled as he ran towards the Mastiff Lion Hounds. His speed wasn't too fast. Howl, howl, the 2 Mastiff Lion Hounds howled as they charged towards Luo Feng. The Mastiff Lion monster's eyes were still filled with bloodlust. They didn't care about the human in front of them. When the distance between the 2 became close, Luo Feng let out a smile. Whoosh, his speed suddenly increased. The fur on the 2 Mastiff Lion monsters' bodies instantly stood up. However, Luo Feng instantly closed in. His feet took 4 weird steps, which was the technique flowing light from the 9-stage Thunder Blade. As the lion mastiff's claws pounced towards him, Luo Feng twisted his body and accurately dodged the lion mastiff's claws. As the 2 of them passed each other, his ghost blade pierced out. Pew! It directly pierced into the neck. Luo Feng swiftly charged forward and then turned his head to look at the other Mastiff Lion monster. Howl, when the other Mastiff Lion monster saw its comrade's neck spurt out blood, it actually let out a low growl and swiftly left. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others of the Fire Hammer Squad all let out a smile when they saw this. Even though Luo Feng can't catch up to the Wei Jiao brothers in terms of experience. But because of his technique advantage, Luo Feng's damage isn't any less than the Wei Jiao brothers. Luo Feng, let's hurry and enter the city. Mastiffs all live in groups. The Mastiff Lion that just ran away will soon bring a group of Mastiff Lion monsters over, laughed Chenggu. Luo Feng laughed as he met up with everyone. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad finally entered their destination, number 0201 city. The Firehammer squad quietly entered the rural area of number 0201 Country Level City. Luo Feng, we've been following the highway for the past 3 days, so we've been going through desolate areas as they walked. Chingu lowered his voice and said, most of the monsters live in the cities, in the built-up areas. Cities, and other places are the truly dangerous places. Understood, Brother Chen nodded. Luo Feng. In the post, he's already seen the habits of the monsters. In the long war between the monsters and humans, the monsters discovered that if they live in an empty, desolate area without any cover, then the human army and fighters can lock onto them from afar. They can use heavy sniper rifles or even missiles to attack from afar, and in the city, there are large amounts of buildings. As long as the monsters hide in the built-up areas, then the sniper rifle will have a hard time finding them unless the sniper comes to the city. And once the human army enters the city and starts fighting with the monsters will have a huge advantage. The built-up areas are the monsters' paradise. Our Firehammer squad's target is naturally a commander-level monster. However, Chingu reminded in a low voice, commander-level monsters already have a certain level of intelligence, which isn't much different from humans. A commander-level monster will order large amounts of soldier-level monsters to gather around it and listen to its commands. Almost every commander-level monster is surrounded by a large number of soldier-level monsters, so it's very hard to kill a commander-level monster. Luo Feng nodded. Not only is there a huge difference in strength between a soldier and a commander. The most important thing is intelligence. In order to stay alive, a commander-level monster will naturally gather large amounts of soldier-level monsters to protect it. Other than a few monsters that like to travel alone, most of the commanders have many soldier-level monsters around them. Everyone, be careful. There's an ironclad bull's nest up ahead. Captain Gao Feng suddenly said, the leader of this iron-armored bull's nest should be a high-level beast general, and there are a lot of iron-armored bulls in this nest. Let's take a detour. Chingu, don't shoot. If a steel-armored bull attacks, remember, kill it instantly and don't let it call for its comrades. Yes, Captain. The other 5 nodded. The rural area, the city. Unlike the desolate areas outside, this place is much more dangerous. Following a narrow path, the 6 members of the Firehammer squad carefully moved forward. Stop. The eldest of the Wei brothers, Wei Tai, who was standing at the front, raised his hand and stared ahead solemnly. In front of them was a gigantic iron for wild boar lying on the ground. Beside it were 2 tiger mastiff monsters with their heads lowered as they devoured the meat in large mouthfuls. Suddenly, the tiger mastiff monsters raised their heads and looked at the fire. Hammer squad in the distance. Let's go around, don't attack, Gao Feng said softly. In the desolate area of the highway, Luo Feng and the others were very carefree, killing monsters whenever they wanted. But it was different in the city. Luo Feng and his group finally arrived at their first destination, a small sector in number 0201 city, Blue Sky Sector. The reason why the Blue Sky District was chosen as the first destination by the Firehammer squad was because there were 3 residential buildings up to 21 stories high in this district. Let's go to the rooftop. Everyone, be careful. A monster might pop out of the building at any moment. Don't make too much noise. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad continued to move up the stairs. Howl, a low beast howl resonated within the building. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad slightly frowned. Wei Tai, who was at the front, said quietly, it should be upstairs, be careful. Everyone held their weapons and were ready to attack at any time. And Chingu, who was using firearms, was protected in the center. They advanced step by step. Luo Feng saw a 2-meter-tall lion mastiff monster with long fur appear from the corner in front of him. It was the size of a large military SUV. When this lion mastiff monster saw the humans, it immediately howled and rushed over with a gust of wind. The Firehammer squad was currently going up the stairs, but the lion mastiff monster was diving down. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wei Tai and Wei Qing, who were at the front, moved almost exactly the same. They held a shield in one hand and a scimitar in the other as they rushed upwards at the same time. They almost brushed past the lion mastiff monster. When they brushed past each other, the curved scimitar sliced across the lion mastiff's front paw joint. Wei Tai and Wei Qing both used the exact same move. This caused the lion mastiff monster's two front paws to stumble and fall unstably on the stairs. And at this time, the spear Xianxia of the Fire Hammer Squad, who was behind Wei Tai and Wei Qing, instantly advanced. At the same time, the alloy spear in his hand whistled as it pierced towards the head of the staggering lion mastiff monster. Poochie! The spear instantly pierced through the lion mastiff monster's eye and through its head. The lion mastiff monster unconsciously stomped its paws a few times before collapsing powerlessly. Wei Qing, Wei Tai, and Xianxia's teamwork was indeed exquisite. The first two helped to injure the lion mastiff's front paws, causing the lion mastiff monster to lose its balance. Then, Xianxia instantly struck with his spear and killed it in one hit. Xianxia's marksmanship was also terrifyingly accurate, it actually pierced through the eye. In the process of climbing the building, the Fire Hammer party had encountered a total of 3 monsters. Their luck was pretty good. And one of these 3 monsters actually charged up from the stairs below. At the time, Luo Feng and Gao Feng were at the very back of the group, so naturally, Luo Feng was the one who killed the G-grade monster cleanly. Walking out of the staircase, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad arrived at the rooftop of this 21-story high-rise residential area. Close the staircase. Shut it. Gao Feng said. Don't let any monsters run up from below and onto the rooftop. Yes. Luo Feng and Xianxia personally went to the staircase and found a metal rod to block the door. Phew, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. A rare smile appeared on Xianxia's face. He sat on the rooftop and took out high-calorie food and water from his backpack. They all brought binoculars, right? Captain Gao Feng said, everyone take out your binoculars and look down from the rooftop. See if you can find any commander-level monsters. Remember, don't expose too much of your body to the rooftop. If the monsters below discover you, it'll be a bit troublesome. The rooftop was actually quite safe. Normal monsters can't climb up from the rooftop of a 21-story high residential area. Even if a commander-level monster commands the monsters to attack from the stairs, how wide are the stairs? The threat isn't high. The Fire Hammer Squad has more than enough time to escape. Begin searching for commander-level monsters, brothers, let's find monsters. Luo Feng also took out binoculars from his backpack. Everyone brought binoculars, steel wires, and other tools since they weren't that heavy. As he squatted on the edge of the rooftop, Luo Feng could see the streets below him. There were large amounts of monsters everywhere. The amount of monsters in the city is indeed 10 to 100 times more than in the wilderness. In one of the streets, there were at least a few hundred monsters moving. Even a warlord-level fighter wouldn't have a high chance of escaping alive if they were surrounded by a few hundred regular monsters. Captain, they're all soldier-level monsters. I don't see any commander-level monsters here either. The 5 members, including the captain, all held binoculars and looked down from different directions. Only by standing high can you see further. From the rooftop of a 21-story high residential area, you can indeed see far and see a lot of monsters. Ka. A metal box opened. Chingu, the only member of the Fire Hammer Squad who didn't use binoculars, opened the metal box. Other than a large amount of ammunition, there was also a rectangular wooden box. After opening the wooden box, there were some gun parts inside. Chingu quickly assembled them. After a while, a 2-meter-long silver-gray heavy sniper rifle was assembled, and the optical equipment and sights were all installed. Chingu loaded the special bullets one by one into the magazine. There were a total of 10 bullets. Captain, notify me when you find a commander-level monster, said Chingu. Okay, go take a nap first and rest up. Leave the matter of finding the commander-level monster to us, nodded Gao Feng and instructed the others. Everyone be careful, don't miss anything. This is the easiest way to kill a commander-level monster in the city. You can see far from a high vantage point. This is 10 to 100 times faster than finding a commander-level monster on the streets. It's also very safe. Luo Feng, Xianxia, the Wei Jiao brothers, and Gao Feng all held binoculars and carefully looked down. As for Chingu, he hugged his heavy sniper rifle and started to sleep. While the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were hiding on the rooftop of the 21st floor of the Blue Sky District, searching for commander-level monsters. On the broken highway around 30 miles away from number 0201 city, an elite 6-man fighter squad was also quickly heading towards the direction of number 0201 city. These 6 people all had a tiger emblem on the left chest of their uniforms. This was the famous Tiger Fong squad of Jiangnan City. The Tiger Fong squad had a total of 6 people. 2 of them used firearms, and 4 of them used cold weapons. Of the 4 who used cold weapons, 2 were warlord-level fighters, and the other 2 were advanced warrior-level fighters. As for the 2 who used firearms, they were both warlord-level fighters. Actually, with firearms, as long as you had enough talent, experience, and time, it was very easy to get to warlord level. Because they relied on the power of their bullets. "Old Han, did you find the old bastard's location?" Xianxia who asked in a low voice. This Xianxia who was one of the 6 members of the Tiger Fong squad, and was an advanced warrior-level fighter. In terms of strength, the Tiger Fong squad was very strong. The 2 weakest were both advanced warrior-level fighters, and they were only a bit away from warlord level. According to the signal I left on the old bastard's body, the old bastard should be around 40 miles away from us. According to my calculations, it should be in the number 0201 city up ahead. A man holding a compass-like device looked at the device in his hand and said. "Finally confirmed the location. If we can kill this old bastard this time, us bros will be rich." The Tiger Fong squad members all laughed. Before, when they were hunting monsters, they coincidentally found a wolf-type monsters hunter. It has to be known that in the current distribution of monsters, because before the Grand Nirvana period, humans had the most pigs, dogs, cats, cows, goats, etc. So now the majority of monsters were pigs, dogs, cats, cows, goats, snakes, etc. But monsters like foxes, monkeys, scorpions, wolves, tigers, and leopards that mutated into monsters are very rare. Wolves, tigers, and leopards, because they were already very strong, after this mutation, they were all extremely scary. Of course, some normal monster groups, because of their large numbers, will also produce some extremely scary existences. For example, among the cat-type monsters, there was a legendary existence, the 9 Lives Demon Cat. The 9 Lives Demon Cat was the most terrifying monster among cats. It had 9 tails, and its strength surpassed that of a Lord-tier monster. On the entire Earth, it was one of the most terrifying monsters that ranked at the top. Moreover, wolf-type monsters had a strong reproductive ability. Over the past few decades, martial artists would often encounter wolf-type monsters. Hunters were an incredibly terrifying mutated race among wolf-type monsters. They were also known as the kings of the wolf race, the Silver Moon Wolves. Each Silver Moon Wolf moved alone and loved to hunt other monsters and human martial artists. They were known for being cunning and brutal, so they were known as hunters. So far, the weakest Silver Moon Wolf has been discovered to be a middle-level commander. Each Silver Moon Wolf can be sold for an astronomical price. The hunter we're chasing should be a high-level commander, or even close to a horde leader. Fortunately, this hunter was already heavily injured before it fought with us. That's how we were able to heavily injure it again. The captain of the Tiger Fong squad, a skinny man with dark skin, said coldly, "Now that we've all recovered from our injuries and recovered our strength. This time, we must seize this opportunity and kill this much weaker hunter in one fell swoop." Yes, Captain. The 6 members of the Tiger Fong squad were all filled with fighting spirit. Killing one hunter is equivalent to what they usually get in a year or 2 of hard work. In the blue sky sector, on the rooftop of a 21-story residential building, the 5 members of the Fire Hammer squad were all holding binoculars and carefully looking below. Luo Feng held the binoculars in his left hand and a water bottle in his right hand. He took a sip of water, then put the binoculars down and put the bottle into his bag. Only then did he continue to look below with the binoculars. "Captain, are we just going to wait here like idiots?" said Luo Feng. "What do you know?" Dao Feng put down the binoculars and laughed. "In this area, this 21-story residential building is quite tall. We can use the binoculars to look around 4 to 5 miles from the rooftop." "How big is the entire county-level city?" "Of course, because of the buildings, our efficiency isn't that high, but this efficiency is already extremely high. Everyone can rest and search for monsters at the same time. This is the best method." Luo Feng nodded. "Captain, look over here," Xianxia suddenly yelled and pointed in a certain direction. Whoosh, the other 4 people all rushed over and each of them held their binoculars and carefully looked below. Luo Feng also looked in the direction Xianxia pointed. With a glance through the binoculars, he saw that on the streets of the northwest corner, horned boars and iron fur boars appeared one after another. There were at least a few hundred of them in total, and the number of pig-type monsters that appeared in his field of vision was still increasing. Luo Feng's eyes flashed. On one of the streets, a strange monster that was completely red like a tank was slowly moving forward. In front of it was a group of pig-type monsters. "This is a bloodthirsty tank?" Luo Feng was shocked. Among the pig-type monsters, they are considered the second most powerful existence, the bloodthirsty tank group. Even though they are called bloodthirsty tanks, they are still a type of pig-type monster. Their entire body is covered in scales and their defense is shocking. At first glance, they look like an armored tank. In terms of defense and charging power, they aren't any weaker than a real tank. It's a bloodthirsty tank. That's a big fish. Captain, looking at the color of its scales, it should be a low-level commander level. It's a bit close to a medium-level commander level, the members of the Firehammer squad all started discussing. Yup, the price of a bloodthirsty tank is pretty high, Captain Luo Feng laughed. Even though it's only a low-level commander-level monster, its price can compare to some medium-level commander-level monsters. This is a big fish. Keep your spirits up, everyone. Old Chenggu, his teammate's voice made Chenggu finally open his eyes. Chenggu laughed as he stood up. "Brothers, did you find a commander-level monster?" "Come take a look," laughed Gao Feng. Chenggu swiftly walked over and picked up his binoculars to take a closer look. He said in shock, "F***CK, it's actually the second most powerful pig-type monster, the bloodthirsty tank. This guy's defense is shocking. Even the armor-piercing bullets I brought probably can't break through its scales. Looks like I'll have to use my treasure. Hurry up and go, bullets aren't worth much," urged Gao Feng. Chenggu was extremely fast. He immediately rushed to the metal box and took out 3 blood-red bullets to replace them with bullets from the sniper rifle. Pu. Chenggu laid on the edge of the rooftop and set up the silver-heavy sniper rifle. The gun barrel reflected light under the sunlight. Chenggu extended his hand to sense the direction, carefully tested and calculated, and adjusted the aiming optics. The 5 members of the Firehammer squad didn't dare to make a sound. Suddenly, pong, a low and powerful sound rang. In almost an instant, the bullet pierced through space and flew over. Even though this alloy armor-piercing bullet is shockingly powerful and has a speed several times faster than the speed of sound. But because the speed is faster than the speed of sound, the sonic boom only reached the commander-level monster's ears after the bullet. The bloodthirsty tank slowly moved on the street with a large number of monsters in front and behind it. Pu. The bloodthirsty tank's neck suddenly produced sparks on the back of its ear, and a hole suddenly appeared as the bullet pierced through. Arghhhh, the bloodthirsty tank roared in pain and staggered 2 steps to the side. Once it stabilized, the bloodthirsty tank immediately roared in pain and anger. Immediately, the large number of pig-type monsters that were originally roaming around crazily gathered towards it. Blood seeped out of the back of the bloodthirsty tank's ear. The bloodthirsty tank roared in anger, but it couldn't tell where the bullet came from. On the rooftop, Chenggu slightly raised his head and moved his eyes away from the scope. He said confidently, "My luck isn't bad, I hit a weak spot. This bloodthirsty tank has a lot of life force, so it didn't die immediately. But in 5 minutes, it'll definitely fall. The most effective shot in a long-distance sniper is the first shot. Because of the first shot, the commander-level monster doesn't have any defense. But if the first shot doesn't hit a weak spot, then it'll be troublesome. Commander-level monsters have a lot of defense, so it's already pretty good if the bullet can penetrate their defense. So most bullets are armor-piercing bullets that focus on penetrating power, and not explosive bullets that have high damage. Since if the penetrating power isn't enough, how can you even talk about damage?" "Good shot." Xianxia smiled and gave a thumbs up. "This bloodthirsty tank skull is the hardest. Even if the bullet pierced through the scales, it wouldn't affect the bloodthirsty tank much." Gao Feng smiled. "Chenggu, that shot was really strong. If Chingu's shot didn't work, killing a bloodthirsty tank protected by a large number of monsters would be way too hard. Stop complimenting me. Chingu smiled. Right now you guys should think of a way to get the bloodthirsty tank's body. That bloodthirsty tank is surrounded by hundreds of monsters. And if you're too slow, who knows, a fighter squad might take advantage of it. Don't jinx it. There are at most 2 to 3 fighter squads in this city. Gao Feng smiled. Alright, everyone pack up. Let's go and get the body. Zhang, carry one of Chingu's metal boxes, commanded Gao Feng. Yes, Captain Spear Zhang walked towards Chingu. At this time, Chingu was disassembling the heavy sniper rifle and putting it into a wooden box. He then carried the wooden box and a large amount of bullets to Zhang. After that, Chingu himself opened the other metal box and took out the horrifying machine gun. A large amount of bullets were wrapped around Chingu's body, and one end of the chain was directly connected to the machine gun. Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked when he saw this. High-level firearms are quite useful against soldier-level monsters. For example, the bloodthirsty tank that was killed in one shot. Actually, luck played a part in that shot. Since the head of a monster that can be killed in one shot has the toughest skull. And the bloodthirsty tank's body is huge, so even if it gets shot, it won't be affected much. So, there are very few places where a bullet can kill in one shot. For example, the eyes, the bottom of the skull, and the back of the ears. To be this accurate, 1 is skill, and 2 is luck. If the bloodthirsty tank was a bit more cautious and changed directions, then that shot wouldn't have been accurate. Go down, commanded Gao Feng. Under Gao Feng's command, Luo Feng and the other 4 immediately followed the stairs and swiftly left the blue sky sector. 5 minutes later, Luo Feng and the others were already in an alley. The leader, Wei Tai, secretly looked outside and turned his head. Captain, that bloodthirsty tank is dead. Old Chen, awesome. Gao Feng gave a thumbs up. Chengu grinned. However, Captain, continued Wei Tai, around the bloodthirsty tank's corpse, there are around a few hundred monsters gathered. It'll be quite troublesome for us to get the bloodthirsty tank's corpse. This is indeed a troublesome part of long-range attacks against commander-level monsters. Even if you succeed, getting the important materials from the corpse is quite dangerous. However, it's much safer than fighting a commander-level monster in a monster horde. Same rules, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, you guys mess up the monster horde. We'll attack together, commanded Gao Feng, and then turned his head towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng held his breath. Charging into a monster horde of a few hundred monsters is indeed the most dangerous thing he's done since he joined the Firehammer Squad. Of course, according to some of the posts he read, this situation is only a relatively simple situation for fighter squads. There were things that were 10 times or even 100 times more dangerous than this. Luo Feng, follow Chingu in a bit. Your mission is to protect Chingu and not let the monsters attack Chingu. Gao Feng said solemnly. Don't worry, Captain, I definitely won't let a single monster near Brother Chen, nodded Luo Feng. Alright, let's go. Gao Feng gave the order. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 black streams of light flew out from Wei Tai and Wei Qing's hands. They flew more than 100 meters like a bolt of lightning and landed among the monster horde in the distance. These 2 black streams of light were actually 2 elliptical black spheres. These elliptical black spheres also had a red time signal. The monsters that noticed this thing all avoided it cautiously. Beep! Beep! Boom! The 2 time bombs suddenly exploded. The powerful explosive force and the flying debris caused the 2 monsters beside the time bombs to tumble, their bodies covered in blood. At the same time, the 2 time bombs produced a large amount of smoke, which quickly spread in all directions. In terms of power, the 2 time bombs only managed to kill 1 monster and injure 5 or 6 monsters. Most of the monsters were just affected by the smoke. Charge, commanded Gao Feng. Whoosh! 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 Luo Feng also exploded all the power in his body. He held a shield in one hand and a ghost blade in the other. He swiftly sprinted beside Chingu. The 6 members of the Firehammer Squad were all astonishingly fast. They were only 150 meters away from the corpse of the commander-level monster in the middle of the monster horde, so they reached it in 4 to 5 seconds. And this is because their speed was greatly reduced when they ran into the monster horde. Huh. Captain Gao Feng was like lightning as he charged at the very front. He wielded a heavy hammer with one hand and swung it continuously at lightning speed. Pung. 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 Pung, two sounds. The heads of two soldier-level monsters were directly smashed open. One was an intermediate soldier-level monster, while the other was a beginner-level warlord fighter with the strength of an intermediate-level warlord. The difference in strength was too huge. With a heavy hammer in one hand and a dagger in the other, Gao Feng practically instantly pounced beside the corpse of the commander-level monster, the bloodthirsty tank. The dagger swiftly pierced into the bullet hole on the back of the bloodthirsty tank's ear. While Gao Feng was dissecting the corpse for materials, the other 5 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were in danger. Hurry, Luo Feng, protect old Chen, waved Xianxia with his spear. The brothers Wei Tai and Wei Qing protected Captain Gao Feng. With the bloodthirsty tank's defense, it would take Wei Tai, Luo Feng, and the others a long time to dissect it. And with Gao Feng's astonishing strength, half a minute is enough. Howl, ha! The surrounding monsters noticed Luo Feng and the others and immediately roared as they charged over. It was as if a heavy Hummer was charging over 100 km per hour. F***ck off. Luo Feng's 2 exquisite steps allowed him to dodge. At the same time, the shield on his left arm fiercely smashed into the body of a charging horned boar. The horned boar's 4 hooves couldn't help but to twist as its gigantic body slanted and fell onto the ground, causing the already cracked concrete ground to shake and a large amount of dust to fly up. Luo Feng didn't care about killing the enemy, he only wanted to survive for half a minute. Xiao! Xiao! At this moment, Xianxia was brandishing his spear, killing 2 soldier-level monsters and repelling 3. At this time, 3 furious monsters roared as they simultaneously attacked Xianxia. Xianxia didn't have a shield, so he only used his spear. Not good. After swinging his spear, Xianxia's face changed. Hell, an iron fur boar's charging speed is definitely 50 meters per second. Its body is like a small truck, but its speed is comparable to a sports car. And Xianxia couldn't block it in time. There were 3 monsters attacking him in front of him. I'm probably going to get heavily injured this time. Xianxia clenched his teeth. Pung! A black shadow came from the side and kicked the charging iron fur boar's body. Running at such a high speed does indeed cause one to lose control of their body. The iron fur boar's gigantic body tilted from this kick and it directly fell down. After that, it quickly climbed back up. Brother Zhang, stay close to me, said Luo Feng. Luo Feng, thanks, yelled Xianxia gratefully. If it weren't for Luo Feng just now, he, Xianxia, would definitely be heavily injured. Xianxia thought to himself, letting Luo Feng join the Fire Hammer Squad was the right choice. And his steps are so fast and nimble. Good technique, praised Qinggu, who was under protection. There were at least a few hundred monsters in this horde. After a few dozen started fighting with Luo Feng and the others, even more monsters were quickly attracted over. Thankfully, the smoke blocked their vision, so the horde of monsters couldn't unleash their full power. Not good, Captain, hurry! Wei Tai couldn't help but to yell. Every second that passed, the Fire Hammer Squad's danger increased. The number of monsters around them increased rapidly. Qinggu, fire, ordered Gao Feng, who was squatting beside the bloodthirsty tank's corpse and being protected by the Wei Jia brothers. Yes, Qinggu licked his lips and laughed ferociously. Luo Feng and Xianxia, who were beside Qinggu, immediately took a step back. As Qinggu pulled the trigger, tu, streams of light crazily shot out from the muzzle. Every bullet was an armor-piercing bullet that Qinggu bought at a high price. Even a warlord-level monster is a bit of a threat. Hell, suddenly, a large amount of monsters in the surroundings held in pain. The crazily shot armor-piercing bullets entered the bodies of the monsters one by one. These monsters have large bodies and strong life force, so they usually don't die after being shot. Only by shooting through the head can they be killed in one shot. These armor-piercing bullets can't pierce through the skull of a commander-level monster, but they have no problem shooting through soldier-level monsters. Pung! A monster's head and brain matter flew out. Pew! A monster that fell had a bloody hole in its body. Haha! Dai Chenggu was like a madman. The gun barrel, which was made of Luo alloy, could continuously shoot armor-piercing bullets. The crazily pouring bullets almost instantly suppressed one side of the monster horde. Luo Feng and Zhang Ku, on the other hand, prevented the monsters from attacking Chenggu. The continuous gunshots allowed the monsters in the smoke to instantly determine their direction and madly charge over. In a group battle, Chenggu's ability to use a machine gun is comparable to 10 fighters. However, the sound of a machine gun would attract the attention of the monsters. Alright, let's go. Gao Feng, who successfully harvested the materials, let out a low roar. Luo Feng and the others immediately let out a sigh of relief. Whoosh! Whoosh, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad sprinted away. Rumble, hundreds of angry monsters chased after them. The running of a monster caused the cement ground to shake. When hundreds of them ran together, it was as if there was an earthquake. The entire street and even the ruined houses on the side slightly shook and even let out a rumbling sound. The monster horde sure is scary. Luo Feng turned his head and looked. The hundreds of enraged monsters that were about to go crazy were rushing over. The scene was quite shocking. This way the Fire Hammer squad immediately turned into an alley. The alley was very narrow. The monsters couldn't even walk side by side, so they could only enter one by one. Taking this opportunity, the Fire Hammer squad continuously turned into small alleys in the densely built area. Soon, the horde of monsters was completely shaken off. Half an hour later, Luo Feng and the others quietly arrived on the rooftop of the 18-story high Hao Hotel. Haha, everyone did well this time, laughed Captain Gao Feng. Chenggu's shot was amazing. Captain Gao Feng laughed, Chenggu's shot was spectacular. Luo Feng, you weren't bad either, saving Zhang Ku. Yeah, this bloodthirsty tank is a low-level commander. It's also one of the more difficult low-level commander monsters to kill. This time, we earned quite a bit. Who would have thought that we'd have such a harvest on the first day? This is a good start. After a month, we'll probably earn quite a bit. Luo Feng, Chenggu, and the others all started laughing. Luo Feng looked at his battle watch and was suddenly shocked. A phone call? Even if someone calls, this battle communicator watch won't disturb the fighter. Only the fighter can tell if someone is making a call or not by looking at the watch. My home phone. Luo Feng laughed and started a voice command, call me back. Beep 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 beep. The tactical communications watch quickly dialed Luo Feng's home phone number. Hey, brother. The voice that came from the tactical communications watch made Luo Feng laugh. Luo Hua, weren't you having fun with that little girl of yours? Why do you have time to call me? Haha, on the rooftop, Chenggu, Zhang Ku, and the others looked over and laughed. Even if you have a wife, you can't forget about your brother. The younger brother in the tactical communications watch chuckled. Oh right, brother. I'm calling to tell you something. Nan has officially agreed to be my girlfriend. Haha, your little brother is amazing, right? The younger brother's voice was filled with joy. How long has it been? His younger brother had never been so happy before. The charm of love is indeed great. Luo Feng thought to himself, my brother has been disabled for so many years, so he's always been under a lot of pressure. Being able to be this happy with a girlfriend. Luo Feng felt happy for his brother and immediately laughed. You still have to work hard and get your marriage certificate soon. Brother, we can't rush this. We have to do it step by step. Luo Hua giggled. Oh, right, where are Mom and Dad? Asked Luo Feng. Mom and Dad went grocery shopping together, Luo Hua replied. Luo Feng nodded. Mother could finally go grocery shopping in the morning, and father could finally relax and accompany mother to the market without having to work. I'm fine. Brother, be careful when you're outside the base city, Luo Hua said. Rest assured. As the call ended, Luo Feng was all smiles. Alright, since Luo Feng is done with his call, everyone come over, said Gao Feng. Immediately, Luo Feng and the other 4 walked over. We just entered the city today and our results are pretty good. As usual, the spoils of war will be distributed according to everyone's contribution in the battle. Once we're done with this hunt and return to the supply base, we'll do the overall distribution. Gao Feng's expression suddenly turned serious, but I have to warn you in advance, everyone must be careful. This was a densely built area. This was where the monster's nest was. In the entire city, there are a lot of commander-level monsters, so don't be careless. Otherwise, if you fall into danger, you'll be in trouble. Many martial artists die every year. Yes. Chenggu, Zhangku, the Wei Jiao brothers, and Luo Feng all nodded seriously. Luo Feng knew too. Martial artists who joined the government's army were the safest. And for martial artists like him who wandered the wilderness, the mortality rate was very high. Just now, everyone fought and consumed a lot of energy. Last night, they had been hurrying on their journey, and now everyone was resting. Let's start at 4 in the afternoon. Gao Feng made his decision. Yes. Roar, time to rest. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were either leaning or lying on the rooftop, resting. While the Fire Hammer Squad was resting on the rooftop of Hai Hao Hotel, the Tiger Feng Squad had already entered the number 0201 county city. The 6 of them were carefully making their way through a broken-down alleyway with collapsed walls. There were even some monster corpses in the alleyway. Stop. The skinny and short captain raised his hand, and the others stopped. The Tiger Feng captain said in a low voice, "Everyone listen up. This time, we only have one target, that injured Silver Moon Dire Wolf. So, in this county, we must not provoke other monsters. If he could hide, he would hide. If he could escape, he would escape. It's best not to fight with them. It'll be troublesome if you get hurt." The other 5 members nodded solemnly. It was a Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, and it was even a high-level beast general. It's much more profitable than killing tens of low-level commander-rank beasts. Also, wait until we catch up to the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Remember, this Silver Moon Fierce Wolf is already heavily injured. We only need 2 or 3 attacks to kill it. I'll remind everyone again, no matter what, do not fight it head-on. If we really let the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf go all out, at least 1 or 2 of us will die. Everyone's expressions were serious as they nodded. Even if a high-level commander beast, and one of the Royal Silver Moon Fierce Wolves, is heavily injured, once it goes berserk and takes revenge, half of the Tiger Feng Squad might die. We'll let it continuously get injured and bleed until it dies. The Tiger Feng captain smiled confidently. It's hard for a war god-level fighter squad to be attracted to this level of a county. There are probably only a few squads in a county, and our squad should be the strongest in this county. Don't worry about people stealing it. Most of the stronger warlord-level squads operate in the city-level area. That place is more challenging, and there are more solo commander-level beasts. For example, the Fire Hammer Squad came to this county. One of the reasons is, Luo Feng is a newbie, otherwise, the Fire Hammer Squad would also enter the city. And not a county like this. Captain, if there really is a fighter squad, and we risk our lives to steal it, frowned the one-eyed middle-aged man. Don't worry, Xianxia, who laughed on the side, even we don't dare to push that hunter too hard. And most of the fighter squads in this county are warrior level. It's already pretty good if there's even one warlord level. If they try to steal the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, they'll probably be torn to shreds by the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Okay, the Tiger Feng captain nodded. They don't have the ability to steal the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. If someone tries to steal it, just kill it. Yes. The other 5 nodded. Let's go. The Tiger Feng squad waved their hands, and the 6 of them quickly and quietly moved forward. The wilderness is different from headquarter cities. Headquarter cities are cities that are controlled by humans. There are laws there. There are government controls. However, the wilderness is a place where monsters live. There are too many dark, chaotic, and bloody things here. Because of a monster's corpse, there are many cases of fighter squads killing each other. Of course, most of the time it's the stronger fighter squads stealing from the weaker squads. Many martial artists in the wilderness died at the hands of monsters, but there were also many who died at the hands of other martial artists. In the evening, after eating and drinking their fill, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad looked down with their binoculars. In 2 hours, we've already seen 2 commander-level monsters, said Wei Tai helplessly. Wei Tai said helplessly, unfortunately, every commander-level monster is surrounded by a large amount of soldier-level monsters. The city area is still better. Although there are more commander-level monsters in the city area, there are even horde leader-level monsters. However, the normal soldier-level monsters are mostly gathered around horde leader-level monsters, as well as the strong commander-level monsters. There are quite a few commander-level monsters that are all alone. Before, Chingu had fired 2 shots with his sniper rifle, but this time his luck wasn't as good as last time. These 2 shots hit 2 commander-level monsters, but one of them didn't seem to be affected. While the other one was heavily injured, it didn't die. More importantly, they were protected by a large number of normal monsters. That's the bad thing about a county city. Even a normal commander-level monster can lead a large group of monsters, Xianxia said helplessly. But the county is safe. Gaofeng laughed. In the entire county, there are only 1 or 2 high-level commander-level beasts. Also, they are surrounded by a large number of normal monsters. We won't run into them at all. As for the normal monster hordes, with our team's strength, we'll be able to charge through them. I'm not afraid of suddenly being surrounded by a few commander-level beasts. In the city, there are a lot of commanders, so it's easy to be surrounded and attacked by multiple commanders. Luo Feng held the binoculars and carefully looked down. This is a commander level? More than 10 monsters appeared at the edge of the street. All of them had spots on their bodies. At first glance, they looked like tigers. They were from the ocelot clan of the feline family. All of these ocelots were huge, and one of them even had 2 tails. Twin-tailed? Commander level? Luo Feng was surprised. In the ocelot clan, 2-tailed is a low-level commander. 3-tailed is a medium-level commander. 5-tailed is a low-level horde leader. 7-tailed is a high-level horde leader. 8-tailed has already surpassed the horde leader level and is the peak of the ocelot clan. And in the feline family, any creature with 9 tails is a 9 lives demon cat, 9 lives cat king, which is one of the most terrifying existences on Earth. Captain, look, a commander-level ocelot, yelled Luo Feng. Ocelot? Suddenly, the other 5 people rushed over and carefully looked through the binoculars. It really is an ocelot. Ocelots don't like to live in groups, so the rumors are true. Around the commander-level ocelot, there's only 16 normal soldier-level monsters, laughed Gao Feng. Brothers, let's get ready to move. Just 16 normal monsters, I can take care of them all by myself, laughed Chingu. Everyone on the team was relaxed. Let's go with Gao Feng's command. Luo Feng and the others immediately left the rooftop. This time, they didn't even open fire. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to kill the ocelot and scare it away. A commander-level monster with only a dozen underlings is very rare in a small county. Luo Feng followed the 5 old members of the Firehammer squad and quietly jumped over the wall into a residential area's courtyard on the side of the street. This residential area's dilapidated walls had already collapsed in more than 10 places. The concrete road in the residential area was already covered in weeds, and moss was growing at the corners of the walls. The fat sheep is right in front. Wei Tai looked at the street outside through the gap in the collapsed wall. We're in luck. The ocelot is leisurely looking for prey with its underlings. Luo Feng also looked through the crack in the wall. About 50 meters away from the street, the commander-level ocelot was leading a group of ocelots. Brothers, remember this. Gao Feng said in a low voice. In a bit, your job is to kill the normal ocelots. As for the commander-level ocelot, stay away from it to avoid getting caught up in it. Just leave it to me. I can deal with a low-level commander-level ocelot by myself. Secondly, Chingu, your machine gun doesn't need to fire. It's not too late to open fire if something unexpected happens. Once we open fire, we must immediately escape the battlefield. Understood. Luo Feng and the others nodded seriously. Gunshots could easily attract monsters. If it had been on the balcony of a tall building and was far away, the monster would not have been able to rely on its ears to determine the location of the gunshots. However, in a fight on flat ground, it would be easy to be exposed once a shot was fired. Very soon, he would attract a large number of monsters to surround him. The longer he stayed, the more monsters he would attract. Last time, when they snatched the bloodthirsty tank's corpse, everyone immediately ran for their lives as soon as Chingu opened fire. Alright, we have to end this battle quickly. Go. Gao Feng waved his hand. Whoosh. Whoosh. Whoosh, 6 figures dashed out at the same time. Even Chenggu had a machine gun in his left hand and a short knife in his right. The 6 of them turned into 6 shadows and rushed toward the group of ocelots. Roar. The leader of the ocelots, the two-tailed ocelot, saw this and immediately roared angrily. The 16 ocelot monsters around it also let out furious roars. Their roars echoed on both sides of the street, shaking the heavens. One by one, the strong ocelots pounced on the human in front of them. Kill. Die, you bastard. Luo Feng looked at the ocelot that was charging towards him like lightning. He moved his feet and instantly dodged a meter to the side. The ghost blade in his hand used this momentum to turn into a cold arc of light and slashed towards the ocelot's throat. The pouncing ocelot howled and actually lowered its head, using its chin to block Luo Feng's blade. Chi. The blood shadow saber split open the ocelot's chin fur, and even the bone of the ocelot's chin was cut half a centimeter. This ocelot has fast reflexes. It's much faster than the lion mastiff. Once Luo Feng landed on the ground, a gust of wind came. The other ocelot opened its bloody mouth and tried to bite Luo Feng. Luo Feng held a shield in one hand and a ghost blade in the other. He took a step back and opened up some space. He then used his shield to block and stabbed with his blade in his right hand. The blood shadow saber cleverly brushed past the edge of the shield and instantly pierced the ocelot's chin in midair. Luo Feng fiercely pulled out his blade and retreated. Pu, fresh blood sprayed out and the ocelot, which was the size of a calf, fell on the ground. Its body shook 3 times, and with a howl, it crashed onto the cracked cement floor. Watch out! A loud yell suddenly rang. Rip! Wei Tai and Wei Qing, who weren't far away, were instantly thrown into the air. Wei Tai's entire body smashed into the wall beside the street. With a rumble, the wall that hasn't been repaired for years directly collapsed. Wei Tai spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell to the ground. Howl, the twin-tailed ocelot that instantly knocked Wei Tai and Wei Qing away arrived in front of Luo Feng at almost the same time. Too fast. Luo Feng jumped in shock and immediately dodged to the side. Almost. Clearly, his dodging speed was a bit too slow. Right as the twin-tailed ocelot's sharp claws were about to scratch his body, a formless spiritual force instantly acted on his right hand's wrist guard. The sudden force clearly increased Luo Feng's speed by a large amount, causing the twin-tailed ocelot's claws to brush past his body. Chi. Luo Feng also did a ferocious slash. The blade slashed onto one of the twin-tailed ocelot's front paws. The sharp ghost blade made a chi-chi sound as it passed through the front paw's fur. Not even a layer of fur was cut through the twin-tailed ocelot's front paw. A commander-level monster's speed is too fast, and its defense is too terrifying. Luo Feng was shocked. Pucci, the twin-tailed ocelot landed on the ground, and its sharp claws created a hole in the old cement floor. Bastard! Captain Gao Feng, who caused his comrade to be injured due to his carelessness, suddenly charged towards Luo Feng like a bolt of lightning. His face was ferocious, and his 2 gigantic hammers smashed towards Luo Feng like a spinning windmill. And the twin-tailed ocelot didn't seem to be injured at all after getting hit by Luo Feng's blade. It turned around and roared as it charged towards Gao Feng. Pung! Pung! The hammers and the sharp claws clashed. Gao Feng and the twin-tailed ocelot both stumbled. Gao Feng exerted force with his left leg and pounced again. He didn't give the twin-tailed ocelot another chance to attack his comrade. And one of the twin-tailed ocelot's front claws seemed to have been fractured by the hammers, and it could only stand there with its 3 legs. Gao Feng actually has the advantage in a head-on clash. Rumble, the hammers continuously smashed down. On the rooftop of a 6-story apartment building around 500 meters away, the 6 members of the Tiger Fong squad were using binoculars to check their surroundings. Captain, there are a lot of monsters around here. How about we reach the hunter location 10 miles away without alerting most of the monsters? It'll be very difficult. The one-eyed middle-aged man frowned. The short and skinny Tiger Fong captain also frowned. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the members of the Fire Hammer squad who were fighting against the Ocelot monster horde in the distance. It's the Fire Hammer squad. The Tiger Fong captain raised his eyebrows. They also came to this city? It should be because they brought a newbie, Luo Feng, that the Fire Hammer Squad came here, said the one-eyed middle-aged man. That Twin Hammers guy is obviously Gao Feng. The one-eyed middle-aged man said, the one with the twin hammers is obviously Gao Feng. Gao Feng's strength is truly great, he actually dared to fight a low-level commander monster head-on. I heard that his strength is comparable to an intermediate-level warlord fighter. However, his speed is a bit slower. He's definitely not weak. Xianxia, who was carrying a gigantic machete on his back, had his eyes light up. He picked up his binoculars and looked in that direction. He couldn't help but to say with joy, it really is the Fire Hammer Squad. That Luo Feng punk is also here, and he seems to be doing quite well. Captain, it's this bastard that made me lose 100 million, said Xianxia. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. 100 million, even to Xianxia, is a huge amount of money. Since he's only an advanced warrior, he only earned 100 million after risking his life for 2 years. Kill him? The other members of the squad were slightly surprised. The Tiger Fang captain slightly frowned, then laughed, good idea. Xiao, Dong, you two use your sniper rifles to deal with the important members of the Fire Hammer Squad. Then, immediately open fire at the 2 monster hordes. We're far away, so if we suddenly shoot, the monsters won't be able to tell where the bullets are coming from. These regular monsters have low intelligence. Once they get hit, they'll only furiously attack any human they see. Laughed the Tiger Fang captain coldly. At that time, the other 2 monster hordes around this street will quickly be attracted by the Fire Hammer Squad and surround them. A large-scale battle will cause a large amount of monsters to gather there, which will cause the monsters in other areas to become sparse. This way, we can easily pass through a few miles. The other members of the Tiger Fang squad went silent. They've done things to other fighters before. However, they usually do it to steal the monster's corpse. And this time? Dong, help me aim at that Luo Feng and kill him in one shot. Help me vent my anger, said Xianxia as he clenched his teeth. Do it, ordered the Tiger Fang captain. Yes, Captain. The 2 members with firearms didn't hesitate anymore. They've experienced killing monsters and killing people on the border of life and death. Humph, Luo Feng. Xianxia stood at the edge of the balcony and let out a cold smile as he watched the members of the Fire Hammer Squad successfully kill the twin-tailed ocelot. If you dare to mess with my money, then I'll take your life. Go regret it in hell. And the 2 sniper rifles were already set up. The 2 firearms members laid in front of the sniper rifles. They both chose to use special high-power armor-piercing bullets and started to aim, adjust the angle, etc. In just an instant, the 2 of them slightly nodded towards the Tiger Fang captain, indicating that they were ready. The Tiger Fang captain waved his hand. The 2 members pulled the trigger at the same time. Pung! Pung! 2 low sounds suddenly rang. 2 bullets instantly tore through the air and shot towards the members of the Fire Hammer Squad who were dissecting the twin-tailed ocelot's corpse. Even though the sound was loud, the speed of the bullets was a few times faster than the speed of sound. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad didn't even hear the sound and the bullets already arrived. The tendon in the ocelot monster's tail is worth a lot of money. Luo Feng's ghost blade made a chi sound as it sliced open the ocelot monster's tail and took out the transparent tendon. He looked at Wei Tai on the side and laughed. Brother Tai sure is Brother Tai. When the twin-tailed ocelot rammed into you, you almost spat out blood and scared me. But now it looks like Brother Tai is fine. Are you stupid? If you don't spit out blood, are you going to hold on? That'll cause more damage. Wei Tai laughed as he scolded. Alright, hurry up and collect them one by one, laughed Chengu. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer Squad were in a good mood. Captain Gao Feng squatted next to the twin-tailed ocelot's corpse as he dissected it. Of course, the twin-tailed ocelot's corpse is the hardest to dissect. Luo Feng brought luck to our squad. On the first day, we killed 2 commander-level monsters, laughed Gao Feng as he dissected. Haha, Captain, you have to reward me for this. I was the one who pushed for Luo Feng to come in, laughed Chengu. The group of people laughed happily. As if his tail was on fire, Luo Feng's eyes instantly widened. With Luo Feng's reaction speed, which allowed him to dodge a large amount of rubber bullets in the reaction speed test, he could almost instinctively determine the blurry image that caused the air to vibrate was a bullet. Its speed was more than 10 times faster than the rubber bullets in the reaction speed test. Luo Feng didn't even have time to yell. The extreme nervousness caused Luo Feng's body to instantly produce large amounts of adrenaline. His heart rate increased to a shocking rate, all the hairs on his body stood up, and his nerves were stretched to an unprecedented limit. Even the spiritual force in his realm of consciousness quickly spread out and covered his entire body. A life-or-death crisis, a human survival instinct caused Luo Feng's entire body and spirit to instantly reach their peak. Pu. The armor-piercing bullet tore through the air and shot towards Luo Feng's head. Luo Feng's ghost blade, which he used to cut open the ocelot's tail, almost reflexively swung it away. His entire body's strength was pushed to its limit, and his waist, which was the center of his body's strength, was able to instantly unleash a second wave of strength after unleashing the first wave. When the conditions are right, success will follow. In the face of a life-or-death crisis, when his spirit and body reached their peak, Luo Feng's body naturally released a second wave of energy. 9-stage Thunderblade, first stage, he actually succeeded just like that. Bloody Shadow Saber's speed skyrocketed. Speed up. Luo Feng's spiritual force instinctively acted on his blade, causing it to speed up even more. Slow down. His spiritual force didn't hesitate at all and directly acted on the armor-piercing bullet that was flying towards him. The speed of the armor-piercing bullet dropped from 4 times the speed of sound to 1 times the speed of sound. With a clang sound, Luo Feng's ghost blade directly struck the armor-piercing bullet. The tip of the armor-piercing bullet caved in, and the entire bullet bounced off. Peng, the other armor-piercing bullet was shot towards Captain Gao Feng's head. According to the Tiger Feng squad's plan, Xianxia, whose goal was to kill Luo Feng, and the strongest member of the Fire Hammer squad was Gao Feng, so these 2 bullets were prepared for Luo Feng and Gao Feng. Gao Feng, who was squatting next to the body of the double-tailed ocelot, had his back to the bullet, so he didn't see the armor-piercing bullet at all. Pooh! The dagger in Gao Feng's hand suddenly cut open the ocelot's fur. The sudden force caused his body to sway, and the bullet that was originally aimed at his head suddenly missed. Just as he was about to marvel at the toughness of the ocelot's fur, whoosh, the extremely fast armor-piercing bullet flew past Gao Feng's ear, and the strong air current caused Gao Feng's ear to instantly bleed. Peng! The armor-piercing bullet fiercely shot into Xianxia's shoulder, who was next to Gao Feng. That shot, which was enough to burst open a low-level commander's armor, instantly shattered the muscles and bones in Xianxia's shoulder. With a boom, Xianxia's right arm was sent flying, and with a poochie sound, fresh blood sprayed out like water. Ah! Xianxia screamed in pain. A sniper rifle bullet. Gao Feng looked at the fresh blood that sprayed out of Xianxia's broken arm, which even sprayed onto Gao Feng. This caused Gao Feng's eyes to turn red, and he roared, "Enemy attack! Which bastard is it?" Wei Tai and Wei Qing also roared. As they roared in anger, almost everyone in the Fire Hammer squad moved quickly. No one dared to stand still when a sniper was aiming at them. Just now, the Captain Gao Feng had been lucky enough to let the bullet graze his ear because his body had swayed when he had used too much force to cut his fur. Peng! 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 4 consecutive gunshots. Over there. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others all stared in the direction of the gunshots with red eyes. On the distant rooftop, a few shadows flashed and disappeared. "It's the Tiger Feng squad," said Gao Feng as he clenched his teeth. Tiger Feng. Luo Feng couldn't see it clearly. The distance was so far, and the Tiger Feng squad disappeared in an instant. To see it clearly requires amazing eyesight. And a fighter's hearing and eyesight increase along with their fitness level. Out of the 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad, Captain Gao Feng's fitness level is close to that of an intermediate-level warlord. He was the only one who could see it clearly. Tiger Feng squad? The Tiger Feng squad that Xianxia who was in? Luo Feng couldn't help but to be furious. Of course, he did some research on this Xianxia who and knew that Xianxia who was a member of the Tiger Feng squad. He actually wants to kill me. Ice cold, Luo Feng truly felt that fighters don't get along well with each other. Zhang Ku. Old Zhang. Everyone surrounded him. Luo Feng also ran to Zhang Ku's side. Zhang Ke's face was pale as he laid on the ground. His right shoulder was completely shattered by the armor-piercing bullet, and his right arm flew off a long time ago. Even the battle uniform on his body had some cracks. The power of this shot was way too great. Zhang Ke's face was pale as Qinggu hurriedly helped to stop the bleeding. "It's me, Zhang Ke. You took this shot for me." Zhang Ke covered his ears. Brother Zhang Luo Feng also clenched his fists and his eyes were red. It was Brother Zhang and Brother Chen who brought him into the Fire Hammer Squad. Not good. Gao Feng's face changed. Run. Just now, the Tiger Fang squad shot a total of 6 bullets. 2 of them were shot towards Luo Feng and Gao Feng, while the other 4 were shot towards the surrounding monsters. At this time, the angry roars of the monsters resounded in the surroundings. Everyone in the Fire Hammer Squad immediately understood why the Tiger Fang squad shot 4 more bullets. "So devious, they're going to kill all of us. Hurry and run." Wei Qing carried Zhang Ke, who had lost a lot of blood, and the group immediately sprinted. Rumble. A large amount of iron fur boars appeared on the street in front of him. Each of the iron fur boars was huge, and when a few hundred of them ran over, it was as if there was an earthquake. Everyone in the Fire Hammer Squad was shocked. Right when they were about to change direction, a huge tremor came from behind them. An even more shocking amount of monsters ran over. Not only were there horned boars in this monster horde, but there were also lion mastiffs. There were over 1,000 monsters in this monster horde. "We're in big trouble." The faces of everyone in the Fire Hammer Squad changed. "Climb over the wall," commanded Gao Feng. Whoosh! 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 The Fire Hammer Squad swiftly climbed over the broken wall. At this time, the monsters, who were infuriated by the 4 bullets from the sniper rifle, only knew that only humans have these devious and terrifying hidden weapons. When they saw the humans climb over the wall, they were almost in unison. Rumble. The horned wild boars lowered their heads and slammed into the wall. The wall, which had been exposed to the elements for decades, collapsed almost instantly. More than 1,000 monsters rushed towards them in a dense horde. The Fire Hammer Squad turned around and their faces couldn't help but to change. "Brothers, we're going to die this time. Let's run for our lives. If we can survive, then we'll all die for sure." As they ran, Captain Gao Feng yelled with red eyes, "This fucking Tiger Fang squad, if I, Gao Feng, don't die this time, I'll make them pay with their blood. Everyone scatter and run." Wei Tai and Wei Qing also clenched their teeth. When surrounded by more than 1,000 monsters, even a warrior-level expert could only flee pathetically. Tiger Fang squad, Zhang Zehu. Luo Feng had a feeling that the other side's attack this time was probably because he forced Zhang Zehu to spend 100 million last time. The Tiger Fang squad wouldn't attack for no reason? Could it be because of me? Because of me, Brother Zhang is like this? Luo Feng's heart was filled with guilt and killing intent. Zhang Zehu. Tiger Fang squad. Luo Feng's eyes were red. "Captain," Brother Chen roared Luo Feng. This roar caused Captain Gao Feng, the Wei Jia brothers, Qinggu, and the others to look at Luo Feng in shock. Luo Feng clenched his teeth and roared, "Follow me. We can all leave here alive." With a hoo-hoo sound, the throwing knives on Luo Feng's thigh instantly flew up and hovered around Luo Feng. Gao Feng, the Wei Jia brothers, Qinggu, and the others, who originally thought that they were going to die, were all stunned when they saw 6 throwing knives hovering around Luo Feng's body. Qinggu even fiercely blinked twice. Indeed, they didn't see wrong. These throwing knives were indeed hovering without anything supporting them. Spirit reader. Telekinesis. Luo Feng's a spirit reader? Various thoughts popped up in Gao Feng and the others' heads. They were all so excited that their faces were flushed red. Gao Feng even yelled, "Listen to Luo Feng, follow Luo Feng." Rumble. The crazed monster horde started running, causing the broken cement ground to split open. Even the broken buildings on the side were shaken to the point that powder fell off. There's an old saying, 10,000 horses galloping, but every single monster here is 10 to 100 times stronger than the warhorses of the past. Over 1,000 monsters galloping is even scarier than 10,000 horses galloping. Left. Luo Feng yelled. Immediately, the other members of the Fire Hammer Squad followed Luo Feng and fiercely charged towards the left. Wei Qing was carrying Zhang Ku, who had lost a lot of blood. Roar howl, the stench of a monster spread out. Because they didn't run away and instead ran towards the left, Luo Feng's group instantly collided with the monster horde that was chasing after them. The stench of the monster horde filled their noses. At this time, Luo Feng clenched his teeth and his gaze was cold. The 6 throwing knives that were hovering around him instantly moved. Whoosh! 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 The 6 throwing knives instantly became illusions. Puchi! The throwing knife directly pierced through the head of a charging lion mastiff. Brain matter also flew out along with the throwing knife. And this throwing knife, under the control of spiritual force, instantly pierced through another monster's head at an astonishing speed. 6 throwing knives. In the blink of an eye, the 30 or so monsters closest to Luo Feng's group all had their heads pierced through. Fresh blood and brain matter flew everywhere. Hell rumble, amidst the shrill roars of the beasts, the 30 or so monsters that were running at top speed all collapsed with a loud bang. When they collapsed, they even slid along the ground for more than 10 meters due to the inertia. For a moment, the Fire Hammer Squad was left with a large number of monster corpses on the ground behind them. Gao Feng, Chenggu, the Wei brothers, and the pale-faced Zhang Ku were all shocked. They already knew that spirit readers were very strong, but this was too abnormal. Buzz buzz buzz, each of the 6 flying knives transformed into a stream of light. As long as there was a monster within a 20-meter radius, it would be instantly pierced through its head. This precise control was also very frightening. This rate of consumption of spiritual force is way too fast. Luo Feng was also shocked. Every time the throwing knife pierced the monster's head, it would consume quite a bit of energy. The skulls of these monsters were much harder than ordinary mountain rocks. Now that he had only killed more than 50 monsters in one go, he had consumed a lot of spirit power. Chenggu, who was behind Luo Feng, yelled in shock, "Damn, this spirit reader is too sick. Even if there are 1,000 monsters, we can kill them all. Don't talk nonsense, it's such a big commotion. The longer we drag this out, the more monsters we'll attract. Right now there's 1,000, and in a bit, there'll be 5,000 monsters surrounding us. If we drag this out, there might even be 10,000 monsters surrounding us. And there'll be quite a few commander-level monsters among them. How do you kill spirit readers? Do you think that spirit readers don't need to use their spiritual force to kill monsters?" Gao Feng laughed as he scolded. The Fire Hammer Squad was still in the mood to chat under the attack of the monsters. One can imagine that Gao Feng, Chenggu, and the others weren't under any pressure at all. All the monsters were killed by the flying throwing knives. "Climb over the wall," commanded Luo Feng. The sprinting Fire Hammer Squad arrived in front of a wall and jumped over it one by one. Even though quite a few monsters died in the horde behind them, the monsters were all crazily bloodthirsty and weren't afraid of death. They howled as they continued to charge forward, but the sprinting Fire Hammer Squad had their heads pierced through. Any monster that approached Luo Feng's throwing knife domain had their heads pierced. Note, as of now, Luo Feng's body fitness level has barely reached the boundary of an advanced level warrior. His spiritual force is usually 2 levels higher than his body fitness level. Then, his spiritual force has reached the bottom line of an intermediate level warlord. Spirit readers are the scariest existences among fighters. They can easily kill existences of the same level. With his telekinesis, Luo Feng can stay far away from the monsters and use his throwing knives to stab them to death. However, as of now, Luo Feng can only use 2 throwing knives at the same time to ensure that his throwing knives are at their strongest. The more throwing knives he uses, the weaker the power of each throwing knife becomes. Indeed, Luo Feng can use hundreds of throwing knives at once, but not only will the power decrease, but he won't even be able to guarantee his accuracy. With 6 throwing knives, Luo Feng can guarantee that each throwing knife can deal with a low-level commander-level monster, and his accuracy can also be guaranteed. With 2 throwing knives, Luo Feng can guarantee that they can deal with an intermediate-level commander-level monster. Rumble, the fearless monster smashed through the wall. Puchi! Puchi! As soon as they got close to the sprinting Fire Hammer Squad, the monsters were instantly killed. Fresh blood and brain matter flew everywhere, and the corpses of the monsters behind them fell into chaos. As the Fire Hammer Squad turned a corner in the distance, they immediately lost quite a few monsters. At this time, the Tiger Fong squad has already run far away. The Fire Hammer squad attracted a large amount of monsters, which decreased the number of monsters on the surrounding roads. The Tiger Fong squad quickly advanced far away. When they reached a new monster area, the Tiger Fong squad's speed once again slowed down as they carefully advanced. "What happened just now? You didn't kill a single one," the Tiger Fong captain frowned as he asked. "Captain, I just shot at the Fire Hammer squad's captain, Gao Feng, but that Gao Feng was dissecting a monster's corpse. Coincidentally, he was using his dagger, so his body tilted and the armor-piercing bullet flew past his head. It heavily injured another member of the Fire Hammer squad, causing that member's arm to explode. However, I'm not sure if he's dead or alive," said the skinny Xiao. "That Gao Feng was lucky," Xianxia who frowned as he looked at the other person. "Dongzi, I told you to kill Luo Feng, how come he's not dead?" At that time, the distance was far and the bullet was fast. Only the two snipers with sniper rifles and optical sights could clearly see what happened at that moment. "That Luo Feng." The sniper called Dongzi hesitated for a bit before saying, "His luck is pretty good. When I fired, he was cutting the monster's fur, so he took the opportunity to swing his blade and hit my armor-piercing bullet." This was the only thing Dong could say, since he didn't think that Luo Feng's reaction speed was fast enough to hit the armor-piercing bullet. Then it can only be luck. After all, to be able to hit an armor-piercing bullet requires a ridiculous amount of eyesight and accuracy. "Damn, this Luo Feng is so lucky," Xianxia who couldn't help but to curse. "But don't worry." The sniper Dongzi laughed, "Our 4 shots from before have already caused the monster horde to surround the only human Fire Hammer squad that they can find. There are over 1,000 monsters. No matter how powerful the Fire Hammer squad is, they're definitely done for." "No." The Tiger Fong captain shook his head, "Not necessarily. If the Fire Hammer squad split up and escaped, maybe 1 or 2 of them might survive." As he said that, the Tiger Fong captain let out a smile. "Of course, just 1 or 2 of them surviving won't pose any threat to our Tiger Fong squad. Captain, maybe they just happened to meet a war god level existence and can save them," laughed the one-eyed middle-aged man. "To meet a war god level fighter in such a short amount of time in a county city. And to get this war god level fighter to help. The chances of that are much lower than winning the lottery." The Tiger Fong captain grinned. "All right, let's all head out. That old bastard is still moving around. We'll catch up as soon as possible." "Yes." The Tiger Fong squad immediately moved forward. On the rooftop of a normal 6-story apartment building, Luo Feng's group swiftly rushed up to the rooftop. The door to the rooftop was immediately shut. "Hurry, let old Zhang lie down," said Chenggu. "Get the medicine," said Gao Feng hurriedly. "With Zhang's injuries, even if he bleeds, he'll die." Thankfully, the bleeding stopped just now. However, such a heavy injury requires some basic treatment. After all, the distance between number 0201 County City and the military base is a full 3 days' walk. With Zhang's current condition, he needs to travel for 3 days? He definitely can't handle it. "Old Zhang, keep this in your mouth and replenish your energy." Chenggu took out a pill and put it in Zhang's mouth. "Wei Tai, carefully treat Zhang's injuries," commanded Gao Feng. The members of the Fire Hammer squad were busy taking care of Zhang Ku. The pale-faced Zhang's body was promptly replenished with energy, and his furrowed brows smoothed out. As the treatment continued, the members of the Fire Hammer squad gradually relaxed. "Not bad." Luo Feng let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the pale-faced brother Zhang, especially his right arm that disappeared along with half of his shoulder. He couldn't help but to feel guilty. Brother Zhang won't be able to use a spear in the future. His career as a fighter is over. Luo Feng believed that the Tiger Fong squad's actions were most likely because of him. Luo Feng also felt very guilty towards brother Zhang. Tiger Fong squad. Zhang Zehu. Luo Feng's heart was filled with rage. Luo Feng, swear that I'll make you pay with your blood and let you know the feeling of being annihilated. Tiger Fong squad, these bastards, they're trying to annihilate our entire Fire Hammer squad." Chenggu couldn't help but to curse. King Tiger Fong squad, will definitely get revenge, howled Wei Tai. "These bastards, Gao Feng, We'll make them regret this. Gao Feng clenched his fists and then looked towards Luo Feng. Thankfully we have Luo Feng this time, so we can. Yeah, Luo Feng, how can you teleport? Suddenly, the entire Fire Hammer squad, including Zhang Ku, who was lying on the ground, looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng knew that when he controlled his throwing knife to save everyone, he also exposed his secret of being a spirit reader. Everyone probably guessed it by now, but you're all purposely looking at me like that. Alright, I admit it. Luo Feng let out a helpless smile. I'm a spirit reader. Haha, Chingu happily laughed. Luo Feng, I wasn't wrong about you. Wei Qing and Wei Tai also let out a smile. A spirit reader also appeared in our Fire Hammer squad. Gao Feng smiled as he nodded. I believe that if the Tiger Feng squad knew that Luo Feng was this strong, they wouldn't dare to play dirty. If they knew that they offended a spirit reader, they would definitely regret it. If they knew that they had offended a spirit reader, they would definitely regret it. If they knew that they offended a spirit reader, they would definitely regret it. Zhang Ku, who was lying on the side, couldn't help but to say, the strongest members of the Tiger Feng squad are only 2 intermediate-level warlord fighters. And Luo Feng's current fitness level barely reached the advanced warrior level. According to the rules, spiritual force is 2 levels higher than the fitness level, so he should be at the intermediate-level warlord level. However, an intermediate-level warlord-level spirit reader can definitely wipe out existences of the same level. They can even compare to fighters 1 level higher. Every fighter knows how terrifying a spirit reader is. They can definitely wipe out other fighters of the same level. No matter how powerful your blade technique, shield technique, or technique is, a spirit reader can hide far away and control the throwing knife to attack. And the throwing knife can instantly change directions, so its speed can definitely surpass the speed of sound. How can fighters of the same level fight? Luo Feng just needs to be careful. He can wipe out the entire Tiger Feng squad by himself. Chingu grinned. This time, the Tiger Feng squad messed with our Fire Hammer squad. This is the dumbest thing they've ever done. We were really lucky this time. Gao Feng sighed. Gao Feng's fitness level barely reached the intermediate-level warlord level, but in front of a monster horde, he was useless. This is the difference between a regular fighter and a spirit reader. Brother Zhang Luo Feng half squatted in front of Zhang Ku and looked at the pale Zhang Ku as he said quietly, this time, the Tiger Feng squad attacked us probably because I offended that Zhang Zhe. This time, Brother Zhang, I broke your arm. I'm sorry. The Fire Hammer squad quietened down and looked at Luo Feng and Zhang Ku. Luo Feng Zhang Ku smiled. Don't take everything on yourself. This time, you saved our entire team. There's no doubt about that. As for me. Zhang Ku lowered his head and looked at the wound on his right shoulder. His right arm had long since disappeared into the herd of beasts. My life as an independent warrior is over. Zhang Ku sighed. Gao Feng, Chingu, the Wei Jiao brothers, and Luo Feng were all silent. However, Zhang Ku revealed a smile. This is actually the best situation that I expected. I still remember the Grand Nirvana period, when I was still a child. I came from that era and personally saw a large number of people being killed by monsters during the Grand Nirvana period. At that time, I swore that when I grow up, I will personally kill those monsters and become a hero. I've been working hard. Finally, I've become a martial artist, an independent martial artist. I will enter the wild to kill a large number of monsters and fulfill my childhood dream. I also became a hero in people's eyes. My wife worshipped me and eventually married me. My daughter has always been proud of having a powerful fighter for her dad. As time passed, I killed more and more monsters. Slowly, I got tired of it. Every time I come to the wild, my wife and child are always worried that I'll die. I'm also worried that I won't be able to see them again. But I don't have the courage to quit, Zhang Ku said slowly. It's been like this for the past 10 years. I've already gotten used to it. At this moment, Luo Feng didn't feel good. Family, he also has a brother and parents. They're all worried about him. This injury gave me a reason to quit. Zhang Ku slightly smiled. I've been tired of it for the past 10 years. In the future, I can also go to the dojo. With my accomplishments, I can definitely become an instructor in a district-level dojo of limits. More time I can spend with my wife and child. And behind me, you guys. To be able to become brothers with a spirit reader before quitting, haha, it's worth it. Luo Feng squeezed out a smile. Brother, enjoy your peaceful life, encouraged Gao Feng. If you need anything in the future, come find me. We've been together for 7 or 8 years, we're brothers in life and death. Okay, Xianxia smiled as he nodded, I won't be humble. If there's any trouble, I'll definitely come find you guys. Especially Luo Feng, I know that spirit readers have a period where their strength increases at an astonishing rate. Your strength will continue to increase. In the future, Luo Feng, you'll be amazing. If there's anything I need to trouble you with in the future, don't push it. Asking me to do something, Brother Zhang was the one who pushed him to join the Fire Hammer Squad. And Brother Zhang's crippling probably has something to do with me, so how can I not help? Brother Zhang, your problems are my problems, said Luo Feng. Xianxia nodded and then asked curiously, oh yeah, Luo Feng. Why have you been hiding the fact that you're a spirit reader? Mainly because I don't want too much trouble. Luo Feng shook his head as he smiled. Once the fact that I'm a spirit reader is exposed, I won't be able to live a peaceful life in the future after becoming a fighter. He read many posts on the Home of Limits before realizing that it's best to keep his secret as a spirit reader a secret. Because once it's made public, he'll become the focus of the Dojo of Limits training. He'll first be sent to the Dojo of Limits World Headquarters, where he'll receive good training, good conditions, etc. He won't be able to maintain his peaceful life. Even though he occasionally comes to the wilderness, he can at least stay with his parents when he goes back. Okay, Gao Feng nodded, Luo Feng is right. Right now, whether it's the government army, dojos, families, etc., they're all crazily fighting over spirit readers. They were all frantically fighting over spirit readers. Once a spirit reader appeared, all the powers would fight over it. The government army will use all sorts of methods, so after the dojo finds out, they'll quickly move their spirit readers out of the country. Only after they form an agreement with the government army will they let the spirit readers come back. Spirit Reader Master was a trump card. Every spirit reader is very useful, enough to cause all the powers to fight over them. Even though they have special privileges, they'll lose the life of a normal fighter. Captain, I hope everyone can help me keep this a secret and don't make it public, said Luo Feng. Okay, of course not. Our fighter squad loves you, Luo Feng, to keep secrets, laughed Gao Feng. Chingu also nodded excitedly on the side, yeah, our Fire Hammer squad has a spirit reader. Other fighter squads don't know about it, hee. If we show weakness to our enemies, they won't be on guard. If they mess with us, they'll be at a disadvantage. And when we hunt monsters in the future, we'll have an advantage. A trump card is only called a trump card if it's hidden. Once it's made public, it won't have any special effects. Yeah, in the future, the captain will fight the monsters head-on while Luo Feng uses throwing knives to ambush them. One hit, one kill, Wei Tai couldn't help but to say. Wei Qing also said on the side, yeah, Luo Feng will first use his blade to attack and make the monsters think that Luo Feng is using a blade. Then, Luo Feng will secretly use throwing knives to catch them off guard. The monsters won't even have time to cry. With a spirit reader in the squad, the strength of the entire squad will explode by 10 times. The members of the Fire Hammer squad were discussing about Luo Feng's future role in the squad. All of them were extremely excited. Clearly, the addition of a spirit reader is extremely beneficial to the Fire Hammer squad. After a while, the members of the Fire Hammer squad started to rest. The sky slowly darkened and they could see the stars in the sky. Under the stars, Luo Feng quietly sat on the edge of the rooftop and thought about the battle from before. In today's battle, when that armor-piercing bullet came, I actually used the first stage of the 9-stage Thunder Blade. As he thought about this, Luo Feng couldn't help but to stand up, walk to the side, and pull out his ghost blade. Who? With one step forward, the core area of the body's strength, the waist, almost instantly erupted with a burst of strength. But at the same time, the moment the muscle strength was transmitted to the arm, the waist area naturally, like the transmission of a wave, once again erupted with another burst of strength. 2 waves of power continuously entered his arm. Poochie! The ghost blade turned into a cold light and sliced across the sky. Indeed, I can already release one more wave of hidden force. With two waves of power combined, 70% plus 70% is 140%. Luo Feng also felt that his body had used up all of its energy after releasing one more wave of hidden energy. He had no way of releasing another wave of hidden energy. Even so, it's still pretty good. The 9-stage Thunder Blade is extremely hard to learn, so naturally, he was able to reach the first stage in a moment of life and death. Then there's hope for him to continue improving in the future. Suddenly, a furious and unwilling howl of a wolf came from somewhere below. Under the starry sky, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad who were resting were startled awake. "It's the howl of a wolf," said Gao Feng seriously. "There's actually a wolf-type monster." Chenggu also took in a deep breath. Every single wolf-type monster is not to be messed with. Wolf-type? Luo Feng was also shocked. These wolf-type monsters were very rare before the Grand Nirvana period, and they were extremely savage. After the Grand Nirvana, the wildness and savageness of these wolf-type monsters are who knows how many times stronger than before. They are also incredibly powerful. Whoosh! Luo Feng picked up his binoculars and sprinted to the edge of the rooftop. He followed the howl and looked down. With this high magnification and night vision binoculars, he quickly discovered that on a street around 2 miles away from him, there was a huge wolf that was around 3 meters tall and 5 to 6 meters long. The wolf's entire body was gray, with only a few white hairs on its forehead. Even from afar, Luo Feng could feel the killing intent this wolf was emitting. This is... Luo Feng compared it to the monster information in his memory. "It's the hunter, Silver Moon Wolf," Chenggu's shocked voice carried from the side. "It's actually the king of wolf-type monsters, Silver Moon Wolf." Luo Feng couldn't help but to be stunned. "Yeah, this is a Silver Moon Wolf, the king of wolf-type monsters. Even the weakest adult Silver Moon Wolf is a medium-level commander. A commander-level Silver Moon Wolf's normal fur is gray. Once it fights, its fur will all turn silver white. The tuft of silvery white hair on his forehead would turn blood red in battle. It's famous for its cunning, craziness, and brutality. And its fur is worth an astronomical price in human society because it has many special uses. The Silver Moon Wolf's skull is incomparably hard, so its price is equally high. This is a high-level commander-level Silver Moon Wolf," Luo Feng judged based on its size. He couldn't help but to take in a breath of cold air. High-level commander level. And it's a Silver Moon Wolf. Not all high-level commander-level monsters are the same. How can a spirit reader of the same level be the same as a regular fighter? Silver Moon Wolves are much more brutal and powerful by nature. "Look, its abdomen is injured, and it's quite heavily," Wei Tai said in a low voice. Almost everyone on the scene turned their heads towards Captain Gao Feng. "Captain, this is the king of wolves, Silver Moon Wolf. High-level commander-level monster. This Silver Moon Wolf is even more expensive than 10 high-level commander-level Mastiff Tiger monsters. We'll make a huge profit with this," Chenggu couldn't help but to say excitedly. "Captain, hurry up and make a decision." Wei Tai on the side also couldn't help but to say, "Captain, the Silver Moon Wolf is quickly advancing and will soon disappear from our field of vision. We can't hesitate. Even if the Silver Moon Wolf is heavily injured, it is still not something we can deal with." Gao Feng growled, "Wake up, don't be blinded by money. A heavily injured high-level commander is hard to come by. Not to mention the heavily injured Silver Moon Fierce Wolf of the Wolf Royal family. Encountering it was like winning the lottery. You have to know that an uninjured high-level commander-level Silver Moon Wolf is not even a human high-level warrior's opponent." "Captain, I'll go try," Luo Feng said. "Luo Feng." Gao Feng hesitated. "You have one?" "I don't have full confidence in killing the Silver Moon Direwolf. After all, I haven't killed them before. But I'm 100% sure that I can escape with my life." Luo Feng laughed. "He's a spirit reader, and the most enviable thing about a spirit reader is the ability to fly. Psychic power could only be used on inanimate objects." Luo Feng could instantly use his spiritual force on his alloy battle boots, allowing him to jump to an astonishing height. Then, he placed the shield under his feet so that he could stand firm, using his spiritual force to control the shield's flight. Naturally, Luo Feng can fly as well. Flying. This is the most enviable ability of spirit readers. Even war god level fighters can't help but be envious. This is also one of the reasons why spirit readers are fought over by all the forces in the world. Alright, Luo Feng, be careful. If you can get it, then do it. If you can't, then don't force yourself. Safety first, Gao Feng instructed. Don't worry, smiled Luo Feng. With the shield and ghost blade in hand, Luo Feng directly jumped down from the rooftop of the 6-story apartment building. Who? Luo Feng rapidly descended. A normal high-level warrior's body can handle the impact of falling from a height of 6 stories. However, Luo Feng isn't that stupid. A strong, invisible force acted on his alloy battle boots, causing Luo Feng's speed to decrease. He easily landed on the ground of the sector below. Whoosh, Luo Feng immediately sprinted outwards like an agile monkey. With 2 leaps, Luo Feng arrived on the street. The other members of the Fire Hammer squad on the rooftop watched carefully with their binoculars. This is Luo Feng's true strength. Wei Tai couldn't help but to exclaim, spirit readers are indeed the scariest group of fighters. This is way too scary. With the help of spiritual force, their speed, agility, etc. can reach an unbelievable level. And they can teleport, that's even more insane. Insane. Chengu couldn't help but to nod. Haha, so you guys should be happy. Gao Feng slightly smiled, a spirit reader joined our Fire Hammer squad just like that. After hearing this, the other people instantly laughed. Captain, do you guys think Luo Feng can kill that Silver Moon Wolf? Laughed Zhang, who was lying on the ground. Hard to say. Gao Feng hesitated, it's a high-level commander-level monster, and Luo Feng just stepped into the intermediate warlord level, spirit reader level. There's still hope for him against a slightly weaker high-level commander. But against a Wolf King. Luckily this hunter, the Silver Moon Wolf, is already heavily injured. Luo Feng still has hope. There's still hope. The group of people held their binoculars and watched Luo Feng chase. Luo Feng was like a black bolt of lightning as he swiftly advanced on the street. This Silver Moon Wolf sure runs fast. Luo Feng took a shortcut and thought that he could stop the Silver Moon Wolf, but who would have thought that he would still be around a mile away from the wolf? It turned left. Whoosh, Luo Feng ferociously turned and jumped over the wall on the left into this abandoned residential sector. He followed the shortcut and chased after the Silver Moon Wolf. How the 2 leisurely lying tiger mastiff monsters saw Luo Feng, a human, and immediately stood up and let out a low growl. As the ground shook, the 2 tiger mastiff monsters rumbled as they charged over. Luo Feng, who was running, didn't dodge at all and was too lazy to dodge. Poochie! Poochie! 2 throwing knives automatically flew out from Luo Feng's pants and transformed into 2 flowing lights. At such a close distance, the 2 tiger mastiffs couldn't dodge at all and their heads were directly pierced. The eyes of the 2 tiger mastiffs were filled with fear, and they quickly lost all signs of life and dimmed down. Rumble. The 2 charging tiger mastiffs directly fell to the ground, causing the ground to shake. The 2 flying throwing knives didn't even have a drop of blood on them as they drew an arc in the air and directly flew into Luo Feng's pants. Whoosh, Luo Feng silently jumped into the alley beside him. With a glance, he saw the Silver Moon Wolf at the end of the alley around 100 meters ahead. Awoo, the Silver Moon Wolf stopped and stared at the human not far away. Silver Moon Wolf. A heavily injured Silver Moon Wolf. Luo Feng's eyes flashed and a smile appeared on his face. That's good too. I'll use you to see how strong I am right now. As he said that, Luo Feng walked towards the Silver Moon Wolf. The Silver Moon Wolf stood in place quietly. The 3-meter-tall Silver Moon Wolf's eyes flickered with a faint blood-red light. At the same time, the fur on its body seemed to be instilled with a strange energy, turning from gray to silver-white. For a moment, the Silver Moon Wolf became dazzling. Even the tuft of white hair on its forehead had turned blood-red, it had a silver-white body and a blood-red crown. This was the Silver Moon Fierce Wolf. Luo Feng advanced step by step, always on guard. Just as the distance between him and the Silver Moon Wolf shrunk to 50 meters. So. The Silver Moon Fierce Wolf turned into a silver stream of light and appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. Sonic. The reaction speed test in the dojo allowed Luo Feng to instantly determine that this Silver Moon Fierce Wolf's speed was close to the speed of sound. Luo Feng's face changed greatly. In an instant, he leaped like lightning, and the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf leaped almost at the same time. With this leap, it reached a height of 20 to 30 meters. Luo Feng could even see the blurred face of the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf and its blood-red cold eyes under the speed of sound. His powerful spiritual force abruptly used on his alloy battle boots, causing Luo Feng to abruptly rise again and dodge the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf's claw attack. So what if your body can reach the speed of sound? No matter how fast you are, can you be faster than my throwing knives? The moment Luo Feng dodged the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf's claw attack, 6 throwing knives immediately flew out of his pants. The 6 throwing knives instantly turned into 6 flowing lights and surrounded the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf like a net. The Silvermoon Fierce Wolf has been in the wilderness for many years and has extremely high intelligence. With its speed, a human fighter can't dodge its attack in the air since they can't borrow any force. Only one type of person can continuously change directions and speed up in the air: spirit readers. When the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf realized that the human fighter in front of it was a spirit reader, it couldn't help but to be shocked. But at this time, the 6 throwing knives arrived like lightning. Howl, the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf howled. It couldn't change directions or speed up in the air. It could only fiercely twist its body and grab the throwing knives with its claws like lightning. At such a close distance, Luo Feng's reaction speed couldn't make the throwing knives dodge in time. Pung! Pung! Out of the 6 throwing knives, 2 were directly shot down. Luo Feng, who was in midair, let out a smile. Even though he shot out 6 throwing knives just now. In reality, the current him could only guarantee that 2 throwing knives would be at their strongest. So the 6 throwing knives were just to confuse the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf. The ones that were truly vicious were 2 of the throwing knives. Hunter, you are the first commander-level monster to die by my hand, Luo Feng laughed. Out of the 4 originally agile throwing knives, 2 became powerless and the other 2 stabbed towards the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf's abdomen like lightning. The Silvermoon Wolf had no leverage in midair. Although it was howling and attacking with its claws, the Silvermoon Wolf was still unable to dodge. However, Poochie, the 2 throwing knives swiftly pierced through the already existing wounds and directly pierced into the body of the hunter, the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf. The internal organs of the Silvermoon Fierce Wolf were instantly turned into mush. All of the internal organs were crushed. The Silvermoon Fierce Wolf let out one last howl of anger and unwillingness before falling from midair. The Silvermoon Wolf powerlessly fell from the sky. Its eyes slowly lost their color. At the moment of its death, it recalled its life. As a wolf royalty, the Silvermoon Wolf clan, it desired to become a horde leader-level existence since it was young. It always did well and became a high-level commander peak, only 1 step away from the horde leader level. However, it was ambushed by a human war god-level fighter squad and was heavily injured. Luckily, it managed to escape with its speed that it was proud of. However, on their way to escape, they actually encountered another small team of warlords. If this warlord-level fighter squad was at its peak, it could easily annihilate this Silvermoon Wolf squad. However, that was when it was heavily injured. However, this warlord-level squad didn't give up and chased after it again and again. No matter where it escaped to, that squad would always catch up. Disgusting human bastards. Dying in the hands of a spirit reader is better than dying in the hands of those bastards. The Silvermoon Wolf's intelligence was extremely high. It was a high-level commander-level wolf royalty, so its intelligence was comparable to a horde leader-level monster's. A horde leader's intelligence was comparable to a normal human's. If it dies in the hands of a powerful fighter. Pung! The Silvermoon Wolf's gigantic corpse heavily smashed onto the ground, causing a crumbling wall to collapse. Luo Feng also fell right after. Huff, huff, who would have thought that I would actually be able to kill a Silvermoon Wolf? Luo Feng stood beside the Silvermoon Wolf's corpse and let out a long sigh. At this time, 4 throwing knives were flying around Luo Feng and landed in his pocket. There are still 2 throwing knives. Luo Feng scanned his surroundings. With a glance, he saw 2 deep holes in the cement floor. Even the cement floor cracked from the vibrations. In the depths of these 2 holes were 2 6 series throwing knives. This scene caused Luo Feng to take in a deep breath. The Silvermoon Wolf's speed and claw strength were unbelievably strong. To prevent other squads from Finding out, I'll dissect this corpse first. This silver moon wolf is worth a fortune. Luo Feng didn't have time to think. He immediately held a throwing knife and started dissecting the silver moon wolf's corpse. As of now, his ghost blade is only a 5 series weapon, which can fight against a medium-level commander. The flying dagger was of the 6th series. Able to fight against high-level commander-level beasts. Luo Feng ferociously slashed down along the wound on the silver moon wolf's abdomen that had already opened long ago. Luo Feng's eyes widened. His throwing knife couldn't even cut through the skin that had already split open. This was unbelievable. It had to be known that it was the most difficult to dissect a monster's body when there was no wound. But once there was a big wound, the difficulty of dissecting it would be much lower. Sadly, Luo Feng's strength isn't enough to cut open a high-level commander-level corpse. Damn, looks like even dissecting monsters is hard. Luo Feng laughed and immediately used his spiritual force to control a throwing knife. The power of mind power was much stronger than the strength of his arms. Poochie! Along the crack in the fur, the flying dagger suddenly cut down. Immediately, a chi-chi sound rang out, and the wound rapidly expanded. I use my spirit power to control the flying knife to cut, and it takes so much effort? Luo Feng was shocked. With a thought, he controlled the flying knife to fiercely stab towards the intact fur on the silver moon wolf's back. The silver moon wolf's back only slightly caved in, but not a single wound could be seen on its fur. Luo Feng was shocked. That's way too sick. I sure got lucky this time. Luo Feng couldn't help but to exclaim, its speed reached the speed of sound and its attack is so strong. Even its most expensive fur has astonishingly high defense. If it was in perfect condition, I'd only have a 20% to 30% chance of winning against it. Luo Feng's throwing knife could only attack through the eyes, ears, nose, and other weak points of the silver moon wolf. However, with the silver moon wolf's agility, Luo Feng's chance of winning is indeed very low. A 20% to 30% chance of winning is already pretty good. Poochie! Voila! Luo Feng swiftly dissected it. First, he peeled off the magical and expensive fur. After that, he cut off the hard claws of the silver moon wolf. These claws are used to make high-level Koluo alloy, so they are just as expensive. There was also the extremely hard skull, fangs, and 2 special eyeballs on the silver moon wolf's body. Luo Feng dissected everything that was expensive and put it in his bag. It should be known that the invention of some special products in human society relied on the materials of many monsters. All done. Luo Feng let out a long sigh. The originally gigantic silver moon wolf's corpse was only left with a pile of flesh and blood. Luo Feng put his throwing knife back into his pocket and sighed to himself. He didn't use much spiritual force to kill the silver moon wolf, but the amount of spiritual force he used to dissect the corpse was more than 10 times the amount he used in the previous battle. No matter what, I earned a lot this time. I'll be able to earn quite a bit of money. Luo Feng let out a smile. The Fire Hammer Squad's distribution of money is based on everyone's contribution in battle. No matter how strong you are, if you didn't even put in any effort to kill a monster, the fighter squad naturally won't give you a single cent. And Luo Feng killed the silver moon wolf by himself. Indeed, Luo Feng will get a lot of money. It will be troublesome if someone finds out that I obtained the corpse of the silver moon dire wolf. Luo Feng laughed. Even an advanced warlord-level fighter can't heavily injure a silver moon wolf. Probably a war god-level fighter. There was a tracking signal on the fur. Luckily I got rid of it. Luo Feng didn't want to become enemies with a fighter that could heavily injure a silver moon wolf. So, hurry up and go. Whoosh, Luo Feng swiftly left. Under the night sky, all that was left was a pile of flesh and blood. In the middle of the night, large amounts of monsters lurked around the city as the Tiger Fang squad carefully advanced. Fuck, that hunter dared to run in the city because it's a commander-level monster. Other monsters did not dare to provoke it. But we can only move forward carefully. A strong bald man walking next to Xianxia who cursed, after we kill this hunter, I'll definitely roast this silver moon wolf's meat and eat it. If I don't eat its meat, I won't be able to quench my anger. Xianxia who grinned on the side, don't worry, that hunter has our signal on it. No matter where it runs, it won't be able to find us. That hunter, where is it? Said the Tiger Fang captain in front of the squad in a low voice. Captain, that hunter is around 13 miles away from us. However, it's not moving anymore, so it should be resting there. The firearm-wielding Dong Zi laughed as he held the locator. Immediately, the Tiger Fong squad was overjoyed. It's not moving anymore? Resting? Haha, they were most afraid of the hunter, the Silver Moon Wolf, running away. Xianxia who laughed, that Silver Moon Wolf probably thinks that its hiding spot is safe enough. So it's hiding and preparing to recover. How would it know how strong we are? Let's go. We can't miss this chance. It's only 13 miles, we'll be there soon. The Tiger Fong captain's eyes flashed with excitement as he said in a low voice, everyone hurry up, maybe we can kill this hunter this time. The Tiger Fong squad's speed immediately increased. If the fighter squad really does hurry up, even if there are monsters everywhere, they can still arrive within half an hour. Around 40 minutes later. In front of us is where the Silver Moon Wolf is resting. Everyone be careful. The Tiger Fong captain lightly waved his hand. Immediately, the 6 members of the Tiger Fong squad began to secretly split into 2 squads. From 2 different directions, they slowly approached the Silver Moon Wolf's signal. No one in the 2 squads dared to say anything. The Silver Moon Wolf was very agile. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, everyone was very careful. Move, the Tiger Fong captain waved his hand. The other squad that received the signal also moved. Whoosh! 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 The 2 squads charged into the alley from 2 different directions, one in front and one behind. They were both around 100 meters away from the Silver Moon Wolf's signal. The 6 squad members all looked towards the center. That should be where the Silver Moon Wolf was, but they didn't see the target. There was only a faint smell of blood. The Tiger Fong captain's face changed. Not good. Almost everyone in the Tiger Fong squad quickly rushed over and arrived next to the pile of meat. Next to the pile of meat, there was a tuft of hair with a faint silver glow. Fuck! Xianxia who grabbed the hair and cursed, someone stole it. Many fighter squads know how to leave a signal on a heavily injured monster. Luo Feng also knows this. Plus, this Silver Moon Wolf was already heavily injured, so there's a high chance that the signal was tracking it. So when he used his spiritual force to scan the area, he discovered the uniqueness of this tuft of feather and directly cut it off. Bastard, the Tiger Fong captain clenched his teeth and his face was ferocious. All this time, all for nothing, the one-eyed middle-aged man on the side was so angry that his face sank. Let's go! The Tiger Fong captain's eyes flashed coldly as he shouted, you dare to steal food from the tiger's mouth and steal our things. You're looking to die. This fighter squad just finished dissecting the corpse. For safety reasons, they'll probably head towards the resupplying base. So, all brothers of the Tiger Fong squad will head towards the resupplying base as fast as possible. Try to catch up to them halfway. Yes, Captain, the 5 of them immediately responded. Let's go! The murderous Tiger Fong captain waved his hand. The equally angry members of the Tiger Fong squad immediately followed the captain and headed towards the resupplying base. It was a starry night. Under the starry sky, a figure moved like a black lightning bolt through the dilapidated county. From time to time, he would walk along the street, and from time to time, he would jump through the residential area. In just a moment, he arrived at the 6-story residential building where the members of the Fire Hammer squad were staying. Luo Feng is here. Yes, he doesn't seem to be injured. The members of the Fire Hammer squad held their binoculars as they watched Luo Feng enter the apartment building. After a while, Luo Feng arrived at the rooftop. Captain, Brother Chen! Luo Feng laughed as he yelled. You're not injured. Not bad. How was it? Did you kill that Silver Moon Wolf? No matter how calm Captain Gao Feng is, he couldn't help but to ask. Chen Gu, the Wei Jiao brothers, and even Zhang Ku, who was lying on the ground, all looked at Luo Feng expectantly. Chen Gu was even more surprised as he said, Luo Feng's bag is bulging a lot. Luo Feng laughed, Brother Chen, your eyes sure are sharp. Yeah, I was lucky enough to kill that Silver Moon Wolf just now. I dissected it and collected everything in my backpack. He was really killed? The members of the Fire Hammer squad stared with wide eyes. A Silver Moon Fierce Wolf, the royal family of wolves. Wolf-type monsters were rare to begin with, let alone the royal Silver Moon Wolf. I was just lucky this time. Luo Feng couldn't help but to exclaim, this silver moon wolf's speed has probably reached the speed of sound. Its attack power was also ridiculously strong, and the fur on its body was terrifyingly tough. If it wasn't for the fact that it had been heavily injured from the start, with a large wound on its abdomen, it wouldn't have been able to survive. It's very difficult for me to kill it. Speed of sound? Chengu's eyes widened. Too perverted. As expected of a werewolf royalty, it can rival a novice lord of the pig race. Wei Tai couldn't help but exclaim. Not good. Gao Feng's expression changed drastically. Luo Feng was shocked by the captain. Captain, what's wrong? What's wrong? Luo Feng asked. This Silvermoon dire wolf is already severely injured. It must have fought with human warriors before. Gao Feng anxiously said, the warrior squad that fought with it might have left a signal on the fur of the Silver Moon wolf. Once this team catches up and finds us, we're in trouble. Chengu was also shocked when he heard this. Yes, a martial artist team that can severely injure the Silvermoon dire wolf is not something we can provoke. It's very likely that there are war god level fighters. As Luo Feng heard this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Captain, don't worry. Although I don't have much experience, I've naturally looked up a lot of relevant information before entering the wilderness for the first time. I need to know some basic knowledge. After I killed the Silver Moon wolf, I checked for a bit. There was indeed a signal left on the Silver Moon wolf, but I cut off that patch of fur, said Luo Feng. Gao Feng and Chengu heaved a sigh of relief. What they were most worried about was Luo Feng's lack of experience. Since he stole a heavily injured monster, if someone catches up to him, then it'll be troublesome. Zhangku is heavily injured now. Our team can't stay in the wilderness for long. Everyone, take a good rest here. When the sun rises tomorrow morning, we'll set off for the supply base, Gao Feng said. Yes, Captain. The group of people replied with a smile. Early the next morning, the Firehammer squad began to quietly leave the 0201 county, advancing along the dilapidated highway towards the supply base. Military region, supply base. Brother Black Xianxia, who was smoking and chatting with a bearded man in a corner of the supply base, have you seen anyone from the Firehammer squad come back recently? Fuck, that bastard Luo Feng from the Firehammer squad made me spend 100 million. If I don't find trouble with him, I won't be able to vent my anger, not yet. There's no information on the return of the Firehammer squad, laughed the bearded man. Who, that Luo Feng pissed you off? If you want to teach him a lesson, you have to do it in the wilderness. Fighting is forbidden in the supply base, of course I understand that. I don't want to die, laughed Xianxia Hu. Headquarter cities and military regions have the backing of the government and army. No matter how much hatred fighters have, they wouldn't dare to fight in the military region. Otherwise, the consequences would be tragic. After all, the supply base is just a small region in the military region. The military region is responsible for the safety and other aspects. Brother Black, when that Luo Feng comes back, tell me, laughed Xianxia Hu. Alright, no problem, laughed the bearded man as he nodded. Xianxia Hu threw the cigarette butt on the ground, stepped on it, and laughed, then I'll be leaving first. Talk to you later. As he said that, Xianxia Hu started advancing in the supply base. Although it's called a base, it actually feels like a residential area. Soon enough, Xianxia Hu met up with the other two squad members under a large tree near the entrance of the supply base. How is it, Hu? Asked the one-eyed middle-aged man in a low voice. They haven't come back, no news at all, smiled Xianxia Hu. The bald man laughed on the side, not a single one has come back. From what I see, they must have all died in the monster horde. It's good that the Firehammer squad died, then there won't be any trouble. The Tiger Fang squad wasn't afraid of the Firehammer squad at all. However, if a member of the Firehammer squad survived, then it would still be a bit troublesome. The Firehammer squad, if you want to blame someone, blame that Luo Feng, laughed Xianxia Hu coldly. He dares to make me spend money. Oh yeah, did you find out who stole our hunters? Nope, frowned the one-eyed middle-aged man as he shook his head, there's no news at all. Right now, the captain is smashing bottles of alcohol in his room from what I see, since we didn't catch them on the way back. "There's no hope for us to find out who stole our hunters," said the bald man as he shook his head. The bald man shook his head. Suddenly, his expression changed as he stared at the gate of the supply base in the distance. When the other two saw this, they also turned their heads to look, and their expressions changed drastically. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, Wei Chong, Wei Tai, Luo Feng, and even Zhang Ku were all at the entrance of the supply base. Old Gao, you guys seem to have run into some trouble." The guard saw Zhang Ku's broken arm and started wrapping it up. "Fuck, don't even mention it. The monster didn't hurt us, but those King Tiger Feng squad tricked us." Gao Feng cursed. "Captain, the Tiger Feng squad is over there," suddenly yelled Chen Gu. Immediately, everyone in the Firehammer squad turned their heads to look. With a glance, they saw 3 people hiding under the shade of a nearby tree. Seeing these 3 people, the members of the Firehammer squad couldn't help but become furious. Among them, the pale-faced Zhang Ku, who only had a backpack on his back, shouted, "Stop." Zhang Zehu and the other 2 were shocked when they saw the 6 members of the Firehammer squad, so they quickly turned around and ran. They were in the wrong for this matter, but they didn't think that Chen Gu would see them. "Still want to run?" yelled Gao Feng. The 6 members of the Firehammer squad all rushed over. This yell immediately caught the attention of quite a few fighters in the supply base. At this time, Zhang Zehu and the other 2 didn't dare to run. If they really ran away, wouldn't that be admitting that they were in the wrong? Even though they did it, they can't admit it. "Gao Feng, what are you yelling for?" The one-eyed middle-aged man turned around and yelled, "What do you think this place is? This is the military, this is the fighter supply base, this is a place for you to behave atrociously? Even if you want to behave atrociously, look at where you are," sneered the bald man. "No matter what, they can't lose their momentum. You're still being arrogant." Gao Feng grabbed a heavy hammer from behind him with both hands. With red eyes, he waved both hammers and rushed over. "Looking for a beating?" The one-eyed middle-aged man, Zhang Zehu and the other 2's faces all changed. They didn't have the confidence, after all, they were in the wrong. Beep. 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 An ear-piercing whistle sounded. A 12-man squad wearing battle uniforms quickly rushed over from not too far away. Among them, the captain yelled, "Put down your weapons, fighting is forbidden in the supply base. Otherwise, our guards have the right to kill you." The noise and the sound of the horn attracted many martial artists to gather here. "It's the Firehammer squad, and they're facing the members of the Tiger Feng squad. How did they start fighting?" The fighters discussed. The Firehammer squad and the Tiger Feng squad are both quite famous in Jiangnan headquarters city. And under the scolding of the resupplying base's guards, the Firehammer squad suppressed their anger and calmed down. Since they can't challenge the authority of the military. "Stop." After a roar, Luo Feng turned his head and saw a short, skinny man leading the other 2 members of the Tiger Feng squad charging over. Chen Gu, who was beside Luo Feng, said quietly, "Luo Feng, this is the captain of the Tiger Feng squad, Pan." "Yeah. People call him Tiger Feng. His weapon is a triangular army knife, so he's not to be messed with." Luo Feng couldn't help but to be shocked. This short, skinny, and unassuming man is the captain of the Tiger Feng squad. Tiger Feng? Luo Feng carefully looked at this man with the nickname Tiger Feng. His gaze then swept across Zhang Zehu, who was behind the captain of the Tiger Feng squad. At this time, Zhang Zehu even sneered at him, "Happy, Zhang Zehu. Not just you, but your entire Tiger Feng squad. I'll definitely make you regret it, definitely." Before Luo Feng entered the wilderness, he thought that Zhang Haobai was being cruel by ordering people to break his legs. But now, this Tiger Feng squad wanted to wipe out his entire squad just because he had a bit of a grudge against him. They didn't even take it seriously. Compared to the Tiger Feng squad's ruthlessness, that Zhang Haobai was way too immature. Captain Zhang Zehu and the other 2 stood behind the captain. The Tiger Feng squad and the Firehammer squad were facing off against each other with a large group of people watching. And the captain of the resupplying base's guards coldly said, "Gao Feng, Panya, I don't care what you 2 are talking about. But if you fight, don't blame me. Brothers, let's go." The captain waved his hand. He was too lazy to keep watch. With a warning, these people wouldn't dare to mess around. Tiger Feng. Gao Feng sneered, you sure are ruthless. I, Gao Feng, have really underestimated you in the past. I didn't expect you to be so vicious and sinister. First, they used a sniper rifle to launch a sneak attack on our fire hammer squad from a distance. They even lured the beasts to surround and attack our squad. They didn't even give us the slightest chance of survival. If it weren't for an expert rescuing us, our squad would have been wiped out. Immediately, the surrounding martial artists were in an uproar. The Tiger Feng squad was too ruthless. Gao Feng, don't talk nonsense. The Tiger Feng captain sneered, my Tiger Feng squad didn't do these things at all. Don't push the blame onto my Tiger Feng squad. These kinds of shameful things couldn't be admitted no matter what. Once he admitted it, then his Tiger Feng squad would really be in big trouble. My brother's arm was broken by your sniper rifle. Gao Feng's face was gloomy. If I say there isn't, then there isn't. The Tiger Feng squad said coldly, if you have evidence, then go ahead and report it to the security bureau and let them decide. Don't be a chatterbox. Brothers, let's go. The Tiger Feng squad leader was very straightforward. He didn't say much to the Fire Hammer squad. Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others' faces were ugly. Luo Feng was also gritting his teeth in anger. However, Luo Feng was very clear that his group didn't have any evidence. Actually, there are many cases of fighter squads killing each other in the wilderness due to grudges or treasures. And most of them couldn't produce any evidence. Since they couldn't produce any evidence, the Dojo of Limits couldn't help either. Let's go. Gao Feng coldly looked at the Tiger Feng squad leaving, and growled. The members of the Fire Hammer squad could only suppress their anger and leave. At the supply base, Villa A9 had temporarily become the resting place for the Fire Hammer squad. Captain, don't be angry now. Luo Feng said, let the Tiger Feng squad be happy for now. After they enter the wilderness, it won't be too late to deal with them. Then Luo Feng's words made the members of the Fire Hammer squad, who were furious before, all let out smiles. Chen Gu patted Luo Feng's shoulder, yeah, our team still has you, Luo Feng. It won't be hard to annihilate them. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Gao Feng grinned, besides, we don't need to wait too long. With Luo Feng here, the Tiger Feng squad is dead for sure. Suddenly, the members of the Fire Hammer squad all let out smiles. Zhang Ku, who was in a bad mood before, also let out a rare sigh of relief. Spirit readers all have a period where their strength increases rapidly. Luo Feng's current strength is already terrifying, and it will continue to increase. You can say that the Tiger Feng squad has no chance of survival. Let's not talk about the Tiger Feng squad. Let's first deal with the monster materials we got this time, said Gao Feng. Even though we didn't leave for long, we managed to kill 4 commander-level monsters. Gao Feng said, although we didn't go out for long this time, we killed 4 commander-level monsters. They were a bloodthirsty tank, a twin-tailed ocelot, a mastiff tiger, and a hunter. Luo Feng and the others also met a low-level commander-level mastiff tiger monster on their way back. With Luo Feng and Gao Feng here, they easily killed it. However, the supply base is only so big. If we sell the hunter's materials, it'll be easy for people to find out. When that happens, the fighter squad that heavily injured the Silver Moon Wolf will be drawn out, said Gao Feng cautiously. Okay, Chingu nodded in agreement. Let's wait until we return to the headquarters city to sell the hunter's materials. Let's sell the other monster materials here to a fighter squad. Soldier-level monsters aren't that valuable. The valuable ones are commander-level monsters. Of course, every single horrendous horde leader-level monster has an astronomical price, and high-level commander-level Silver Moon Wolf is not only rare, but it's also the king of the wolf species. Its price is comparable to a low-level horde leader, so it can also be sold for an astronomical price. Everyone eat and rest for a bit. We'll go sell them later, smiled Gao Feng. After dinner, the 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad found the person in charge of the HR Alliance and directly sold their materials to them. Besides the materials from the Silver Moon Wolf, everything else was sold. In A9 villa, the members of the Fire Hammer squad gathered in front of the computer to split the money. Luo Feng collected quite a bit of regular soldier-level monsters, ranging from G grade to F grade. The materials from each soldier-level monster, on average, are worth around 6,000 yuan. In other words, Luo Feng gets around 120,000 yuan. The captain was splitting the money. Wei Tai collected 12 types of regular soldier-level monster materials. The captain was distributing the money. Wei Tai gathered 12 types of normal soldier-grade monster materials, all of them are F-grade. The average price is around 8,000, the total price is around 100,000. Wei Qing collected normal soldier-level monster materials. Zhang Ku collected 11 types of normal soldier-level monster materials. The 6 members of the Fire Hammer squad quickly split the money from the normal soldier-level materials. Alright, next is the distribution of the commander-level monster. The materials from this twin-tailed ocelot monster were sold for a total of 12 million. Gao Feng looked towards everyone. During the hunt, I was the main force. If nothing unexpected happens, I should take 60% of the money from this twin-tailed ocelot. However, during the hunt, we were attacked by the monster horde, so Luo Feng saved everyone. Luo Feng played a huge role. And Zhang Ku was heavily injured because of work. So from this commander-level monster, Zhang Ku will take 60%, I will take 10%, Luo Feng will take 15%, and brother Wei Tai and Chenggu will both take 5%. No objections, right? Said Gao Feng. No objections. Luo Feng nodded. According to the rules of the warrior squad, if anyone was crippled in a battle, then 60% of the spoils would go to that person. In fact, it could also be considered as a subsidy. So, within this 12 million, 2 million goes to Zhang Ku and 8 million goes to Luo Feng. I'll get 2 million, Chenggu and the other 600,000 each. Gao Feng entered the data. The mastiff tiger monster I killed on the way back was sold for 10 million. Luo Feng and I will each take 30%. Chenggu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ku will each take 10%. No objections, right? Everyone nodded. Actually, Zhang Ku had not contributed in the last battle, but everyone had compensated him. Zhang Ku himself did not say much. The martial artist team was still very compassionate. Me and Luo Feng each get 3 million, everyone else gets 1 million. Gao Feng smiled. The last one, the bloodthirsty tank, sold for the highest price, reaching 16 million. Chenggu's contribution was the greatest, with a single spear kill, accounting for 60%. Luo Feng, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Zhang Ku each received 10%. I'll pass. If one were to ask who had the most money in the squad, it would naturally be Gao Feng. Gao Feng was pretty much the main force when hunting commander-level monsters, so after all these years, Gao Feng's money was several times or even 10 times that of the others. So, when he didn't put in much effort, Gao Feng would always be modest. In other words, Chenggu gets 6 million, Zhang Ku, Luo Feng, Wei Qing, and Wei Tai all get 6 million. All in all, Chenggu gets 26 million, Luo Feng gets 52 million, me gets 2 million, Zhang Ku gets 91 million, Wei Tai gets 3 million, Wei Qing gets 32 million. Gao Feng announced the final amount and laughed. Of course, we still have an astronomical treasure, the body parts of a silver moon wolf. That can definitely be sold for an astronomical price. However, Luo Feng was in charge of tracking, killing, dissecting, and bringing this silver moon wolf back. He did all of this by himself. Gao Feng laughed. So, this hunter Luo Feng can get the highest quota of 80%. As for the remaining 20%, the 5 of us will split it evenly. This was the rule of the fighter squad. Even if he did everything alone, he still had to give everyone some soup. Usually, when killing a commander-level monster, the person who contributed the most would get at most 60%. Someone like Luo Feng, who did it all by himself, can get the highest 80%. Luo Feng, I'm afraid you've earned more than I've earned in 10 years. Chenggu couldn't help but to yell on the side, you have to treat me tonight. Yes, you must treat us. Let's rip this tycoon off, said Wei Tai and Wei Qing. One had to know that even Zhang Zhe who was in the Tiger Feng squad, had only earned 100 million after 2 years of hard work. And these past 2 years were Zhang Zhe whose strongest 2 years. In the past, his earning speed was even slower. In other words, after all these years, Xianxia, who had only earned about 3 to 400 million. And Luo Feng's one try, struck it rich. However, not everyone has the power to kill a hunter. Luo Feng has the power, so naturally he can earn money. In the martial arts circle, the stronger one was, the more wealth he would have. Of course, how could I dare not to? Let's go to the HR Alliance market, laughed Luo Feng. I'll split the money first and transfer it to each of your accounts. Gao Feng said with a smile. In front of everyone, he transferred the money he had previously earned through the Fire Hammer Squad's public account to everyone's account. Everyone in the team knew the password for the public account. Usually, after earning money, they would immediately split the money. That afternoon, Luo Feng's group took the train back to the headquarters city. The train is about to enter the station. Passengers, please prepare your belongings. The voice recorded by the train attendant echoed in the carriage. With a whoosh, the carriage door opened. Go! Gao Feng, Luo Feng, Zhang Ku, Chen Gu, and the Wei Jiao brothers all walked out. So many people. As soon as Luo Feng got off the train, he saw a large amount of passengers coming out of the train station. Through the glass of the train station building, he could see a large amount of people waiting inside. Keep in mind that the headquarters city's main city has a population of over 100 million, so you can imagine how lively and noisy the train station is. This was called popularity, boiling popularity. Brothers, let's think the weapons in our hands. We've once again returned to the headquarters city alive. Gao Feng exclaimed. You're back. We have returned to the human city. Luo Feng himself was equally shocked. Even though he only stayed in the wilderness for 7 to 8 days, the wilderness was in ruins. The cities in the wilderness have long been ruined. With a large amount of monsters, Luo Feng and the others had to be careful as they moved forward, afraid that they would be surrounded. Only the base cities. This was a safe place for humans to live. This was a place where civilization existed. The base city is the last base of human society. Luo Feng came to a realization, even if it's for the sake of human society, fighters with more power should stand out. For example, I can easily kill normal soldier-level monsters, and even low-level commander-level monsters can be easily killed. But for normal humans, even if there were 1,000 people equipped with weapons, facing a commander-level monster would still be extremely dangerous. Why did the country give martial artists special rights? Why did the entire world encourage martial artists to hunt monsters? This was because the more monsters they killed, the safer the human base cities would be. Hey, wife, I think I'll get home late tonight. Zhang Ku was on the phone with a smile on his face. Yes, this time I will be staying at home for a very long time. I will definitely satisfy you, my wife. It was impossible to imagine that a person with a severed arm would smile so naturally and sincerely at this time. As for the martial artists who were fighting for their lives outside, their families were the things they cared about in the depths of their hearts. Luo Feng also made a call to his home. Little Feng. Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Feng's eyes couldn't help but to feel a bit sore. He yelled, Mom, I'll probably be home late tonight. You guys don't have to wait for me for dinner. Tonight? His mother was pleasantly surprised. Okay. Your dad is outside with your brother. I'll call them. No need, I'll go back tonight. Luo Feng felt a warmth in his heart. This was home, the place he, Luo Feng, guarded. Luo Feng, let's go, we'll go sit in the HR Alliance's fighter car, yelled Gao Feng. The others were already starting to leave. He's here. After Luo Feng hung up the phone, he immediately followed everyone along the fighter's special path. At the end of the path was a small arena. There were the Dojo of Limits, the Thunder Dojo, and the Underground Alliance Market. There were also the cars of the various families of the Underground Alliance waiting for their fighters. Seeing Luo Feng's group come out, all the drivers became alert. Let's go to the HR Alliance Market. Gao Feng and the others directly entered the HR Alliance Market's private car. All right. He started the car, put it in gear, and stepped on the accelerator. The large and comfortable off-road vehicle immediately moved forward. Inside the car, Luo Feng, We're about to reach the HR Alliance market. Chengu laughed and looked at Luo Feng. That Xianxia's sister you hooked up with last time might be here too. Luo Feng, now that you've returned from the wilderness, you need to properly bond with them and have a deeper conversation, you pervert. Gao Feng laughed as he scolded, and then looked towards Luo Feng. Luo Feng, let me say something. That little girl Xianxia had become the manager of the bar on the first floor at such a young age. She was definitely not an ordinary person. He probably has some background. You have to be careful. Luo Feng nodded. He also had this feeling. In the past, Xianxia was very ordinary in school, but in the bar on the first floor of the HR Alliance market, Xianxia's temperament was completely different from before. If it could be said that she was completely restrained in the past, then right now, she was revealing a glimmer of light. Are you talking about Miss Xianxia? The driver in front was surprised. You know Xianxia? Luo Feng looked at him. Of course I do. The driver laughed. We go to the mall every day and often chat with other buddies. Of course, we know this Miss Xianxia. Don't be fooled by her looks, but TSK, if anyone can marry her, it will save them a lifetime of hard work. Gao Feng's face slightly changed. Don't tell me, she's from one of the 12 families of the HR Alliance in the country, the Su family? Yeah, from the Su family. Apparently, her position in the Su family is quite high, nodded the driver. Luo Feng was also shocked when he heard this. The HR Alliance is an alliance formed by the huge families and financial groups of America, Europe, and many other countries. You can say that all the gigantic families and financial groups in the world formed an alliance. They control the entire world's economy. Even the armies of the various governments can only peacefully coexist with the HR Alliance. And among them, in the HR Alliance, other than the 9 great families and financial groups, there are also dozens of inferior families. Financial groups. These dozens of family consortiums, each one of them possessed astonishing wealth and power. Damn, this background is way too big. Chingu stared. I know this little girl's surname is Su, but I didn't think she was from the Su family. Brother Luo Feng, this time I can't help you. Getting this Xianxia girl is really hard. It's hard, but our Luo Feng isn't bad at all, said Gao Feng. Chingu, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, Zhang Ku, and the others all started laughing. From their point of view, Luo Feng is a spirit reader, and his strength will become even more terrifying in the future. Old Feng. Gao Feng called, yeah, it's me. Of course I have something good for you. Otherwise, why would I call you? It's definitely something worth over 100 million. Alright, no problem. After making the call, Gao Feng smiled as he looked at the others. I've already told Old Feng. When we reach the market, we'll directly go upstairs. Okay, Luo Feng and the others nodded. After a while, this special car passed through the soldiers' warning line and directly drove to the entrance of the HR Alliance's market's lobby. As the car door opened, the members of the Fire Hammer Squad all got off. Mr. Gao Feng, right? Manager Feng is already waiting upstairs, a delicate and pretty woman with short hair said with a smile. She looked smart and capable. Okay, Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others didn't say much and directly entered the lobby. In the luxurious lobby on the first floor, quite a few fighters were chatting in the direction of the bar. Luo Feng's gaze swept towards the bar. Not here? After that, he realized that these few days are the first days of university. Even normal universities have to go through military training. And today isn't a Saturday or Sunday, so it's not weird that Xianxia isn't here. Ding! The elevator door opened and the members of the Fire Hammer Squad entered the elevator. Beep! The woman stood in front of the elevator door and pressed 21 foot. She then pointed her eyes towards the detector. Beep, passed. Welcome, Miss Lu. Manager Feng is waiting for you on the 21st floor, smiled the woman. Luo Feng and the others nodded. The elevator quickly went up without stopping. After a while, with a ding sound, the elevator door opened and they arrived at the 21st floor. After walking out of the elevator, they arrived at a gigantic resting hall. Just this resting hall alone was around 300 to 400 square meters. There were sofas on the side of the resting hall, and quite a few people were sitting on the sofas waiting for Manager Feng to meet them. However, what they saw was A squad dressed like fighters didn't need to wait and directly headed towards Manager Feng's office. Manager Feng is inside, please. Miss Lu directly brought Luo Feng's group into Manager Feng's office. In the office, Luo Feng looked around. The decorations around him were crystal clear. The floor was made of tempered glass, and under the tempered glass were streams, fish, etc. Standing on the tempered glass, he could see quite a few fish under his feet. How luxurious, thought Luo Feng to himself. Gao Feng, looks like you guys earned quite a bit this time. A bald old man with a round face left his chair and laughed as he walked over. Come, sit over here. The group of people sat on the sofas on one side of the office. What's this time? Smiled the round-faced old man. Take it out and let me see. Old Feng, I'll open your eyes, laughed Gao Feng. Even though you, as a manager, receive a lot of fighter squads, you probably don't even see this stuff often. Luo Feng, take it out. Oh, Manager Feng was shocked and his eyes flashed. Luo Feng laughed as he looked at Manager Feng. He put his bag under his feet and then took out the most valuable silver moon wolf pelt. He placed the entire pelt on the ground and spread it out. It was like a flattened silver moon wolf. One could faintly see the ferocity of the silver moon wolf. Hunter, Manager Feng couldn't help but to stand up in shock. Good boy. Manager Feng couldn't help but to exclaim in his native dialect, Old Gao, this sure is a big deal. Such a large hunter, it's probably a high-level commander. With the silver moon wolf speed, even a powerful fighter who just stepped into the war god level would have a hard time killing it. The silver moon wolf speed is indeed shocking. It can reach the speed of sound when it's heavily injured. One can imagine its speed. Hee, this pelt is quite intact. Manager Feng looked carefully. Looks like this pelt was cut along the wound. However, the degree of completeness is indeed very high. Manager Feng's eyes lit up. The fur of the silver moon wolf was indeed the best material for clothing in the world's upper class. Although the fur had other uses, some of the world's big shots were still willing to pay a high price to make clothes. Wait for me. Manager Feng immediately ran to his desk. Then, he quickly took out a password-protected box from the bookshelf behind his desk. Holding the password-protected box, Manager Feng rushed over. Gao Feng, don't be so slow. Take out the rest of the hunter's materials. Manager Feng urged with a smile. At the same time, he opened the lockbox. There was a set of precision instruments carefully placed in the lockbox. When the set of instruments was activated, the top of the instrument immediately emitted a red light. Luo Feng took them out one by one from his backpack. Strange eyeballs, sharp claws, fangs, leg bones, you've gathered enough. Manager Feng's eyes lit up. The red light from the device shone on the fur, and then on the eyes, claws, fangs, and so on. A series of data appeared on the small screen of the device. Manager Feng stared at the data with a serious expression. At the same time, he typed information through the virtual keyboard. After a moment, yup, these materials are indeed from the same hunter. This hunter is indeed a high-level commander. Right after Manager Feng finished, Gao Feng laughed on the side. It should be a high-level commander, an existence close to the horde leader level. Even within the high-level commander rank, the difference is huge. The difference between a high-level commander that just stepped into the high-level commander level and a high-level commander that is close to the horde leader level can be several times stronger. Naturally, the difference in price is also huge. Right, of course I can't hide this from you guys, laughed Manager Feng. Alright, name your price. The members of the Firehammer squad exchanged glances. Gao Feng signaled Luo Feng with his eyes. Luo Feng laughed and said, Manager Feng, what price do you think is suitable? There are a lot of prices in the Home of Limits and the HR Alliance's online market. Luo Feng knows quite a bit about this hunter. High-level commander-level monsters are sold for a lower price to the Dojo of Limits, since the Dojo of Limits will give quite a bit of contribution points. And high-level commander-level monsters are usually sold for between 50 million and 500 million in the HR Alliance's online market. Of course, this hunter's strength was very strong, and it was extremely rare. Moreover, it was a wolf king, so the price would exceed the upper limit of the average price. How about this? These materials are really good. 600 million. Manager Feng took a deep breath and reported. Even for him, it was rare for him to do such a big business. Some of the materials from the corpses of low-level lord monsters were usually around this price. Gao Feng, Luo Feng, and the others knew each other. Before they came, Luo Feng and the others discussed the price, so they had some ideas. Luo Feng saw in the fighter forums that someone in South America got a medium-level commander-level hunter and sold it for around 50 million Earth dollars. 50 million Earth coins was equivalent to 175 million Huaxia dollars. Even a middle-level commander-level hunter can be sold for this much. His was a high-level commander, and it was close to a horde leader, so its price should be much higher. Old Feng, your price is too low. Gao Feng frowned. In South America, a middle-level commander hunter can be sold for 175 million Chinese dollars. It shouldn't be a problem for us to ask for 900 million or 1 billion, right? Gao Feng, don't play with me. There's no way 900 million or 1 billion can reach this price. Manager Feng laughed bitterly. Luo Feng laughed in his heart. Actually, when the team was discussing, they said that this hunter could be sold for 700 million, 800 million. Captain Gao Feng said that just to scare Manager Feng. This time, in order to kill this silver moon wolf, we even broke my brother's arm. Gao Feng's expression wasn't too good. I won't say much to you. One final price, 800 million Chinese dollars. If you agree, then it's settled. Otherwise, I'll have to find someone else. This time, I didn't find anyone else but you, Old Feng. This is because of our friendship. Manager Feng looked at Zhang Ku. Indeed. Zhang Ku's arm was broken. Looks like Manager Feng can't afford this price. Let's go. Gao Feng stood up. Luo Feng also immediately put away the silver moon wolf's fur and other items. 750 million, that's my limit. Manager Feng frowned. Gao Feng didn't say anything, so Luo Feng directly put everything away. Let's go. Gao Feng directly headed out. Gao Feng, 750 million is not bad. Manager Feng panted in anger. Seeing that Gao Feng and the others had opened the door and walked out, he shouted, "Come back, the price you said." Luo Feng, Gao Feng, Chen Gu, and the others exchanged glances and let out a smile. Within the HR Alliance market, there were a dozen or so managers who purchased monster materials. The HR Alliance market adopted an elimination system. After a year, whoever's performance was the worst would be immediately stripped of their position as manager. Naturally, there would be new people to replace them. Under such great pressure, the managers naturally thought of ways to collect monster materials from the martial artists. In the office. You martial artists nowadays are too ruthless. As Manager Feng transferred the money, he sighed, the managers of the various regions, and even the agents. There were also some martial artists who came to purchase monster materials from other martial artists. Due to the competition, the prices have become clear, and our profits are getting lower and lower. Seeing that you guys earned 800 million in one go, I, Old Feng, also want to enter the wilderness to kill monsters. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that my old bones can't even beat a soldier-level monster. As he spoke, Manager Feng went through all the procedures for the transfer. Manager Feng, you've been in this business for so many years, your personal assets probably aren't any less than mine, laughed Gao Feng. I was lucky. Occasionally, I come across a big deal, and I can earn a bit from it. Manager Feng let out a smile. Gao Feng laughed, you'll earn at least 8 digits from this deal. Not that much. Manager Feng shook his head. Okay, it's done. The 800 million Chinese dollars has already been transferred to your fighter squad's account. Gao Feng and Chen Gu, the captain and vice captain, both received a notification on their tactical communications watches. The notification told them that their accounts had increased by 800 million Chinese dollars. Old Feng, you sure are straightforward, laughed Gao Feng. In the future, when there are big deals like this, you have to take care of me, laughed Manager Feng. Right now, we managers are under a lot of pressure. If I can become a headquarters city manager, then I'll be much more relaxed. Okay, Gao Feng nodded. However, powerful monsters are hard to deal with. My bro's arm was broken. Yeah, a broken arm. Manager Feng shook his head and sighed. Even though there are treasures that can regrow a broken arm, the price is astronomical. But the price is sky high. Ordinary warriors can't even think about it. Regrow a broken arm? Luo Feng's mind went blank. When he first became a fighter, Luo Feng searched for some special medicine on the internet. However, he couldn't find any medicine that could regrow a broken arm or leg. Luo Feng always thought that this medicine didn't exist. There's such a medicine? Gao Feng was also shocked. Manager Feng, what is that? Can a broken leg grow back? Luo Feng also asked excitedly. Holy! His brother has been crippled for so many years. If he can make his brother stand up again, then it would be worth it even if he risked his life. Yes, it's the legendary elixir of life. Not just a broken arm or a broken leg, even if half a body is cut off, it can grow back, sighed Manager Feng. However, this thing uses an existence that surpasses the Horde leader level, the undefeatable Emperor level monster, Earth Dragon King, as the main material to create it. How many Earth Dragon Kings are there in the entire world? So, every portion of the elixir of life costs an astronomical price. And it's so rare that it won't be sold on the internet. Our alliance doesn't have any. Right now, the price has already reached 30 billion Chinese dollars per portion, and there's no market for it. 30 billion per portion? There's no market for it? Luo Feng's heart raced. As he thought about his brother sitting in his wheelchair and silently looking at the scenery outside, Luo Feng couldn't help but to clench his fist, no matter what. I have to make my brother stand up again. For sure. However, Luo Feng was very clear on how hard it is to earn 30 billion. A weak low-level Horde leader-level monster can be sold for 500 to 1 billion Chinese dollars. Even if he hunts them by himself and kills 10 Horde leader-level monsters in a year, he'll probably only earn around 5 to 6 billion. Keep in mind that even War God level fighters have a hard time killing Horde leader level monsters. Earning 5 to 6 billion in a year is considered average among War God level fighters. Even so, he'll still have to work hard for 6 to 7 years. What's more, he's not even a War God level fighter right now. He was lucky enough to meet a heavily injured hunter, but how can he be lucky every time? Even though earning 30 billion Chinese dollars is hard. With my potential as a spirit reader, if I work hard, it's not impossible. However, killing the Earth Dragon King. Luo Feng laughed bitterly to himself. The Horde leader level is already terrifying. And the existence that surpasses the Horde leader level, the Emperor level, is the pinnacle of monsters on Earth. And among humans, there are existences that surpass the War God level. For example, the world's strongest fighter, Hong, and the world's second strongest fighter, Thunder God, are existences that surpass the War God level. However, existences like these are extremely rare. Want to kill the Earth Dragon King, even the strongest fighters on Earth wouldn't dare to say that they're 100% confident. Haha, elixir of life? Captain, when you guys reach the level of the world's strongest fighter, Hong, throw away some money and buy me some elixir of life, laughed Xianxia. Xianxia laughed. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad couldn't help but laugh. Reaching the level of Hong, to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with a government's army, 30 billion is indeed a small amount of money to them. However, how many people in this world can reach that level? Let's go eat, laughed Gao Feng. On the third floor of the HR Alliance's market, in a private room of a restaurant, the table was filled with dishes. The members of the Fire Hammer Squad were all gathered around a laptop at the edge of the room. Captain Gao Feng quickly passed through the fingerprint scanner, keyed in a 3-layer dynamic password, and entered the Fire Hammer Squad's public account, 800 million Chinese dollars, according to what we agreed on before. Luo Feng's contribution from start to finish was all due to Luo Feng, so Luo Feng gets the highest 80%. The other 5 of us will split the last 20%. No objections, right? Gao Feng looked towards everyone. Everyone nodded. Luo Feng too smiled. The various distribution rules of a martial artists team had to consider both competition and unity. Luo Feng gets 640 million, each of us gets 32 million. Gao Feng swiftly transferred the money. Transfer successful. Notifications appeared on the computer one after another. Luo Feng lowered his head and looked at his tactical communications watch. The tactical communications watch already received a notification. His balance increased by another 640 million. Luo Feng is treating today, laughed Gao Feng as he yelled. That's right, we're going to rip off some rich people. Chingu also had an indignant look on his face. D*MN, this time it's almost catching up to what I've earned over the years. It's really enviable. The members of the Fire Hammer squad chatted and laughed casually, eating and drinking in big mouthfuls. They were very carefree. Every time they came out of the wilderness, they had actually walked out from the line of death. In the wilderness, especially when they entered the dilapidated city area, they were always on tenterhooks. In those cities, no one dared to relax. After all, there were too many monster hordes and commander-level monsters in the cities. Huh. Come, let us brothers have a drink, old Zhang. We've been brothers for almost 10 years. Who knows how many times you've saved me on the battlefield. Enough talk, come, cheers. Since Zhang Ku was about to leave this table, everyone was a bit sad. At the same time, the addition of Luo Feng, a spirit reader, filled everyone with hope for the future. Everyone's feelings were complicated, so they happily drank and chatted. Only after eating until around 9 p.m. did the group enter a tea house and find a room to rest. In the room, everyone had a cup of tea in front of them. Zhang Ku will be an instructor in the dojo from now on. Gao Feng looked at everyone. Our Fire Hammer squad will have 5 people in the future. Me, Luo Feng, Chingu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing. And Luo Feng is a spirit reader, so he's stronger than me right now. His improvement speed will definitely be even more shocking. No one was unhappy that Luo Feng was strong. With a strong fighter. In the squad, the survival rate of the squad is higher. It's easier for the squad to hunt monsters. And they earn more money. For example, if Luo Feng didn't kill the hunter, how could the other members of the squad get 32 million? Even though Luo Feng ate the meat and they only drank the soup, this soup was much more than what they earned from the commander-level monsters they worked so hard to hunt. However, Luo Feng is the strongest out of the 5 of us. I think that we can't drag Luo Feng down, said Gao Feng. Wei Qing and Wei Tai's faces slightly changed. Both of them were advanced warrior level, so they were indeed dragging Luo Feng down. Captain, I'm also a newbie, Luo Feng couldn't help but to say. Luo Feng, that's not what I meant, smiled Gao Feng. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, you brothers don't think too much. What I meant was that our squad's goal for hunting monsters in the future should be even higher. So the first goal of our Fire Hammer squad, all members must become warlords. Captain. Wei Tai couldn't help but to say, my brother and I are still a bit away from the warlord level. I understand, laughed Gao Feng confidently. I have an idea. Gao Feng smiled confidently. I have an idea. What do you guys think? Luo Feng nodded. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chingu all listened. Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chingu, each of you will buy an A-grade genetic medicine, said Gao Feng. This way, just based on body fitness level, Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and you guys can directly enter the beginner level warlord level. Chingu's strength and speed will also greatly increase. Nearing the warlord level, Luo Feng slightly frowned. Right now, the mainstream genetic medicine is split into A grade and B grade. B grade is for normal people to use, allowing them to become a fighter. However, those who rely on genetic medicine to become a fighter usually have average strength in the future. A grade genetic medicine is for fighters to use. After using it, one's strength usually doubles. Of course, if one's strength is already extremely high, the effects of the genetic medicine will decrease. However, an A-grade genetic medicine, even at half price in the dojo of limits, still costs 360 million Chinese dollars. Captain, I've worked hard for so many years, but including today's earnings, I only have 430 million. Wei Tai frowned. With my speed of improvement, the beginner level warlord level is pretty much my limit. I won't be able to make much money in the future, so I'll throw all of it in. After I quit, how much will I have left? People have to think about the future. Money isn't easy to earn. After working hard for over 10 years, I only earned 430 million. And I'm getting old. Spending 360 million to buy genetic medicine? Won't all my years of hard work be wasted on this? Captain, I use hot weapons, so I spend a lot of money. 360 million all at once. Chingu was a bit hesitant. Don't worry, Gao Feng slightly smiled, you don't need that much money to buy an A-grade genetic medicine. Back then, when I just became a fighter, I was still a newbie. At that time, I joined a fighter squad, and I had a life and death brother. Right now, this life and death brother of mine is already an advanced level warlord. He has a way. He only needs 200 million to get a portion of the gene medicine. 200 million? Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu were shocked. This, 200 million? Luo Feng was also shocked. In the home of limits online market, half price is basically the lowest price on the market. Even half price costs 360 million, and Gao Feng has a way to buy it for only 200 million? I'll ask my good brother to buy it first. After he buys it, you guys can pay me in exchange for this genetic medicine. Do you guys believe me now? Laughed Gao Feng. Actually, there's something else he didn't say. Only his brother's internal organization has a special discount for internal members. And to prevent internal members from selling it, if they buy too much, the internal organization will raise the price, etc. However, Gao Feng would rather fork out more money himself than let Chen Gu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing fork out more money. Since he has more money than the other members of the squad. In the future, everyone in our team will be at the warlord level. Gao Feng slightly smiled. Chen Gu will be in charge of suppressing fire and so on. Wei Tai and Wei Qing will be in charge of clearing out the normal soldier level monsters. Luo Feng and I will focus on the commander level monsters. With our squad's efficiency, we can definitely kill large amounts of commander level monsters. In the future, our earning speed will be 10 times faster than before, or even higher. Luo Feng couldn't help but to be happy. According to what Gao Feng said, the future Fire Hammer squad will become absolute elites. With the entire squad being at the warlord level and him being a spirit reader. This squad's strength will be insane. After listening to Gao Feng's explanation, although Wei Tai, Wei Qing, and Chen Gu were shocked by their leader's wide network of connections, they still nodded in agreement. They also knew that the strength of the Fire Hammer squad would soar rapidly in the future. If they couldn't keep up, then, at a certain point, they could only be abandoned. After that, Luo Feng's group split up in the HR Alliance market and rode the train back home. Yangzhou City, Mingyue District. Right now, it was already late at night. A Volkswagen Touareg SUV used by the Dojo of Limits wasn't stopped and entered the district. The Touareg directly stopped in front of the Dojo of Limits. At this time, Chen Gu's, Zhang Ke's, and Luo Feng's families were already gathered in front of the Dojo of Limits. There were also quite a few people like the head of the Dojo of Limits like Wu Tong. Luo Feng opened the door and got off the car. He immediately saw his father, mother, and his brother in a wheelchair. Brother! Luo Hua was the first to shout. Luo Hua, Dad, Mom. Luo Feng hugged his parents and also hugged his brother. Luo Feng could feel his parents' happiness. Beside them, Chen Gu and Zhang Ku were also with their families. However, Zhang Ku's wife and daughter's faces were full of tears. Although they knew that Zhang Ku had lost his arm, they still cried. Wife, good daughter, I will always be with you in the future, always. Zhang Ku's face showed no sign of sadness. Brother Zhang. Luo Feng glanced at it. Before, the Tiger Fang squad attacked the Fire Hammer squad because of his grudge with Zhang Zehu, so there's a high chance of this happening. Our dojo's 3 heroes have returned safely. It's getting late, so everyone should rest well. Director Wu Tong laughed. Immediately, the group of people laughed and separated. Luo Feng and his family also returned home. After returning home, Luo Feng could completely relax. On the first day of returning home, Luo Feng didn't train and instead completely relaxed. Wearing a loose exercise suit, he strolled leisurely in the neighborhood alone. His footsteps were naturally light and carefree. Complete relaxation from the mind to the body. In the afternoon, the September sun was still scorching hot. Luo Feng, come to the clubhouse, Chen Gu called, the captain is here. Oh, I'll be right there. Luo Feng immediately rushed to the limit hall. In the bar on the first floor of the limit hall, the curtains on the window were drawn to prevent sunlight from entering. Luo Feng, Chen Gu, and Gao Feng were sitting together. Luo Feng, these are the 2 9th series throwing knives you wanted. Gao Feng smiled and handed it over. It's a total of 45 million. You rich guy, hurry up and transfer it over. If you're willing to pay a little more as an errand fee, I don't mind at all. 9th series throwing knives? Luo Feng immediately received the beautifully packaged box. When he opened the box, he saw that it was divided into 2 layers, with 2 flying knives with black handles and blades respectively placed inside. Before, Chenggu and the others asked Gao Feng to help them buy some genetic medicine, and Luo Feng asked the captain to help him buy 2 9th series throwing knives. To Luo Feng, a good throwing knife is very important, be it flying daggers or other weapons. The higher the price, the more exaggerated it became. Flying daggers were cheap because they were small in size and used less materials. Even a high lord rank monster would find it difficult to destroy a 9th series flying knife. Captain, 45 million has been transferred. Luo Feng directly transferred the money through his cell phone. I didn't even pay a single cent more, Gao Feng purposefully said. Luo Feng, since you're so rich now, why don't you buy a good blade? A battle uniform set, laughed Chenggu. He was in a great mood after receiving the genetic medicine. Luo Feng shook his head. Throwing knives are light and use very little materials. Only I can afford it. Blade, battle uniform? The full price of a 9th series blood shadow saber was 3 billion Chinese dollars. A 9th series battle uniform set is even more ridiculously expensive. The full price is 12 billion Chinese dollars. How can I afford it? The price difference between a warrior, warlord, and war god level weapon is indeed huge. He's only buying throwing knives. A battle uniform that even a horde leader level monster can't tear apart isn't strange at all. As for his advanced warrior level body fitness level, if he's wearing an 8th or 9th series battle uniform, even if the battle uniform isn't torn apart, the impact from the claw of a horde leader level monster is enough to shatter his organs. Even if this beggar wears a dragon robe, he won't be a prince. For someone with a warrior's body to wear a wargod's battle uniform, it was a waste of the battle uniform. Combat uniforms are much more expensive than flying knives. Gao Feng laughed. Luo Feng is right. His current 5th series battle uniform is more than enough for his body fitness level. Luo Feng said. Gao Feng. Luo Feng looked at the captain. Right now, Chenggu and the 2 Wei brothers. The 3 of them needed to consume the gene potions, and for the effects of the gene potions to be fully unleashed, they would need about a month's time. Moreover, after their strength increased, they would also need to go through 1 or 2 months of training to adapt to the greater power. So, we might need to rest for 2 to 3 months. After that, we'll enter the wilderness, Gao Feng said. Chenggu also nodded. I understand. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. I'll also take this opportunity to properly train. I also gained a lot from this trip into the wilderness. Come back and think about it. Yes. Gao Feng nodded with a smile. When the time comes, if we want to meet, let's meet in the main city of the base city. It's indeed quite a detour to get here from my house. Sure. Luo Feng and Chenggu both nodded. The main city area of the base city is the center of the entire base city. It's very convenient to go from Yangzhou City or any other city. After saying goodbye to the captain, Luo Feng brought the 2 throwing knives home. That night, in Luo Feng's home's training hall, in the middle of the ceiling, there was a transparent glass that was around a meter wide. The watery moonlight shone through the glass. Sitting in the training hall, Luo Feng could even see through the glass and see the infinite stars in the sky with a glance. The 2 black throwing knives slowly flew around Luo Feng's body. In my realm of consciousness, there's a dark golden ball. The dark golden ball contains a large amount of spiritual force. However, my body isn't strong enough, so it can't handle the amount of spiritual force. Luo Feng slowly thought to himself, right now, what I need to do is to use the fastest method to increase the strength of my body fitness level. The stronger my body, the stronger my spiritual force will be. Until one day, the dark golden ball runs out and disappears. After that, Luo Feng started to seriously train according to the 9-stage Thunder Blade instruction manual and the video that came with it. Technique Flowing Light, Dao Ying Technique 9-stage Hun Yuan, Blade Technique Thunder Blade. And the first stage of the Thunder Blade, Luo Feng already mastered it in the wilderness. Piu. Piu. Late at night, Luo Feng was in the training hall. Whether it was slashes, or slashes, Luo Feng was using the 9-stage Thunder Blade S method of exerting force. Each slash contained 2 different forces, and Luo Feng's muscles also instantly released an extra force each time. While he was chopping, he would instantly release another hidden force. This puts a huge burden on his bones, muscle cells, etc. Tired, after continuously training for an hour and a half, Luo Feng was so tired that he sat cross-legged on the ground, unable to move. The 9-stage Thunder Blade actually puts a huge burden on every part of his body. After resting for 5 minutes, Luo Feng trained his Daoyin technique 9-stage Hun Yuan. His originally exhausted body felt like it was soaking in a hot spring, making Luo Feng's body feel a bit comfortable. After training his blade technique and Daoyin technique, finally, Luo Feng started the most primitive, the Wu Xianxia Tian genetic energy training method that even the strongest fighters in the world have to refer to. Shishi, once Luo Feng started training, he felt as if every cell in his body was starving. The newly generated genetic energy was crazily devoured, and his training speed actually increased by a bit. 1 minute, 2 minutes. As time went on, Luo Feng became more and more shocked. Finally, every cell in his body was full, as if they were stuffed and couldn't eat anymore. The amount of genetic energy I absorbed today is almost double what I absorbed before. Luo Feng was completely stunned. The instruction manual said that the more I train in the 9-stage Thunder Blade, the more genetic energy I absorb. So it's this much. Luo Feng didn't think it would be this exaggerated. The instruction manual also explained the theory. No matter how hard a person trains, they'll be so tired that they can't move. That's because the muscles produce too much lactic acid, so the muscles are all tired. Many of the cells in the body don't even participate in the exercise. However, Luo Feng's 9-stage Thunder Blade exerts force by instantly releasing a hidden force. This force exerts force from deep within the body, all of the cells in the body participate. Just like how when a person exercises a lot, their appetite increases. When the body's cells use up a lot of energy, their appetite also increases, allowing them to eat even more genetic energy. I'm only at the 1st stage, yet I can absorb this much genetic energy. How fast will I be when I reach the 9th stage? Not only will my training speed be fast, but the power of my blade technique will also increase at a shocking rate. No wonder he's one of the strongest fighters on earth. He's known as #1 in speed and body. Luo Feng was amazed. What does it mean for his body to improve quickly? It means that the amount of spiritual force Luo Feng can handle will also increase rapidly. From this day onwards, Luo Feng trained himself to the limit. And he also found the best training method, which is to practice the flowing light footwork while swinging his blade. The speed doesn't have to be fast, but every step in blade technique has to be serious. When his footwork and blade technique are exhausted, he will start his Daoyin technique training. After practicing the Daoyin technique, his stamina will recover quite a bit. He will start his footwork and blade technique training again. After that, he will start his Daoyin technique training. Finally, he will start his genetic energy training. This method is the most efficient. The entire process would take about 6 hours. This is the fastest way to improve one's fitness level that Luo Feng figured out. Actually, spirit readers have large amounts of spiritual force to help them, so their bodies already improve quickly. Luo Feng is also training in Earth's ultimate 9-stage Thunder Blade, so his improvement speed is even more shocking. Luo Feng is improving almost every day, and in the blink of an eye, almost a month has passed. Who? Every swing of Luo Feng's blade created a sharp whistling sound in the training hall, and the wind naturally dissipated when it touched the walls of the training hall. This villa was specially built by the Dojo of Limits, so the walls of the training hall were naturally built with care. HM? A call from the captain? Luo Feng walked to the side and picked up the phone. Luo Feng, it's been almost a month. Qinggu, Wei Tai, and Wei Qing used the genetic medicine, so their strength has pretty much increased. I'm thinking, should we meet up? Gao Feng asked through the phone. Right now, the strongest fighter of the Fire Hammer Squad is Luo Feng, and Luo Feng's position will only solidify in the future. So Gao Feng wanted to hear Luo Feng's opinion first. Sure, long time no see everyone. Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. Luo Feng smiled and nodded. This month, he was almost addicted to training. However, this rapid improvement process was indeed very satisfying. Alright, I think we should go to the HR Alliance market. The service there is the best, said Gao Feng. What do you think? When should we meet up? Okay. Luo Feng suddenly thought of something. He remembered what Su Xian said before. I'm starting school in a few days, but during college, I'll be the manager here on Saturdays and Sundays. Captain, I think we should meet this Saturday, said Luo Feng. Saturday? Alright, this Saturday, October 7th, 2056 Saturday, was also the day the 5 members of the Firehammer Squad agreed to meet at the HR Alliance's market. Morning. A beautifully curved sports car emitting an elegant aura slowly drove into the plaza of the HR Alliance's market. It directly stopped in front of the lobby of the HR skyscraper. Luo Feng and Chenggu, who were wearing casual clothes, got off the car and were welcomed into the lobby of the first floor by the doorman. Alright, please wait a moment, sir. As soon as Luo Feng stepped into the lobby, he saw Su Xian, who was wearing a white shirt like a professional, smiling as she chatted with some fighters. Suddenly, she accidentally saw a shadow walking towards the bar. After looking carefully, Su Xian's eyes couldn't help but to flash with surprise. Luo Feng. Su Xian laughed as she yelled. Su Xian. Luo Feng laughed as he stood by the bar. Give me a cup of pu'er tea. Oh yeah, do you have time? Let's chat with our old classmates? Su Xian hesitated for a bit, then laughed as she told the waiter beside her. After that, she walked out of the bar and laughed. There aren't many customers here today, so it's not that busy. Let's go, Luo Feng, over there and chat. At this time, Chenggu, who was sitting on a sofa in the distance, gave Luo Feng a big thumbs up. In a quiet corner of the bar, Luo Feng and Su Xian sat facing each other. Luo Feng, when did you come back from the wilderness last time? Not long ago? Su Xian sat there quietly, holding a cup of tea. The green tea leaves reflected a hint of green light on the transparent teacup. I've been back for a while, replied Luo Feng. Su Xian let out a smile and couldn't help but to laugh. You've been back for so long and you haven't even come to see your old classmates. Are you looking down on your old classmates? Out of my 3 years of high school, only you, Luo Feng, became a fighter. I've been waiting for the day when you become famous so I can go out and show off. Hehe, Su Xian, what university are you in right now? Asked Luo Feng. Luo Feng and Su Xian just sat there and casually chatted, talking about their current lives. Even though Luo Feng has a crush on Su Xian and Su Xian knows that Luo Feng is interested in her, the two of them consciously didn't touch anything and just quietly chatted. Luo Feng was quite satisfied with this seemingly peaceful chat. At this time, a youth wearing a black shirt and black pants walked out of the elevator. He glanced around and saw Su Xian and Luo Feng in the corner of the bar. Who is Xiao Xian chatting with? The youth frowned and looked carefully. It seems to be one of the 3 advanced students in Xian's high school, Luo Feng. He knew a lot about the high school that Su Xian went to, and he's also read about the famous Luo Feng, Zhang Haobai, and a few others. The youth let out a cold smile. A few days ago, when we were eating at home, little Xian even mentioned this Luo Feng. It turns out that both of them have contacted each other. The young man walked to the other side of the bar and sat down silently. Luo Feng felt like he was having a great time chatting with Su Xian. Someone at the bar seemed to be calling Su Xian. Su Xian stood up and said apologetically, Luo Feng, sorry, I have to go do something. Go, don't worry about me. Luo Feng smiled. Little Xian, is this your friend? At this time, a male voice rang. Luo Feng turned his head and saw a handsome youth that looked a bit like Su Xian standing on the side. He smiled as he looked at Su Xian, and then smiled as he looked at Luo Feng. Su Xian said happily, Bro, you came to the market today too. Oh yeah, this is my old classmate, Luo Feng. Bro, I have to go do something, so you can chat with Luo Feng. Sure, go ahead, the youth nodded. He turned his head and looked at Luo Feng. Hello Luo Feng, let me introduce myself. I am Su Xian's brother, Su Gang brother. If he can get Su Xian, then wouldn't he be his brother-in-law? Hello Luo Feng also stood up and shook hands with him. Hello, Luo Feng. Su Gang smiled as he sat down. I've heard of your name a long time ago. Apparently, my sister's high school only had 3 advanced students, and you were one of them. And I heard my sister say that you're an official fighter now? Luo Feng smiled as he nodded. Ah, that's pretty impressive, an 18-year-old fighter, Su Gang praised, and then smiled. My sister is very low-key in school, right? She is very low-key. No one can tell how rich her family is. Luo Feng also laughed. Su Xian was indeed a simple and quiet girl back then. Su Gang's face was full of smiles. Haha, actually my grandfather was worried that the missy of the family would become spoiled, so he insisted that she enter a normal school instead of an elite school. He wanted her to experience the life of a normal person up close. Now it seems that my sister is doing quite well. Luo Feng frowned. Missy of the family? He already knew that Su Xian was the missy of the Su family. She didn't tell you about her family situation? Su Gang asked in confusion. She didn't, but I know about the Su family. Luo Feng smiled calmly. This is one of the 12 financial groups of the HR alliance in the country. Luo Feng could already feel the deep meaning behind Su Gang's words. Su Gang didn't say it himself and just used another topic to bring out one thing. Su Xian is the missy of the Su family. Oh, you know. Su Gang sighed. Actually, large families have their own problems. For example, sometimes they can't get what they want when it comes to marriage. Like my sister, there are quite a few excellent young people chasing after her. For example, Wang Xingping from Kyoto City, and a 21-year-old intermediate warlord-level fighter Guahai from Jiangnan City. Luo Feng froze. Someone chasing after Su Xian? That Guahai sure is thick-skinned, scolded Su Gang as he shook his head. Isn't he just a warlord-level fighter? He really thinks that he's some kind of joke. Our Su family has some status in the world, so how could we easily let our missy marry off to a fighter who can't even guarantee his own safety? Who knows when this fighter will die in the wilderness? Luo Feng frowned. Luo Feng, am I right? Fighters walk on the edge of life and death. Who knows when they will die? How could our family let our missy marry a fighter, right? Laughed Su Gang as he asked. When he saw Luo Feng's expression, he laughed. Oh, don't think too much. I wasn't talking about you. Luo Feng was in a bad mood. Wasn't talking about me, not to mention anything else, this Su Gang just had to bring this up. He was clearly telling Luo Feng that the missy of the Su family would never marry a fighter who might die at any time. So, you, Luo Feng, better not think too highly of yourself. Actually, sighed Su Gang, comparatively speaking, I like that Wang Xingping more. Wang Xingping is the young master of the Wang family of Kyoto City. The Wang family also controls a huge amount of wealth. All they need to do is sign documents and issue orders at home. They can get quite a few fighters to work for them without risking their lives. As a brother, of course I want my sister to have a stable life, sighed Su Gang. Compared to fighters, this young master of a huge family with a huge amount of wealth is a good match for my sister fighters. First-class families like the Wang family and my Su family, which one of them doesn't have a group of general-level martial artists under their command? Not to mention the countless warrior-level fighters, laughed Su Gang as he shook his head. From Su Gang's tone, it was clear that he didn't care about fighters at all. He was even more disdainful of warrior-level fighters. He has the ability. The HR Alliance, one of the 12 financial groups of China, does indeed control a large amount of warlord-level fighters, and even a sea of warrior-level fighters. Luo Feng, a voice carried from afar. Luo Feng turned his head and saw that Captain Gao Feng and the Wei Jiao brothers had already arrived and were sitting with Chen Gu. Luo Feng laughed as he yelled, Captain, I'm coming. Young Master Su Gang, laughed Luo Feng as he looked at Su Gang. Su Gang let out a smile. Actually, after saying so much before, Su Gang believed that Luo Feng understood what he meant. His family doesn't even care about a 21-year-old intermediate warlord-level fighter. You, Luo Feng, just became a fighter, so you should know your place and stop bothering my sister. Young Master Su Gang, your Su family sure is amazing to be able to control a bunch of warlord-level fighters, said Luo Feng with a smile. Luo Feng smiled. However, I don't know if your Su family can get a war god fighter to come and go as you please. Su Gang froze. War god fighter? How many are there in Jiangnan City? His Su family does have a war god. fighter, but that's only because his Su family used a large amount of money and connections to entice them. I wonder if your Su family can meet an existence that surpasses the war god level, said Luo Feng. Su Gang's face turned ugly. Existences that surpass the war god level, like the world's strongest fighter, Hong, are existences that are treated as equals by an entire country's army. Even if his family wants to meet these fighters that stand at the peak of the world, they don't have the right to do so. And don't even mention comparing them to these fighters. Compared to Hong, Thunder God, and other existences at the peak, the Su family is just an ant. Young Master Su Gang, since we're friends, let me remind you. Don't look down on fighters. Luo Feng looked at Su Gang. Su Gang didn't give him face, so why should he give him face? After saying that, Luo Feng turned around and left. The air conditioner in the living room was cool, and the music was gentle like a flowing stream. However, Luo Feng's heart was filled with fire. Families like the Wang family and my Su family, which one of them doesn't have a group of warlord-level fighters under their command? And don't even mention the countless warrior-level fighters. Su Gang's words kept echoing in Luo Feng's mind. Su Gang, aren't you just saying all this to make me back off and not chase after your sister? Luo Feng's gaze was ice cold. Don't worry, Luo Feng, will definitely reach the peak of fighters in this life. A fighter that will be treated as equals by the government and the army. When that time comes, I'll make your Su family welcome me with a smile. Of course he's going to chase Su Xian. However, he still wants the Su family to welcome him with a smile and lower themselves to welcome him. Fighters are the ultimate power in this world. Families and organizations, in front of the most powerful fighters, are just trash. At this moment, the morning of October 7, 2056, Luo Feng's first contact with Su Gang caused Luo Feng's ambition to start growing. End of chapter 60. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.